18 years of traversing the stars, one day awakening to reshape the world. The girl who was favored in her family. Ever since her A-level talent was revealed, she was directly packed off by her grandfather to the son-in-law he deemed perfect in every way. Sun Yan naturally accepted this with a smile. After all, good men are rare and must be fought for. In an interstellar era where the basic lifespan is 300 years, emotions are cold and interests take precedence. The powerful unite with the gifted, yet each has their own considerations. Looking at her talent assessment results, Sun Yan thought meaningfully, no man in my hands can escape. From then on, spiritual herbs and plants, vegetables and rice, mineral veins and seafood would all come to me. Just as Sun Yan happily returned home from the awakening hall, where she determined her life's starting point, she found her grandfather, who had always doted on her, sitting in the living room with a serious expression, sipping tea. Sun Yan was not surprised. As the most considerate granddaughter, she naturally wouldn't pierce through his facade of authority and the tension beneath it. Upon entering the living room, she noticed her entire family was tense and staring at her intently. Sun Yan didn't keep them in suspense and promptly provided the answer. I awakened an A-level talent. Seeing everyone's expressions relax, her 10-year-old brother, Sun John, was the first to breathe a sigh of relief. That's great. I'll lead a team to take you out for training and level up as soon as possible. Her mother, Zhao Yao, asked with concern, which specific system is it? Every talent awakener has a different system. Some can refine herbs into pills or liquids, others can craft equipment and weapons, and some can be planters or mineral refiners. Each focus leads to a different life trajectory. Sun Yan's father, Sun Yao, maintained a relaxed expression and smiled. As long as you awaken, it's a good thing. You can live easily past 300 years, unlike ordinary people who can only live to 150. Then, Sun Yao curiously asked his daughter, which system is it? Your brother is right. Those who have just awakened need to go out for training to accumulate energy. In the interstellar age, ability awakeners need to undertake tasks, gather energy-rich plants, mine ores, and hunt exotic beasts to exchange for the refining materials they need to enhance their stored energy to the same time. Gifted individuals also undertake tasks, using the energy items they collect to exert their abilities and obtain processed products to elevate their status. Regular consumption of energy items also provides opportunities to enhance their talent levels. Thus, within this group of gifted individuals, there are always some overt and covert struggles, with each trying to outdo the other to gain more opportunities. Seeing that everyone was curious about her system, Sun Yan proudly replied, it's all systems. Upon hearing this, the expressions on their faces were mixed with joy and concern. They exchanged glances, their happy expressions unchanged, yet their eyes clearly revealed a hint of worry. Zhao Yao hesitated before saying, all systems are too difficult. If we fully support Yin Yin, she can choose one system to focus on for an A-level breakthrough, and there's hope for an S-level. But if she has to train in all systems? Everyone understood the unspoken words left hanging in the air, their expressions mirroring the shared concern, and then they all looked at Sun Yan. Sun Yan knew her abilities had strengths and weaknesses, just as her mother said. If she focused fully, there was a chance to break through to S-level and attain a higher status. It's important to know that S-level talent holders in the entire interstellar realm are rare, mostly single system, with only a few in 2 systems found across hundreds of planets. Most other awakeners typically awaken in a single system. Having this opportunity for an all-systems awakening, she would feel regretful if she didn't at least try. But thinking of her loving family and the sisters who cared for her in the clan, she couldn't bring herself to be selfish, not to mention the limited resources in her clan. Since she became conscious, she had noticed the resource situation in her family. The resources allocated to share with her sisters in the clan barely suffice, and she needed to undertake tasks to obtain more, let alone use them to cultivate her talent and level up. Sun Yan bit her lip, feeling somewhat disheartened. Sun Yao sighed inwardly but showed no signs on his face, comforting his daughter. Yin Yin, I have some pieces of white jade I occasionally obtain from tasks. You can practice with them. Sun John, having grown up with his sister, knew her nature well. She had no desire for things that didn't belong to her, but she always aimed to do her best with what was her own. He decided to apply for more tasks from the military to gain more resources for his sister's training, though he thought better of voicing it, fearing it would worry her. Zhao Yao was a sea-level planter, with only energy vegetables grown from seeds collected from family missions. The yield of vegetables was low, and the family was tight on supplies, so she furrowed her brows, pondering if there were more ways to obtain resources. Meanwhile, the grandfather, Sun Yao Wang, who had been silent, rubbed the storage ring on his finger and spoke meaningfully, drawing everyone's attention to his face. With an inscrutable smile, Sun Yao raised his hand, and several images appeared on the table. Facing the puzzled gazes of the others, he smiled and said, "If there's a problem, let's solve it. Don't think about backing down." Though everyone is fighting for resources, remember, there are still those with greater abilities who can obtain resources beyond their own needs. Seeing the thoughtful expressions on everyone's faces, Sun Yao smiled again, looking at his younger relatives with the feeling of watching fledglings that had yet to grow. He felt a sense of pride inside, but maintained an expression of dissatisfaction toward his son and grandson. "This is something I brought back from the central planet." Pointing to the piles of scrolls that looked like images, he spoke to Sun Yin. "Yin, pick one as long as you choose one. You'll have more resources to enhance your abilities in the future." Sun Yin was taken aback upon hearing this. Looking at the scrolls that resembled images, she picked one up in confusion. Upon opening it, she was instantly stunned in place. Seeing her daughter's astonished expression, Zhao Yao immediately leaned closer and looked up to see the person in the image. With sharp features, an outstanding bone structure, a handsome face, and dressed in military uniform, he appeared even more imposing with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Exuding a dignified aura, he looked exceptionally familiar. Chapter 2. The Man to Choose From 4? Zhao Yao gasped and quickly turned to Sun Yao, saying, "Dad, is this Gu Yin? Why are you showing his portrait to Yin Yin?" Sun Yao and Sun Zhan were startled and hurriedly picked up the other portraits, looking at each other. They were all capable and influential individuals from Central Star. Sun Yao said incredulously, "Dad, what do you want to do by showing these men's portraits to Yin Yin?" Sun Zhan, however, looked thoughtfully at his grandfather and said, "Grandpa, are you trying to arrange a marriage for Yin Yin?" Hearing his son's words, Sun Yao widened his eyes in disbelief. "No way, Yin Yin is still so young. I don't agree." Sun Yao immediately rolled his eyes and glared at Sun Yao, saying, "What do you mean you don't agree? If you don't agree, can you provide resources for Yin Yin to reach S level? If you don't agree, can you give Yin Yin enough resources to upgrade her talents across all systems?" Sun Yao insisted, "I won't agree. No way, Yin Yin is too young. If you ask me, she should wait until she's at least 50 to get married." Sun Yao rolled his eyes at his son. If Yin Yin were like the girls in the family with single system talents, the family could still afford to support them, and the resources for capable individuals would be barely sufficient. They wouldn't drop in level, and over time, she could find a man she likes. Or if she didn't have a preference, the family could find her a capable individual. But it should be known that if resources are insufficient, both capable individuals and those with talents could drop in level. While it might not be as hard as breaking through, it still requires a lot of resources to regain a level. Thinking of this, Sun Yao looked at the people in the portraits and continued, "These are the candidates sent from another branch of our clan on Central Star." Just as he said this, he was interrupted by Sun Yao's voice. "Do we still have relatives on Central Star?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yao's fists clenched, glaring at his son with a furious tone. "Sun Yao, are you getting dumber every day doing your missions? Without the precious resources sent from the clan, how can we provide for your big nieces and nephews to nurture their talents? Do you think we can rely on the ordinary energy items you and your A-level brother and S-level big brother bring back?" Sun Yao was really angry. This younger son was just a fool, but he was lucky enough to marry a good wife and have a good son and daughter. Still somewhat naive from being spoiled by his older brothers as a child, he would blurt out things inappropriate for the occasion without understanding the family's situation. But at least he knew to keep quiet in formal settings. Sun Zhan, feeling the tension, pulled at his father. "The people you reunite with every year during the new year on the Star Network are the ones from Central Star." Sun Yao was astonished. "Aren't those relatives from other planets?" Sun Yin saw that a conflict between her grandfather and father was about to break out, so to save face for her dad, she hurriedly explained, "Those are our cousins and uncles from Central Star who helped our relatives leave the planet that was attacked by alien beasts, which is why they came from the same coordinates as those cousins from that planet. Later, the coordinates were switched to Central Star." Seeing her father's expression and understanding her daughter's hint, Sun Yao wisely closed his mouth. Sun Yao, too lazy to deal with his confused son, turned to discuss with his granddaughter, grandson, and daughter-in-law, saying, "The relatives from Central Star knew that someone in our family would awaken this year, so they sent these portraits at the beginning of the year. I've contacted the Star Network in Central Star, and they said these are the most capable individuals in recent years. As long as our family has A-level single or dual system talents, we can communicate with Central Star, and they will take the lead in discussing marriage matters with those families." Zhao Yao understood that it seemed that every planet's relatives would send such things if someone awakened this year. After considering it, she decided to encourage her daughter to choose one. In the Interstellar era, as long as a big family flourishes, they can always support each other and instill fear in others. Marriage alliances are a common means for large families to connect with strong clans to resist beast tides or crises. Even if a marriage alliance is formed, it cannot be just any strong individual. They must not harm the girls in the clan. Furthermore, there are no better candidates than these few individuals. Sun Yawang looked at the serious expressions of the three and explained, I've contacted and learned about these individuals from Central Star. Yin Yin, you just need to choose one. I also conducted a separate investigation since Yin Yin is about to awaken in a few days. Indeed, they have solid abilities and good character. But what life will be like after marriage will depend on Yin Yin herself. He continued, let me tell you about their family situations. And then Yin Yin can choose one. Sun Yawang opened the holographic device on his wrist, projecting the image of a handsome man in a sharp uniform, Gu Yin. This is Gu Yin, the younger brother of Gu Lingran, a talent master from Central Star, a top-tier family in Central Star. Their family operates on a system where one brother and one sister lead expeditions to develop new planets after coming of age. Gu Yin is a well-known figure in recent years, an SSS-level dual ability user with lightning and fire, 25 years old. His sister, Gu Xiang, who is 23 years old, has an A-level talent and is his cousin. You don't have to worry about conflicts with that sister over resources. Their family has a good reputation. And I've also learned about his sister. She has a gentle personality and has never had a falling out with anyone. She is well known throughout Central Star. And her abilities are not low, so Yin Yin can confidently upgrade her talents in their team. Zhao Yao gasped upon hearing Gu Lingran's name, covering her mouth and exclaiming in a low voice, her eyes wide. Isn't that the S-level talent master who provided all the energy liquids needed by capable individuals during the alien beast attack? The one who helped improve their levels significantly? She recalled that at that time, the situation on Emerald Star was critical, being a residential planet with hundreds of billions of ordinary people. However, due to the alien beasts surrounding the planet, they were about to break through the defenses. It was Gu Lingran who, with her S-level talent, extracted the energy from the entire mine, providing the capable individuals with temporary energy liquids to hold on until reinforcements arrived, thus saving the planet. She was also the empress of the royal family in Central Star. However, she was most famous for her identity as a talent master. Sun Yin was equally astonished. She remembered the S-level talent master who had single-handedly extracted the energy from a mine, and after that, she had to recuperate for many years due to mental exhaustion. When the news broke, it caused quite a stir, and the interstellar populace began to admire S-level talent masters even more. This also elevated the status of A-level talent users who had the potential to break through to S-level. She hadn't expected that she was also a royal empress. It was said that at that time, it was Gu Lingran who took her guard team to provide support, and S-level talent masters could legally have guards. They would not only have a nominal position in the military, but their families would also provide some relatives as guards for protection. She was someone little Sun Yin admired back then. This time, Sun Yin carefully scrutinized Gu Yin and then listened as her grandfather introduced the other three young talents. One was the head of the Interstellar Pharmacist Union, whose family specialized in medicinal materials, spiritual medicines, and all things related to medicine. He was 35 years old, an SS-level wood ability user, and had no interest in looking for a talent master. He had a strong demeanor, as if he were a father figure overseeing others. Sun Yin shook her head. Seeing his granddaughter shake her head, Sun Yawang introduced the next candidate. Chapter 3. This man isn't bad at all. Sun Yawang projected the image of a youthful figure, full of spirit and youthful energy. The person seemed untouched by the harsh realities of society. Sun Yawang glanced at Sun Yao and briefly introduced this individual, who was also the youngest son of the family. But because he was a member of the royal family, he had recently awakened the best talent. The Central Star has added him too. His name is Dantai Xian, and he is 1 year older than you. He is an SSS-level wind ability user and is currently studying at the Central Star. At this point, Sun Yawang frowned and said, but this person is too young. He doesn't have the maturity that an adult should have. Grandpa doesn't want you to grow up with him. He prefers someone more mature and capable to take care of you. Not to mention, he is the youngest son in his family, very pampered, and with strong talent. He's probably very proud. I'm afraid he might even be from the royal family, used to being spoiled. My granddaughter has also been spoiled at home. I don't know if they will get along well together. The last one is also from the military, just like Gu Yin, with the same rank of Major General. Sun Yin listened to her grandfather's introduction, and her eyes lit up when she saw the person projected. Xie Jingkai, an SSS-level ice talent user, 28 years old. The eldest son of the Xie family, the first family of the Central Star. Since awakening, he has been the most accomplished person in the Xie family. And the younger generation all looks up to him, following his lead. He has strong leadership skills and is currently on a mission at the expanding star. Zhao Yao's eyes brightened at this. This person is quite good. The top young talent in the family. All the resources of the clan might be tilted in his favor. The people of the Central Star must have chosen him because he discovered something at the expanding star, proving that he is capable. He looks gentle and warm. And even wearing a serious military uniform doesn't hide his mild temperament. He seems like a kind person who would definitely get along well with Yin Yan. Sun Yao looked at his daughter-in-law with appreciation. That's right, he continued. The Central Star has briefly informed me that a treasure land has been discovered at the expanding star, where a large amount of precious energy items can be harvested. It was discovered by him and Gu Yan, each leading a team on the same planet. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone exclaimed in shock, "Treasure land." Sun Yao smugly curled the corner of his mouth and continued, "So I say, this marriage alliance is timely. They provide resources, we provide talent. Yin Yin marrying over there won't have to worry about them not providing resources. Besides, once Yin Yin marries over, she becomes one of their own, even if they don't provide resources. Once Yin Yan's ability improves to S level, or if she fully develops her talents, she can find a man that she truly likes. And they won't have anything to say about it. Of course, as long as they know about Yin Yan's talent, they won't dare not provide resources. You have to know that having an additional talent system means double the mental strength. Yin Yan has an all-system talent, and although it's only A level, that's still a noble talent. Not to mention, we, the people of the Central Star, are also a first-class family. They wouldn't dare have any bad thoughts. However, there are some things that Sun Yao didn't mention. The emergence of precious energy items at the expanding star has made everyone at the Central Star restless. But the military discovered it first. The major families, unwilling to let the news go to waste, contacted their family members who didn't have expansion missions to return to the clan, each trying to find ways to get a piece of the pie. However, the most capable leader of the Sun family is still in other star systems doing expansion work and cannot spare the time, especially since they are in opposite directions. By the time he returns, the opportunity will have passed. Currently, Gu Yan from the 1st Army Corps and Xie Jinkai from the 2nd Army Corps are each leading their teams at the expanding star, and the military has temporarily not allowed the families outside the military to enter. However, the military won't hold them off for too long. The vastness of space and the exceptional dangers of the expanding star mean that precious items can not only nourish talents and abilities, but also provide opportunities for breakthroughs and extend lifespans. If they can collect precious items that prolong life, it would truly allow them to live longer. Even if they let unrelated families in, they would be the last to enter, and all the good items would have been scavenged by others, leaving only scraps. The Sun family can only send the second-tier family members to follow the first-class ability users of other families to compete. But how can they compete? However, if there is a marriage relationship, it would be completely different. Not only could they enter ahead of time, but they could also know in advance where the dangers are, explore and collect, and receive care from the military. Not to mention, they could form an alliance with the marrying family, mutually supporting each other, which would bring many benefits. And Yin Yin would gain resources from both her family and her in-laws. This is an opportunity for their branch family on this remote planet. And it's also an opportunity for Yin Yin, and the Central Star will have its own opportunities as well. The 4 images were sent at the beginning of the year as a routine for the families of the Central Star, without much hope for rare dual talent users. This was only researched because his granddaughter was about to awaken during this time. He didn't expect his granddaughter to be so fortunate to have 2 suitable ability users to choose from. As he thought about this, Sun Yao smiled at his granddaughter. Truly a fortunate child. Sun Yin felt a bit uneasy under his gaze. Zhao Yao and a few others discussed this amicably. These few candidates are indeed outstanding young talents. But since their daughter is still young, they all researched her all-system talent and ended up arguing. Zhao Yao felt that Xie Jinkai looked gentle and kind. And since he is strong, he would definitely be able to accommodate their daughter. Even if the two didn't get along well, it couldn't be too bad. Sun Yao thought Gu Yan looked good. He could independently lead a corps as a major general, and he had a military aura, speaking with authority. Plus, he has a capable younger sister to share the refining tasks, allowing their daughter more time to nourish her talents and level up. He is also the younger brother of the Emperor and Empress. If the royal family has any benefits in the future, Yin Yin can also benefit from Gu Yan. He even downplayed Xie Jinkai, saying he looks like a smiling tiger, and if their daughter marries him, she might have a hard life, firmly opposing this choice. Brother Sun Jian thought Dan Taixian was good. Spending more time with his sister would allow them to grow together, and they would have more topics to talk about. If they get along well, they might even develop some youthful affection. This was directly rejected by the 3 adults, saying that with a ready-made mature man with power, why choose a young boy? Absolutely not. A young boy would only cause quarrels, while a mature man would be accommodating and caring, contributing more. The three of them unanimously agreed that the Alchemist Guild's man was not suitable. Who would want to be with someone whose father is there? The few of them argued passionately, while the elder son Yao Wang watched them with a smile, each holding their own opinions. He then turned to ask Sun Yan, Yin, which one do you prefer? You say, and Grandpa will make the decision for you. Chapter 4. I choose this man. 3 men, each with their own characteristics. All from top-tier families. Can Sun Yin just marry into one of them? Can she just choose? Although Sun Yin had her doubts in her heart, she still honestly pointed at one man. Gu Yin. Sun Yao Wang was somewhat surprised but didn't show it. He simply smiled gently at his granddaughter. After standing up and seeing that a few people had discussed it without voicing any objections, he knew that as long as his granddaughter chose, they wouldn't oppose it. He then felt a bit helpless, thinking, you all can't make decisions but still argue so enthusiastically. With this settled, Sun Yao Wang didn't stay much longer, just instructing a few people not to speak about today's matters outside. Dad, what you said is right. We can't casually discuss choosing a man, Sun Yao said. We're not stupid. Sun Yao Wang shot a glare at his youngest son for talking back. Sun Jian quickly added, Grandpa, don't worry. We know what's important and won't casually talk about it. Seeing that everyone had agreed, he turned and left. With the matter settled, the few of them each got up and carefully prepared some spiritual medicines, mineral stones, and energy vegetables in their storage rings, placing them into a storage ring shaped like a golden snake. Zhao Yao said, Yin, this is a 10-square storage ring I bought by chance earlier. You can use it for now. When the clan sends you resources tomorrow, you can store them here. Sun Jian nodded. Yin, since Grandpa mentioned the marriage alliance, it means you will also go to the expanding star. You must be careful. Don't leave the camp's range. Why did you choose Gu Yin? Sun Yao asked curiously. As soon as these words were spoken, several people perked up their ears. Sun Yin honestly explained her reasoning, because his family has an S-level talent master. Zhao Yao and the others were completely taken aback. Gu Yin was using his sister to gain competitiveness. Zhao Yao thoughtfully said, Yin, do you want to know about the S-level talent master? Sun Yin replied, that's right. Since we are all going to have arranged marriages, their conditions are quite good, but I still chose the Gu family because they have an S-level talent master. When I have a chance to meet his sister, I will ask her some questions. She should have some insights. Besides, Gu Yin is exploring the frontier. As long as he keeps exploring, he won't lack resources. Sun Jian, hearing his sister's words, felt a bit worried. His sister was thinking too positively. In the group of talent masters, in order to nurture their talents and improve their levels, they are all scheming over energy items. The personalities and characters displayed on the Interstellar network are the results of each family's management. Who doesn't know each other, even within their own clan? They will give the girls with high talents a good reputation to elevate their status. Who knows what the other party is like privately? Various thoughts flashed through his mind. And just as he was about to speak, he swallowed his words and finally said to his sister, then focus on improving your talent level and training your abilities. If they treat you poorly, Yin, once you have the ability, you can kick Gu Yin out and find another ability wielder without any problem. Sun Yin felt helpless. She didn't expect her brother to be so skeptical about the combination of ability wielders and talent masters. The family members all said that they could find another ability wielder. Sun Yin patted her cheeks, feeling the heat rising. I know, upgrading my talent is my goal. Then Sun Yin clenched her fist, her gaze firm. I will definitely reach S-level. It's not just to find another ability wielder. On Gu Yan's side, he couldn't think of anything either. He had just received news that his family had found him a highly talented wife. Before he even met her, his family was already teaching her to upgrade her talent and find another man. Right now, he was contacting his family through the Interstellar network. Gu Yan, the head of the Gu family, your family has found you an A-level all-talented talent master. Hurry back and bring your wife home. And take some of the clan's younger generation to explore the frontier. After hearing this, Gu Yan raised his eyes to his father and asked, which family's talent master? Recently, he hadn't heard of any A-level talent masters being detected on Central Star. The head of the Gu family replied, of course, you wouldn't know. This year's awakened talent master is a treasure for you. He continued, it's the daughter of a cousin of the Sun family head. She doesn't T live on Central Star. Gu Yan vaguely thought of something and chuckled softly, his handsome face unable to hide a smirk. I heard that the Sun family finds good-natured, high-status ability wielders for their highly talented girls every year and even compiles information on the most capable ability wielders in Central Star to distribute. It's so coincidental. She can't have just awakened recently, right? The head of the Gu family also faintly smiled and teased his son, of course not. You have defeated 3 powerful ability wielders from Central Star. After joking with his son, he directly got to the point. The military can't withstand the pressure and is preparing to open the frontier you're at. Hurry back and pick up your wife. You haven't registered yet. And there could be changes at any time. Not to mention, marriage can lead to divorce. Don't let her feel that you don't value her. At this point, he gave his son a meaningful glance. I heard that the kid from the CF family is also returning from the frontier. After that, he hung up the video call. Guyen felt a bad premonition in his heart. The Sun family organizing information on powerful ability wielders was just a preparation. Several families knew some rumors. And some families even sought connections to sneak a few of their younger generations in. If the other party had a highly talented girl, they could prioritize their own family. Not to mention, the Sun family's daughter had all positive reviews online, well-mannered, not troublemaking, but not afraid of trouble when it arises. Although it was inevitable for someone with high talent and a strong family background to carry some pride, there was still some warmth towards her husband. Unlike talent masters from other families, who were often arrogant and domineering due to their family background and talent master identity, some even refused to listen to reason. And many talent masters would resort to any means necessary for resources, taking the care from ability wielders for granted. After marriage, some talent masters would confront ability wielders, scheming against each other. In this context, even if a girl from the Sun family had slightly lower talent, many powerful ability wielders would still seek to marry her. This was a lesson learned from experience. Sun Yin, full of hope after her talent awakening, was on her way to the Apothecary Guild, planning to buy some suitable materials and alchemical cauldrons for beginners. Just as she landed, she heard an annoying voice behind her. Sun Yin, you came to the Apothecary Guild because you awakened your ability in medicine? Following the voice, Sun Yin turned around and saw her childhood rival. Seeing the other person shout at her through the car window, as soon as she turned back, the rival opened the car door, stepping out with a red dress that made her look bright and flamboyant. She quickly walked a few steps to Sun Yin's front. She looked Sun Yin up and down, and, seeing that the latter was silent, asked again, "What ability did you awaken?" Then, raising her head proudly, she said, "I have awakened an A-level apothecary talent." Chapter 5. The first man they met. Sun Yin looked at Lin Shi, who was holding her head high like a proud little hen. She imitated her and looked Lin Shi up and down. Seeing this, Lin Shi raised her head even higher. Sun Yin thought that if she revealed her all-talents ability, it would be too provocative. Besides, there were people coming and going around, looking at the crowd passing by. Some were pretending to casually glance at the two, and there were even people who had walked past 3 times already. She frowned and only revealed one ability. "I'm a mineral master." A mineral master doesn't need to wield a pickaxe to mine. Instead, after awakening, they naturally have a mystical feeling that allows them to sense whether a place can produce energy mines based on the terrain, geographical locations, and rivers. Obtaining ores not only allows for alchemical creation and equipment refining, but also helps plant masters formulate energy liquids to promote the growth of energy crops. Among all talent masters, mineral masters are the most respected by various factions. Although only a few veins can be found on a planet, discovering one can lead to instant wealth. Moreover, mineral masters can extract energy liquids from energy minerals in their spare time. This is why Sun Yawang said that Sun Yin could marry an outstanding younger generation from a top family. There is also an invisible exclusion among awakened talent masters. Apothecaries and refineries often look down on each other, and both of them generally look down on plant masters. Mineral masters, on the other hand, look down on everyone, including ability wielders, but the wealthy mineral masters are genuinely rich, while the poor are truly poor. So when Sun Yin announced she was an A-level mineral master, Lin Shi's expression stiffened, and then she coldly snorted, standing up straight. Her eyes revealed a hint of jealousy towards Sun Yin, and she coldly huffed, no longer as happy about her own A-level talent as she had been when she first learned of it. Afterwards, she pointedly said to Sun Yin, "Not all mineral masters are wealthy. You don't look like someone capable." Upon hearing this, Sun Yin immediately retorted, "Well, not all apothecaries spend their days cooped up in a smoky room, getting dirty all day." Lin Shi shot back, "You didn't even pass the plant identification course. Do you know anything about energy plants?" Sun Yin looked at her with a peculiar gaze. "Can't you afford a light brain?" A scan from a light brain is far more informative than what you know. The two of them exchanged barbs without using any vulgar language, each belittling the other. From their childhood academics to their current talents, they sounded like two elementary school kids bickering. In the end, it was obvious that Lin Shi did not have the thick skin of Sun Yin, as she pointed at Sun Yin and stuttered you for a long time. Finally, she stomped her foot and angrily left on the flying car behind her. Sun Yin watched the flying car leave with a sense of emotion. Throughout their lives, Lin Shi had never won a fight against her, always facing defeat and yet still looking for a quarrel. Tisk tisk tisk. Satisfied, She adjusted her sleeves and happily turned to enter the medicine shop under the apothecary guild behind her. The staff at the service desk, seeing a customer enter, quickly approached with enthusiasm and asked, "Miss, what would you like to buy?" Sun Yin looked at the dazzling array of shelves, various alchemy furnaces, crucibles, and the distillation and purification equipment that accompanied the crucibles. There were also finished potions, pills, and various unprocessed spiritual herbs. The unpicked medicinal materials, imbued with the energy in the air, exuded a milky white halo that only gifted masters could see. Some people from certain planets liked to refer to these as spiritual herbs, which had miraculous effects quite different from ordinary medicinal materials. Sun Yin turned to the staff who was following her closely and said, "I need materials for hemostasis, energy replenishment, and energy enhancement based on the basic formulas. Pack me 20 sets of each." The staff immediately responded, "All right." While packing the materials, the staff glanced at the customer in front of him and politely, yet enthusiastically, said, "Miss, since you are buying so many basic materials, you must have just awakened your apothecary talent, right?" Seeing Sun Yin raise an eyebrow, he quickly added, "Are you planning to pursue the path of an apothecary or an alchemist? Our apothecary guild is currently offering a complimentary porcelain bottle that prevents energy overflow with every purchase of an alchemy furnace or crucible." He continued, "If the energy of certain potions or pills is not sealed properly and overflows, it would be a waste, wouldn't it? Also, if you spend over 500,000 in our shop, you can receive 5 basic potion formulas as a gift." Sun Yin thought of her sisters who had awakened their talents in the clan and how they received an alchemy furnace the day after awakening. She asked, "How much is your alchemy furnace?" The staff pointed to a black obsidian-colored alchemy furnace hanging on the wall, which glowed with a hazy halo, and said, "This is a furnace consigned by a master craftsman we collaborate with. It not only increases the success rate of alchemy, but also reduces the consumption of the apothecary's mental energy. Many benefits." Sun Yan's eyes lit up, her almond-shaped eyes widening slightly in curiosity as she asked, "How much is this?" The staff replied, 50 million. Sun Yin touched her family's savings, which were mostly her grandfather's, amounting to 500,000, plus her own 50,000. "Sorry, it's out of my reach." She shifted her gaze and pointed to the most basic earth-colored alchemy furnace at the bottom, asking, "How much for this one?" "This is the most basic alchemy furnace with no additional benefits. 200,000, the staff answered. Sun Yin exclaimed, "No wonder my family's savings are so low. Things in the talent world are truly expensive." Her family only consisted of her grandfather and a large family descended from him, which could be considered a family with a background on this small planet. Every year, the Central Star would provide them with some cultivation resources. Feeling that they couldn't afford it, she wondered who they were selling to. Currently, her family had 3 people nurturing their talents and abilities, and with her, that made 4. It seemed that without a family in this star field, it was indeed difficult to make progress. The saying circulating in the star field was indeed true. Ordinary people rely on technology, while others rely on mutation. Sun Yin then pointed at the crucibles for making potions and the accompanying distillation devices. The staff member showed no impatience and earnestly introduced the equipment Sun Yin had pointed out. Finally, seeing the staff's serious demeanor, she decided to buy a crucible that could slightly enhance success rates along with the matching device, spending 250,000. The complimentary sealing jade bottles were only 20. So Sun Yin bought a few more to reach a total of 100. Seeing Sun Yan's spending, the staff immediately smiled and quietly said, "These are 5 basic potion formulas that our shop has copied. Since you're an apothecary, I won't charge you for them." Sun Yin smiled slightly at the staff and said, "Then I won't give you any trouble. Just prepare the materials for these 5 potions. I don't have to make up to 500,000. The staff's smile grew wider as he swiftly organized the high-quality materials and equipment into 2 boxes. Though Sun Yin felt a bit pained at the money spent, she was particularly cheerful about receiving a batch of high-quality materials. She told the staff, "I'll come back to buy materials from you next time." The staff's smile became even more genuine. Sun Yin left the medicine shop in a pleasant mood, took a flying car, and excitedly headed home. As soon as she entered her home, she saw a stranger yet familiar man sitting on her sofa. Chapter 6. This man is quite astute. The stranger was someone Sun Yin had never met, but familiar since she had just seen his image in holographic projection that morning. The projection and the real person were a perfect one-to-one match. The man wore a military uniform, was handsome, and had a slightly gentle demeanor. He lacked the imposing and stern presence from the projection and images, appearing more approachable in the home of his future wife. Seeing Gu Yin sitting upright, with a slight smile and a serious expression, the family felt even more satisfied. Parents everywhere want their children to live comfortably, regardless of how others interact. Zhao Yao, the mother-in-law, was increasingly pleased with her son-in-law. When she saw her daughter return home, she raised her hand and called, "Yin Yin, come here, this is Gu Yin." Upon hearing this, Gu Yin immediately stood up and faced Sun Yan's curious gaze. With a serious expression, he said, "Sun Yan, hello, I'm Gu Yin, a dual-system ability user of Thunder and Fire, currently a Major General in the 1st Legion. I am on a mission on the frontier planet, and if we get married, we will be living there for a long time." Sun Yan understood this situation. Every frontier planet varied in size and exploration cycles, and the pioneering teams would not withdraw for a short time. She had a premonition about this when she returned from the medicine shop. News had already spread online about treasures being discovered on the frontier planet, and she wondered how things had been negotiated so quickly. It seemed that major families would be heading to the frontier planet soon. Sun Yan nodded seriously and briefly introduced herself, saying, "I am Sun Yan, an A-level all-system gifted master who awakened this year, and I am 18 years old." After that, they both sat down and exchanged pleasantries. Sun Yao then brought up the topic of registration. "Since Yin Yin is back home, why don't you take the opportunity to go to the marriage registration office while you still have some time? I heard you are leaving for the frontier planet the day after tomorrow, and time is tight. Your mother and I need to prepare some things for you to take." That last sentence was clearly directed at Sun Yan. Upon hearing that they were leaving the day after tomorrow, Sun Yan felt relieved. She had thought they would be departing the next day and had not yet had the chance to learn about the frontier planet or prepare anything. Her expression relaxed as she turned to Gu Yin and smiled, saying, "Then let's go." Gu Yin nodded, stepping aside to let Sun Yan go first. He then turned to the people in the room and said, "Uncle and Aunt, we will go register now." After that, he nodded at Sun Jian and said to everyone, "Please wait here," as he caught up with Sun Yan. Sitting in Gu Yan's flying car, Sun Yan looked at the obviously luxurious interior and curiously asked, "Did you buy this flying car?" Gu Yan set the automatic navigation route and turned his head slightly towards Sun Yan as he replied, "Yes, it's mine." Flying cars are very useful. They are necessary for transportation on the plains of the frontier planet, while other transport tools are used for logistics. Sun Yan responded with an "oh" and nodded. The two exchanged contact numbers, and before long, they arrived at the registration office. Registering a marriage at the registry office is quite simple. Both individuals send a request to the intelligence core via the light brain, receive a positive response, and then change their marital status to married. However, there is a second step, which is to possess a special item that signifies their marriage. This item must be worn in a prominent position. Failure to wear it and being reported can lead to penalties, ranging from fines to reductions in military rank or social welfare for those with abilities or talents. Ordinary people also face corresponding penalties. Sun Yan does not know who established this rule. She only knows it has been in effect for hundreds of years. Upon arriving at the room next to the registry office, she sees a man in formal military attire sitting behind a counter. He has a fierce demeanor that makes him seem unsuitable for this job. Gu Yin steps forward first and teasingly asks Captain Zhou how he ended up working in such a small marriage office instead of being on a pioneering mission on the Wasteland Star. The man, referred to as Captain Zhou, widens his eyes in disbelief upon seeing Gu Yin and asks if he is getting married. He then looks at Sun Yan with deep curiosity. Noticing his curiosity is harmless, Sun Yan maintains the proper demeanor of a noblewoman and nods slightly in greeting. Gu Yin steps forward to draw the man's attention away and casually states that he is here to eat. Sun Yan bites her lip but can't help but smile, clearly enjoying the interaction between Gu Yin and Captain Zhou. Captain Zhou, finally realizing what was happening, playfully punches Gu Yan's shoulder and responds to his earlier question, saying he was on a pioneering mission on the Wasteland Star. He heard that Gu Yan went with someone from the Xie family to a large planet for exploration and found a treasure. So he returned after discussing it with his family. He explains that the Wasteland Star is more dangerous than pioneering, and he didn't dare to leave too many people behind. His cousin stayed there while he brought a few others back. Gu Yan frowns, concerned that the lack of high combat power on his cousin's side might affect their exploration. Captain Zhou waves his hand dismissively, saying it's fine since his cousin has plenty of people and they can expand their safe base slowly without large-scale exploration. If they all withdraw from the wasteland, all the years of hard work would be wasted. He glances at Sun Yan and casually adds that if they encounter real danger, his cousin will apply for help from the family. Gu Yan understands. This implies that there are treasures on the Wasteland Star, and if real danger arises, they would retreat to save their lives. Exploring is a long-term battle, and only when real treasures are found will they request support. If it weren't for the treasure discovered here, the Zhou family might remain indifferent. So it's better to act as if someone returned from the Wasteland Star and hurriedly made a move to dispel others' thoughts. At this point, they stop their deep conversation as Captain Zhou takes out 3 standard styles of rings and jade bracelets. The rings are radiant, while the bracelets look warm and delicate. The rings are identical in shape, but differ in materials. The first is made of ordinary, durable steel. The second has a faint energy that nourishes spiritual power. And the third can also nourish spiritual power while providing a protective energy shield. The bracelets serve the same functions, but come in different colors. Guyan skips the first 2 options without a glance, and chooses the most expensive one that can release an energy shield. Yin Yin, do you prefer the bracelet or the ring? Sun Yin hesitates for a moment, noting that she already has a storage ring. After watching Gu Yin bind the ring, which then loses its glow and turns into a plain ring engraved with a star pattern, she points to the bracelet and says, "Let's go with the bracelet. I already have a ring." Gu Yin is surprised, but says nothing, turning to the genuine staff member who appeared midway through the selection and says, "I'll take these 2. The staff member immediately nods, looks at the transaction record on the system, and with a hint of admiration says, "All right, Gu. Congratulations to you and your sister-in-law on your marriage." Gu Yin smiles lightly at the staff, nods to both Sun Yin and Captain Zhou, and then leaves with Sun Yin, leaving behind the fading voices. "I haven't even asked who his wife is yet, and he's gone? Oh, brother, do you really need to ask in a place like this?" After completing their business and exiting, Gu Yin receives a communication. After a brief moment, his expression turns serious. He hands Sun Yin a storage ring and takes her home, then briefly greets Zhao Yao and the others before driving away. Chapter 7. The Dangerous Talent Master Academy, facing the curious gazes of her family. Sun Yin raises her right hand and gently shakes the bracelet in front of them. "Look, Mom," a turquoise married symbol bracelet with a defense shield. The 3 look at the bracelet on their daughter and sister's wrist. Sun Yao reminisces about his own wedding and sighs with regret. We couldn't afford the exclusive wedding bracelets and rings back then, so we only bought mid-range ones. Later, even when we saved enough money, we couldn't get the highest grade." Zhao Yao smiles gently at her husband, her eyes filled with warmth and love. "Once we save up some more money, let's see if we can have a better defense shield customized by a master craftsman. That time, you were injured and urgently needed spiritual medicine, so we couldn't afford the best ones. As long as we work hard together, we will have it." Sun Yao is deeply moved by her words, ignoring their son and daughter, and takes his wife's hand, tears welling up in his eyes as he says, "You're so wonderful, my wife." Sun Zhan, Sun Yin. The unmarried eldest son and the daughter without her husband watch the warm atmosphere between their parents, which others cannot intrude upon. Sun Yin feels quite full even without having dinner. She exchanges a glance with her brother, and they both turn to their rooms. Once inside, Sun Yin admires the bracelet that enhances her skin's radiance and feels quite happy. The wedding token, the first beneficial item of their marriage, is a defensive bracelet. Due to the requirement to wear a marriage token in the interstellar realm, the Interstellar Marriage Registry has put significant effort into promoting this matter. To avoid causing resentment and resistance among the interstellar populace, they have designed beautiful rings and bracelets that represent marriage, which come in 3 tiers with various effects. Additionally, they provide a 30% financial subsidy for couples purchasing items with special functions, leading to a period where many sought to take advantage of the marriage registry. However, if one does not obtain a high-grade defense shield function the first time, they cannot change it later. Even if they divorce and remarry, it remains the same. One can only have one piece for life. After all, the same styles are used for marriage, and the registry simply does not allow exchanges, except for ordinary styles. After dinner with her family, Sun Yin begins to rest early. She does not open the storage ring that Gu Yin gave her before leaving, waiting to see the resources the family will send tomorrow and hope for double the joy. As dawn breaks, Sun Yin hears faint commotion downstairs. She suspects it is the family delivering resources, but according to the family's unwritten rules, everyone typically gathers on the 3rd day for a banquet to introduce their gifted ones to outsiders. Just as Sun Yin steps out of her room, the noise grows louder, and an angry voice pierces her ears. "Dad, our Cece is also your granddaughter. How can you be so unfair? Finding such a good match for Yin Yin, but ignoring Cece?" Sun Shi, hearing her mother mention going to the 3rd aunt's house, senses something ominous and follows her there without stopping her at home. Unexpectedly, she followed them and heard her mother say such things in front of her grandfather. She couldn't stop her in time and hurriedly pulled her mother to prevent her from continuing. "Mom, what are you saying? Isn't it me who doesn't want to get married? I only have C-level talent. What kind of powerful ability user can I marry?" At this point, she shyly glanced at the uncles and aunts around her, offering an apologetic smile to the people from the 3rd aunt's family. Sun Shi's mother didn't expect her words to directly touch on her daughter's sensitive topic. Seeing her daughter urgently trying to stop her, she thought of her daughter's need for resources to improve her talent and turned to the old man sitting on the sofa. Dad, you can't be biased. Shishi has grown up under your watch too. Can't you give her half of the resources you give to Yin Yin? Thinking about her daughter's recent declaration at home that she didn't want to get married and wanted to enroll in the Talent Master Academy under the Central Star Military Department. Graduating to join the military for missions and earn resources made her heart tremble. The Talent Master Academy under the military is meant for pioneering and exploration preparations. Every mission is extremely dangerous. Pioneering means going to newly discovered barren stars, where alien beasts attack upon entry. Generally, they will clear out all the most dangerous beasts before gradually exploring and developing, inch by inch searching for resources, during which there might still be high-level alien beasts lurking. You could be taken out in an instant without knowing from which direction. Every time news of pioneering and exploration comes in, the Star Network erupts in cheers. But along with it, the list of sacrifices follows, and behind those cold numbers are lives. Every time, ability users and talent holders have perished. Leahy couldn't accept that her daughter wanted to risk her life for resources. She decided not to tell the old man anymore and began to persuade her daughter earnestly as she did at home. Shishi, think it over again. We have resources at home for your training. Haven't you been living like this for the past few years? Hearing her mother's words, Sun Shi knew she was worried about her. Her eyes reddened, but she still looked firmly at her mother and said, Mom, the Talent Master Academy mostly has ordinary C-level students. If I stay at home to slowly improve my talent, how long will it take to break through to B-level? If I go to the academy, I will have the opportunity to go on pioneering or exploration missions and get more resources to help me upgrade. Thinking about the resources she could find during missions, knowing that the military only required them to submit 30% of their gains while keeping the rest, Sun Shi became more resolute in her decision. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's family understood what was happening. Sun Shi didn't want to slowly improve her level at home anymore. She wanted to join the Talent Master Academy to quickly upgrade and take on pioneering or exploration missions assigned by the academy and the military. Zhao Yao stepped forward at the right moment, gently suppressing her dissatisfaction with her sister-in-law, not wanting to see her niece walk down such a path. Then she turned to her niece Sun Shi and said, Shi, your mom is right. Why not think it over again? Although you can learn things at the military's Talent Master Academy, it's really dangerous. Our girls don't have to take the military path like ordinary talent holders without family support. Sun Shi still insisted, Mom, third aunt, I know you care about me, but we do ordinary missions at the back of the military. Although it's said to be safe, the high-level resources and gains are the least, and we still have to submit 5 layers of gains, mostly ordinary resources. I still want to join the military. Sun Yan looked at her cousin, who was determined not to turn back, feeling surprised. This cousin had awakened her talent for over a decade. In this remote little star, a C-level talent was the most common talent among people. At that time, her cousin was very happy about it. Given her cousin's usually gentle personality, always caring for the younger siblings in the family, it was unexpected for her to suddenly want to join the military. She then glanced at her grandfather sitting on the sofa, frowning deeply, and tentatively asked Sun Shi, Big sister, why don't we let Grandpa choose a powerful ability user for you? Then you will have someone to protect you during missions. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, not understanding what Sun Yan meant. They looked up at Sun Yan in confusion. Chapter 8. Striking at rich Sun, she said, No, I want to improve my abilities first. With better abilities, I can choose from a wider range of ability users. Is it for longevity then? Sun Yan relaxed and asked Sun Shi again, So, big sister, how did you come up with this idea? Even if you want to earn more resources, we can go to the Central Star Academy under the Talent Master Guild to study. We can learn more abilities and join the military after graduation to take on missions. If the military forcibly drafts talent holders, students from the Central Star can directly refuse. Unlike those drafted from the military's Talent Master Academy, who must go wherever they are assigned. Listening to her sister explain the differences between the two academies in detail, Sun Shi hesitated for a moment and then smiled gently at her sister. Sister, I haven't congratulated you on awakening your A-level mineral master talent yet. At this point, Sun Shi showed an envious expression but did not feel jealous of her cousin, which was a rare quality among people in the interstellar world, who were often indifferent and only pursued resources. Thinking about her sister's words, Sun Shi began to waver about going to the Talent Master Academy. Her expression clearly showed signs of conflict. Li looked gratefully at Sun Yan, feeling a bit ashamed about her earlier request for resources for Sun Yan. After all, resources involve upgrading talents, and upgrading talents relates to longevity. In this awakening era, ordinary people and awakened ones maintain a delicate balance, with the lifespan of the two groups differing by half. For ability users and talent holders, having children is relatively difficult. They haven't reached a point where they can't have children, but compared to ordinary families having 5 or 10 children in hopes of awakening, the birth rate for awakened children is significantly lower. Having 2 children is still common, while 3 are rare. As long as they awaken, ability users and talent holders can live up to 300 years. It's truly the case where ordinary people rely on technology, while ability users rely on mutations. This is just for the lowest level D-level talent holders and ability users. Then for every level increase, C-level users live for 350 years, B-level for 500 years, A-level for 1,000 years, and S-level for 5,000 years. Sun Yin wasn't aware of whether there are levels above S-level, as there are no records in the star network. Remembering how her big sister protected her when they were young, she just smiled and said nothing forgiving. Good relationships are good, but reaching out for resources that don't belong to you harms your own interests. This can lead to direct conflict in the talent community. However, since they are family, there's still a bit of face involved. This is also for the sake of her big sister's reputation. According to the unspoken rules of the interstellar world and the Sun family's implicit family rules, maintaining warmth in the family is just a means to an end. Everyone knows the boundaries. Harming interests is unacceptable. If this precedent is set, everyone will follow suit. And what's the difference from other families in the interstellar world that engage in intrigue? Leahy clearly noticed the expressions of everyone in the room and realized she had crossed a line, feeling regretful and flustered. Thinking that Sun Yin would go to the developing star tomorrow, she also formed a plan in her mind, feeling pained and a bit heartbroken. She then tightly grasped her daughter Sun Shi's hand, regardless of her daughter's discomfort or furrowed brows, deciding to go home and thoroughly investigate who had influenced her thoughts. Then everyone maintained polite farewells to each other. Zhao Yao, seeing everyone leaving, expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Sister-in-law has crossed the line." Sun Jian looked at his mother's unpleasant expression as she left, and regardless of his grandfather's presence, he comforted her. Aunt is also a gifted master. She knows the family rules. This time she has crossed the line, and there will definitely be compensation. Sun Yao also looked at his wife and added, "Yes. Our Sun family is the most united in the galaxy because the daughters-in-law we marry are all good at knowing when to advance and retreat." Sun Yin and Sun Jian watched their parents' affectionate interaction, both looking at each other with satisfaction. The siblings couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. Sun Yao Wang smiled with relief. It's better for the family to be filled with warmth. He then finally spoke to his granddaughter. "Yin Yin, you have been wronged. You will be going to the development star tomorrow. This is the family's resource for your talent awakening. And there are also some resources for your tasks at the development star. The resources are limited, but I have added an extra layer for you as compensation. You need to be careful with everything once you reach the development star." Upon hearing about the tasks, the couple finally shifted their attention to their daughter, exchanging glances and saying, "We have already given you the resources yesterday, so you must be careful when you go to the development star." Thinking about how their daughter had never left them, Zhao Yao felt a wave of anxiety as she realized that with this awakening, she would be going to the distant development star. Sun Yao Wang noticed the worried atmosphere among them and said, "Yin Yin is going to grow and train. What training doesn't involve danger? This time, both Yin Yin and Sun Jian are going, and your second uncle Sun will also be joining the Central Star team." Hearing that 2 older brothers were also going to the development star, everyone in the room let out a sigh of relief. Having familiar family nearby is much safer than being surrounded by strangers. Not to mention that Sun Jian is an S-level wind ability user, and the second uncle Sun Jie is also a powerful S-level fire ability user. Sun Yao Wang was extremely satisfied with the promising younger generation in the family and felt proud that his eldest grandson was also part of the Central Star's development team. He thought to himself, "I am indeed a competent head of the family now." He then added, "You siblings must support each other and not be like other families, where siblings fight over resources and turn into enemies." Sun Jian and Sun Yin both nodded in agreement, saying, "We understand." After finally finishing the meal, Sun Yin returned to her room and took out the storage ring her grandfather had given her, just like Gu Yin had given her, unpacking everything one by one. They had prepared resources for all abilities, and her grandfather had provided resources within the family's capability, all basic training materials. There were only a few precious items, including 2 alchemy cauldrons. She had seen in the pharmacy that a greenish one, which slightly assisted in the success rate of alchemy, was worth 500,000. No wonder the galaxy emphasizes the need for a family. Just this one cauldron could drain an ordinary household's finances. Sun Yin cherished it, playing with it a few times before carefully placing it in a position out of her reach, fearing that she might accidentally knock it over and feel heartbroken. The other one was a heavy, ancient-looking advanced cauldron that seemed more valuable than the green one. There were also 2 cauldrons of varying quality for refining, and 2 small measuring tools to assist in extending her mental strength, which were essential for a mineral master to sense the surrounding terrain and energy flow. For the planting ability, there were some seeds. She looked at the packaging and saw that they were selected to grow large, similar to chrysanthemum greens. Although they were high in energy, they had a pungent taste, but she forced herself to swallow them every time, thinking of their health benefits. Remembering that taste made Sun Yin frown again. Forget it. She would plant energy plants she liked to eat later. The ones she grew could be exchanged for resources she needed when she got to the development star. She then looked at the other seeds, which included some ordinary energy vegetables like bok choy, cilantro, and small rape seeds that were easy to cultivate, along with some treasured seeds her mother had given her over the years, like energy eggplants that needed support and seeds for a type of sweet, fragrant fruit. There were also 3 bags of fruit tree seeds that were not easy to grow and prone to withering, including a golden mango, a yellow fruit tree, and a type of crop that grew finger-sized, square-shaped golden fruits. Sun Yin wondered if Gu Yin had a particular fondness for yellow fruits. She gently touched the seeds inside the bag, noting that there were only 2 of each type, which seemed to be gifts from Gu Yin, as her family had never seen these fruit trees before. Her mother, Zhao Yao, could only grow simple, low-energy bok choy, small rape, and a few energy plants that needed support. After that, there were some white jade for extracting energy liquid directly and some rare, valuable energy herbs, along with a few high-end items sent by Gu Yin. Sun Yin looked at the abundant resources before her and thought, I'm rich. I'm rich. She then waved her small hand and decided to use some. She used high-tech cleaning to wash the 2 alchemy cauldrons and then took out the formula for the pills. Sun Yin rubbed her fists together, ready to start the alchemy process. Chapter 9. A bit of superstition. The first step was to pull up the video for the basic formula for hemostatic pills on her holographic computer. After watching it several times, she followed the instructions in the video and activated her active gifted ability, making her mental strength lively as well. Every gifted master has their own understanding and techniques when making medicine. The basic alchemy videos available online are usually those of masters who don't use any of their unique skills or methods. Just ordinary people using their mental strength and gifted abilities to refine. Sun Yin found several such videos. She smiled and thought, I thought I could steal some skills. But it turns out everyone in the gifted community is sharp. Sun Yin had no choice but to diligently select the 3 types of energy herbs needed for the hemostatic pills. She first arranged the greenish cauldron in front of her, turned on its built-in ignition device to let it burn, and preheated the cauldron. Following the sequence, she added the 3 prepared herbs one by one. Then, she used her gifted ability to control the flame, focusing her mental strength on the dissolution and solidification of the herbs inside the cauldron, busy and overwhelmed. During her first attempt at alchemy, Sun Yin felt excited but also anxious, her heart racing. After 10 minutes, the flame became uncontrollable and suddenly, whoosh, the herbs vaporized completely. Sun Yin felt lucky there was no explosion. She comforted herself, thinking, a failure is nothing serious. Who hasn't failed before succeeding? She tried again, this time calming her emotions, carefully controlling the flame as she reignited the device. However, when her mental strength was focused on the solidification of the liquid, something went wrong again, and another whoosh led to failure. Sun Yin clenched her fist and closed her eyes, reassuring herself that it was normal for beginners to fail more often than they succeed, and that even if they produced medicine, it would be of the lowest quality. After cleaning the cauldron again, she took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and sincerely prayed in all 4 directions, bowing left and right, hoping to succeed. She wondered if there were any deities in the galaxy who would hear her wishes. This time, she started from scratch, strictly following the video steps, paying close attention to the cauldron's condition. As the liquids approached solidification, Sun Yin unconsciously held her breath, watching the 3 liquids intertwine and gradually solidify, using her gifted ability to shape them into a sphere little by little. Thump, thump, thump. The sound startled Sun Yin. Her body shook uncontrollably, realizing failure was imminent. This was different from vaporization. It was about to explode the cauldron. Sun Yin's heart began to race again. Just then, the cauldron flickered with a faint light, and the pill that seemed destined to fail transformed into a perfectly round, finished product. Sun Yin's eyes widened in surprise, fear, and joy. She didn't know what expression to make as she heard a knock at the door and her mother's voice calling out, Yin Yin, it's time for dinner, come out. With a complicated mood, she picked up a sealing bottle sent by the pharmacy and started packing. Since it was the last moment of the alchemy furnace's power, She had only managed to save 2 pills. Usually, there would be 3 pills produced in a batch. Hearing her mother still calling from outside, she quickly replied, "Mom, I'll be right there." Saying that, she got up to put away the medicine bottle, opened the door, and followed Zhao Yao downstairs. After the family finished dinner, the housekeeping robot quickly tidied up the mess. They moved to the living room to chat, as such family discussions were also a way to bond. A union between a gifted practitioner and an ability user. If there were no casual conversations between them, it would purely be a relationship based on interest without any feelings. As soon as they sat down, Sun Jian sniffed suspiciously and looked at his sister. With some uncertainty, he asked, "Yin Yin, have you tried making medicine? Why do you smell like alchemical fire?" Sun Yin glanced at his nose, then straightened up with an expression that said, "You should come and ask me." Sun Jian looked at his sister's cute demeanor and immediately cooperatively asked, "Sister, did you really produce a finished product on your first attempt?" Hearing the siblings talking, Zhao Yao and her husband also looked over in surprise. Sun Yin heard first attempt and her expression stiffened, letting out a sigh. "It was all luck. I lacked the strength on my first attempt." "But who said luck wasn't a form of strength?" Then Sun Yin proudly added, "Of course, I'm a genius." Saying this, she took out the medicine bottle she had packed away and handed it to Sun Jian. "Look at my first product, isn't it impressive?" Sun Jian, seeing how proud his sister was, took the bottle with a humorous look, expressing disbelief. "You gifted practitioners are lucky if you manage to produce a low-grade quality on your first try. How good can it be?" Sun Yao and his wife watched the siblings playfully banter, smiling without interrupting. When Sun Jian opened the bottle and poured out the contents, he was taken aback. Looking at the round pill that seemed to emit a faint glow, he widened his eyes and looked at his sister and parents in disbelief. "Sister, are you really a genius? You managed to produce a high-quality pill on your first attempt?" Sun Yin smugly replied, "Didn't you see it?" Sun Jian looked at his sister again, wondering if she really was a genius. Then he thought about her A-grade talent and felt confident. There was no doubt that his sister's talent was impressive. He then pretended to put the medicine bottle away, saying, "This high-quality hemostatic pill is a great item. If you have a serious wound, like being stabbed by a beast, taking one of these pills will stop the bleeding and even repair the internal injuries, restoring the body to its state before the injury. Combined with hemostatic liquid applied to the wound, it can heal completely. In the wild, it could save a life." Just as the bottle was about to disappear, Sun Yin lunged forward and snatched the bottle from his hands. Seeing Sun Jian's puzzled expression, she confidently replied, "This is my first successfully refined hemostatic pill. I want to keep it to motivate myself to produce a high-quality pill next time. Just wait for my success." Sun Jian, feeling helpless, could only nod. The two continued to enthusiastically discuss the field of medicine. Sun Jian looked at the pill Sun Yin made and asked, "Yin Yin, are you planning to pursue the branch of pill making in the future?" Sun Yin thought for a moment and answered, "Since I have such a long lifespan, I want to try everything I'm capable of, so I won't have regrets." Sun Jian thought about it and agreed. After all, the family would provide some resources for his sister, and the Gu family would need her to refine items, which would also give her resources to practice. Unlike other gifted practitioners without family support who could only choose one branch to develop, they could nod in approval. Then the family actively discussed the plans to set out for the development of the new star the next day. Sun Yin spent the day at home familiarizing herself with her gifts and practicing, unaware that someone had been watching the entrance in the market not far from home. Chapter 10. Departure to develop the new star the next day. As the sun rose, Sun Yin got up and rubbed her head. Feeling the fatigue from using her gifts yesterday had already faded. She looked at the time on her watch. It was 6:30 a.m. She immediately got out of bed. And just as she finished getting dressed, she heard a knock at the door, followed by her brother Sun Jian's voice. "Sister, your ability user guard is here." Sun Yin thought for a moment about what an ability user guard was. Did the family send her cousin as a guard? When she went downstairs and saw it was Gu Yin, she shot Sun Jian an annoyed glance. "Gu Yin is just Gu Yin. Why call him an ability user guard?" Zhao Yao, seeing her daughter come out, immediately said, "Yin Yin, this time your brother and your cousin Sun Jia are specifically accompanying you and Gu Yin to develop the new star. They won't be going with the Central Star family." Sun Yin was surprised. Was this like a wedding gift where two cousins were sent along as escort? Thinking about this, she quickly shook off the random thoughts in her mind and looked at her cousin and Gu Yin discussing the new star situation at the door. She asked her mother Zhao Yao what happened. "Didn't you say we were going with the Central Star people?" Zhao Yao sighed, pulled her daughter over, and gently stroked her hair, revealing a hint of sentimentality in her eyes. "I never expected my daughter to grow up so fast. From a small bundle to now. With her gifts awakened, she is about to get married and go out to train. I won't get to see you for such a long time. It's really hard to let go." Although Sun Yin felt sad about not seeing her parents for a long time, she was excited about leaving home to experience the new star. She patted her chest and said, "Mom, you don't have to worry. I'll come back to see you when I have time. If the new star turns out to be suitable for human habitation and we build a defensive city, I'll get you a big house so we can all live together again." Zhao Yao laughed. "You're getting married. How could I live in your house?" Sun Yin hesitated. She couldn't disregard Gu Yan's opinions. Then she confidently told Zhao Yao, "Mom, just wait for me to pick you up. By then, I'll earn money to get us a big house, without needing to consider Gu Yan's opinions. We'll be together again." Zhao Yao covered her mouth and laughed. "All right, I'll wait for you. Enjoy your fortune. By the way, your cousin and brother will be with you on the new star." The family and the Gu family discussed it. "We can't let you go to the new star for years without seeing your relatives. Besides, the new star is dangerous. And having your two brothers around makes us feel at ease." Sun Yin understood. This was the benefit of having her A-grade all-round talent. Strong individuals always received preferential treatment. And she was well aware of that. Waiting for the group to board the spaceship at the port, the spaceship immediately started up. Sun Yin looked at the vast starry sky outside the spaceship, feeling a sense of suffocation and pressure in her heart, making her feel small like a grain of sand that could easily be blown away to dust. Such fear. In her previous visits to the central star or other planets to visit relatives, she always felt this way when looking out at space. This feeling was too unpleasant. No wonder the Star Network often said space was dangerous, with ability users and gifted practitioners dying in battles on alien planets. Just as she turned her head, she met Gu Yan's gaze. "What's wrong?" Gu Yan noticed Sun Yan's not-so-good expression, feeling a bit worried but not showing it on his face, handing her a cup of tea to relieve her nerves. Some people experience a form of space anxiety during the flight, leading to emotional tension. Therefore, both civilian and private spaceships always keep some tea on hand. Sun Yin took a sip and clearly felt a warm current slowly flowing through her tense spirit, making her feel relaxed. She sighed and curiously asked what kind of planet the pioneering star they were going to this time was. Upon hearing this, Sun Jie and Sun Zhan, who were sitting behind her, immediately looked up. After a moment of contemplation upon hearing Sun Yan's question, Gu Yin began to explain. "This time we are going to a newly discovered star system. According to our explorations over the past few years, it has 6 seasons in a year: warm season, spring breeze season, breeding season, growth season, harvest season, and the most dangerous battle season." Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Gu Yin elaborated. "This planet is somewhat special. It is divided into 2 parts, like a planet split in 2, consisting of a land layer and an ocean layer. First, regarding the land layer, there are only plains, mountains, and forests. There is no cold season throughout the 6 seasons. The warm season is when ordinary energy plants begin to grow. In the spring breeze season, there is a chance that a precious land will start to take shape." At this point, he glanced at Sun Yin. He continued, "When the breeding season arrives, strange beasts and more powerful star beasts will compete for the precious land that is about to take shape and will also fight for partners. At that time, we must stay away from those beasts. Some of them become aggressive when their partners are taken, and if another beast passes by, they will attack. To avoid disturbing them, we can only keep a safe distance while trying to investigate the area of the battle to determine the approximate location of the precious land." Hearing this, Sun Yin cast a lingering glance at Gu Yan, thinking that he must have been attacked by a furious beast that lost its partner. Otherwise, how could he know so much? Gu Yan, oblivious, continued discussing the situation of the pioneering star. Next was the growth season, during which energy plants and precious land gradually grow. When the harvest season arrives, the entire planet will experience an energy tide, and the growing energy plants and medicinal materials will mature overnight, and the precious land will develop completely, producing various precious items. This is the best time to harvest resources, and also when battles with strange beasts and star beasts occur. During this time, there will be young strange beasts and star beasts around, making it both the most dangerous and least dangerous time. The 3 were taken aback again, and Sun Zhan quickly asked, "Why do you say that?" Gu Yan replied, "Because the beasts with young ones sometimes cannot defeat us. To protect their young, they may withdraw from the resource and precious land areas to avoid injury." At this point, his expression gradually became serious as he warned, "If you encounter such beasts, and you cannot kill them in one go, you must leave that place quickly. We suspect that these beasts are intelligent star beasts of that planet because they can summon similar star beasts and strange beasts around them, gradually forming a beast tide. If you come across them, you must turn around and run, abandoning all plans, and do not be greedy for anything on the strange beasts and star beasts." After hearing this, the 3 felt a chill in their hearts. Sun Jie, with a worried expression, asked so. The battle season is when the strange beasts and star beasts fight against us? Gu Yin replied seriously. Yes, at this time we will have harvested supplies. And the strange beasts and star beasts will have finished breeding their young. The young can provide half the combat power. And they will have regained all their attack power thanks to the resource and precious land. When the battle season arrives, a beast tide will form. And the fighting can last an entire battle season, sometimes even spilling over into the warm and spring breeze seasons. The three immediately became even more serious after hearing this, realizing that they needed to harvest enough resources to last at least 9 months before the battle season. The harvest season was definitely a rehearsal for the battles to come. The ocean layer is a counterpart to the land layer, also having 6 seasons in a year, with each season lasting 3 months and each month having 40 days. That place is even more dangerous than the land layer. According to Gu Yan, since they had accidentally entered the ocean layer once before, they had not been able to enter it again, because the entrance was unclear. The ocean layer seemed to be independent of the area where they were located in the land layer, and they had not found a specific way to enter. The spaceship took a month to reach the Liangyi star. Later, Gu Yan explained that the reason they returned to the central star in less than a day was that they had passed through a meteorite turbulence area and crashed into a black hole. At that time, everyone on the spaceship had written farewell letters, expecting to die, but who would have thought that after the spaceship emerged, they would find themselves back at the familiar central star, which felt like a miraculous survival. This news has been kept under wraps to prevent panic in the military. This time, they took a new route to Liangyi star, also to test whether this route was dangerous. Hearing Gu Yan say this made Sun Yin feel a pang of fear. It turned out that the people on this spaceship were indeed the pioneers of navigating safe routes. Now, Sun Yin had just arrived at Liangyi star and was greeted by a fantastic sight. A planet looked like a ball with 2 irregular vertical lines drawn in the middle. One half was various shades of yellow and green, while the other half transitioned from light blue to deep blue, then to an eye-dizzying dark blue, and finally to pitch black. The middle layer, according to Gu Yan, was the sky separating the ocean layer and the land layer. Every time they entered the planet, they would enter this layer, which connected to the land layer but could not enter the ocean layer, only able to look at it from afar. They had only entered the ocean layer once before and had not been able to enter it again since. Looking at it so close yet seemingly far away in the sky, the entire planet was 3 times larger than the central star, which had billions of people. Sun Yin felt immensely shocked as she gazed at the planet from outside. It truly was an unscientific planet. As the spaceship landed on the land, Sun Yin let out a sigh of relief. Following her 2 brothers and Gu Yan, they entered a simple camp. Gu Yan led the way, saying, "The pioneering work is almost complete. Now we are building the camp to stabilize the base and prevent the beast tide during the harvest and battle seasons. It is currently the growth season, and our situation with the strange beasts and star beasts is very delicate. You must tell me if you leave the camp, and I will arrange guards for you." Sun Yin was always aware of the importance of safety. After all, her life was her own. She wasn't like other gifted individuals who thought their talents made them right and that everyone should listen to them. Such behavior was most likely to lead to death on such a dangerous planet. Seeing Sun Yin nod obediently, Gu Yan felt relieved, worried that she might be self-centered and not heed advice. However, he refrained from commenting and decided to wait and see how she behaved in the future. As they spoke, they arrived at a newly completed 500 square meter 2-story house with a courtyard. Sun Yin looked around and saw that all the houses were of this type, 2-story villas with courtyards. She glanced at Gu Yan, who said, "This is the defense base jointly built by the 1st and 2nd Legions to defend against the strange beasts." When he mentioned the 2nd Legion, his tone paused slightly before continuing. "Once we finish building here, we will continue to allocate personnel for support and then select a location to build a 2nd defense base. The 2nd Legion will move over, forming an alliance of mutual support, and at that time, only our 1st Legion will be responsible for guarding this place." As they spoke, all 4 entered the courtyard villa. Sun Jian looked at the house and voluntarily said, "I and my cousin won't stay with you." Newlyweds just starting their life together would feel uncomfortable with 2 big men in the house. Maybe Gu Yan wouldn't even welcome them. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan relaxed his expression and calmly said, "That's fine. You and your cousin are both S-rank powerful abilities, and you can apply for a villa with a courtyard." Sun Jian and Sun Jie nodded in agreement. Just as they confirmed their accommodation, a young soldier rushed in, panting, "Captain, there are signs of powerful star beasts appearing near our base." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's expression immediately turned serious, and the warmth he had just shown vanished. He then said to the 3, "Yin Yan, you and your cousin settle down first. I have urgent matters to attend to." The 3 immediately urged him to go quickly, saying, You should go. Military affairs are important. Guyan did not say much and immediately took the soldier to run away quickly. Sun Jie sighed, realizing that star beasts and alien beasts might indeed be the masters of the planet. Sun Yin looked at the two curiously. Sun Jian, knowing more because his cousin from his uncle's family was on another pioneering planet, explained to his curious sister, this is a pioneering planet larger than the central star. It's impossible that all the powerful star beasts have been killed. Not to mention, there are powerful star beasts capable of crossing planets that could arrive here at any time. The pioneering planet is always on high alert. As he spoke, he also remarked that ordinary, non-intelligent alien beasts could reach the subadult stage in about a year, while powerful star beasts only took a few more years to mature. But we humans, on the other hand, awaken our talents only at the age of 18. We should know that star beasts and gifted alien beasts can skillfully use their talents within a year. Sun Yin was surprised to learn that alien beasts and star beasts also had elemental abilities. At this moment, Sun Jie smiled and replied to his younger cousin, Yin Yin. These alien beasts and star beasts are tough-skinned and strong, and with their various abilities, they become even more powerful. Sometimes, we humans are not even a match for them and can only retreat repeatedly. Otherwise, we risk total annihilation. Upon hearing this, the three of them wore somber expressions. Humanity's desire to become strong has always been a struggle against fate and for resources. Breathing in the warm air of the two-element star, Sun Yin became more determined to reach S-class. Only by having a lifespan equal to that of powerful ability users could she have a brighter future. Sun Yin actively walked into the courtyard, which was bare and empty. The villa's outer wall was coated with a high-tech layer, giving it a concealed feeling under the sunlight. Something she didn't quite understand. Upon entering the house, she first saw a large reception hall. To the left, there was an open kitchen. She peeked in and saw that the basic kitchenware and refrigerator were all there, and the space was large enough for 3 to 5 people to be busy in the kitchen with extra room. Moving further inside, there were 2 empty rooms, and beyond that was a staircase leading to the second floor, adjacent to a floor-to-ceiling window. Across from the staircase was a study and a bathroom. The three of them went up to the second floor to take a look. There was 1 bedroom and 2 empty rooms, and the rest of the area was a large 200-square-meter terrace. Sun Yin pinched the soil on the ground, which was just ordinary, nutrient-deficient soil without energy. Sun Jian and the other brother squatted down, pinched the soil, and said to Sun Yin, once you prepare the nutrient solution for nourishing the soil, call us to help you till it. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle this heavy work alone. Sun Yin looked at the solid clods of earth and the soil that clearly needed effort to turn over, occasionally cracking, nodded, and didn't want to show off. She joked with the two, once I grow energy fruit trees, I'll give you some fruit to eat. The 2 brothers looked at their confident sister with indulgence, not wanting to dampen her spirits, but they shook their heads inwardly, thinking that the energy fruit trees would take time to grow, especially since she had just awakened her abilities. When they saw their sister cover her mouth and yawn, Sun Jie said to Sun Jian, Ah Jian, let's go check on the rooms assigned to us. It would be best if they are next to Yan Yan's courtyard so that we can live together. If there is danger, we can protect Yan Yan right away. Sun Jian nodded in agreement and replied, okay. Then he looked at the sky. The sky outside seems darker than when we just landed. Yan Yan, let's go find our rooms first. You rest for a while, and we'll come to get you for dinner. Sun Yan, having detached from the excitement of just arriving on the planet, felt an uncontrollable fatigue wash over her. She dazedly realized this, and, after seeing her 2 brothers off, reluctantly entered the bathroom. Remembering that she couldn't take a shower when she first arrived on the new planet, she simply wiped herself down and went into one of the unoccupied bedrooms. Once she got into bed, she immediately fell asleep. When dusk fell, Guyan finally finished his tasks, feeling a bit tired as he rubbed his brow. Upon entering the courtyard and seeing the house was dark, he felt uneasy and quickly entered the house. Chapter 12. Growth Season. Welcome Banquet. Sun Yin was awakened by the sound of the door opening. Since entering this rudimentary camp, she had never felt secure. Having heard Guyan talk about how dangerous the alien beasts were on this planet, and being her first day on the pioneering planet, she felt like she was on high alert while sleeping. At the slightest noise, she would immediately open her eyes as if triggered by some warning. Quietly straining to listen, she heard human footsteps downstairs and felt a sense of relief. At this time, someone who entered directly without knocking was most likely her new husband, who had just logged in and would provide resources. Her alert eyes momentarily regained a hint of sleepy confusion. She raised her hand to check the time on her light brain, 2030 Interstellar time. She tidied herself up and stepped out to see Gu Yin coming out of another bedroom. Gu Yin, we arrived at this planet at 4 p.m. Why is it still not dark outside? At this time, the sky on the central star would have already turned dark. But the sky outside was only slightly darker than in the afternoon. It was still quite bright. Gu Yin looked Sun Yin up and down and saw that her demeanor had already shed the fatigue from coming down from the spaceship. He breathed a sigh of relief and casually replied, "This planet has no cold season at all. It only gets completely dark for 6 hours each day." Sun Yin was shocked. Her heart raced, and she hesitantly asked, "Then how long do we need to work each day?" Without hesitation, Gu Yin said, "When we first arrived, we had to deal with the alien beasts daily, getting less than 5 hours of sleep each day, relying entirely on spirit medicines to sustain us. Now that we have a fixed base for building the city, if there are no alien beast attacks at night, aside from the soldiers on night duty, we can rest for 8 hours." Sun Yan's eyes widened upon hearing this. What a chosen planet for cattle and horses. No wonder no human life signs were detected. It was all alien beasts and small animals. This was incredibly suitable for their survival. Sun Yin continued with curiosity, with only 8 hours. Can the soldiers fully recover their abilities? At this point, Gu Yin thought for a moment and said to Sun Yin, "When I return to the Central Star this time, besides coming to get you, I also went back to apply for resources to build the city, as well as various pills and potions made by gifted masters, energy food, and various energy items that we might need." After saying this, Gu Yin noticed how seriously Sun Yin was listening. He paused for a moment before gently placing his hand on her head, stroking it lightly, and reassuring her, "Don't worry. We brought enough resources to replenish energy and stamina this time, which can support 16 hours of work each day for a while." Sun Yin was taken aback again, feeling fortunate that she hadn't gone to the Gifted Masters Academy at the military. If she had, wouldn't that mean she would have to handle the daily 16 hours of work? But then she thought about it. Now that she was here, wouldn't she have more daytime to gather resources in the wild? Thinking of the upcoming harvest season and battle season, a sense of urgency surged in her heart. She still needed to have resources that belonged entirely to her. Even if she didn't need them, she had to stockpile them. As the saying goes, having food in hand keeps the heart at ease, and the same applies to various resources in the interstellar world. Gu Yin looked at the time and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to eat, and you can get to know the cafeteria. When I'm not home, if you don't want to cook, just go to the cafeteria. This is a pioneering planet, and energy ingredients are plentiful, which is also beneficial for your talents." Speaking of the meal situation, he swiped his hand across the storage device and pulled out a card, handing it to Sun Yin. Sun Yin took it, curiously looking at the gold and purple card with intricate patterns that looked expensive. She glanced at Gu Yin with confusion. Gu Yin said seriously, "This is for you to use for expenses here. I've deposited 1 million into it. The cost of energy items is high here, and the card will automatically deposit another 1 million each month after you use it up." Sun Yin did not hesitate to accept it after thanking him. The marriage between the two is essentially a way for Gu Yin to support himself. The most important thing is that when exploring the wilderness, the priority for discovering mineral veins is that the Gu family gets 50%, he gets 30%, and his own family gets 20%. How the 50% is divided between Gu Yin and his family is not Sun Yan's concern. If there are no family ties for the mineral masters, it will depend on negotiations. A mineral master only locates the veins, and according to Sun Yan's understanding, the benefits from the discovered veins can be divided into 24 parts. After all, other aspects like mining, extraction, and selling require cooperation from others in terms of manpower, resources, and funding. However, if there are capable gifted individuals, the bargaining will depend on one's own abilities and whether the cooperating party will agree to reduce their own benefits to retain such talent. If she can find a second mineral vein, she will use the same distribution method, as no one is available to help her. Whether it's using her family's people to guard the vein against beast attacks or preventing others from forcefully taking it, casualties are inevitable, which means more parts of the benefits must be shared. She can only say that she can get more than those without family protection. Sun Yin feels that as long as Gu Yin provides her with resources and protection, and she can steadily improve her talent level, her share of the benefits is considerable. She will not say anything inappropriate. Regarding the 20% resources for the Sun family, this is a matter of shared honor. One cannot just enjoy the resources provided by the family every year, while being stingy and not contributing anything when necessary. As the two were conversing and left the courtyard, they saw two of Sun Yan's brothers walking towards them. After the four gathered, they headed to the officers' residential area, which is a 5-story building located between the barracks for ordinary soldiers. As soon as they arrived at the private room arranged by Gu Yin, they saw a young woman wearing a green satin dress, who approached them with a particularly gentle expression. She nodded at them and gently spoke to Sun Yin. "Hello. My name is Gu Xiang, and I am Gu Yan's cousin. I am currently studying at the Central Star Gifted Academy, and during this time on the Development Star." I am responsible for drug production at the military studio. After speaking, Guxiang slightly pursed her lips, feeling a bit nervous and uncomfortable as she looked at the girl in front of her who was 4 years younger. Sun Yan, on the other hand, introduced herself to Guxiang with ease. Hello, I am Sun Yan, and these are my 2 brothers. We haven't decided which academy to attend yet. After noticing Guxiang's slightly nervous demeanor, as her lips kept pressing together, Sun Yan felt puzzled, thinking, I'm not scary at all. Why does she look so tense? Then she smiled at Guxiang and said, you can just call me by my name. Both of them were clearly younger. But since Sun Yan had no prior acquaintance with Guxiang, and because of her marriage to Gu Yin, it wouldn't be appropriate for her to call Guxiang's sister. Seeing Guxiang's nervous expression, she thought that she might also hesitate to call her sister-in-law. With this thought, she glanced at Guxiang curiously as they all entered the private room and took their seats. Guxiang's demeanor seemed a bit weak. Could she be socially anxious? Coming from a prominent family but having a timid personality? During dinner, Sun Yan quietly observed Guxiang. Throughout the meal, Guxiang did not say a word, only eating what was in front of her, avoiding eye contact with Sun Yan. Occasionally, when their eyes met, she would lower her head in panic, then look up and smile at Sun Yan before lowering her head again to continue eating. Sun Yan confirmed that she was indeed socially anxious. After returning home, she directly asked Gu Yin, is Guxiang your sister? Is she afraid of people? Hearing this, Gu Yin was somewhat surprised, not expecting her to be so sensitive to people's personalities. He frowned slightly and, with a somewhat helpless expression, explained Guxiang's situation. When Guxiang was young, she went to the development star with her family. She was taken out into the wild by someone, and fortunately, her family found her early and brought her back home. But since then, she has been somewhat afraid of meeting people, and her personality has become a bit weak. We have tried to help her adjust several times, but she hasn't been able to recover. So the family asked me to bring her back to the development star this time to see if it can help her regain some confidence. Sun Yan's face immediately showed a look of disgust. There are really people like that everywhere, who are bad from the roots, not even sparing children. Did they ever find out who that person was? Gu Yan's expression turned particularly cold as he said. After that person applied to transfer to another development star for a mission a week later, that development star was attacked by beasts, and she didn't escape. She died. Chapter 13 Compensation. The next day, Sun Yan woke up in Gu Yan's room. After taking a bath, she felt refreshed and stepped out, rubbing her rumbling stomach. She walked cheerfully toward the cafeteria, and halfway there, she encountered her 2 brothers. Sun Jian spotted his sister heading towards the cafeteria as he returned home, and he glanced up at the sky, which had been bright for over 4 hours. He playfully winked at his sister. Sun Jie accidentally caught a glimpse of this and twitched his eyes. Sun Yan slapped her suddenly cramping brother's face and cheerfully asked, Bro, second cousin, have you eaten yet? Sun Jie glanced at his brother with a helpless expression. After his brother returned to normal, he nodded at Sun Yan. We finished eating together. Thinking about how they had just arrived at the development star, Sun Jie pondered for a moment and said, We'll accompany you to eat later, and then we can discuss the plans for the next few days. There was a situation with the family members on the day they were supposed to depart, and they said they wouldn't arrive until a week later. Sun Yan was surprised to hear that something happened on the day she was leaving, and while eating energy food, she hurriedly swallowed what was in her mouth and asked Sun Jie, what happened with the family? I didn't hear anything on the spaceship. Sun Jie maintained a calm expression, saying, it was just a minor accident. It's nothing serious. What arrangements do you have for the next few days? Sun Jian, who was aware of the situation, thought for a moment and decided, I want to familiarize myself with the camp first. Let's not go out exploring today or tomorrow. Sun Jian nodded in agreement, thinking the same way. Upon arriving in a strange place, the first step is to get familiar with the surroundings. Sun Yan took another sip of energy juice, finished her meal, wiped her mouth, and recalled her previous thoughts of stockpiling supplies. She felt she needed to return quickly to practice her refining skills. After all, she didn't have any pills or potions on hand. Without these in the wild, she felt insecure. She needed to go back and prepare for a couple of days. I need to go back to practice my refining techniques first. Once I prepare some medicines, we can go on a mission. Right now, I only have energy materials and energy ores, not too many finished products like hemostatic pills or liquids. Both Sun Jian and Sun Jie nodded as they understood this. Their younger sister had just awakened. She only needed recovery-type medicines for restoring mental strength and gifted abilities. The rest would be handled by the capable ones, and during battles, all she needed to do was stay safe and protect herself. Of course, both her brother and cousin would not let her be alone, since everyone shared this mindset. Sun Jie and Sun Jian exchanged glances, knowing that they needed to go out in the next few days to gather equipment and alchemical medicines. In a few days, they would have to go on a mission, and without these, who would dare to leave the safe camp? After parting ways with her two brothers, Sun Yin returned home. She wandered around upstairs and downstairs and felt the house was empty, with too little family presence, which made it somewhat desolate. Finally, she chose one of the empty rooms upstairs. After the robot housekeeper tidied up the room, she picked a few formulas she obtained from the pharmacy and decided on the most in-demand hemostatic pills. After all, going into the wild means competing for resources with beasts. The beasts are comfortably at home. How could they just watch humans take their valuable resources? They are not fools, and she also needs to enhance her combat power. Inevitably, there will be encounters with exotic beasts, and once engaged, injuries are certain to occur. With injuries, one will need hemostatic pills, otherwise, combat effectiveness will be affected. Moreover, hemostatic pills do not discriminate by quality. They can be used for minor cuts or for large wounds caused by beasts. The healing range varies depending on the quality. For beginners, this is the first choice. The market is vast, and consumption is high, making it always in short supply. Then, she noticed a pile of items that suddenly appeared from the ring. Oh, Sun Yin recalled that these were the compensation her aunt had given her before she set off. Her aunt was a weapon maker and needed ores to smelt weapons. What she gave her were ores, along with some equipment, and a large functional defensive shield. Thinking of the awkward expression on her aunt's face when she gave her the items, they must all be good things. Sun Yin pondered as she began to operate the medicine-making process according to the method she had practiced at home. Whoosh, failure. Sun Yin became a bit more serious. Whoosh, 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 failure, failure, failure. Sun Yin knew that the failure rate for beginners was high. With no one to guide her, just following videos might not guarantee success. However, she had succeeded once at home, but now she had tried 3 batches without success. Sun Yin's confidence had gone from high to somewhat dejected. She skillfully comforted herself, reminding herself that making medicine is about gradually accumulating experience. Once she has enough experience, she will reach the level of skill where practice makes perfect. At that point, she might just have a flash of inspiration and come up with her own techniques to increase her success rate, forming her own exclusive method of making medicine. No, she couldn't take that in at all. Sun Yan's eyes darted around. She summoned the intelligent robot, watching it diligently clean the alchemy cauldron. She placed the table directly in front of her, about 5 meters away. She took out the small green cauldron she had used at home and set it on the table, along with 2 high-quality hemostatic pills she had made at home, placing them beside the cauldron. In her previous life, she had vaguely heard online that some people had strange methods to enhance their success rates during experiments. Her only successful high-quality medicine, could it not be said to be due to luck? This time, she took out the high-grade alchemy cauldron that Gu Yan had given her. Taking a deep breath, she decided to use both her skills and luck this time. She clenched her fist. With great seriousness, she took out the instructional video and followed the guidance step by step. In the end, when she was forming the pills, every step went without failure. At this moment, Sun Yin had a premonition that this time she would definitely succeed. But she still steadied her hands and continued to operate calmly, patiently waiting for a while after finishing. When the cauldron had cooled down a bit, she opened it directly. Sure enough, her premonition came true. Inside lay 3 round pills, quietly resting at the bottom. She picked one up and examined it closely. Sun Yin felt proud. She really was a genius. Although the quality wasn't high, all were of low quality. But she had succeeded. Seizing this opportunity, she quickly made 3 more batches. Damn! Sun Yin screamed internally, almost jumping up without regard for her image. Failure is indeed disappointing, but success brings even greater joy. Looking at the hemostatic pills she had successfully made, she felt she had found a path to wealth. I am the new generation of medicine-making masters. After that, Sun Yin became completely absorbed in making medicine. It was not until she was interrupted by the voice of the light brain that she reluctantly stopped. Ouch! She raised her hand to press her neck, feeling that her mental energy had been completely exhausted, and her innate ability was barely functioning under her strong willpower. She was startled and quickly took a recovery pill she had prepared nearby and swallowed it, finally feeling relieved. She couldn't let this happen again. There was no way to speed up the recovery of her innate abilities. She could only wait for it to recover slowly. Overdrawing her innate abilities and mental energy could easily cause damage. Later, not only would she need a large amount of spiritual medicine to nourish herself, but she would also need to invest more resources for upgrades. Thankfully, the discovery was timely. She glanced at the light brain, which indicated it was lunchtime according to her settings. She raised her hand and counted her achievements from that morning. She woke up at 7:30, had breakfast with her 2 brothers, and discussed the mission situation. By the time she got home, it was already 8:30, and the smart display showed it was now 13:30. 5 hours had passed, and considering her failures, cleaning the cauldron, waiting for the success of the concoction. In the cooling time of the cauldron, she had managed to make 6 batches. Most were of low quality. And it was only in her last batch that she successfully produced a bottle of medium-quality hemostatic pills. Indeed, even with luck and the enhancement of the cauldron, one still needed to have their own proficiency. Her results for the morning were 15 low-quality hemostatic pills and 3 medium-quality hemostatic pills. Although she was tired, she felt a great sense of accomplishment. Sun Yin decided to go out and find her brothers to eat at the cafeteria soon, to see how their equipment collection was going. If they had collected enough, she would decide to explore the wilds shallowly tomorrow. Chapter 14. Well-behaved, peeking without daring to speak. Today, Sun Yin also listened as the two discussed the mission situation and talked about the danger level of the nearby exotic beasts and which direction would yield more rewards. She hastened to finish her nutritious lunch. Seeing that there were no other people in the private room, Sun Yin first displayed the 10 low-quality hemostatic pills she had made today. Thinking about how smoothly her medicine-making had gone today, she felt delighted inside, but maintained a calm expression as if this was just a normal progress in medicine-making. "Look, brother, these are the hemostatic pills I made this morning." Sun Jian looked at the row of 5 small porcelain bottles, and upon hearing the slight pride in his sister's tone, exchanged glances with Sun Jia, both reaching out to open a bottle cap. After pouring out and examining the pill's appearance, he looked at the table in astonishment. "Did you spend the entire morning making these?" Sun Jia put down the porcelain bottle in his hand, feeling a bit excited. Although he had brought some different types of medicines, the supply of medicines was dwindling on the expansion star, especially for those with innate abilities in medicine-making, who were few. In the future, the price of medicines would definitely rise. They were going on a mission the day after tomorrow, and with these medicines, they would have better options. He thought about this, but did not reveal it to the two. Looking at his sister, who had always been a bit proud in front of family, he asked about the pills. "Sister, are there 2 pills in each of these bottles?" Hearing the voice, Sun Yin looked at her cousin and replied happily, sharing the idea she had thought about on the way. "Brother, what do you think about this? If my success rate in medicine-making increases, we could build connections here and trade 5 portions of materials for 1 bottle of pills." After hearing this, Sun Jia pondered for a moment, looking at his sister's happy expression, but he had to pour cold water on her. "Sister, you're just starting in the field of medicine-making. You're still an A-level medicine maker. If you want to make a name for yourself, you can't just trade low-quality pills to others. That will make outsiders doubt your abilities." Sun Jian echoed his cousin. Yin, there are also B, C, and D-level medicine makers forcibly assigned here by the military, after they complete their military tasks. The trading terms they offer are 3 portions of materials for 1 potion, with the minimum being a bottle of 3 low-quality pills. I don't recommend you compete with the military's talented makers for these low-quality resources. Sun Jia looked at his sister's drooping face and comforted her, not to mention, "Your fiancé Gu Yin is a high-ranking officer in the military. Your reputation can't be tarnished by the scheming talents in the military. If they know you can affect their trading orders, while they might not openly cause you trouble, there will certainly be schemes behind the scenes. There's no need to always be on guard against troublemakers. Moreover, the quantity you produce in a morning is enough to match the labor of a low-level alchemist for an entire day. They have to return home to continue working after taking on other tasks." After listening to her 2 brothers, Sun Yin sighed inwardly and said in frustration, "All right then, I will listen to you." Considering that she currently only knew this blood-stopping pill formula, she felt that next time, in addition to improving her proficiency, she needed to unlock other formulas for alchemy. Sun Jian, hearing their conversation, frowned and comforted his sister a few times. "Yin, it's normal not to understand these things on your first visit to the development star. At that time, you can collect 5 sets of medicinal materials and trade for 1 high-quality pill or 2 medium-quality pills." Sun Yin thought for a moment and decided against it. She wasn't at that proficiency yet. After all, if the alchemist failed to produce the medicine after accepting a trade, they would have to return 1 resource to the other party. This is to ensure that the ability users won't suffer losses after trading and to prevent talent users from pocketing the resources of ability users for practice. Therefore, the talent alchemists participating in trades must guarantee that 3 resources will definitely yield 1 finished product. Any excess is profit, while losses are significant. And there are also cases where one ends up with no profit or loss, which is often an intentional way to use the resources of ability users to train their skills, equivalent to doing half a day's unpaid work. The military encourages this model, as it doesn't require military resources, allowing talent users to gain experience while giving ability users some life-saving medicines. Forget it, I shouldn't waste time continuously refining low-quality products. I need to improve my skills quickly to ensure I can consistently produce medium-quality or higher medicines. Thinking of this, Sun Yin felt that the military really knows how to calculate. Just as she thought of this, Sun Jie asked her again, "Sister, if you want to take on orders, you might expose your A-grade all-element talent, and you'll definitely face more trouble in the future. If you want to gain fame in the starry skies, we can create momentum for you." Sun Yin hesitated for a moment, thinking about the consequences of being schemed against by those with ulterior motives once she became famous. She shivered, not to mention that unexpected situations happen all the time on the development star. She quickly waved her hand and firmly rejected them, saying, "Forget it. I aspire to reach S-grade talent, so I don't want to get into trouble by being hindered or schemed against by others. I need to keep a low profile. My mineral master talent is enough to elevate my status." Seeing his sister's expression of avoiding trouble, Sun Jian chuckled inwardly and said, "All right. Then you should only disclose that you have awakened the mineral master talent?" Sun Yin nodded seriously, saying, "This ability allows me to explore the wild without raising suspicion, and my status will be more esteemed. I have this ability, and revealing some of it appropriately will save me a lot of trouble." Sun Jie nodded in agreement, but then said sarcastically, "I don't know what some talent users are thinking. Still believing in the act of playing dumb to catch the big fish. In this starry sky, if you don't show strength, once you show weakness, someone will want to completely step on you, leading to endless troubles in the future." Sun Jian and Sun Yin exchanged glances, both recalling a certain unfulfilled engagement of their cousin. Looking at their cousin's emotional and disgusted expression, the two immediately sat up straight obediently. As they waited for the usually calm and strong ability user to vent his thoughts, taking advantage of his moment of catching his breath, the siblings simultaneously shifted Sun Jie's attention. "Brother Sun Jian, do you think we need to buy a shield if we have the medicine made by our sister?" Sun Yin stopped herself from saying anything about the shield. Then she asked Sun Jie, "Do we have enough resources to explore the surroundings now?" Sun Jie calmed his expression and said, "The resources we just acquired are still sufficient, but the development star is a new planet, and there may be resources we've never encountered in our star system, which were turned into useful items by the talent users who came here earlier. We should still go to the market here to check the situation as usual today and take on tasks tomorrow." Sun Yin and Sun Jian saw that Sun Jie's mood had stabilized and immediately replied in unison, "All right, cousin." Chapter 15. What do intermediaries profit from if they don't earn the price difference? After lunch, the three directly went to the nearby market. As a resource containing energy, the prices on their home planet were expensive, but after wandering around the 2E star, Sun Yin couldn't help but click her tongue. It could only be said that without intermediaries and transportation costs, it wasn't too much cheaper. Looking at the unchanging expressions of her two brothers, it seemed that this was the norm. Currently, the market was organized and built by people from the military, and the various families acted quickly. Some had already gone to take on tasks, while others hadn't arrived yet, like the Sun family. The stalls in the entire market varied in size, selling edible exotic beasts and collecting energy plant medicinal materials, looking quite different from those at home in the central star. It seemed that there might be unique new species on this planet. After confirming her thoughts, she approached one of the casually dressed men who seemed to be selling energy medicinal materials and asked, "Are the energy medicinal materials here unique to this planet?" Upon hearing this question, the ability user raised his eyebrows and looked Sun Yin up and down, noting that he hadn't seen her in the camp before. But he saw people every day on the 2E star. People on this planet had all crossed paths more or less. For ability users, as long as they had seen someone, they would have an impression. Looking at her attire, she seemed like a new talent user who had just arrived at 2E star. The ability user's mind worked quickly. From the question to the response, it took only a moment. His previously indifferent attitude softened slightly as he nodded towards Sun Yin, saying, "This 2E star is far from the central star, and there are countless newly discovered energy plants. We, the ones who came first, have roughly understood the situation of the energy medicinal materials here. However, this planet is very large, and there are still many undiscovered medicinal materials. So you still need to identify them yourself." Thinking that this was a talent user, he even shared a bit more. "You can go to that pharmacy over there. It's run by the Apothecaries Guild, which has a manual recording the unfamiliar energy plants and medicinal materials here. You can buy a copy. And if your light brain has no signal in the wild, this manual might help you collect more resources." Upon hearing that there might be situations without a signal, she subconsciously glanced at her light brain, thanked the ability user, and went to find her brothers, sharing the information with them. Sun Jian was already aware of the situation here. This was a newly discovered planet, and having new energy plants was inevitable. "Then let us go by the manual he mentioned at the pharmacy. We've already purchased the weapons we need for the mission, and we have enough medicines. Let us rest tonight, and we can check the situation in the wild tomorrow." Sun Jie nodded. "Yes, let us go. We bought almost everything we can use. Seeing that both of them were ready, Sun Yin headed directly towards the pharmacy deeper in the market. True to being a pharmacy under the Central Star Guild, it was quite lavish, the architecture more grand and beautiful than the surrounding buildings. When someone entered, the clerk immediately came over and asked, "Welcome. What are you looking for?" "We have all the resources for alchemist's talents here." Sun Yin replied to the clever-eyed young clerk, "I heard that your pharmacy has recorded the energy items discovered on this planet." Upon hearing this question, the clerk realized what these guests were looking to buy. He had heard that a wave of newcomers arrived yesterday, and it seemed these were them. His store's manual had already sold many copies, and currently, only newcomers would need these, as they were unfamiliar with the resources in this area. He nodded and praised the researchers in the guild, then held up a hand in front of the three. "Our researchers have tirelessly studied the newly discovered energy plants here. We also identified substitutes based on the basic formulas released by the Central Star, so our manual is still very useful. It costs 5,000. Sun Yin gasped upon hearing this. On her home planet, Hanjian Star, the manuals cost less than 1,000, and those with more illustrations don't exceed 2,000. The prices here on Lianji Star are almost double that, despite spending 500,000 at the apothecary when she first awakened. Those were for the refining tools that every newly awakened talent master had to buy. Other items don't have such outrageous prices." The young man, skilled in reading the room, noticed the expression of the talent master in front of him and immediately highlighted the advantages of their expensive items. "Our manuals include 5 types of energy herbs that can be replaced on this planet from our research institute. You can use them as soon as you take them home. We're not overcharging. It's definitely worth the price." Sun Yin thought for a moment and decided to buy it. After all, the manual is indispensable, and there's nothing she could do about their monopoly. She left without looking back, planning to collect materials and refine products herself to reduce unnecessary expenses. Although she was supported by Gu Yan, she didn't want to be a fool who willingly spent exorbitant prices. The items in the market weren't cheap, and the few people with her had bought most of what they needed for their tasks. After her 2 older brothers escorted Sun Yin home, they left. In her workshop, she refined 2 batches of hemostatic pills. When she stepped out of the studio, she saw Gu Yin sitting on the sofa downstairs, sipping tea, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Sun Yin looked outside at the bright sky, feeling suspicious. Had he finished his work? With so many families here, wasn't he supposed to be stationed at the military to guard? Just as Gu Yin took a sip of energy tea, he heard movement from the stairs. He raised his eyes and saw his wife coming down from the upper floor, sitting across from him and pouring herself a cup of energy tea as well. Then they began discussing Sun Yan's task for the next day. Gu Yin frowned slightly as he spoke. He had returned after hearing that Sun Jian and the others were going on a mission. He carefully shared some precautions with Sun Yin. He didn't say anything to stop her from going out to collect materials. Instead, he took out a protective bracelet and some white jade that could extract energy liquid from his storage ring and handed them to Sun Yin. "This is the energy ore collected from Lianji Star. With this protective bracelet, the exotic beasts won't be able to break through your defenses. So you won't be in danger. If you encounter danger, just run back quickly with your brothers and contact me immediately. I'll arrange for someone to rescue you. Don't stray too far from your protectors at the beginning." "I know. I'll stay close to my brothers." Sun Yin nodded but showed no intention of reaching for the protective bracelet. She currently had 2 protective shields, and she didn't need another one. Actually, she had 4. One given by her clan, one included with her wedding bracelet, and another one that her aunt reluctantly gave her, along with the one Gu Yin gave her after they registered their marriage. She thought about saying this, but held her tongue. Gu Yin obviously knew he had given Sun Yin a protective shield, but he still had some left and could afford to provide for her. He had returned at this time because he had heard she was going on a mission, but he also had official duties to handle the next day and couldn't abandon his responsibilities to accompany her on the mission. "So you should take it. Since it's your first mission, having more means of protection puts both me and your brother at ease. You can never have too many life-saving items, and I can afford to give them to you." Sun Yin assessed him with a glance, realizing he wasn't speaking insincerely. She thanked him and accepted the bracelet. Gu Yin noticed that Sun Yin's somewhat distant gratitude had created an invisible gap between them. He frowned slightly, disliking this sense of distance, but didn't show it in front of Sun Yin. Chapter 16. There's a result. The next day, Sun Yin woke up early, glancing at her light brain. It was only 4:30. Feeling a bit tired, she went to the bathroom, splashed some water on her face, and immediately felt completely awake. As she came downstairs, she saw her 2 brothers and a stranger chatting in the living room. Sun Yin glanced at the unfamiliar man. He noticed her looking and promptly walked up to her. Greeting her, "Sister-in-law, I'm Xianghua, the captain of a small team in the regiment. I'll be protecting you during this mission. Sun Yin was surprised. She thought Gu Yin had only given her a protective shield, and didn't he expect him to send someone to protect her. Usually, she ate breakfast at 7. But since she needed to replenish her energy for the mission, she asked around and saw that everyone had already eaten. So she sat at the dining table and quickly finished her meal. The group then headed out to the temporarily vacant airship that Gu Yin had prepared, and 3 fully armed guards joined them. Sun Yin looked curiously at the captain from Gu Yan's regiment. Xiang Hua clearly understood her confusion and explained from behind her. Our mission requires a minimum of 3 people to go out as a team. The commander is worried, so he sent us, who are on leave, to protect you. Hearing that they were on leave, Sun Yin felt a bit embarrassed. In the intense combat on the exploratory star, while they were resting, they were all recovering their abilities. Why didn't Gu Yin tell her in advance? Sun Yin bit her lip, not wanting to speak ill of Gu Yin. He was doing this to protect her, and he was busy with official duties during this time. She wasn't the kind of person who didn't understand the situation. So she wouldn't say he shouldn't have sent someone to protect her. After thinking it over, she decided that if they could collect any good items after the mission, she would share some with these people. If they didn't find anything, she would still give them some hemostatic pills so they wouldn't have made the trip for nothing. With that thought, she felt relieved. Then, in a relaxed mood, she started asking Xiang Hua about Gu Yan's situation while watching the airship fly towards the camp. Why do you all call him Commander Gu? I remember he was promoted to Major General? Upon hearing this, Xiang Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, and he spoke with admiration and seriousness. The commander said that calling him Major General feels distant, and he prefers being called Commander, so we all call him that outside. Sun Yin nodded in understanding. She glanced at her attentive, composed, and somewhat shrewd cousin, then looked at her brothers, who usually enjoyed teasing her, and they began discussing where to land. Sun Jia opened his light brain first, displaying a holographic map for everyone. We just arrived at the exploratory star these past few days, and the resources are abundant. Now is a good time to explore and collect some good items. As he spoke, Sun Jia pointed to a location on the map, explaining, look here. From the camp to this concave valley to the north, the map shows no powerful exotic beasts around. We can fly the airship over this valley, and there won't be any flying exotic beasts attacking us. We can start collecting items from this concave valley. Sun Jian noticed the mountains and forests marked on the map, with large red danger signs a distance away from the valley, and nodded in agreement. Recognizing the dangers of the mission, Sun Jian set aside his usual playful demeanor with his sister and spoke calmly in agreement with Sun Jia. It's a good choice to find an area with a low danger level since we're few in number. Gradually exploring the surroundings will help us understand the basic combat levels of the exotic beasts there and test the attacking capabilities of the beasts on this planet. We'll also discover any valuable locations in advance. Xiang Hua, hearing the well-reasoned discussion, also agreed with their choices and admired Sun Jia for quickly identifying a target location after only 2 days on the planet. This place was indeed the most suitable for newcomers to test the exotic beasts. No wonder he was a talented individual from a prominent family. I heard that you're still an S-level ability user. Xiang Hua looked at Sun Jia and Sun Jian several times, not expecting that his sister-in-law was so important in the family that she could send 2 powerful ability users to protect them. Their team leader is really lucky. He heard that his sister-in-law is a rare mineral master, and maybe those of them following the team leader could benefit from her as well. Lost in thought, he found himself unconsciously sharing more task details with Sun Yin, determined to perform well on this mission and get familiar in front of his sister-in-law. However, in a while, the airship landed on the flat ground they had chosen, and as they got off, they could see small animals fleeing in all directions, avoiding the area. They didn't even attempt to test. They all ran away, leaving the territory to that big iron lump that looked like it couldn't be moved. The airship is not a big iron lump. Although it doesn't have any abilities, the small animals are very adept at avoiding danger. Otherwise, how could they have survived in the jaws of aberrant beasts? Sun Yin watched the surrounding scene of mice scurrying and snakes slithering, and a mutated squirrel suddenly dashed out from a spot she hadn't even noticed. Sun Yin hurried to stay close to the team to avoid falling behind. Her life was precious, and she couldn't afford to lose it here. While walking, she observed the surrounding environment, looking for anything visibly containing energy. After a long look, aside from trees and shrubs, there was nothing with glowing energy. It was also true, with so many animals running around. They must have eaten any energy plants before they could mature. If there was something good, it wouldn't wait for her to arrive. Weak aberrant beasts couldn't guard their resources and would directly consume any resources they found that could enhance their strength. Otherwise, would they wait until they were bitten by a more powerful enemy, and then have their energy-enhancing herbs and spiritual plants served up to them? That would be like delivering takeout. The group carefully observed the surroundings, all their faces unusually serious as they headed towards the valley. Sun Jian, who usually seemed unreliable, was now constantly watching his sister's expression, protecting her closely. The other team members spread out in a fan shape around Sun Yan, each positioned no more than 5 meters apart, ready to respond and support at any time. Sun Yan was particularly focused at this moment, using her talent to slowly sense the flow of energy around her. As she noticed her talent was rapidly depleting, her face visibly paled, and soon she was sweating profusely, nearly stumbling and falling, but was quickly supported by Sun Jian, who was always watching over her. Sun Jian observed the tranquil atmosphere around them and asked his sister if there were any energy anomalies nearby. Sun Yan peeked at Sun Jian, then looked at her cousin and several guards, her eyes sparkling, flashing with excitement. Sun Jian and the others exchanged glances. Did they find it? Chapter 17. The Sunken Valley and Purple Peaches. Sun Yan calmed her excited heart, closed her eyes, and slowly recalled the energy flow she had sensed earlier, thinking about the area where the energy showed an anomaly that was slowly rotating. Then, she suddenly opened her eyes and raised her finger towards the left front, indicating a direction outside the sunken valley. There was an energy response. Without saying anything else, the group followed her direction without hesitation. As they walked, just as they thought they were about to enter the valley, everyone activated their abilities and slowly maneuvered around a patch of vines. To their surprise, they found themselves outside the valley. They stopped at the location Sun Yan had discovered. Sun Yan frowned at the position before her. This wasn't the place yet. They still needed to go a bit further. It's not here. Let's check if there's any cave or obstruction in this direction, she said. Xiang Hua was the first to echo Sun Yan's words, trying to get his sister-in-law more familiar with him. Sister-in-law, I believe in you. I heard that every mineral master has a unique way of sensing energy. I'll lead the team to look around. With an excited expression, he took his 3 teammates to search the area, while Sun Jian didn't move, just glancing at his cousin. Sun Jian nodded, silently agreeing to find a direction to search as well. Sun Jian remained alert, observing the slightest movements in the valley. As a wind-type ability user, if any large aberrant beasts charged out or fled, he could sense it in advance through the wind, and he could also help Sun Yan run faster. So, he had made the decision to stay by Sun Yan's side before they set off. Sure enough, within half an hour, a member of Xiang Hua's team discovered an extremely concealed cave entrance. The person who found it carefully entered the cave, not only preparing their left hand with their ability, but also holding a high-tech long sword powered by energy stones in front of them. The others surrounded the cave entrance to keep watch, and after a while, a voice filled with hidden joy came from inside the cave. There's no danger here. You all come in quickly. The group exchanged glances, and Sun Jie took a step forward first, followed closely by Sun Yan, with Sun Jian and Xiang Hua's team following behind. The cave entrance was dark and narrow, but once they passed through the passage, they were greeted by a vast cave the size of a basketball court, with a dreamlike quality. Not only that, but the cave walls were covered in green vines winding up to the ceiling, with beams of sunlight filtering through, illuminating the dark green fruit trees bearing purple peaches. The trees stretched out their enchanting forms, creating an even more dreamlike atmosphere. Sun Yan, lacking any artistic sensibility, simply felt like she had hit the jackpot. There were at least dozens of fruit trees in this cave, and each fruit was as large as an adult's fist. Some were even as big as volleyballs. Sun Yan felt she could hardly contain her excitement. She was on the verge of jumping up, struggling to maintain her composure in front of others. She tightly clenched her fists and waved them with force in front of her. What a treasure spot. Not only are there energy purple peaches, but I don't see any aberrant beasts guarding them. What incredible luck. Starting out smoothly, Xiang Hua finally came back to his senses from the shock of discovering a treasure spot. Joyfully walking towards a nearby fruit tree and reaching out to touch the smooth surface of a purple peach. Just as he turned to call everyone to pick the fruits, he saw the Sun brothers had already taken out the vine boxes they had prepared before leaving and were eagerly starting to pick fruits under the trees. Sun Yan specifically chose the volleyball-sized fruits with the most energy, directly hugging the lower ones in her arms, holding them tightly, then quickly retreating. With a popping sound, the fruit was picked without any damage. Xiang Hua happened to turn around and saw his sister-in-law was indeed a strong woman. Then he looked back and saw everyone excitedly staring at the fruits, completely stunned and forgetting to pick them. He couldn't help but shout at them. You guys better pick them. Do you think they'll fly into your hands? Watching his subordinates hurriedly react and rush to pick fruits, he earnestly walked up to Sun Yan and said, Sister-in-law, let me help you. Sun Yan glanced at him and didn't refuse. You take out the digging machine. We'll dig up all these fruit trees. We don't know whose territory this is, and we should take advantage of their absence to steal from them. We can't let them come back and catch us off guard. Yes, everyone has realized it. Such a large treasure spot must be guarded by powerful aberrant beasts. Or else these peaches would have been gone long ago. A few people thought of this and hurriedly increased their speed to pick peaches, doing nothing else. Xianghua, heeding the advice, took out the digging machine and carefully dug without hitting the roots, using a large shovel to dig 3 meters into the ground, inch by inch. To avoid affecting the vitality of the trees, fearing that the fruit would not grow well in the future. Sun Yin looked at the large peach in her hand, swallowing uncontrollably. She had noticed the peach as soon as she approached it. Not only was its color a vibrant purple, but it also emitted a strong peach fragrance, and the energy emanating from it was wildly attracting her to eat it. Sun Yin restrained herself and averted her gaze. Such a large peach was too much for her to handle, and time was pressing. She was afraid that if she took too long, the skin would spoil and the energy would leak out, which would be a huge waste. Moreover, everyone else was not in the mood to eat. They all restrained themselves from the allure of the purple peaches and frantically picked the fruit. They placed the peaches into the sealing boxes they had bought before leaving. Sealing in the energy, Sun Yin became happier as she picked, taking the largest fruits from each tree one by one. Once they finished picking from one fruit tree, Xianghua would start digging up the tree. When he had nothing to do, he helped Sun Yin pick the larger fruits from higher branches. However, after a while, they hadn't picked that many. It seemed that the energy forced into the fruit trees had resulted in oversized fruits, but correspondingly fewer in number. And these were purple peaches, discovered in a treasure spot, definitely precious quality resources. The excitement grew among the group as they picked, feeling as if they were in a dream. Just as they finished packing all the large peaches into boxes, they began to pack the other peaches, with each tree being carefully placed into its own box. After more than an hour of busy work, they had only excavated 1/3 of the fruit trees in the cave when Sun Jian, who had been on guard listening to the sounds in the cave, suddenly changed his expression. He alerted the others that a large beast was approaching from that direction. Upon hearing Sun Jian's words, the others speculated whether the beast from this territory had returned and began to organize the boxes more quickly. In the flurry of activity, some fruits inevitably got bumped, causing energy to leak out. At this point, no one was concerned. They just wanted to be faster, and quickly pack the large peaches into boxes. Sun Yin, seeing everyone busy, asked Sun Jian where the beast was. Sun Jian sensed again and hesitantly replied that it had stopped at the entrance of the cave they had come in. The group exchanged glances, speechless for a moment. They had blocked the entrance. Should they fight their way out of the cave or let the beast block the peach trees inside? Chapter 18. Crisis. The group exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. They would fight their way out. There were clearly still unripe fruits on these trees. And after the energy tide during the harvest season, these would all be resources. If a fight broke out inside the cave, the trees would be destroyed, and they would lose everything. To preserve these fruit trees, they had to deal with the beast outside before it entered. Once they made up their minds, they immediately took out their weapons and got to work. Sun Jie and Sun Jian, the two older brothers, as the most capable warriors here, were always there to protect their sister. Sun Jian turned to his sister with a serious expression and said, "Sister, open your shield." After noticing that Sun Yin had already protected herself, he choked on his words and swallowed them back. Xianghua saw that everyone was ready and led his small team of 3 silently and quickly towards the cave entrance. Sun Jie, as the main force, followed closely behind. Sun Jian, sensing the tension, worried that his sister might be scared on her first mission, reminded her, "Once we go out, I will assist in combat. If we encounter a beast that we can't handle, we will retreat immediately and find Gu Yin for reinforcements. We must secure this place." Sun Yin nodded in understanding, showing no signs of fear as Sun Jian had imagined. Her heart raced with excitement and tension in the impending storm atmosphere. She tightly gripped the high-tech energy gun that Gu Yin had given her before departure, closely following her brother and keeping her eyes fixed on the movements of the group ahead. As soon as Sun Jie and the others reached the cave entrance, they spotted a large beast leisurely lying on the flat grass outside, swaying its tail, which was over a meter long. The beast exuded a relaxed vibe, as if it were at home. Sun Yin saw that the others had stopped moving, their expressions busy but silent. She didn't understand what they were communicating. It felt like they had their own system of communication using their eyes in the wild, quietly watching them communicate without words. Sun Yin leaned out to look into the wild. The first thing that caught her eye was a reddish tail over a meter long, followed by the large, plump rear of the beast swaying. It was a beast that was around 4 to 5 meters long, with a smooth body and well-developed muscles. It was facing away from her, swaying its long tail, so she couldn't see its front. Just as she wanted to take a closer look, the beast seemed to sense something, shook its head, and turned to face her. At that moment, Sun Jie and the others rushed out of the cave. Confronting the beast, they had to pass by and launched a fire dragon attack. The beast was caught off guard and was hit in the eye by Sun Jie's powerful fire ability, letting out an angry roar. It immediately stood up, revealing its short, thick legs, and charged toward Sun Jie and the others with great force. The group, prepared, quickly dodged. If the massive beast collided with someone head-on, they would seriously fall to the ground and not be able to get up. Sun Yin saw the fierce battle and tightly gripped her energy gun, aiming at the beast's massive body, and fired a shot, hitting its large rear. The beast yelped in pain, stomping its thick front legs, and a cloud of dust was kicked up, obstructing the vision of the people around it. The beast charged again, and this time someone lost their sight and was directly knocked down, spitting out blood. Fortunately, they reacted quickly and retreated, avoiding losing their life. Sun Jie, Xianghua, and the others looked even more serious. They hadn't expected that this beast was Earth-type, which made things a bit troublesome. However, their abilities didn't counter each other, so they had to fight more cautiously. At this point, Sun Yin understood that the beast had a rough appearance and a fierce temperament. With a large and elongated head and particularly prominent front, with developed canine teeth extending outwards and curving, looking particularly fierce, the average length was definitely around a meter, resembling a real-life version of Zhu Gangli. Meanwhile, observing the battle, Sun Jian casually provided fire support to Sun Jie, setting half of the beast's body on fire. Seeing the beast let out another roar, its voice trembling with anger, he then said to his sister, "Don't be fooled by how fierce this beast looks. It is indeed fierce, but we were discussing this beast at the cave entrance." Sun Yin curiously asked her brother what they had said. Sun Jian glanced at the beast, which was already clearly burned and still stubbornly kicking up dust, and said, "This is a type of beast recorded in the Alien Beast Encyclopedia of the Development Star. Known for its fierce appearance and abilities, it's rare to encounter a beast that has abilities and can be eaten. I didn't expect we would come across one on our first outing." As he spoke, he looked at the beast, which was already at its last gasp, and casually added a wind blade, cutting a deep wound into the beast's tough skin. With a smile in his eyes, he said, "Silly sister, this time we'll take this beast with us, and we'll take the purple peaches from inside the cave. This will be a big harvest for us." Sun Yin silently glanced at her brother, who was smiling while breaking a bone of the beast. Although she was displeased with him calling her silly sister and shot him several glares, she didn't bother to argue since the gains were significant. Just then, with a loud crash, the beast, unwilling, fell down, glaring with its bulbous eyes. Each person's face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Xianghua looked at the injured team member and hurried over to support them while preparing to take out a bleeding medicine. Sun Jie immediately stepped forward and handed over the hemostatic pills made by Sun Yin. Xianghua did not take them, saying they had prepared medical supplies for the mission. Sun Jie ignored him and continued to insist, "You were sent by Gu Yin to follow us on this mission. If someone gets injured, we must provide medical supplies. Just take it." He thought to himself that since they were new to this pioneering planet, he couldn't let rumors spread that they had someone following them on a mission who neglected the team's injuries. Although it might not happen, he still needed to do what he should. It's just a bottle of medical supplies. Gaining a good reputation for the Sun family is worth it. Xianghua clearly didn't understand Sun Jie's intentions, but after gratefully accepting the pills, he gave one to the injured team member. The injured member felt the speed of recovery within his body and was astonished. He didn't expect to feel no pain in just a short while. Was the medicine they had received even better than what their military had? After the battle, Sun Jie, standing tall in his combat uniform, approached his sister. He glanced at his holographic watch and said, "Sun Jian, check if there are any powerful alien beasts around." Sun Jian responded and sensed the wind for a while. After opening his eyes, he shook his head. "No, this alien beast is so powerful. The surrounding area should be its territory." Sun Jie nodded. "All right, it's just noon. Let's disassemble this alien beast and have it for lunch." Sun Jian and his sister had no objections. They were out to gather resources to nurture their talents, so it didn't matter if they ate now or later. Xianghua's team exchanged glances, and Xianghua asked Sun Yin, sister-in-law, "Aren't we taking it back to store?" Sun Yin directly refused. "We came out to improve ourselves. With an alien beast readily available to eat, we might as well have it fresh. Moreover, this one looks like it weighs over 1,000 pounds. How much can we few eat? Let us bleed it and have barbecue for lunch." Seeing that Sun Yin had made her point, Xianghua realized that the siblings shared the same thought and stopped trying to persuade them. He was aware of his own abilities and felt pleased to take his team to help with the alien beast. They hadn't contributed much in the hunt, so it was better to do some extra work. Looking back at the team members, who were grinning widely, he jokingly scolded, "Hurry, there's a small creek over there. Why are you standing there in a daze? If you don't clean up, are you going to gnaw on it?" Sun Yin watched as Sun Jia helped out, and then followed Sun Jian back to the cave to pick fruit. Humph. She suddenly remembered the name of that alien beast, Pig Gangbin. Did it understand how to eat fruit? Chapter 19. Abundant harvest. As Sun Yin picked a few boxes of peaches, she caught a whiff of the aroma of roasted meat. Her stomach reacted faster than her brain, rumbling loudly. Sun Jian also paused upon hearing the sound. Looking at the half-picked fruit in the cave, he packed up the sealed boxes on the ground and called out to his sister, "Let us go. The roast meat outside should be ready. Let us check it out." Upon hearing her brother's words, Sun Yin immediately followed. As they stepped outside the cave, they saw a campfire surrounded by a couple of racks, one roasting meat and the other cooking soup. Sun Jia, who was cooking the soup, heard their footsteps and looked up to see his sister coming out. He immediately called out, "Come here. My fire ability is quite handy. I can take down alien beasts and cook food. It'll be ready soon. You can have a taste." Xianghua's team, roasting meat on the other side, called out sister-in-law. As soon as Sun Yin appeared, eagerly handing over their skewers of roasted meat. The day's harvest was all discovered with her help. Making her their lucky star, they had to treat her well, as she might even remember to call on them in the future. Seeing the enthusiasm as they handed her the roasted meat, Sun Yin didn't refuse and smiled. "You guys eat too. I'll have some soup later. And after we finish, we'll collect those purple peaches and take the trees as well. Once we gather everything, we can look around to see if there are other resources." Sun Yin watched as they all enthusiastically agreed, feeling very pleased. She picked up a beautifully roasted piece of meat that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Taking a bite of the Interstellar version of the second brother's meat, the moment it entered her mouth, she felt the juicy explosion. There was no greasy feeling at all, just a rich, smoky flavor. They might have brushed it with honey, as it also had a sweet honey aroma. The texture was very chewy, both elastic and tender. As Sun Yin ate, tears welled up in her eyes. It was just too delicious. She had not expected that the alien beasts on this planet would taste so good. While eating, she vowed to try all the edible energy alien beasts on this planet. After finishing half, her cousin handed her a bowl of meat soup, which looked rich and fragrant. Taking a sip, it was indeed both energizing and delicious. After finishing it all, Sun Yin reflected that she felt like she had eaten too much meat and wanted some vegetables. With that thought, she took out a palm-sized peach, washed it in water, and took a big bite. The juice was abundant, and as she swallowed it, she felt a warm current nurturing her talents, slowly replenishing her consumed abilities. Surprised, she took a few more bites and decided that this purple peach was her favorite, as it was both delicious and helped restore her talent consumption. She then handed one to each of her two brothers. "Here, brothers, have a peach. This can also nurture your talents. You can recover your abilities slowly without taking medicine, which often has side effects." Sun Yin presented the peaches to her brothers like a treasure. Sun Jia looked at the peach in his hand in surprise, while Sun Jian unceremoniously took a bite. It's indeed good. Rarely do you have good things, and know to share them with your brother." Sun Jian teased his sister, continuing to eat, although he also had purple peaches. The feeling of receiving a fruit from his sister was different from eating one he had collected himself. Delicious. As Xianghua and the others looked on with envy, Sun Yin generously handed out a purple peach to each of them. "You all contributed in the battle today. Before we head back, each of you can take 2 more boxes of purple peaches, and leave me 50 pounds of the alien meat. You can have the rest." Xianghua and the others exchanged surprised glances. They hadn't expected to receive anything. They thought everything belonged to Sun Yin since they were just on a normal mission. They only thought they would get some spiritual medicine as protection, but they didn't expect to receive resources as well, even without the spiritual medicine. This was a good deal. Afterward, they all looked at Sun Yin, patting their chests in assurance. Xianghua seriously said, "Sister-in-law, if you ever need anything, just come to me. I'll make sure it's taken care of." "Yes, sister-in-law, you're so good." One of them, who was a bit more astute, added, "Sister-in-law, if you go on missions in the future, just look for me. If I'm busy, I'll switch shifts with someone to be your protector." Sun Yin smiled in response. The other 3 cast envious glances at Xianghua, regretting that they hadn't thought of this themselves, and that Xianghua had stolen the lead. They then rushed to promise to show off for their sister-in-law. "As long as you have commands, I'll be there in no time." "Yes, sister-in-law, as long as you need anything, we will support you." Listening to their compliments, Sun Yin wanted to laugh, but maintained her dignified demeanor in front of outsiders, smiling subtly. Sun Jian inadvertently caught sight of this and couldn't help but mock his sister in his heart. but seeing her serious and impressive side. He didn't want to ruin her moment. It was a good thing that his sister had authority in front of Gu Yan. Sun Yan, sensing her brother's unguarded expression, shot him a fierce glare. Sun Jian hurriedly shifted his gaze. Sun Jie watched the silent communication between his brother and sister with amusement and called out to Xiang Hua and his 4 companions, urging them to go back into the cave to gather purple peaches and dig up the fruit trees. Xiang Hua was called to dig up the fruit trees, so he hurriedly put away the energy purple peach in his hand. One of these peaches would cost no less than 100,000 star coins in the market, let alone the resources from this precious land, which could not be bought even with money. He had to take this fruit back and savor it carefully. He couldn't just eat it here. Come on, it's time to pick peaches, Captain. When Xiang Hua heard his teammate calling him, he quickly responded, stored the purple peach, and hurriedly ran to catch up. After 7 people dug up all 35 fruit trees and sealed them, the entire cave was left with only a ground full of pits. The sight was quite tragic, with none of the dreamlike and bountiful scenes of the precious land remaining. Sun Yin immediately distributed the fruits to everyone. Everyone happily collected their share. Sun Yin was also pleased. In this round, besides giving some purple peaches to her brother and a few guards, she directly collected 100 boxes for herself. Those large fruits filled with energy were so big that one box contained only one, while other fist-sized fruits were packed 4 to a box. Sun Yin did not share any of the volleyball-sized peaches with others, and no one objected. One was her own sister, and the other was a powerful talent master who led them to discover the precious land. No one dared to complain. And they even pointed to their sister-in-law, saying she should take them along next time for treasure hunting. If it weren't for their captain being her husband, they wouldn't have this luck. A powerful talent master wouldn't pay attention to ordinary ability users like them. Thinking of this, Xiang Hua and the others looked at the peaches in their hands, feeling a bit envious of the captain. The captain is really lucky. Yes, the captain has a powerful talent master wife, and we can benefit from it too, right? Luckily I was assigned to the captain's team back then, otherwise I wouldn't have this good fortune. Someone, unable to resist the temptation, took a bite of the peach. After finishing, their eyes widened, and they exclaimed how sweet it was. Let me have a bite. A person nearby smiled and tried to take a bite of his peach. Zhou Mo quickly moved away, a look of disdain on his face. Don't you have one? Why eat mine? No way. All right, we collected all the peaches. Let us see if there are any other treasures around and collect them together. Hearing Sun Yan's spirited words, everyone dispersed and began to search carefully in the cave. Sun Yan glanced around the cave, without the peach trees. There were only the vines on the cave walls left. She walked over and reached out to touch the vines. Chapter 20. White Jade Mushroom. Sun Yin felt the rough texture of the vines and couldn't sense anything special. She squeezed them a bit more, but only felt like they were ordinary vines, nothing peculiar. Just as she was about to discard the vines, she suddenly saw a flash of white light in front of her. She was taken aback and immediately brushed aside the surrounding vines, revealing a smooth wall. There was nothing there. What was shining? She leaned in to look up and down, and was stunned again. Without the vines blocking her view, she saw clusters of shimmering white mushrooms growing in the spots that were not exposed to sunlight. The caps of the mushrooms were small, with long, slender stems. She squatted down and scooped them up with her hands, gathering dozens of caps, each no larger than a fingernail. Sun Yin recalled the handbook she had bought in the market, which stated that these were ordinary energy mushrooms. She felt a bit disappointed. It seemed that all the energy in this precious land had gone into nurturing the purple peaches, and these mushrooms were just ordinary energy mushrooms sprouted from the excess energy. Just as she was comforting herself that anything with energy was a good thing, she was interrupted by Sun Jian's voice announcing he had found white jade mushrooms. Look what I discovered. White jade mushrooms, nutritious energy mushrooms. Sun Yin turned to look and saw that everyone had also uncovered the secret behind the vines. She chimed in. I see them too. Let's collect these white jade mushrooms and make a pot of mushroom soup when we get home to help boost our energy. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement as they eagerly began to pick them. They hadn't expected to find white jade mushrooms after already discovering energy purple peaches. Today had truly been worthwhile. They started clearing the vines and tossing them aside to focus on collecting the white jade mushrooms. As Xiang Hua picked, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing that coming to be a guard this time was indeed the right choice. Thinking back to what had happened after receiving the order, he scoffed internally at the short-sightedness of some people. Sun Yin was unaware of Xiang Hua's thoughts and was enthusiastically gathering white jade mushrooms with her brother. Sun Jian was pulling at the vines while she and Sun Jie went straight for the white jade mushrooms. From discovering the purple peaches in the morning to defeating the beast with their second brother, and now harvesting the white jade mushrooms, She checked the time and was surprised to see it was already 20:39. She was startled. She hadn't realized how quickly time had passed. Despite the ups and downs of the day, overall, it had been a fruitful experience. All of them were powerful ability users. And as they noticed the sky beginning to darken, they quickened their pace. Sun Jia also noticed the dimming light and heard the distant roars of beasts. With a serious expression, he said, "Let us collect until 2100 hours. No matter how much we have, we need to stop. We can't spend the night in the cave or travel in the dark. We could be intercepted by beasts. We'll come back another time." Sun Yin felt anxious hearing her cousin's words. The white jade mushrooms were scattered all around the cave. But only the spots near the ground close to the vines were sparsely filled with them. In such a large cave, the quantity wasn't much. But they were quite spread out. After a long, tiring day and experiencing so many ups and downs, she really didn't have the extra energy to exert. She could only watch as the seemingly tireless ability users busily worked. As the time they agreed upon approached, the group looked serious and quickly continued their actions to collect the white jade mushrooms, moving swiftly. When the time came, they all put down their collection tools simultaneously. Without any delay, directly gathering the sealed boxes on the ground to store their resources, the group exchanged glances, protecting Sun Yin in the middle as they swiftly made their way outside. Once Sun Yin exited the cave, she immediately felt the solemn atmosphere. The sounds of beasts echoed around, along with the rustling of grass. Everyone's spirits lifted. Sun Jian closely followed his sister, ready to unleash his wind blades at any moment. Sun Jia, the strongest among them, and Xiang Hua led the way. The members of Xiang Hua's team surrounded Sun Yin. Sun Yan's heart was in her throat as she quickly kept pace with the team, running lightly. At this moment, she dared not claim to be tired. Even if she lacked strength, she had to muster every last bit of energy. After all, she was the core of the team. If anything happened to her, the whole team would be in trouble. As they ran, Sun Yin was panting heavily. Seeing her appear to be out of energy, Sun Jian quietly said, "Yin Yin, I'll carry you. There are beasts gathering around. We need to leave quickly." Hearing Sun Jian's words, the others began to draw closer together. Sun Yin didn't say anything sentimental and promptly climbed onto her brother's back. Feeling the team speed up even more, she felt a little relieved. Just as they were about to exit the valley and reach the airship, a 3-meter-tall beastly bird suddenly lunged out in front of them. The group immediately halted, preparing to attack the beastly bird's neck. Fortunately, this beast was not very powerful, as it flapped its wings in panic. One of the team members unleashed a fire-based attack that hit it squarely. Sun Jian was quick to react, sending a wind blade that severed the beastly bird's neck. And within 3 breaths, the blood in its veins boiled and it collapsed to the ground. The group did not stop and continued rushing forward, quickly distancing themselves from the approaching beasts. Sun Yin, passing by the dead exotic beast bird, casually reached out and collected the entire bird. It seemed wise not to spend the night in the cave. If they had been trapped inside by the exotic beasts, they would have been done for. The wilderness was indeed extremely dangerous. Not long after leaving that area, they heard the sharp, furious cries of birds nearby. Sun Yin speculated that it might be the mate of that bird or a member of its family. Otherwise, the cries wouldn't be so mournful. As the exotic beast bird approached, the group activated their airship and quickly flew back to the camp. At that moment, they finally felt a little relieved, but didn't dare to relax too much and continued to observe the road conditions. Xiang Hua, noticing the tense atmosphere in the airship, spoke up, "We've left that valley, and this route back to the camp isn't too dangerous." He glanced at the time and reassured Sun Yan, whose face had turned pale. "Sister-in-law, we'll be back in 20 minutes, so don't worry." Hearing this, Sun Yan's pale complexion regained a bit of color after resting for a while. This outing had indeed been thrilling. Sun Jia and the others, hearing Xiang Hua's words, came back to their senses, their faces showing joy. Although it had been dangerous, there were always rewards that came with risks. They hadn't lost any manpower and had made great gains. This was truly a perfect mission. Taking advantage of the time in the airship, they divided the supplies they had collected. Sun Yin found her storage box was insufficient and asked Sun Jian for several more. After taking out the exotic beast bird and placing it on the ground, the remaining space in the airship was filled with the bird. Sun Jian admired his sister, saying, "I didn't expect you to remember to collect the exotic beast bird in such a dangerous situation. Looks like you're quite brave." However, Sun Jia thought of the danger and advised Sun Yin, "It's too dangerous, Yin Yin. We ran quickly this time. There are exotic beasts gathering around. If we leave this exotic beast bird behind, they might give up chasing us over a dispute for prey." Xiang Hua nodded in agreement, but didn't say much. Mainly, since they had all escaped the danger, they understood the situation, and he chose to remain silent to avoid being bothersome. This was Sun Yan's first mission, and she truly didn't know this unspoken rule. She obediently nodded, showing a hint of regret. Then she readily replied, "Okay, I understand, brother. I want to do it again next time." As they finished dividing the supplies and arrived at the camp entrance, Xianghua and the others collected the hemostatic pills they had earned for the mission and then left the group to return to their dormitory. The hemostatic pills were the reward for the mission, while the supplies were the fruits of their joint efforts. Neither could be lacking, but the bulk of it would go to Sun Yan. As the two hurriedly escorted Sun Yan to her doorstep, they encountered Gu Yin waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Sun Yan return, Gu Yin looked her up and down, relieved to see she had no injuries. "Good, I ordered dinner for you all. Let us go to the restaurant." The two older brothers exchanged glances, noting the late hour, and directly refused. After returning home and finishing their evening routines, Sun Yan tentatively asked Gu Yan, "Do you know what we discovered?" Chapter 21. "You are my wife." Gu Yan's expression darkened slightly, but then, before Sun Yan could notice, he returned to his usual gentle demeanor in front of her. As if he hadn't seen Sun Yan's probing gaze, he seriously looked at her and said, "You are my wife. You can keep your own gains. If you have extra and want to exchange it for other valuable resources, you can find me. And I will go to the military to trade for things you don't have. You married me, not the military, and I can provide for you. Moreover, you entered the Frontier Star as my wife. The resources you gain don't need to be shared with the military." At this point, he let out an almost imperceptible sigh. In the starry world, people were driven crazy over resources and lifespan, leading to a situation where any matter involving their interests would trigger a sensitive nerve, causing them to trample on anyone who might compete with them. Even if they couldn't obtain something, they wouldn't let others have it either. Such relationships were a deformity formed by those who couldn't support themselves or their partners. But he was different. He had the capability and family background to bear the cultivation resources for another. Thus, he yearned for a relationship between husband and wife that was free from ulterior motives and interests. So when he learned that the Sun family had a daughter applying for a marriage alliance with his family, one of the conditions was that he would provide resources for his wife. After meeting her, he agreed without hesitation. What he wanted was simple: someone with whom he could share thoughts, emotions, and joys during his fatigue, a partner he could rely on emotionally. However, seeing the trace of detachment in Sun Yan's eyes, he knew he needed to give his wife some time. As long as he treated her a little better, she would eventually understand his intentions. Then he paused and said, "You've worked hard on the mission. Go home and rest. Let us head out for another mission after some time." Hearing this, Sun Yan recalled what her brothers had said before they left. "We disturbed those exotic beasts in the sunken valley. They probably won't disperse in the short term. We should wait a while before going out to collect." Sun Yan nodded, and, looking at the completely dark sky, uncontrollably yawned as she followed Gu Yin back into the house. Just as she was about to enter the upstairs bedroom, Gu Yin called out, "Yin Yin, I noticed you all hadn't returned, so I ordered dinner from the restaurant. Your brothers left in a hurry. Let us eat by ourselves." Sun Yan was taken aback by Gu Yin's words and glanced at the time. 22:27. "It's so late. Why didn't you eat earlier?" Gu Yin recalled that he had been worried about Sun Yan getting hurt on her first mission and had been too anxious to eat. Only when he saw her return unscathed did he feel relieved, and that was when he remembered the energy dishes he had prepared for her. However, he didn't say that out loud. Instead, he slightly lowered his gaze with a hint of embarrassment and said, "I've been busy with work until now, thinking that you wouldn't eat well in the wild. Since I ordered dinner, I came home, and it's just in time that you're back. So let us eat together." Sun Yan didn't expect him to still think of her, which slightly improved her impression of him from that unfamiliar marriage partner. She nodded, feeling her stomach rumble, and remembering the harvest from the wilderness. She happily washed her hands and sat down at the dining table. She carefully examined the nutritious energy ingredients Gu Yan had ordered: a plate of roasted exotic beast meat, which looked tender, along with 2 types of nutritious dishes. One was a stir-fry of purple eggplant for energy, and the other was a stir-fry of exotic beast meat with fragrant celery. There was also a bowl of energy-filled baby melon stewed with river clams and 2 large portions of rare nutritious rice, cooked into translucent fragrant rice. Sun Yan carefully scrutinized the dishes. All were energy ingredients, and that was quite a generous spread. She covertly glanced at Gu Yan, knowing that since he had invited her to eat, she wouldn't be polite. Not only was it to fill her own stomach, but it would also nourish her innate abilities. She couldn't gather such a large table of energy ingredients on her own, so she eagerly began to eat the dishes in front of her. The two ate in silence, both having not eaten for over 10 hours, feeling the aroma of the food in their grumbling stomachs, so they silently quickened their pace. After finishing the meal, Sun Yan's eyes sparkled. She and T expected to enjoy so many ingredients that were only available on other planets here on the Frontier Star, and they were all delicious. Seeing that Sun Yin had also put down her chopsticks, Gu Yin waved to call the housekeeping robot to clean up. Watching Sun Yin still savoring the delicious food, he smiled and said, "I'll order again next time. Let us go?" Sun Yin was puzzled. Where to? Gu Yin looked at her helplessly and said, "You must be tired from the mission today. I know a method in the military for relaxing muscles. It'll help you unwind. Otherwise, you'll wake up tomorrow feeling sore and unable to move." Sun Yin hesitated, glancing at Gu Yin. She did feel somewhat sore, but she had done simple missions before and hadn't found it so serious. Gu Yin, seeing her hesitation, frowned. "Don't take your body lightly. Only by keeping the body in its best condition every day can one enhance their internal energy more quickly." Sun Yin saw Gu Yan's serious expression and could only nod. She then went upstairs to the bathroom for a shower and came out wearing a bathrobe and drying her hair. Gu Yin saw this and left the room, but returned shortly with a compact hair dryer that was easy to carry. It not only dried hair without causing damage, but also released substances beneficial for hair quality, making it smoother and shinier. Gu Yin pulled Sun Yin to sit down, held her raised hand, and had her sit beside him while using the hair dryer to dry her hair. Sun Yin shifted uncomfortably, feeling the warm body in front of her, as if she were directly nestled in his embrace. Gu Yin felt her subtle movements and casually wrapped one arm around her from behind while holding the device in the other hand, gently massaging the back of her head. The more Sun Yin shifted, the closer she felt to Gu Yin, almost as if she could kiss his chest if she got any closer. She quickly stopped moving. Just as she was pondering whether Gu Yin was intentional or not, she realized the blowing sensation on her head had ceased. Blushing, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Feeling his hand withdraw, she hurriedly stood up and looked at Gu Yan's puzzled expression, stammering, "Didn't you say you wanted to help me loosen my muscles?" Gu Yan nodded seriously. "Yes, in the military we use energy liquid combined with special abilities for relaxation. It not only alleviates fatigue, but is also beneficial for the body." Upon hearing that energy liquid was involved, Sun Yin thought it required physical contact. She awkwardly laughed and said, "Can't we just use regular relaxation? That would be fine." Gu Yin, with a calm expression, continued, "In the military, we use energy liquid for better results. Since it's your first time on Tanchi Star, after you complete your missions and return, you'll have plenty of opportunities for relaxation. You'll get used to it." Sun Yan's face turned even redder, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. But seeing Gu Yan's calm demeanor made her think she was overreacting. Considering that they were already married, she hesitated but eventually opened her bathrobe and lay on the bed, turning her back to Gu Yin. Chapter 22. This is a bit ambiguous. Gu Yin looked at his wife's uneasy expression but noticed she still followed his suggestion, feeling a bit happy inside. It seemed that he still had a good impression in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to relax like this in front of him. As he thought about it, a hint of warmth appeared in his eyes. The usually serious and disciplined leader in front of his team revealed various soft and warm smiles in front of his wife. Gu Yin raised his hand to take out the energy liquid from the storage device, evenly applying it to his hands before pressing it against Sun Yan's back, gently massaging along her acupoints while slowly working the energy liquid into her skin. At first, Sun Yin felt a sharp pain. His strength was too much. She gritted her teeth, unable to suppress a muffled groan. Then, she felt a warm sensation spreading slowly from her body to her limbs. Gu Yin heard her sound and paused, asking, "Is it very painful? Should I be gentler?" Sun Yin opened her mouth and softly replied, "A little. But it feels good afterwards. It's fine, just continue." To her surprise, it was quite pleasant. Just as she thought this, she felt the pressure on her back increase, causing her to gasp softly while clenching her teeth, unwilling to make another sound. Gu Yin said, "It doesn't hurt," as she felt his hands pressing against her bare shoulders. The movements became lighter. She stiffened again. This was the first time she and Gu Yin had been this intimate, especially with the energy light on. Although it was just applying medicine, she felt the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. His hands slowly kneaded and moved on her back, and with the use of his special abilities, Sun Yan's hands tightly clenched into fists at her sides, feeling that this man had no sense of strength. From her neck to her shoulders, then to her entire back and lower back, even her legs were not neglected. Gu Yin earnestly finished the massage before getting up from the bed. He turned to Sun Yin and said, "All right, you'll feel the effects tomorrow." Sun Yin finally ended the long treatment, her face completely flushed. When she saw Gu Yin enter the bathroom to wash up, she thought for a moment and placed 5 boxes of ordinary energy purple peaches on the floor, along with 2 large precious level purple peach boxes. As Gu Yin stepped out of the bathroom and saw several storage boxes he had never seen before beside the bed, He suddenly had a bad premonition. Looking at his wife comfortably lying under the blanket, his brow furrowed, and the earlier warmth was gone. He asked in a serious tone, "What are you doing with the supplies you collected?" Hearing his emotionless words, Sun Yin felt a sudden pang of guilt in her heart. "I just collected some good things outside, thinking of you, so I wanted to share some." As she spoke, she hurriedly added, "It's not a lot. It's just what our team members shared. I specifically saved this for you." At this point, Sun Yin unexpectedly recalled how she had tipped someone in her past life. The two fell silent for a moment, and Guyan's serious expression softened as he thought about how his wife was thinking of him. Feeling relieved that he had overthought things. Seeing the smile at the corner of Guyan's mouth, Sun Yin quietly turned her back to him, shaking off her chaotic thoughts. What a sin, thinking of a powerful ability user like that. It's all his fault for his behavior. Forcing herself to calm down, she compelled herself to sleep. Meanwhile, Gu Yin secretly felt that their relationship had progressed a bit further. Smiling, he lay back on the bed, reached out his long arm, pulled Sun Yin into his embrace, patted her back, kissed her forehead, and softly coaxed, "Sleep well." Although their thoughts were in stark contrast, they both fell asleep. Another day dawned bright and early. By the time she got up, washed up, and went downstairs, Gu Yin was already gone, apparently busy. Just as she was about to check the kitchen for ingredients to make mushroom soup with the white jade mushrooms from yesterday, she noticed a warming device box on the dining table. She opened it to find nutritional energy ingredients, which she knew were ordered by Gu Yin. Just as she sat down and took a sip of soup, she saw Sun Jian entering the yard. As soon as Sun Jian entered the courtyard, he spotted Sun Yin eating in the kitchen dining area. He turned his steps toward her, saying, "I guessed you would be up around this time." As he spoke, a light smile appeared on his face, clearly teasing her. Sun Yin rolled her eyes at her brother, who had reverted to his usual self, and couldn't be bothered to respond. Sun Jian, unfazed by his sister's cold shoulder, cheerfully entered the dining room and sat across from Sun Yin. He looked at the dishes on the table with surprise, exclaiming, "I didn't expect Gu Yin to treat you this well." All the dishes were nutritional energy meals. Sun Yin shot him a dissatisfied glance, saying, "Why can't it be that I ordered them myself?" Sun Jian gave her a look that said, "Does this even need to be said? Look at your home clothes. It's obvious you haven't been out. How could you order anything? I'm telling you. If Mom were here, she would knock on your door every morning to wake you up for breakfast." Sun Yin was taken aback and shot him another glare. "Mom isn't here. Don't bring her up. Why are you here so early? Did you handle yesterday's exotic beasts?" Sun Jian shook his head. Looking at his sister, he leisurely picked up a cup from the table and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip and realizing it was nutritional energy tea, he took another sip and sighed. "Ah, my dear brother comes to his sister's house. And you don't even pour me a cup of tea. Not very welcoming, huh?" Sun Yin looked at her suddenly disheveled brother and knew he wanted to banter with her again, so she replied directly, "You don't need me to treat you. I can just drink myself." After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Sun Jian and then quickened her eating pace. Sun Jian choked a bit and stopped teasing her. "Yesterday, after I returned with my cousins, I processed that exotic beast meat overnight. Although the beast looked big, there wasn't much edible part, but fortunately, the nutritional energy is sufficient. Here, this is for you." As he spoke, he pulled out the exotic beast meat he had processed yesterday, along with the white jade mushrooms he had hurriedly collected. Sun Yin looked at the neatly arranged and thoroughly processed supplies on the ground, her mouth curving up in a smile at first, but then she was surprised to hear it was processed overnight. She looked up at Sun Jian with a surprised tone. "You processed it overnight?" Hearing his sister's words, Sun Jian tapped her forehead with annoyance and said, "Can we afford to wait a night to process it? The energy of the exotic beast dissipates less when processed right after it dies. Besides, by the time you think of this, the food would have gone cold." However, thinking of visiting his sister's home today and seeing the nutritional energy ingredients on her table made him quite satisfied. It seemed that Gu Yin was taking good care of his sister. Sun Yin realized she had said something foolish and awkwardly changed the subject. "Let's go to the market later and buy more sealing boxes, sealing bottles, and sealing chests." These high-tech sealing storage boxes were specifically designed to prevent the nutritional energy of ingredients from dissipating. They were essential for exploring the wild. Sun Jian nodded and then seemed to think of something, tentatively asking Sun Yin, "Do you want to go to the military's talent master's refining room?" Sun Yin was taken aback. They had just talked about going to the market, and now he was mentioning the talent master's refining place? Aren't all the talent master's refining rooms summoned from the military's Talent Master Academy or applied for tasks by students from the Central Star Academy? Can I go there now? She hadn't considered when she would go to the Central Star Academy, and she had never thought about the military's Talent Master Academy. Moreover, she was currently on a mission on the Expanding Star. How could she find time to go to the Central Star? Sun Jian glanced at Sun Yin and said, "What you mentioned earlier was the mineral master talent. If you go there, you might find a way to improve your pharmaceutical techniques. Didn't you say you wanted to enhance the quality of your medicine?" After hearing this, Sun Yin hesitated for a moment but still refused. But talent masters all have their own independent refining spaces. I've looked it up on the Star Network before. Talented people tend to be arrogant, and they want to teach me their unique refining techniques. Going there would just give me more things to talk about without much improvement in my abilities. And they might not even welcome me to share their resources. Sun Jian was merely making a suggestion. Seeing that his sister had a point, he didn't press further. His sister had the confidence given by her family and Gu Yin to live the way she wanted, not to mention Sun Yin already had her own abilities. Eventually, he took Sun Yin, who had packed up, and drove the flying car to the market. On the way, the two talked about the situation of this mission. Sun Yin expressed her concerns. "Brother, you said we need to store enough supplies for at least a quarter. We already went to the wild yesterday. And since the treasure land is occupied by the exotic beasts, we need to defeat the powerful ones. However, once an exotic beast dies, other exotic beasts will rush to the area to compete for the treasure. Sign," she continued, "it's really dangerous out there. We can't relax for a moment. Will we be able to collect enough?" Sun Jian looked at his sister, who appeared worried, but his expression was unusually calm. "Yin Yin, we are all fighting against destiny. Powerful talent masters and abilities are all improved through danger and experience. Otherwise, we could just settle for our basic lifespan, living day by day. But is that possible? Our peers and relatives are all gaining nutritional energy resources, getting younger day by day, while we are aging, drifting further away from those of the same age. Do you think they can endure a life where family and friends don't understand or support them, and they are left to age alone? In the end, everyone will go to the expanding star for improvement and training, without exception. At this time, we must use all our abilities. We have to be willing to sacrifice everything to defeat the exotic beasts and obtain resources, or we will only become snacks for the beasts." Sun Yin looked at her brother, who was calm yet seemed indifferent, and for some reason, she felt a chill in her heart. The starry sky was wonderful, with advanced technology and powerful abilities, but every year, the population sacrifice was also enormous. Moreover, high technology could only assist in some aspects of life, like infrastructure, ceiling storage boxes, and household robots. The massive weapons of crisis were never usable on the expanding star for some reason. Was this universe balancing the exotic beasts and humans? Sun Yin shivered and didn't continue her thoughts. Seeing his sister's strange expression, Sun Jian thought he had frightened her, so he comforted her. "Don't be afraid, Yin Yin. Your brother and family will always be your support. You have someone behind you. As long as you step steadily and practice slowly, your dreams will eventually come true." With a serious expression, he added, "I heard some people in the camp say that this year, many exotic beasts have quietly gathered in the wild. And this year's battle season might be more intense. It's best that we prepare supplies for at least 2 quarters. Sun Yin listened to her brother's words in surprise, feeling a sense of urgency. The last mission was just a preliminary exploration of the wild, and the next mission would be farther away, requiring an overnight stay. It wouldn't be like this time, where they had supplies but couldn't take them with them. She nodded and kept it in mind. But she still felt they should prepare more supplies to last until the warm season. Sun Yin still held the same thought. In this dangerous expanding star, she felt insecure without holding on to some unknown resources and trump cards. To be precise, she felt she didn't have enough stock. She had developed a fear of resource insufficiency right after arriving, which was quite absurd, considering she had never lacked for food and clothing at home. In her chaotic thoughts, they had already arrived at the market, the same pharmacy as before. The clerk clearly remembered her as the talent master young lady. "Our pharmacy's records are complete, right?" Saying this, the young clerk looked extremely proud. He then asked, "What do you want to buy this time?" "We recently received some energy herbs for refining, priced affordably and fairly. Would you like some?" Sun Yin thought that the records were indeed useful. The 2 resources she had found were both written down, indicating that previous exploration teams had obtained them. She nodded and said, "I don't have many ceiling storage boxes left. What specifications do you have here?" The young clerk perked up and quickly ran to the shelf, pointing out the various models of boxes to Sun Yin. "Look here, currently on the expanding star. Various ceiling boxes are the fastest selling items here. Who goes out to explore the wild without collecting resources, whether it's exotic beasts or energy herbs? As long as they want to store energy, they need these boxes. Right now, we only have 3 types of boxes. There's this small one, about the size of a basketball, which is for the most precious resources with low yields. Then there's the 1-meter box, which ordinary teams usually buy. They are small in number and low in yield, so buying 3 to 5 is usually enough. And then there's this Sun Yin followed the clerk's finger and looked over. This is currently the largest specification box we have. It can hold 5 by 5 meters. Only large teams, or those led by S-class ability users, who can occupy treasure lands, can use this. Sun Yin frowned. None of them were what she wanted. The large one was too big, and the small one was a bit too small. She stubbornly asked the clerk if they had any medium-sized boxes, smaller than the 1-meter ones. The clerk smiled innocently, and then firmly refused. No. Sun Yin monopolized the market, waiting for other shops to come and lower their prices. She sighed, thinking that she had brought too few storage boxes. Last time, when distributing supplies, she had asked her brother for several boxes. Everyone else's items were distributed on the spot, and going home to distribute, she laughed at herself, as she didn't have those storage boxes at all. She looked at the specifications of the 3 types of boxes. How many star coins were they? The young clerk, seeing that the customer opposite had the intention to buy, immediately quoted the prices: 500 star coins for the small box, 1,000 star coins for the medium box, and 3,000 star coins for the large storage box. Sun Yin felt her heart ache and her spirit waned. This was too expensive. After thinking it over, she decided to buy them anyway. After all, these storage boxes were essential, so she would take 100 small boxes, 50 medium boxes, and 20 large boxes. The young clerk, beaming with joy, immediately brought the storage boxes to Sun Yin and asked, "Do you need anything else?" She waved her hand, saying she wouldn't buy any more. It was too expensive, and that she would go back to refine more medicine and earn more money. Of course, she was using the card given by Gu Yan. Sun Jian looked at his sister's listless appearance and jokingly said, "What's this? You haven't even started, and those more precious resources can't be bought with just money." Seeing the large expenditure, Sun Yin realized why talented masters competed for fame and profit, without some capability and reputation. How could there be so many people placing orders with them, making money to buy various resources in the talent world? She quickly perked up, looking at Sun Jian, and said, "Then I'll go home soon, work hard to improve myself, and earn more." Just as she was about to make a fist to show her determination to Sun Jian, she inadvertently caught sight of a familiar person out of the corner of her eye. She froze, turned around, and her eyes widened in shock. Sun Jian, seeing his sister's dazed expression, curiously followed her gaze. He then froze in place, looking just as astonished as Sun Yin. Who is that? Chapter 24. Which man can tolerate being cuckolded? Sun Yin and Sun Jian exchanged glances, a bad feeling swirling in their minds, and neither had the mood to continue shopping. They hurriedly took the flying car back home. As soon as they settled in at home, they saw a figure entering from outside. Sun Yin immediately stood up and called out, "Cousin, you're here. Come, sit down." Saying this, she quickly made way, pointing to the spot next to her. Sun Jian's heart skipped a beat, and he forced an unnatural smile as he said to Sun Jie, "Brother, what brings you here? I haven't even calmed down yet." Sun Jie observed the unnatural expressions on his younger siblings' faces, looking at them suspiciously several times. With a furrowed brow, he slowly adopted a serious expression, looking very stern. "What did you do wrong? Is there something you're hiding from me?" Each of them looked so unnatural, as if feeling guilty, and he hadn't heard of anything happening between them. Sun Yin's gaze wandered, and she stammered, unable to speak. Just as Sun Jian was about to say something, he was met with Sun Jie's stern glare, and he gritted his teeth, unable to bear looking at his sister's hesitant expression, and withdrew his gaze. "Sure enough. No, it's not. Cousin, I." As Sun Yin spoke, she quietly glanced at Sun Jie's expression, seeing his cold face. And she finally blurted it out. "Today, my brother and I went to the market, and we saw Gong Xiao. You made me say it," Sun Yin said. Just as her and Sun Jian's gazes synchronously shifted to Sun Jie's face, Sun Jie's expression visibly stiffened, then darkened. He stood still for a long time without moving, and just as the two were worried about Sun Jie, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Isn't she involved with a powerful person from the Jiang family in Central Star? How could she come to Development Star?" Sun Jian, always one to enjoy the drama, feigned seriousness and said, "My sister and I went to the market to buy storage boxes, and who knew we would see her shopping with a woman? We hurried back." Sun Jie paused. "You saw her and rushed back? Why did you come back? Did you finish buying everything? Did you finish the task?" Sun Yin didn't expect her cousin's attention to shift from Gong Xiao to them, and she hurriedly changed the subject. "We bought everything we needed. We saw her shopping with a woman on our way back." Upon hearing his sister mention Gong Xiao again, Sun Jie's expression darkened further. What was she doing? What does she have to do with me? Sun Yin thought to herself, what does it have to do with you? Why are you so upset? But she didn't dare to confront him directly. Seeing the low pressure he unconsciously exuded, she tactfully chose not to provoke Sun Jie further. Sun Jian, however, was less sensitive to his sister's feelings and comforted Sun Jie with pity. Brother, don't be sad. Where in the world aren't their powerful, talented masters? Losing a B-level talent like Gong Xiaoxiao, you can still find even better talented masters. Her giving up on you shows her lack of vision. At this point, Sun Jian began to defend his cousin. You say she left with someone else, but how could she treat your kindness as waste and say such hurtful things? This time, it was Sun Yin who couldn't bear to look. She saw Sun Jie's face strained as he said, "All right, I understand. You both should go do what you need to do. I have to leave. I have other matters to attend to. In a few days, people from other star systems will be coming." Saying this, Sun Jie left with a frosty demeanor, striding out the door. Sun Yin and Sun Jian exchanged glances, both sighing in relief. Then, feeling frustrated, they lamented, "Why did cousin come back so quickly?" Sun Jian rubbed his hair and closed his eyes. Gong Xiaoxiao is such a troublemaker. Didn't she say she wouldn't come to Development Star? She only wanted to go to Central Star. How do we see her here? Sun Yin was also confused. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I heard my mom say at home that after she got involved with the Jiang family, she seemed to have gone to the military's Talent Master Academy." As soon as she finished speaking, both of them looked at each other in shock, a hint of unease creeping into their eyes. Could it be that she was summoned? You were summoned by the military academy to Instrument Star? Sun Jie, having just heard Gong Xiaoxiao's name at his sister's house, didn't he expect to see her on his way home? The Interstellar people had a basic sense of decorum and wouldn't show a straight face in front of outsiders. Gong Xiaoxiao looked up and carefully examined the person in front of her, a standard handsome and composed ability user, not to mention a powerful fire element user, but unfortunately. Upon hearing the question, she paused, then smiled as she looked into Sun Jie's eyes, sweetly replying, "Yes. Jiang Sheng arranged for me to enter the military's Talent Master Academy." Seeing Sun Jie's gaze still fixed on her, she shifted her eyes away. "The military is recruiting talent masters. I heard there will be a wave of alien beasts in a few months, requiring a large amount of spiritual medicine. So I was selected." Sun Jie paused for a moment, his tone slightly awkward as he asked, "Didn't you tell Jiang Sheng?" Gong Xiaoxiao remained noncommittal. Smiling at Sun Jie again, her smile beautiful and pure, "When I went to Central Star, I found out that Jiang Sheng isn't omnipotent. His ability could only get me into the military's Talent Master Academy." Sun Jie pressed his lips together, glancing at Gong Xiaoxiao's expression of disappointment. And after a moment of silence, nodded at the woman beside her before turning to leave. Behind him, Gong Xiaoxiao stared at Sun Jie's back until the woman beside her tugged at her hand, asking, "Xiaoxiao, who is that?" Gong Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, smiled. And when she saw the admiration in the other's eyes, her smile froze, and she said in a steady voice, "That's an ability user from Hanjian Star." The woman continued to inquire about the identity of the man, Hanjian Star. "I haven't heard of it. What planet is that? How old is he? Do you know his name?" Gong Xiaoxiao struggled to maintain her smile, selectively replying, "That's a remote planet. His name is Sun Jie." The woman asked again, "What level of ability does he have? How do you know him?" Gong Xiaoxiao's smile suddenly faded as she remembered she had something to do and said, "I have to go." The woman saw Gong Xiaoxiao turn around and leave, rolling her eyes at her back and scoffing inwardly. If she didn't want to talk, then fine. But to leave with such a long face? If it weren't for Gong Xiaoxiao knowing someone from the Jiang family, who would bother with her? She heard that she was also from a remote planet, yet she could connect with people from the Central Star at just B level. The woman thought for a moment and huffed, "If you don't say anything, I'll find out another way." "Brother, do you know where I can buy plant nutrient solution? I asked the guy at the pharmacy today, and he said it hasn't arrived yet." Sun Jian thought for a moment and realized he didn't really know anyone. He hesitated and looked at Sun Yin, suggesting, "How about I go to the Talent Master Studio to post a task and find someone with planting talent to exchange for some?" Sun Yin considered it for a moment, but ultimately declined. "I only have seeds right now and no plant nutrient solution. Forget it. I'll ask Gu Yin tonight to see if he has any. Making plant nutrient solution requires refining ores. And I haven't practiced in the past few days since I've only been making medicine, so I can't do it for now." Once she has the plant nutrient solution, she plans to transplant the purple peach trees she harvested earlier. Sun Jian nodded, "All right. If you have any work to do now, just hand it over to me." Sun Yin was not polite at all with her brother. "Okay, just wait a moment. I'll contact Gu Yin right now to ask him." Chapter 25. Planning the yard. Although Sun Jian didn't say he would help her, she would still look for him. It wasn't even evening yet, it was just noon. And she had the time to take care of it now. As soon as she made the call, it connected, and a discussion could be heard from the other end. But it quieted down shortly after. Gu Yin, seeing Sun Yan's call, thought something urgent had come up. He left his seat and walked to a distance, contemplating. and directly asked, "What's wrong? Is something happening?" Sun Yin felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect him to be in a meeting. After hesitating, she spoke up. "You know, we got the purple peach trees from the wild yesterday, and I currently don't have any plant nutrient solution. I want to plant the excavated purple peach trees. So I wanted to ask if you have any." Gu Yin understood, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Thinking it was good that she knew to come to him with a problem, he cleared his throat, and his tone clearly indicated his good mood. "Got it. I'll have someone deliver it to you shortly." Remembering what Xiang Hua said about how he had even brought the trees back from the beasts, he couldn't help but chuckle a little. Generally, when people went out on missions, they were pressed for time and heavy tasks, collecting energy herbs and fruits that could be quickly gathered. He had never heard of anyone bringing back fruit trees. After the call ended, he still couldn't help but think, this person is really doing what others wouldn't even think of. If it weren't for Xiang Hua coming back to report on the beast distribution there and mentioning the use of construction excavation machinery to dig up fruit trees, I wouldn't have known about it. Haha, really interesting. I wonder if those fruit trees can survive. Gu Yin returned to his seat with a gentle expression, and his good brother beside him curiously glanced at him. Who was that? Why do you look so happy after the call? Gu Yin didn't reply and resumed his serious demeanor, addressing everyone. Now let's discuss the situation of the beast gatherings. Sun Yin waited at home for a while, had a cup of tea, and then saw someone in military uniform entering through the door. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhou Mo from Xiang Hua's team who had gone on the mission yesterday. Zhou Mo noticed Sun Yin sitting in the courtyard and walked over to her. "Sister-in-law, this is the plant nutrient solution our captain sent for you. He said if it's not enough, just tell him." Sun Yin stood up, nodded, and handed him a cup of tea. "You must be tired. Have some water." Zhou Mo hesitated for a moment, but still took it and drank. Feeling the weak energy spreading like a warm current in his body, he realized it was energy tea, and there was quite a bit of tea leaves in it. His sister-in-law was truly capable and wealthy. Thinking of the supplies collected last time, he envied the captain, wondering how he could benefit from this. Zhou Mo smacked his lips and looked around. Besides Sun Jian, there was no one else. He then asked Sun Yin, "Are you planning to plant fruit trees?" "The captain asked me to stay and help you. With so many fruit trees, 3 people would be faster." Sun Yin was worried about affecting Zhou Mo's work and specifically asked him, "Aren't you busy right now?" Zhou Mo shook his head vigorously. "The captain asked me to make a trip and said if you were busy, there was no need to rush back. But of course, your work here is more important. Not to mention planting fruit trees. This is a novel thing, and I don't know if we can get them to survive. I'm not busy. I'm resting today anyway. Planting fruit trees isn't that strenuous. Just give me instructions, sister-in-law." Sun Yin saw that he said he wasn't busy and didn't think much of it. She walked into the yard, looking at the completely bare courtyard. "Let's plant the fruit trees in the yard." Sun Jian immediately wanted to refuse his sister. If you plant the fruit trees in the yard and they don't survive, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule? Zhou Mo thought the same. If he knew that the captain's wife failed to plant the fruit trees, the people in the Talent Master studio and the refining room would probably make insinuating remarks. "How about we plant them indoors instead, sister-in-law?" Zhou Mo advised. "The fruit trees from the wild have energy. They might not survive if taken away from their original location. It wouldn't be good for your reputation if people laughed at you." Sun Yin disagreed. "With so many fruit trees, each one yields only a few fruits. I can only plant a few trees indoors. What would they laugh at me for? I'm not a planting master. I just happen to encounter energy fruits on a mission. If I can grow them, everyone gets to eat fruits. If I can't, then I can't. Leaving them in the wild would just let the beasts get to them." Sun Jian finally realized. He slapped his forehead. "My sister has never told anyone that she has planting talent. If she succeeds, it shows capability. If she fails, well, she's not a professional planter anyway. All right, I'll dig the holes first." He no longer stopped her. Zhou Mo, seeing that her brother didn't object, also wisely kept quiet and took out the digging machine to help dig holes. Sun Yin watched the two of them busying around and looked at the size of the yard, instructing them to dig holes according to her planned positions, creating an aesthetically pleasing S-shaped path from the main gate of the courtyard to the door of the house. The middle was over 3 meters wide, with 2 fruit trees symmetrically planted, and there was a 2-meter gap between the 2 holes. Counting on both sides, they could plant 14 trees. The entire yard was quite large. The house was built big. Anyway, on Kai-2 Star, there was no need to pay for land to the military. They could expand as much as they wanted. If the beasts came, they would just drive them back. For the sake of aesthetics, she didn't want to plant too many trees, especially since her brother was right. She didn't even know if they could survive. It wouldn't do to waste everything all at once. After all, if they were sealed in storage boxes, they wouldn't die. They would just be half alive at most. Then she took out the corresponding number of storage boxes and the plant nutrient solution, using her talent to enhance it slightly. adding a bit of energy that belonged to a planter's ability. Zhou Mo was busy digging and didn't see Sun Yan's actions. Otherwise, he would have been completely astonished. His sister-in-law was actually a dual talent master, and he couldn't help but feel envy and jealousy towards his captain again. Sun Yan saw that all the plant nutrient solutions were ready and felt relieved. It would be great if there were energy liquids to replenish energy, but of course, she didn't say it out loud. She knew that this was meant to enhance the physical foundation of ability users, definitely not for the fruit trees, which she wasn't sure would survive. She planned to arrange for it once she could extract the white jade, or herself. Thinking about how she hadn't had a break since she arrived at the two-instrument star, she realized she had been busy every day without any free time. At most sleeping in a bit in the morning. With this thought, she sighed, not expecting to have adapted to such a high-intensity lifestyle in just a few days. Previously, she thought that the ability users and talent masters stationed here were overwhelmed with work. Now she knows that not only can she manage everything, but she can also do other things. There really isn't a single moment wasted in the 24 hours of a day. It's packed full. What a meaningful day. If she had to work like this back on Blue Star, she wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Several people would have collapsed from exhaustion in just one day. Sister-in-law, we've dug the pits. Can we plant the fruit trees now? Sun Yan came back to her senses and stopped thinking about her past experiences. She replied, wait a moment. I'll first put some plant nutrient solution at the bottom of the pit, so when we plant the fruit trees, their roots can absorb it and slightly increase their survival rate. Zhou Wei nodded, looking somewhat confused, and stepped aside. Once Sun Yan finished preparing, she planted all 14 fruit trees into the ground, filled the pits back with soil, and sighed in relief. Sun Jian gave his sister a glance and teased her. You didn't even do any physical labor, so why are you relieved? Sun Yan rolled her eyes at her brother and didn't argue back. Sun Jian noticed that his sister didn't retort like she usually did, and he felt a bit unaccustomed to it. Then he heard Sun Yan tell Zhou Wei to bring some water over, mixing the remaining plant nutrient solution into it to give each tree a boost of nutritional energy. Zhou Wei nodded and got busy again. Sun Yan looked at the refreshed yard and noticed the bare ground at the base of the wall. It looked unsightly no matter how she viewed it. She thought about what else she could dig up next time there was a mission. Then, in a great mood, she gazed at the fruit trees in the yard. Brother, let's go eat soon, and Zhou Wei can join us too. After all the work we've done, you're hungry too, right? Let's go. Sun Jian readily agreed. Okay. Sister-in-law, now that I'm done, I won't go. Zhou Wei declined as Sun Jian pulled him towards the restaurant. While walking, Sun Jian said, come on, we've worked all afternoon. How can we not be hungry? It's perfect to take you along. You can't refuse. As soon as Sun Yan and the others stepped out, they headed straight for the restaurant, unaware that the fruit trees they planted in their yard had already spread throughout the talent masters' refining rooms and workshops in just one afternoon. Chapter 26. Rumors talent masters are generally envious of what others have and resentful of what they lack. Overall, they are all striving hard for resources to improve themselves. As soon as it was heard that the new wife of the Major General had planted a yard full of energy-producing peach trees and wasn't working anymore, they gathered in the workshop, chattering and discussing among themselves. The talent master in green discovered this while passing by the Major General's yard on her way back to the workshop at noon. Upon returning to the workshop, she pulled her friend aside to complain. You know the new wife of Major General Gu, right? Her friend, who was checking her pharmaceutical materials, nodded in acknowledgement. Isn't she supposed to accompany him to explore the new star when he returns? The girl in green looked around, speaking in a mysterious tone. Do you know? I passed by her house today and saw that she has planted a whole yard of energy peach trees. I counted, and there are 14. I've never heard that she is a planter. How can someone who isn't a planter dare to grow energy fruit trees? Her friend looked surprised. Really? She doesn't have the planting talent? The girl in green replied confidently, of course. I heard she is a mineral master. Mineral masters are skilled at finding ore veins. How could they plant? It's a waste to let her grow those energy peach trees. Just then, a voice suddenly interrupted, startling both of them. Is what you said true? She dares to plant fruit trees without planting talent? Isn't that a waste of resources? I need to report this to the commander. So many fruit trees shouldn't be left to her alone. The girl in green and her friend exchanged glances, watching the other person storm out. The girl in green rolled her eyes. Look at her. Does she think she can just go find the commander? The commander is too busy to deal with her. However, her friend seemed worried and stopped her actions. She wouldn't go to the commander to slander you, would she? The girl in green was taken aback. At that moment, other talent masters who had returned from their breaks began to share what they had seen while passing by Sun Yan's house. Hey, did you see it when you came? Major General Gu has planted so many energy fruit trees. Someone who was far away and didn't know the situation chimed in. Really? Isn't Major General Gu's sister a pharmacist? How did she end up planting fruit trees? It wasn't Major General Gu's sister. When I looked, it was a strange woman. Besides, Major General Gu has his own house. The woman was wearing a fragrant color red dress. She looked quite beautiful. Someone who knew the details immediately added, that's Major General Gu's wife. I heard she is a mineral master. Upon hearing this, everyone around felt a collective pang of envy. Mineral masters are great, as long as they discover or vein. They won't have to worry about resources for a year. Why couldn't they be mineral masters? They were like spinning tops, working tirelessly every day. Someone's eyes flickered with calculation as they called out to a girl in a white dress not far away. CC, you have the best planting talent among us. With your B-level talent, you should have a 40 chance of keeping the energy fruit trees alive. Why doesn't the military give the trees to you? I say, if you don't have planting talent, you shouldn't be planting rare things. Isn't that a waste? The military should give the trees to you. That would be the wisest choice. Why don't you go ask Major General Gu's wife for some? At worst, after you grow them, you can just give her a few fruits. Those nearby who enjoyed the drama chimed in. Yeah, anyway, she can't plant them. Those fruit trees will all die. By the time you manage to keep them alive, even if you don't give her any fruits, Major General Gu might still praise you. Afterward, the military might prioritize you for resources. Hearing this, the resting talent masters all looked at the girl with a gentle and soft demeanor, who seemed to be delicate and pitiful. If she used her soft charm in front of Major General Gu, it might really work. The girl in the white dress lowered her eyes and, upon hearing this, finally looked up. After a slight smile, she hesitated. But the military hasn't given me anything. So how can I go ask her for it? The surrounding people encouraged her. You're just being kind anyway. Otherwise, you can go ask the military. They can't be so unfair as to give resources to someone who doesn't want to work. They all believe that those old fruit trees were not collected by that few people recently. They were obtained from Major General Gu because of their marriage, which meant they were resources from the military, robbing them of their resources. The workshop was bustling with noise, and just then, Gu Xiang walked in. Everyone looked at her, and the sound instantly faded. Gu Xiang passed by the stairs and vaguely heard the laughter and chatter inside the workshop. However, the high-tech building materials had soundproofing properties, so she didn't hear clearly, only catching snippets about the Major General and fruit trees. As soon as she entered, she saw a quiet workshop. She looked around suspiciously and asked, "What were you all talking about? You were so loud just now." The others exchanged glances and then looked at Gu Xiang, awkwardly smiling. "Oh, it's nothing. We were just talking about this year's harvest season." Yes, Gu Xiang, what medicine are you making today? I can help you." Gu Xiang glanced at the one who offered to help, but who actually wanted to steal her techniques, and gave a deep look. Having just gathered her courage to socialize, she felt it was quickly slipping away. Seizing the moment, she directly refused. "No need, I can handle it myself." After speaking, she went straight back to her exclusive refining room, leaving the people in the workshop to continue communicating their unspoken gossip through glances. Sun Yin was oblivious to the commotion caused by her fruit trees. After the three of them finished their late lunch, she returned to the yard, looking at the dark green branches and lush fruit trees, and directly went upstairs to study her talent. After an afternoon of special pharmaceutical rituals, the quality of the hemostatic pills had improved from low to medium grade, reaching a total of 21. One batch could produce 2 medium-grade pills and 1 low-grade pill. Sun Yin played with the medicine bottle in her hand, feeling delighted. After giving it a spin, she put it away, thinking that after a few more days of practice, she might be able to produce all medium-grade pills, and perhaps even have a chance at high-grade pills. While she pondered, she took out the white jade she had crowdfunded from various sources. The surface of the white jade was smooth and glossy, clearly not an ordinary item. The extracted energy liquid, whether added during planting or in proportion to the medicine-making process, would enhance the energy of the pills or plant nutrient solutions, making it easier to improve quality. Although ordinary talent users could extract energy liquid using their mental strength, it was time-consuming and labor-intensive compared to mineral masters who could extract it quickly and easily with their innate abilities. Sun Yin opened her light brain to find instructional videos on mineral extraction and spent quite a while searching. She only found a few videos specifically taught by mineral masters, which were much harder to find than those from other specialties. The other extraction videos were all done by talent users from different fields using mental strength, which looked tedious and labor-intensive. After finishing her search, she sighed, realizing that she should prioritize enrolling in the academy. Attending the academy would allow her to learn how to use her innate abilities in a more systematic way, rather than piecing together various videos from the Star Network. which were not only hard to find, but also potentially inaccurate. Just as she was about to focus on her studies, she was interrupted by a series of knocks on the door. Chapter 27. Going to school? Sun Yin curiously opened the door and found Gu Yin knocking. She looked at him in confusion, wondering what was the matter. Gu Yin, looking helpless, pointed out that it was already quite late and she should rest. Sun Yin was taken aback, glancing down at her light brain, and realized that it was already dark outside. Since returning home in the afternoon, she had been immersed in improving the quality of the pills, because she had not encountered any failures. She had been caught up in the excitement of success and had lost track of time. "Oh, I forgot," she said, realizing that her innate abilities and mental strength were completely depleted. She hadn't expected it to be so late. Thinking that the dining hall might be closed by now, she considered checking the kitchen for something to eat. Just as she was about to turn around, she noticed Gu Yin looking at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, as if he couldn't believe she had forgotten to eat. He then mentioned that he had seen her brother when he returned, and that her brother had said she hadn't gone out to eat with him. So he brought back some food since the dining hall was likely closing soon. "Shall we go eat?" he asked. Sun Yin was surprised that he had thought of these things and cared about her. She nodded, feeling a mix of emotions as she followed Gu Yin out the door, heading straight for the kitchen dining area. On the table, there were indeed 4 dishes and 2 soups kept warm, all made from nutritious energy ingredients. "Did you not eat?" she asked, noticing the amount. Gu Yin nodded and sat down, lifting the lid of the warmer to place 1 bowl of mushroom soup in front of Sun Yin. She washed her hands and sat down, taking a spoonful of soup into her mouth. It was fresh and delicious. Then she remembered that she had some white mushrooms stored away from her previous mission and thought about making this soup with them someday. After taking another sip, she realized she should engage in some conversation with Gu Yin. Even though they were married, she still felt a bit unfamiliar with him. "Is the military really that busy? You just got back now?" she asked. Gu Yin, noticing her lack of understanding, briefly explained some recent military developments. They were mainly focused on building defensive cities to fend off future beast attacks. Currently, there were small teams out on missions to mark areas in the wild, and if they encountered danger or anything else, he needed to keep track of the situation. He didn't mention the deeper issues, fearing it might scare her. Thinking about recent reports of beast gatherings, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sun Yin nodded, understanding that if something happened, it would require Gu Yin to make decisions and manage the defense city, not to mention various other military affairs. She then concentrated on eating, and just as she finished, her light brain received a communication. Seeing her brother's name, she directly connected the call. As soon as it connected, Sun Jian's voice came through. "Yin Yin, I'm going out on a mission tomorrow with my cousin and some other guys from the clan." Sun Yin was taken aback. Hadn't they said it would be a while before going out? Sun Jian explained that the clan had arrived tonight, and after spending too long on the spaceship, they decided to go out on a mission after understanding the situation here. Sun Yin frowned, feeling anxious that they were rushing to go out on a mission so soon after arriving. Gu Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise at the siblings' conversation. Sun Yin asked Sun Jian for more details, and he answered all her questions. He was also worried about going out on a mission with just his cousin while leaving his sister alone at home, feeling that it was a bit unfamiliar for her. Even though she was married to Gu Yin, and he had a good temperament, Sun Jian knew his sister well. She was somewhat dependent on family and needed a long adjustment period before she could trust strangers and build friendships or familial bonds, including with Gu Yin. Therefore, in the communication, he not only informed her about his mission but also aimed to reassure her of any unease she might feel. Sun Yin could clearly sense her brother's care for her, which warmed her heart. "So, do I not need to go with you?" she asked. Sun Jian immediately refused, explaining that their team included talent users from the clan, and it was just a small team going out on a mission. "You just went out on a mission yesterday. Let's save it for next time." Sun Yin felt relieved for the time being. Sun Jian was an S-class powerhouse, and he understood the dangers of the wild better than she did. Thinking of this, she said to Sun Jian, "Then come by my place before you go on the mission tomorrow. I made some pills today, you can take some with you." Upon hearing this, Sun Jian felt that his sister was worried about him, and his mood noticeably improved. After discussing the important matters, he teased her, saying, "I didn't expect you, a talent user, to be so talented. You've been able to successfully make pills since your initial awakening." Sun Yin proudly raised her chin, but unfortunately, they weren't on video, so Sun Jian couldn't see her. Otherwise, he would have chatted with her a bit more. Gu Yin, however, saw her and loved her proud demeanor, a smile unconsciously forming in his eyes. Sun Yin then said to her brother, "Come over tonight. I'm afraid you'll forget in the morning with your early mission." Sun Jian laughed, saying, "How could that be? The essential supplies for a mission are a must. If you use them well, it could mean saving a life." After considering it, he agreed. "All right, I'll head over there soon." I won't bother you tomorrow morning before your mission. Sun Yin replied, okay. Gu Yin listened to their conversation without commenting on Sun Yin giving her maid pills to Sun Jian. Talent users relied on family support, and it was only natural for them to provide their crafted products back to the family, especially since he was Sun Yin's older brother. He wasn't the type of man who, after getting married, considered his wife as his personal possession. How Sun Yin treated her family was her decision, and he wouldn't interfere. After finishing dinner, Gu Yin didn't let Sun Yin clean the table, telling her to wait in the living room for Sun Jian. Seeing that she didn't have to do any chores, she obediently agreed and went to the dining area to sit down. Pouring herself a glass of fruit drink she had brought back today. She took a sip and found it had a golden, nutritious flavor. The two lived close by, and soon Sun Jian knocked on the door. Sun Yin hurried to open it, and they both returned to the living room to find Gu Yin had also finished his tasks. Sun Yin rummaged through her storage device and took out all her low-quality hemostatic pills, along with 2 bottles of medium-quality hemostatic pills for Sun Jian. Sun Jian was quite surprised to see an entire small table filled with medicine bottles. He reached for one of the differently colored bottles, opened it, and found it was of medium quality. Gu Yin also cast a surprised glance at Sun Yin. He didn't expect that his wife, despite not entering the academy, had such a high level of pharmaceutical skills, capable of producing mid-grade quality. He furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, glancing at Sun Jian, deciding to ask her in the evening if she had any thoughts about going to the academy for further studies. Once Sun Jian left, after the two finished washing up and leaned against the headboard, Sun Yin heard Gu Yan's question. Going to the academy? Chapter 28, Causing trouble here. Yes. I see your pharmaceutical skills are quite good, but not entering the academy and not having systematic guidance for someone to specialize is quite a waste of time. Gu Yan looked at Sun Yin and explained gently. Sun Yin didn't expect that her concerns would be brought up so quickly by Gu Yan. Feeling a bit frustrated, she turned over, thinking that she couldn't attend classes at the academy here on the development star. Realizing she couldn't figure it out, she asked Gu Yan, but we're on the development star now. How can I go to the academy? Gu Yan knew that Sun Yin didn't understand the specifics of these academies. So he patiently explained, because in our interstellar society, most talented individuals awaken after reaching adulthood and go to the development star for training. The Central Star Academy has opened a kind of star network teaching video. Sun Yin exclaimed in surprise, teaching videos? What kind of videos? Gu Yan thought for a moment about how to explain it concisely, and after a pause, he said, in simple terms, after the academy teachers give lessons, they record videos and upload them to the relevant school network's official account corresponding to the classroom. You learn by following the academy's explanatory videos. And if you encounter something you don't understand, you can directly contact the teacher through the star network for answers. That's so intense. Can I watch it any time? What about the time difference between the two planets? Will the teachers respond immediately? Sun Yin asked excitedly, propping herself up. Gu Yan silently glanced at her, and Sun Yin understood. Oh, I see, that won't work. Disappointed, she lay back down. Gu Yan rubbed his forehead. Teachers also need to rest. But when they see messages from students, they will respond. Sun Yin awkwardly smiled, realizing she had been presumptuous. After that, she agreed with Gu Yan's suggestion. All right. I'll apply to join the academy, but I want to join the academy under the Talented Masters Guild, not the military department. Gu Yan was from the military department, and she couldn't let him assume she also wanted to join the military. That would be ridiculous. The military department wasn't just Gu Yan's. If there were any future summons, he might not be able to handle it. Gu Yan was silent for a moment before agreeing. All right, you have high talent, and it's all attributes. I'll register you. And the Talented Masters Academy should send you a message in a few days. Keep an eye out. Okay, I understand. After Sun Yin got up during the day, she finally remembered her white jade mushroom. She took it out of the small storage box and looked at it carefully, unsure if she felt disappointed. The white jade mushroom was small, and the time it was used by the 7 people wasn't long. Her white jade mushroom was only the size of a small storage box, weighing just 5 pounds. She sighed and was about to put it away when she saw Gu Xiang walking into the courtyard. Sun Yin was surprised. Gu Xiang had been diligently working in the Talented Master Studio these past few days. Why did she come over today? She stood up and opened the hall door for Gu Xiang. Seeing her sister-in-law open the door for her, Gu Xiang blushed and softly greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." Sun Yin smiled and nodded, curious about why she came over. Not in a hurry. She first poured a cup of tea for Gu Xiang and then placed a golden mango drink in front of her. Gu Xiang reached out to take the drink, feeling a bit warmed inside, knowing it was a nutritious energy drink that her brother had bought for her sister-in-law with great difficulty. It was expensive and often out of stock, with only 12 bottles in a pack. Her brother had given her 2 bottles, and she didn't expect her sister-in-law to share one with her when she came over. She shyly pushed her hand away, saying, "I don't need it. I have some." Sun Yin waved her hand to stop her polite refusal, saying, "You drink it. It's for you. Your brother brought it back." What was one bottle of drink compared to the many purple peaches she had? Any one of those was better than this diluted mango water. Sun Yin could tell that the drink was not as flavorful as the mangoes she remembered. It was diluted with water. It wasn't very tasty, but it still contained energy, which made it sought after. She recalled giving a bottle to Sun Jian, who had declined it, and when she returned to the living room, she found it on the table. She found this back and forth of guests refusing drinks annoying, but seeing Gu Xiang obediently accept it made her quite satisfied. Although her personality was quiet, she was quite obedient. "What's wrong? Why aren't you working in the studio today?" Gu Xiang, hearing the question, suddenly remembered her purpose for coming, her expression turning somewhat worried. "Sister-in-law, I just entered the Talented Master studio today and heard some of them say that the peach trees in your courtyard were given by the military. Is that true?" Sun Yan's brows furrowed tightly at once. She glanced at Gu Xiang's expression and saw that she looked a bit anxious, her expression unclear. "What happened?" "You know that I went on a mission a few days ago, and your brother knows too. These were brought back from that mission." Gu Xiang visibly relaxed. But just as she was about to continue speaking, a commotion of women's voices came from outside the courtyard. Sun Yin had a bad feeling and thought, could this be what Gu Xiang was going to say? It had been so many days since Gu Xiang came here. What were these women doing here? Sun Yin stepped out, her face displeased, and confronted the women entering the courtyard. "Who are you? Entering someone else's door without the owner's consent and touching their fruit trees? What if you break something? Will you pay for it?" Gu Xiang followed closely behind, her face flushed, loudly saying, "Yes, how can you do this?" Sun Yin felt her displeasure rising, but Gu Xiang was struggling to find the point of her anger, since the others had already done it. They must have considered the consequences. Sun Yin had truly underestimated the situation. This group of talented masters didn't know where they got the idea that these energy fruit trees belonged to the military, and they believed they could claim them for themselves, not considering that they weren't theirs. How is that possible? I haven't heard of her going on a mission. If they are in from the military, how could they have been given to her by Major Gu Yan? One girl in a pink dress, named Shi, looked at the two who were defending her, always smiling, but upon hearing the question, her gentle smile stiffened in disbelief as she turned to look at her good friend. The girl in the pink dress named Xiaoqi anxiously asked Shi, "You say it isn't hers? What do you mean by compensation? Isn't it wrong for us to take resources belonging to the military?" Hearing this, Sun Yin calmly looked at Shi's darkening face, waiting to see what she would say. Shi felt the pressure rising as everyone stared at her. Just then, several ability users on vacation passed by, curious about the commotion among the talented masters, glancing into the courtyard a few times. Upon realizing it was their own team leader's courtyard, they all stopped in their tracks. Sun Yin, seeing the ability users watching the show, suppressed her smirk and looked at Shi with interest, explaining the situation to the surrounding ability users. "Oh, weren't you saying you were coming to take away the military's energy fruit trees?" As Shi felt the stares of everyone around her, an ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 29. Crying will also lead to punishment. Shi's psychological pressure increased dramatically. Sun Yin noticed that Ci's eyes showed signs of retreat, and she immediately crossed her arms and shouted, "Didn't you say Gu Yan privately took military supplies for me? How can you just put a black hat on me and Gu Yan and think you can leave?" Ci's gaze struggled as she looked at the energy fruit tree and then at the surrounding ability users. Those ability users looked at the beautiful and seemingly fragile talent master as if they had seen their savior. A man, filled with chivalry, was about to step forward to defend her when someone next to him pulled him down and covered his mouth, saying, "Are you stupid? Just because you see a delicate talent master, you want to be a hero? That's the captain's wife, and I heard she's a mineral master. Think carefully." The ability user looked at the talent master as if she were a deity, feeling the grip on him loosen, and his comrade, who had covered his mouth, let go. He helplessly turned to look at him, his eyes pleading for him to continue pulling him back. "Brother, help me out." His comrade rolled his eyes at him. As the ability user who stood up for him went silent, Cici felt a deep resentment towards this useless man. Then, her mind shifted, and she raised her hand to cover her forehead, her eyes slightly closing, letting out a soft owl. Sun Yin noticed she was about to pretend to faint, forcing the mess onto herself. She directly interrupted her spell, saying, "A talented master with abilities, their body is strong. Do you think they would faint randomly?" The surrounding ability users looked at each other in confusion, their faces filled with bewilderment. These talent masters are all awakened individuals. How could they faint for no reason? Exactly. Fainting at will? That must be a sign of excessive use of abilities. Yeah, where would you find such a talent master? Awakened individuals are much stronger than ordinary people. I might believe it if you said they were ordinary. CC, listening to the voices around her, stiffened her body, unable to proceed with her act of fainting. The girl in the pink dress, Xiaoqi, looked at CC anxiously and asked, CC, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? CC glared at Xiaoqi with a fierce look, saying, I told you, talent masters have strong bodies. How could I possibly feel unwell? Did she think she was useless too? Thinking of this, she directly lowered her eyes and spoke in a weak voice, Xiaoqi, you said this is the military's energy fruit tree and asked me to come see it and let it bear fruit. It seems that Master Sun doesn't welcome us. Xiaoqi looked at CC in confusion, standing still. Another friend, Hongmi, spoke up, CC, don't be afraid. We came this time to bring back the military's energy fruit tree. We can't let it wither here. Major General Gu is really something. Giving an energy fruit tree to a mineral master, what can they keep alive? Just as she said this, they were bumped into by Zhou Mo, who was finishing training. Zhou Mo was taken aback, asking, what energy fruit tree did Major General Gu give? He looked up and saw those talent masters. Noticing the mocking expressions in their eyes as they prepared to speak, he rushed over excitedly, preempting his sister-in-law's words, indignantly saying, you talent masters just have no good intentions. What do you mean it was given by our captain? This is something my sister-in-law worked hard to bring back from the wild. You all are good at talking. One moment it's someone else's, and the next it's in your pocket? Sun Yin sneered. That's right, as long as she wants. She can easily put a black hat on someone. The brothers who had gone on the mission with Zhou Mo also knew the origin of the fruit tree and hurriedly came forward to defend their captain and sister-in-law, insisting that they couldn't let this turn into a reputation for mixing personal and public matters. What would happen if their sister-in-law didn't take them on missions after this? Sun Yin's words were all preempted, and she felt helpless. She had finally managed to establish a reputation of being not to be trifled with in front of the talent masters. Hoping that troubles from the talent masters wouldn't easily find her afterward, but unexpectedly, Zhou Mo had ruined her plans. Just as she was about to send Gu Yin a message to handle these talent masters, a stranger approached. Sun Yin recognized him after several glances. He was the commander-in-chief of this expedition to Kai Tua Star. She hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully greeting the commander. What brings you here? The surrounding people also greeted him and then fell silent. The commander, seeing so many people gathered in the courtyard, furrowed his brows tightly. First, he smiled at Sun Yin, then looked at the surrounding ability users and said, with so many matters every day, you're still here watching the excitement? Aren't you busy? He then cast a stern look around. The surrounding ability users hurriedly said, oh, I have something at home. I must leave. Wait for me. My exotic beast meat is ready. I'll go back too. Some who didn't know what to say simply slipped away. Zhou Mo, however, stood his ground, wanting to support his sister-in-law. Sun Yin watched as the crowd dispersed quickly, feeling stunned. The three talent masters neither let them leave nor dared to walk away. They hadn't expected the commander to come. Was the energy fruit tree really not from the military? What if the commander found out what they had done? Panic flashed in their eyes as they forced themselves to remain calm. The commander glanced at the trembling talent masters and turned away, unable to look at them. Remembering what Gu Xiang had said, he turned to the three of them angrily and said, you talent masters should manage yourselves well. Anything from the military is distributed according to ability, let alone this energy fruit tree is not even from the military. What right do you have to take someone else's things? If you have abilities, go out into the wild and complete your missions. What face do you have to envy others' possessions? His words were heavy, and CC's eyes visibly welled up with tears. At that moment, she was thankful that the ability users watching had all left. She lowered her head. The commander, frowning at these talent masters and their hesitance, completely ran out of patience. Are you waiting for me to say it? Apologize. CC finally reacted, walking in front of Sun Yin, looking into her mocking eyes, her eyes red. After a long time, she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito. I'm sorry. Sun Yin didn't respond. She had initially wanted to keep her distance from these talent masters, but they had come in without asking where the energy fruit tree was from and directly assumed it was from the military. Not to mention, they had dragged Gu Yin into this. If this got out, what good reputation would the two of them have? Especially since this was just the newly discovered Kai Tua star. Gu Yin was seen as a contributor, and with this rumor swirling, countless troubles would arise. It might even dampen morale. Sun Yin herself wasn't sure if this line of thinking was right, but she felt like she was being wronged and that explaining would be a waste of effort. It would be better to suppress it from the start. Unexpectedly, Zhou Mo had come in and resolved the situation without her needing to step in. Even more unexpectedly, The sudden appearance of the commander labeled CC and the others as slanderers and demanded an apology. Xian expected to be sidelined while everything was resolved perfectly. Listening to CC grit her teeth and say another "I'm sorry," Sun Yin felt a bit pleased. She glanced at CC, who was filled with humiliation. Rolling her eyes internally, "You just came in and spoke without asking, and when you got slapped in the face, you directly turned your resentment towards others. What kind of person is this?" She didn't say forgive, but directly replied, "What is the use of an apology? What do we need the commander for?" The commander was taken aback, asking, "What? Are you dissatisfied with the apology?" This young girl, though small, had quite a temper. If it weren't for Gu Yin's team suddenly discovering an issue in the wild today and going on a mission, given his protective nature, he wouldn't care whether the person was a talent master or not. After thinking it over, he decided to announce the punishment for CC and the others. Chapter 30. Punishment. The commander looked expressionlessly at CC and the others, noticing they were avoiding his gaze. He spoke in a deep voice. "You few didn't clarify the situation and randomly interfered in someone else's business, tarnishing the reputation of military officers. Therefore, when you return, you will have to participate in a mission without pay once a month for a year. Within that year, aside from the orders unified by the military, your additional resources will not be distributed." Upon hearing this, tears streamed uncontrollably down CC's face. The expression on their faces was pleading as they looked at the commander and begged, "Commander, going on missions can lead to death." Xiao Qi and another person also looked at the commander with terrified faces. "Commander, can we change the punishment? We know we were wrong." "Yes, Commander. We usually have outdoor mission targets, and if we go on another mission this month, that would be 2 times. The commander remained unmoved. His gaze icy as he looked at the 3 of them. Others can go on missions and enjoy the resources and training from the military. But if you go on missions, it's a burden to you. If you make a mistake, you must pay the price. CSCC couldn't bear the humiliation in the commander's gaze and ran away crying. Xiao Qi and the other person were also in a panic, feeling lost. Seeing their good sister running away in tears, they didn't even say a word and chased after CSCC. "CC, wait for us." Once the matter was settled, the commander rubbed his temples and said to Sun Yin, "I've already punished them." Sun Yin raised an eyebrow but said nothing. To be honest, she felt a bit surprised. She didn't expect the commander to send them directly on a mission, which could easily lead to death. Generally, gifted students under the military only had to complete the designated tasks assigned, but with this punishment, they would have to face danger every month. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, the commander, feeling helpless, brought up the topic. "I heard in the camp that you brought back nutrient energy fruit trees from your missions, and I would like to exchange for some." Sun Yin looked at him curiously. "Exchange? Haven't you brought back this kind of fruit tree before?" The commander forced a smile. "We used to bring back ordinary fruit trees, but they either died or withered, and only a few survived. The fruits weren't as good as those from the wild. We haven't encountered many energy fruit trees like yours. We did bring some back, but I don't know how the planters cared for them, and many died, leaving only a few alive." Sun Yin continued to wait for the commander to speak. The commander, noticing that the other party was reluctant to respond, observed that the fruit trees in the yard showed no signs of dying, which meant the other party had used methods he didn't know. He paused and said, "I can trade some items." Sun Yin became interested. As she had dozens of fruit trees herself and couldn't plant them all, she was curious about what the commander could offer. After thinking for a moment about what he had brought, the commander said, "I have several seeds of beauty vine and ruby fruit trees to trade." Gu Xiang, who was nearby, exclaimed in surprise, "Beauty vine and ruby?" Sun Yin took a moment to process this, realizing these were several varieties of grape seeds. She felt delighted but didn't show it on her face. These grapes were excellent for making wine, fruit drinks, and canned goods, and when combined with special energy herbs, they could enhance energy. After considering, she cautiously asked the commander, "What level are these seeds?" "My fruit trees can bear precious level fruits and have special effects. If they are ordinary fruit trees, I don't want them." The commander was taken aback. He genuinely didn't know the level of these fruit trees. If the other party could successfully grow this kind of purple peach fruit tree, it might not be worth trading with him. "Because my fruit tree seeds are ordinary and can bear nutrient energy fruits." Sun Yin thought for a moment and decided it was acceptable if there were many varieties. She could trade since she had never seen these seeds before. Then, she feigned disappointment. The commander noticed and gritted his teeth, saying, "I can give you 5 different seeds. 5 seeds for 5 trees, how about that?" Sun Yin calculated in her mind and agreed, as she saw Gu Xiang sending her a message through her light brain, indicating that these seeds were unique to the commander's family and couldn't be bought outside. She felt assured and said to the commander, "We can trade, but with one condition." The commander felt a headache coming on, thinking about how Gu Yin found such a formidable wife. He had heard she wasn't very old. Could he handle it? Gu Yin should take care of his own wife. What did this single guy know? Sun Yin firmly stated. I want you to post a notice at the camp entrance and also on the military's internal network, detailing what they did without missing a word. Today, so many people know that we, as a couple, have mixed public and private matters, so we can't let this blame fall on us without explanation. Allowing outsiders to spread rumors. Noticing the commander showing a hint of difficulty on his face, she quickly added, I'll give you 3 more fruit trees. The commander cleared his throat and waved his hand, indicating that this was no problem. Once Sun Yin received the 5 seeds he handed over. She placed the storage box containing the fruit trees on the ground. As the other party waved to leave, Sun Yin hurriedly grabbed the commander. Hey, don't go. Are you really going to take back the storage box I bought at a high price? How much is this worth? What are you doing? The commander thought that he couldn't let Sun Yin take advantage of him. He wanted to get back to his noisy little sister and give her the fruit trees. Thinking about that temperamental sister made him headachy, especially since he had to deal with another lighthearted issue. Sun Yin pointed at the storage box with confidence. This storage box is mine. You have to give it back to me. Commander Hu Jingtao was speechless and weakly said, I'll have someone send you 10, no? 20 of these storage boxes later. Sun Yin quickly released her grip, smiling warmly as she sent the commander off. Take care, Commander. If you want to trade again, feel free to come back. I have more to exchange. Hu Jingtao staggered for a moment and hurriedly left. This visit had caused him quite a bit of trouble. He couldn't afford to come again. Just as Sun Yin turned around in a good mood, she saw Gu Xiang and Zhou Mo looking at her with admiration. She was surprised. Why are you two looking at me like that? Zhou Mo answered eagerly, Sister-in-law, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Daring to bargain with our commander. We don't even dare to be reckless in front of the commander. Gu Xiang's face turned red with excitement. Yes, sister-in-law, you're amazing. Zhou Mo continued to flatter Sun Yin. Sister-in-law, you're the most impressive, gifted student in my heart. From now on, you'll be my idol. Even my captain will have to take a back seat. Sun Yin laughed several times at their antics. Did Gu Yan's subordinates really have such a humorous side? All right. I'll just find you next time I go on a mission. Zhou Mo hurriedly approached with enthusiasm. Sister-in-law, you're my goddess. Sun Yin looked at the time and asked Zhou Mo, what were you going to do before coming here? Are you leaving or not? Zhou Mo realized a lot of time had passed, screamed, and immediately turned to run while waving at Sun Yin. Sister-in-law, you must remember me. I'll be back. Gu Xiang couldn't help but smile at Zhou Mo's antics. Once everyone had left, Sun Yin turned to Gu Xiang and asked, did you call the commander over? Gu Xiang shyly lowered her head, afraid that Sun Yin would blame her for making a big deal out of nothing. I saw someone coming to cause trouble, and I was worried you would be scared and unable to handle it. So I called my brother, but he didn't answer. Then I messaged the commander. Sun Yin didn't expect that the timid Gu Xiang would directly call the highest-ranking officer here. She had only wanted to tease those 3 people. But since her brother was on a mission and the clan members had left, she thought of dealing with those people herself. She hadn't thought of calling Gu Yin because they had only known each other for a few days, and she didn't think of him immediately. She didn't expect his sister to call in the big guns to act as a referee. She gave Gu Xiang a thumbs up. Awesome. Less than noon after the commander left, all the gifted students and ability users in the camp saw 2 official notices posted. It swept through the camp like a whirlwind. Everyone felt in unison that Gu Yan's wife was not to be trifled with. At noon, Sun Yin had lunch with Gu Xiang. During the meal, Gu Xiang was not as silent as when they first met. She occasionally looked at Sun Yin with admiration and shared some pharmaceutical methods used by pharmacists. She also mentioned how delicious her brother's cooking and barbecue were. It was clear she was promoting her brother. Sun Yin listened with great interest and to thank Gu Xiang. She called the commander for support. Sun Yin quickly settled the bill before Gu Xiang could, and the nutritious energy meal cost nearly 10,000 yuan, of course. Charged to Gu Yan's card. Sister-in-law, let me pay since I have money, Gu Xiang said, feeling a bit embarrassed since Sun Yin was quicker to pay despite being younger. Sun Yin pressed down on Gu Xiang's hand as she tried to pay, somewhat awkwardly insisting, it's my treat. As the youngest in her family, she was usually the one being treated, and this was her first time treating someone else, and such an expensive meal at that. Come over to my place to play next time, she added, seeing Gu Xiang looking a bit down. Upon hearing the invitation, Gu Xiang visibly perked up. After a morning of trivial arguments, which were quite annoying, Sun Yin parted ways with Gu Xiang after lunch and went to the pharmacy to buy some energy herbs for preparing plant nutrient solutions before heading home. Once home, she found no one there, and with her brother also away, she sat on the sofa feeling a bit bored. Remembering she hadn't messaged Gu Yin about what happened today, she lifted her light brain and recounted everything that happened as well as the commander's situation. so he wouldn't be out of the loop when he returned. Shortly after, she received a voice call from him. Seeing the caller ID, she hesitated for a moment before answering. Hello, Guyen. Just as she spoke, she could hear the sounds of beast roars and fighting on his end. Sun Yin was taken aback. Where had he gone? Guyen, hearing no sign of distress in Sun Yin's voice, felt relieved. He initially thought Sun Yin had been wronged based on her previous message, and he had even sent the commander home to make sure she was okay. You're not hurt, right? If something like this happens again, just contact me directly, he said, remembering he had suddenly gone on a mission and couldn't find anyone to back him up. And if you contact me, I'll find someone to help you. Sun Yin didn't expect CSCC and the others to choose just the right moment to come by when no one was home. She just thought it was like being barked at by a dog. She didn't feel at a loss at all. Those few people were going to embarrass themselves in the next couple of days. She told Guyen. This time, with Gu Xiang calling the commander, it's all been resolved. So don't worry. Guyen was taken aback. What do you mean Gu Xiang called? She can command the commander? Are you kidding? Then Sun Yin bombarded him with a series of curious questions, leaving him no time to think. Where are you? Why do I hear beast roars? Are you in the wilderness? Hearing the concern in her voice made him feel slightly happy, and he smiled. It's nothing. There's a small-scale gathering of beasts down here, and I'm leading a team to clear them out. I should be back by tonight. Don't worry, it's not dangerous right now. Upon hearing it was not dangerous, Sun Yin unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Feeling a bit awkward, she replied, since you're in the wilderness, I'll hang up now. Don't let it affect your battle. Guyen noticed the slight discomfort in her voice, and his smile faded. He took a deep breath and replied, okay, then rest early tonight. Don't stay up too late. It's not good for your health. Remembering that every time he saw Sun Yin, she was busy, he reminded her a few more times. Sun Yin obediently replied twice before hanging up. She lay back on the sofa, took out a purple peach to eat, which was sweet and fragrant and could nurture her talent. After finishing it, she burped. I'm stuffed. That peach was too big. Thinking about how both Guyen and her brother were out on missions, she suddenly felt the large house was empty, leaving only her behind. And a sense of desolation washed over her. She shook her head, thinking that loneliness was just idleness. So she decided to go to her studio to prepare the plant nutrient solution, and when they returned, she would plant the seeds she had. After being busy in the studio for half the afternoon, it was already 10 at night, and Guyen still hadn't returned. She started to worry and walked around the house anxiously. She wanted to message Guyen, but was afraid he might get distracted and get hurt while dealing with the beasts. What if I become a widow right after getting married? After pondering for a while, she decided to message Gu Xiang. Who knew? Searching high and low, she couldn't find her contact information. Had she not added Gu Xiang's contact number? Sun Yin hesitated for a while, but still sent a message to Guyen, asking, why haven't you come back yet? After waiting a while without a reply, she became restless and decided to head to the talent master's studio where she had first checked in, hoping to see if Gu Xiang knew anything. Even if she didn't, she had the commander's contact number and could ask him. As she walked, she sensed an unusual quiet in the air. The further she walked toward the talent master's studio, the fewer people there were. Suddenly, she stopped, slapped her forehead, realizing that the talent master's studio must have closed, and there wouldn't be anyone there. After thinking for a moment, she turned toward the dormitory where Gu Xiang said she would be resting. On her way, she passed the camp bulletin board, which prominently displayed the mistakes CSCC made. Passers-by glanced at the bulletin board and began to discuss it with interest. A talent master with such a prestigious status can still be publicly posted? Hey, did you not know? There's also a punishment bulletin on the military's official website. Isn't this a public announcement? The military is so strict with talent masters? Yeah, going to the wilderness for missions, and still having to complete the military's task quota every month. This time, our team has a lot of gains to show. Some hopeful ability users thought that if they were assigned to their team, they would be well protected. However, some ability users poured cold water on everyone, saying, you all don't see what she did wrong. She even falsely accused our Major General Gu. With such a troublesome nature, do you dare to keep her in your team? What if a few of you are left outside on a mission? Experienced ability users advised newcomers, when on a mission, if you encounter such a weak yet troublemaking talent master, it's best to suppress her temper from the start. Beasts won't show us any mercy. Just then, Sun Yin walked into a secluded path and overheard the conversation among a group of ability users. She widened her eyes in disbelief, wondering if there really were talent masters who threw tantrums during missions. Were they really that reckless? Just as she was about to leave, she heard a commotion at the camp entrance. Sun Yin paused, worried about the beasts surrounding the camp. Though the possibilities seemed slim, she thought it best to be cautious. Carefully looking toward the camp entrance, she saw a large airship landing there. Sun Yin let out a silent sigh of relief. Just then, her communicator rang. Upon opening it, she saw that it was a video call request from Gu Yin. An unsettling feeling crept into her heart. Was this the airship Gu Yin used for his mission? Perfect timing to return and even call her. Sun Yin leaned forward to get a better look at the camp entrance, where she saw Gu Yin, looking somewhat anxious, staring at his light brain. Meanwhile, her light brain, having been hung up after no one answered, was ringing with another video call request from Gu Yin. Sun Yin was torn. Should she answer the call, or head to the camp entrance to play the role of a worried wife among all the ability users? Or should she rush back to the courtyard to answer the call? Chapter 32. Generously. She felt quite troubled. In the end, she decided that since she was already there, she would walk out confidently to meet him, satisfying the vanity of the ability users who wanted someone to welcome them home. She tidied up her clothes, coughed lightly, and as she stepped out of her place and looked towards Gu Yin, she saw him gazing back at her with a sense of awareness. Gu Yin was taken aback, unsure whether he felt worried or happy. He directly pushed aside the team member blocking his way and ran towards Sun Yin. The ability user who was pushed aside stumbled and complained, "Captain, what are you doing?" As he spoke, he followed Gu Yin's direction and his expression changed dramatically, ultimately turning into one of indignation. "Captain, I looked down on you. You still need someone to pick you up after a mission." Those nearby who hadn't noticed what was happening were startled by the shout and turned to glare at Xianghua. After processing what was said, they were all stunned, following his gaze only to see their captain holding his wife's arm, checking if she was injured. Who was checking whom? Why was this so hard to understand? What was going on? The crowd exchanged glances, speechless, until one ability user finally broke the silence, saying he didn't expect the captain to be such a family-oriented person, needing someone to come pick him up. The others looked equally bewildered. Gu Xiang thought, how did I not know my brother was family-oriented? Meanwhile, Gu Yin thought something had happened to Sun Yin when she didn't answer his communication, and he was relieved to see her in front of him. Believing he might be hallucinating, seeing that she was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. "You're okay, right? Yin, you weren't hurt today, were you?" He remembered that he had no one at home today, and that someone had caused a commotion at his doorstep, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Sun Yin shook her head. "I'm fine. The commander arrived just in time today." Remembering the comments from the talent users earlier about Gu Yin using his position for personal gain, Sun Yin still reminded him. "What did those talent users say about you using your position for personal gain?" Gu Yin smiled wryly. "Not all of my missions are military assignments. I also lead teams for missions, and the resources I obtain are naturally mine. Those talent users always think it's military supplies and want to take a share. It's really wishful thinking." Sun Yin agreed with Gu Yin's thoughts, wondering what kind of logic that was. Seeing that Sun Yin was lively and unharmed, Gu Yin felt completely relieved. "Let's go. Don't worry about those people. We ability users know what's what. I'll take you home." While speaking, he turned to Sun Yin and said, "It's so late. Didn't I tell you to rest early? Why are you at the camp entrance?" Sun Yin pursed her lips, feeling embarrassed as she explained her itinerary for the night. "I tried to call you, but you didn't answer. You said you would be back today. Generally, all teams return to the camp before dark. I was worried when you didn't come back. I forgot to add Gu Xiang's communication number and didn't have the commander's contact number. I thought I would check the talent user studio, and after passing by here, I saw you." Hearing that Sun Yin was worried about him made Gu Yin happy. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted, and his expression softened considerably. In the end, he still forced himself to maintain a serious face. "It's too dangerous. Don't come to the camp entrance at night, with people coming and going. You never know when a beast might attack. If I'm not back by night, don't look for me. Just wait at home. It was my fault this time. Next time I'll send you a message so you won't worry." Hearing that there could be beast attacks at the camp entrance at night startled Sun Yin. But then she remembered she had a defensive shield, which eased her mind. Gu Yin could see through Sun Yan's thoughts and felt helpless. He could only think about getting a few more defensive shields for her, so she could hold out until he arrived to save her. Despite Gu Yan's serious words, he was quite pleased that Sun Yin was worried about him and came to the camp entrance to meet him. He felt their relationship had taken a big step forward. The next day, as soon as he entered the military department studio, he was met with a group of colleagues teasing him. "Isn't this the little General Gu who needs someone to pick him up?" As they spoke, they made exaggerated gestures of looking outside. "Didn't anyone come to send the little General Gu to work today?" Everyone around burst into laughter. Hu Jingtao, holding back his laughter, said, "Indeed. Little General Gu is lucky. After a mission, someone comes to pick him up." The laughter continued. Who would have thought that little General Gu was like a child, needing someone to escort him? Gu Yin didn't get angry. He pointed at Hu Jingtao. "You could have someone too. Isn't your sister always coming to pick you up?" Hu Jingtao's expression turned bitter, That's not someone coming to pick me up. That's my sister-in-law using my money. Then there was Qian Keifu, who sighed. I remember your wife always says she doesn't have enough resources to upgrade her abilities and complains that you don't give her resources. Qian Keifu thought of his wife and sighed. She really doesn't understand. These are military supplies, and I also need to improve my abilities. How can I give her more resources? Guyan snorted. Your abilities have been a bit lax lately, even though you don't engage in combat. You shouldn't let your abilities regress. Qian Keifu sighed again. You all know she sometimes lacks discretion, taking resources home for the whole family to use. They used them, but who knew they would sell all the resources? I can still provide for her abilities alone. Guyan exchanged glances with Hu Jingtao, both understanding that they would need to watch each other as future behavior. If things didn't improve, it seemed their relationships would hit a snag. At this point, the group fell silent, not continuing to discuss personal matters. When they finally spoke about what they observed yesterday, Guyan's expression turned serious. My team received news that there is an unusual gathering of beasts. I went out to investigate yesterday, and it's indeed the case. Hu Jingtao's expression turned cold. Based on our years of experience and expansion, this group of beasts is likely to take action. Xie Jingkai, listening to the conversation, didn't join in the laughter. When he heard about military matters, he looked up at Guyan calmly. My team also discovered unusual beast activity recently. I'll be leading a team to the wild today. As he spoke, he relaxed his tightly clenched fist and glanced at Guyan again, with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Guyan looked at Xie Jingkai, feeling a sense of vigilance. Despite Xie Jingkai's usually gentle demeanor, his schemes ran deep, evidenced by the way his family engages in intrigue. Yet everyone recognized him as a close brother. With a half-smile, Guyan said to Xie Jingkai, it's best to find out the anomalies sooner rather than later. Hu Jingtao noticed the subtle hostility between the two and looked at them with curiosity. He addressed both of them, saying, recently, various major families have been arriving at the expansion star. While the expansion star is large, the high-level precious resources are limited. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Jingtao pointed at the map on the table. You are all talents of our military department. So you can't just stay at the camp wasting your abilities. How about we organize a large-scale external mission in a while, allowing each family to compete for opportunities based on their abilities? Not to mention that people from other planets are also not far away. Upon hearing this, everyone became serious and began discussing which dangerous areas might yield higher chances of obtaining high-level resources. Chapter 33. Are they really lovers? After getting up in the morning, Sun Yin finished her nutritious energy breakfast on the table, which included 2 boiled eggs from the Gugu beasts, 3 palm-sized nutritional meat pies made from unknown beast meat, and a cup of Meimei beast milk. She also had a serving of energy fruits. She speared a piece with her fork and, with a blank expression, swallowed it down, only to find it was golden. Seriously, Guyan really loves golden food deeply. After eating her fill, she went back to the studio to practice. Success is never achieved overnight. She sat in her chair for a moment, then picked up the alchemy furnace and spent the morning refining hemostatic pills. Aside from a few low-quality batches at the beginning, she gradually found her method, and all the pills produced after that were of medium quality. Sun Yan's face lit up with joy as she checked the pills in her hand, feeling delighted, feeling that using the hemostatic pill was enough. She then found another formula for an energy-replenishing pill. This energy pill could replenish a small amount of consumed mental energy, and of high quality. It could greatly replenish mental energy. Sun Yin took a deep breath, prepared herself, picked out the energy herbs, removed the roots, washed the herbs, dried them, and then, following the instructional video found on StarNet, she carefully placed the energy herbs step by step. With the continuous input of her innate abilities and mental energy, after 20 minutes, a loud bang sounded from the furnace, startling Gu Xiang, who had just arrived downstairs. Gu Xiang patted her racing heart. She had heard the sound of exploding furnaces many times in the Talent Master's studio, but hearing it for the first time at her sister-in-law's house was indeed surprising. She thought it would be better not to knock and just make a call. Just as Sun Yin called the housework robot to clean the alchemy furnace, she saw an unfamiliar incoming call marked on her light brain. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to answer without speaking, waiting to hear who it was and what they wanted before deciding whether to respond. Sister-in-law, are you home? It's Gu Xiang. Hearing the familiar voice, Sun Yin looked at the communication number suspiciously. Oh, it's Gu Xiang. What's the matter? She then casually changed the name. Gu Xiang looked at the purple peach tree in the courtyard, then listened as the sounds inside gradually faded. Feeling a bit shy, she said, Sister-in-law, didn't you say yesterday that I could come find you when I have nothing to do? Sun Yin was taken aback for a moment before realizing and hurriedly replied. Oh right. What's up? Gu Xiang thought about the communication her brother had given her earlier, telling her to invite her sister-in-law to lunch. After hesitating, she decided not to mention that it was already noon. I came to call you to have lunch together. Upon hearing about lunch, Sun Yan looked at the time, and indeed it was mealtime. She let Gu Xiang in, saying, "Okay, you go inside first, I'll change clothes and come down." Hearing Sun Yan's response, Gu Xiang's slightly tense mood suddenly relaxed. "Okay, sister-in-law, I'm not in a hurry." Sun Yan didn't take it seriously. After all, she didn't owe her anything. She picked a light green fitted dress from the wardrobe, tidied her hair, washed her face, and then went out. "All right, I'm coming down, let us go together." When Gu Xiang heard her voice and looked up, a hint of admiration crossed her eyes, and she murmured, "Sister-in-law, you look really beautiful." Sun Yan covered her mouth and laughed, not shy at all, and complimented Gu Xiang in return, making Gu Xiang's face turn a bright red. "Just as beautiful as you, Gu Xiang. You have a gentle temperament, look graceful and demure, and you're also great at making medicine. Once your abilities upgrade, you'll be able to choose an even more powerful ability user." Gu Xiang bit her lip, shyly smiling, which brought out Sun Yan's mischievous side. She enjoyed teasing the easily embarrassed girl, but then quickly suppressed her playful thoughts. She took Gu Xiang's hand, and the two happily walked out. Just as they reached the entrance of the camp dining hall, they saw Gong Xiaoxiao pass by silently behind an ability user. Upon seeing Gong Xiaoxiao glance over, Sun Yan shot her a glare and pulled Gu Xiang into the dining hall. Gu Xiang curiously looked at the beautiful girl in a white dress who had displeased Sun Yan. Following Sun Yan's hand, they entered the dining hall on the second floor. Observing Sun Yan's restored, cheerful demeanor, Gu Xiang couldn't help but ask, "Sister-in-law, who is that person?" Although Sun Yan felt a bit unlucky to see her, she knew they would eventually encounter each other in the same camp, so she didn't take her frustration out on Gu Xiang. She thought for a moment and said objectively, "She's a very ambitious girl." Gu Xiang was puzzled. "An ambitious girl?" Sun Yan nodded firmly. "You know I came from Hanjian Star. Her family is from a planet even more remote than Hanjian Star. That planet has few resources. And when she first met my cousin, you know our family tradition. Once people get married, they always try to invest their feelings." Gu Xiang nodded, knowing that when her brother found out that Sun Yan had chosen him, he was very happy for a long time. Seeing Gu Xiang nod, Sun Yan continued with a hint of frustration, "This Gong Xiaoxiao has been with my brother for 5 years. Although they didn't get married, my cousin usually shares some resources for missions with her, which is much more than she could get on her own planet." At this point, Sun Yan felt that Gong Xiaoxiao was a bit lacking in character. Later, I don't know how, but she got to know someone from the Central Star, followed them, and enjoyed a year's worth of resources from my brother. When my cousin found out, she admitted she wanted to break off the engagement with him. Gu Xiang thought about the man Gong Xiaoxiao was following, looking thoughtful. "Oh, I see. Is that man's surname Jiang?" Sun Yan nodded. "Yes. He's from the Jiang family." Gu Xiang added, "They shouldn't be engaged, right?" Sun Yan looked at Gu Xiang with surprise. "How do you know?" "Her mother is such a gossip. She probably learned it from Aunt Air." Sun Yan's mind turned, and she thought that both of them were from the Central Star. So perhaps they were familiar with each other. "Indeed, I probably know that man." Gu Xiang noticed Sun Yan looking at her curiously, even though she didn't speak. Her eyes were urging her to continue. She then slightly smiled and said, "That man is a young member of the Jiang family. An A-level ability user from the second tier. Unlike his successful older brother, who can independently lead people to develop new planets, those from families with developed planets, like my brother S, will send such younger generations to gather resources. But what?" Sun Yan handed Gu Xiang a common energy purple peach, looking eager for her to continue. Gu Xiang, feeling a bit shy, took the peach and continued. "People from that family inherently love to keep mistresses. If that girl has high talent, she should be a fiancée, but if she is not, then she can only be a mistress. If she stays for a long time, she should be aware of this." After hearing this, Sun Yan fell silent for a moment. Not being able to become a fiancée and only being a B-level single talent master, she probably left her cousin just for resources. Would she regret not receiving full resource support from an ability user and then go back to look for her cousin? After all, her cousin was an S-level ability user, and meeting here indicated that the man had access to the same resources as her cousin. Not to mention that her cousin had a chance to participate in development missions within the Central Star clan. He only came here because of her. Gong Xiaoxiao had stayed in the Central Star for several years. She should have noticed these things. No matter what. She had to wait until Sun Jie came back to remind him. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Woman. In the afternoon, she practiced the new formula as usual, successfully producing 2 bottles of low-quality energy replenishing pills. Sun Yan sighed in relief and extinguished the furnace's fire. It was rare to finish work early today, so she decided to go out for some fresh air. She changed into a new dress that her mother, Madame Zhao Yao, specifically bought for her. A white dress that looked ethereal, with a long skirt adorned with pearls and jade. She tidied her hair, checked herself in the mirror, and feeling satisfied, she went out. After being here for several days, today was the first time she carefully observed the entire camp. The accommodation area had been completed, and the market street had opened for business. She walked slowly down the same path and saw a large construction complex. Sun Yin curiously looked up. There were not many busy people, mostly construction robots gradually building the structures, while some ability users were assisting. Once the buildings were completed, they started busy assembling something. Just as she was about to take a closer look, a voice from behind ruined her previously happy mood. Country bumpkin, what do you not understand? This is assembling the defense wall. Sun Yin pretended not to hear and turned to leave. Another unpleasant voice followed her. Country bumpkin, I'm talking to you. Why are you turning to leave? Sun Yin saw that the other party was relentless and directly turned her head, retorting, who are you calling a country bumpkin? Of course, country bumpkin referred to her. Just as she said this, the woman clearly reacted, her eyes widening, her chest heaving with anger. And she gritted her teeth while looking at Sun Yin and said, so what if I call you a country bumpkin? Thinking about how her brother not only didn't he give her the seeds from home, but also scolded her yesterday all because of this person, who you became increasingly angry. Then Sun Yin saw that the woman who just called her a country bumpkin had tears welling up in her eyes and was crying out of anger. Sun Yin was speechless. What kind of person was this, with such a bad temper? She wasn't even that bothered by being called a country bumpkin. Yet this one was crying. Sun Yin was really at a loss for words and waved her hand to distance herself from this person. Just as she lifted her foot to leave, she felt her arm being hugged tightly, followed by a series of sobs. Why you can't leave? Sun Yin, feeling annoyed, shook her arm, but when she couldn't shake her off, she increased her strength until she felt the other person hugging her even tighter. She gave up and turned around, her face full of impatience, asking what do you want? Hu looked at Sun Yin with teary eyes and stammered, I want to trade a type of ruby seed with you. Hearing Hu's sobbing tone and seeing the curious looks from people passing by, Sun Yin forced a smile, took a deep breath, and didn't know what to say. If she were hostile, she wouldn't have come to trade seeds instead of just taking them. If she didn't have any hostility, she wouldn't have called her a country bumpkin right off the bat. Sun Yin noticed that Hu's tears were about to fall on her clothes. So she disdainfully pulled her arm away with all her strength and finally broke free. Then she glanced at Hu and asked, who are you? Do I know you? Hu immediately wiped away her tears and, with her hands on her hips, proudly smiled. I'm Hu. The commander is my brother. Sun Yin thought, what's the difference between that and saying, so-and-so is my dad? Upon hearing that the other party was the commander's sister, she frowned and asked, what do you have at home to trade for ruby seeds? Seeing that Sun Yin didn't agree, Hu's eyes widened, and she was about to lose her temper. But then she immediately remembered that she was here to trade, and her anger was doused like cold water. Noticing that Sun Yin had not agreed to her request, she thought her words might have hurt the other party, so she meekly apologized. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a country bumpkin. Sun Yin felt that she and the commander were indeed siblings. One made others apologize while the other apologized herself. Hu saw Sun Yin looking at her with an ambiguous expression and thought she was still disapproving. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, you just came to this pioneering star, right? I heard you're a mineral master. Being a mineral master on field missions consumes a lot of energy recovery pills. Although I'm not a pharmacist, I can grow plants. I have a type of nutritional energy fruit that can slowly enhance mental strength, and I can trade it for your seeds. Sun Yin was taken aback to learn that this impulsive and hot-tempered woman was actually a planter. It seemed her abilities weren't low. Enhancing mental strength, as opposed to nurturing it, was a significant distinction. Enhancing mental strength could increase what one already had, and this type of nutritional energy resource was definitely precious. Sun Yin suspiciously looked at Hu and said, the ruby seeds you mentioned don't match the value of your fruit. Finally, for the sake of the commander's face, she mentioned it just to confirm. If the other party wanted to trade, she would definitely agree without saying another word, regardless of whether she would regret it later. Hu, with a pained expression, took out a small storage box. Sun Yin received it and sensed it with her mental power, directly storing it away. She then took out a portion of the seeds the commander had given her yesterday, selected 3 ruby seeds, and handed them over to her. Afterward, Sun Yin felt that the value was really unequal, and she couldn't take advantage of the other party too harshly, so after hesitating for a moment, she took out a box of ordinary energy purple peaches and gave Hu the smaller ones. Hu looked at the ruby seeds in her hand with joy and then glanced at the box handed to her, curiously opening it and exclaiming, Wow. You actually have energy purple peaches. They're delicious, can nurture talent, and you have 4 of them. Saying this, she reluctantly hugged the box and asked, "Are you really giving this to me? If not, it's okay. Just consider it an apology for my rude words." Sun Yin saw how tightly she was holding the box, but didn't he expose her? She just said that after she was done talking, she would immediately retort. And she hadn't suffered any major harm. Since she was trading for the fruit that supplemented mental strength, Sun Yin decided not to argue with her. "Here, you can take it back. This trade was originally advantageous to me." Upon hearing Sun Yin's generous words, Hu Yu's face turned red, and she apologetically said, "I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have called you a country bumpkin. I won't say that again next time. If you have any questions in the future, you can come find me." At this point, Hu Yu sniffled and smiled at Sun Yin. "I live in the courtyard behind the Talent Master's workshop. You can come find me to play when you have time." After saying this, she smiled at Sun Yin and quickly ran towards the military office. Sun Yin watched her retreating figure and shook her head, feeling that it was hard to evaluate Hu Yu. When she saw her crying in an emotional outburst, she noticed that as she left, Hu Yu seemed to be smiling with tears in her eyes. It was as if she was prone to tears whenever her emotions fluctuated. Regardless, after this trip, encountering the inexplicable Hu Yu, she had gained the nutritional energy fruit to supplement mental strength, which put her in a good mood. But she still decided to go home. She felt a bit overwhelmed, sensing that there were really a lot of strange people on this planet. Chapter 35. Mushroom Omelette. Sun Yin opened the refrigerator and took a look. There were several types of energy vegetables and a few fruit drinks. "Oh." Sun Yin raised her hand and touched a few round eggs in the fridge. They were Goo Beast eggs, each about the size of an adult's fist, with a light pink shell. After thinking for a moment, Sun Yin took out 3. She also grabbed some seasoning. Since it was still early, she decided not to go to the restaurant today. Although she could afford it, she suddenly craved the omelette she had improved. After preparing the ingredients, she cracked the Goo Beast eggs into a bowl, mixed them well, and then took out some washed white jade mushrooms, chopping them finely to fill 2/3 of the egg mixture. She poured them into the egg mixture, added some chopped green onions and salt. And since she didn't eat spicy food, she didn't add any chili. Then she added a type of small shrimp seasoning she found in the lower section of the fridge. After mixing everything well, she poured the entire bowl of prepared egg mixture into a preheated pot with nutritional plant oil. The round bottom of the pot was completely covered. Sun Yin patiently waited for a minute, and when she saw the egg mixture gradually solidifying, she divided it into 4 portions and flipped the omelette. This pot was really convenient. A ceramic pot that didn't stick to the bottom, didn't require electricity or fire, and cleaned itself automatically. After a while, a delicious aroma of mushrooms and eggs wafted from the pot. Wow. After Sun Yin scooped the thick, perfectly cooked omelette onto a prepared plate, she took a deep breath. It smelled amazing. She then stir-fried some beast meat, cooked a pot of glutinous rice, and took out the volleyball-sized purple peaches she had cut in half, saving the other half. Looking at the nutritious meal on the table with both meat and vegetables and some fruit, Sun Yin's appetite was stimulated. The omelette had a crispy texture from the mushrooms and a fragrant taste from the egg mixture, while the stir-fried exotic beast meat was tender and chewy. Eating a piece of purple peach, the juice was rich and the peach fragrance was intense. Feeling the stability of her talent within, Sun Yin felt extremely happy. Although life in the star realm was all about lifespan and everyone was on guard, she felt it was worth it just for the food. Next time she went on a mission, she decided to look for more treasures if there were any. Those wild vegetables could be left for others to dig up. After eating her fill and feeling satisfied, she slumped on the sofa and reminisced for a while, feeling a bit bored. But thinking about the strange woman she had encountered earlier, Sun Yin decided not to go out after all. Besides, the camp wasn't set up yet, and the ground was filled with construction materials, nothing much to see. Watching the sky outside, tinted with orange-red hues, a fantastical color slowly shifted. Sun Yin stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, enjoying the beautiful sunset for a while. She decided to wait for Gu Yin to come back and ask him for a tilling robot. She wanted to plant those fruit tree seeds to have a variety of fruits later on. After thinking it over, she decided to call Gu Yin. The call connected in just a few seconds, and Gu Yan's gentle voice came through. "Yin Yin, what's wrong?" Sun Yin, in a good mood, directly asked Gu Yin when he would be back. Hearing Sun Yan's concern about his return time, Gu Yin smiled, glanced at his subordinate with an exaggerated expression, narrowed his eyes, and glared at him, then gently said, "I'll be back in a bit." "What happened?" Sun Yin, hearing his words, first responded with a soft then got straight to the point. "Gu Yin, can you bring me a tilling robot when you come back? I want to plant something." Gu Yin nodded in response. Realizing the other party couldn't see him, he replied, "Okay." Sun Yin had nothing more to say, so she hung up. All right, I have nothing else to do, bye? Gu Yin heard the beeping sound from the call ending and felt helpless. It seemed his wife didn't rely on him much. He decided to get home early in the next few days, so he glanced around and said, I have some family matters at home. Looking at Xie Jingkai, he directly told another person, you, Zhou Xiang, it's yours now. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal at the restaurant. Zhou Xiang, hearing Gu Yan's voice, thought something had happened at his home, and without a word, he accepted. Okay, then I'll order the most expensive energy meal. After all, the official business that came to him was unimportant, and he could take the opportunity to enjoy a meal from Gu Yan's wealth. He smiled in a way that seemed unworthy and said to Gu Yan, next time if there's something, call me. Gu Yan, hearing his response, stood up and left. Xie Jingkai looked at Gu Yan's back with a hint of melancholy. Zhou Xiang saw Gu Yan leave and immediately pulled Xie Jingkai, saying, I just heard him talking. It was his talented wife from Central Star calling. Do you think something happened at his home since he is not doing official business? Xie Jingkai glanced at Zhou Xiang. Not knowing what he was thinking, his eyes were gentle as he said, I didn't hear it, and I don't know his wife. Then, as if unintentionally, he added, I heard that Gu Yan seems to have a talented person from Central Star coming to find him these days. Zhou Xiang's face lit up with gossip. He pushed the documents on the table aside and looked at Xie Jingkai. Really? Do I know them? Who are they? Gu Yan was unaware that the two behind him were discussing him. Since the development of this new planet was quite large, the military had directly sent 3 legions for the task. He went straight to logistics and then headed home. As soon as he returned home, he saw Sun Yin sitting on the sofa, her face somewhat pale, holding a piece of white jade. Gu Yan did not disturb Sun Yin, seeing her suddenly lose strength. The light of the white jade dimmed. He knew that the extraction had failed this time. He wasn't surprised. Beginners often experienced more failures than successes. And he wasn't worried about Sun Yin wasting resources. He could afford to support her. Sun Yin felt a bit down after the failed extraction when she was startled by the sudden words in her ear. I've already registered you at the Central Star Talent Academy. Sun Yin didn't expect him to act so quickly. It had only been a few days. Although she had connected to the internet with Central Star, the journey was so long. How could there be news already? She laughed and asked, really? But are there any requirements? Gu Yan looked at Sun Yan's happy face, his expression calm, but his tone certain. It's because of your outstanding talent. Don't worry. You will definitely get into the academy. Not wanting her to feel uncomfortable, he decided not to mention other expenses. Sun Yin was still young and easily showed her emotions. Although she had considered the Central Star Academy before, her family was from a remote planet. Even though she was confident in her talent, she wasn't completely sure about getting into the academy, as there were always unexpected circumstances when entering society. However, she believed Gu Yan's words about getting into the academy, as he was far more capable than she was and was a local from Central Star. Thinking of this, she cheerfully asked Gu Yan, have you had dinner? I made fried eggs today. Should I bring you a portion? Without waiting for Gu Yan to respond, she floated to the kitchen, took the nutritious meal she had saved for him, and also cut up half a large purple peach to make a beautiful platter, placing it in front of Gu Yan. Gu Yan looked at his attentive little wife, the golden, shiny, and fragrant food, and couldn't help but chuckle. He also took out the agricultural robot he had picked up from logistics and placed it on the ground, seeing Sun Yan's eyes suddenly light up. Chapter 36. Toes on the ground. There was no way around it. The essential tools needed for a talent practitioner were ready, but this indirect tilling agricultural robot was not. This was mainly because his mother, Ms. Zhao Yao, did not have outstanding talent, and the household chores were directly handled by his father and brothers. He hadn't thought of this matter until his 2 brothers were on a mission and Gu Yan had official business, leaving no one to help, which made him realize Gu Yan had been busy all this time. Calling him back with just one communication felt a bit embarrassing, but then she thought it was getting dark soon, and he would have to return sooner or later, so she set that thought aside. She even shared with him the special resources she had obtained. Therefore, she felt more confident. Although they were married, she didn't want to feel inferior for too long, as it would surely have a negative impact on her. Realizing this, she took the newly acquired agricultural robot to the planting field, inputting commands for the robot to till the soil. She placed the mixed plant nutrient solution she had prepared nearby, so that once the robot finished tilling, it could mix the nutrients into the soil, making it ready for planting later. Watching the large bucket of plant nutrient solution being used made her feel a bit pained. Her own supply was dwindling, and it seemed she would need to find time to prepare more. Downstairs, Gu Yan was eating the fried eggs he had never tasted before and felt quite good. His wife was handling things and even cooked dinner for him. It seemed their relationship had progressed further. After tidying up, the two were in the same room. Gu Yan, tall and with a noble demeanor, sat in a chair drinking tea, his expression calm as he looked at Sun Yin and said, "I've arranged for someone to handle your academy information. You can expect the exclusive instructions for your admission in about 3 days so that you can start your studies." Sun Yin couldn't help but feel excited upon hearing this, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Gu Yin and asked, "But how can I study online since we're so far apart?" Gu Yin looked at his wife, whose smile was bright and made her even more radiant. Knowing she was very eager, and he didn't want to dampen her interest, he cooperated, saying, "Once you receive the admission instructions, you will learn just like being there in person. You will be able to learn everything that others can in the academy." Sun Yin became a bit nervous, not quite understanding what being there in person meant, and worriedly asked, "What if I don't study well? Will I be expelled?" Gu Yan's expression was gentle as he patiently reassured her, "You don't need to worry about that, as long as you don't wish to drop out. The academy won't expel you. After all, the Talent Academy also needed the number of talent practitioners to complete the development tasks assigned by the military. They didn't enforce it strictly. Some talent practitioners simply didn't want to go out and develop, which was understandable. As long as there were students applying to the academy, those with good talent would almost certainly be accepted. The only difference would be the resources provided and the tuition fees charged. Gu Yan's expression appeared calm, but he responded earnestly to every word from Sun Yin without a hint of perfunctoriness. Before going to bed, he gently stroked her hair and replied softly, "Practicing diligently is a good thing, but you also need to pay attention to your health. Once you join the academy, you might learn better refining techniques. When you have time, you can go out with Gu Xiang to get some fresh air. That's also beneficial." Sun Yin understood that staying indoors all the time and constantly practicing refining was draining her mental energy and talent, and Gu Yin was concerned about her well-being. She obediently acknowledged him, but she had her own judgment and wouldn't harm herself, so while she heard him and responded, she didn't plan to follow his advice. After all, with her all-element talent, it would be better to watch relevant videos early and be better prepared for entering the academy. It was just a pre-class review, and besides, she needed to prepare more finished products made by talent masters for upcoming field missions. When the time came to reap good rewards, she must have her share of the resources, not just the small portion given to her as a family member or what a subordinate received. Seeing that he had fallen silent, Sun Yin continued to lie comfortably in his broad embrace, her small hand subtly wrapping around his narrow, strong waist. Feeling blissful and wanting to close her eyes, Gu Yin sensed her quiet movements and stiffened for a moment, but upon seeing Sun Yan's tightly closed eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. Then, he tightened his arm, pulling her body closer to himself, while his other hand slipped under the blanket. Outside, the evening glow seemed to float in, casting 2 beams of soft pink light. A smaller beam darted around, but was tightly grasped by a larger beam of evening glow, which seemed to reach out towards the vast mountains nearby. She felt her entire body heat up, blood rushing to her face, and in the flurry of her heartbeat, her fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of his shirt, throwing her breathing off rhythm. Gu Yin was pleased to see the sudden blush spreading across her fair face. Soon, both young people closed their eyes, their faces seemingly illuminated by the evening glow. When Sun Yin woke up again, she found no one beside her. Remembering the scene from last night, she realized that for the first time, she had touched a man's firm chest. Although she had ultimately succumbed to temptation, she had also resolutely rejected it. After all, a friend named Tomato had strongly forbidden her from progressing too quickly or deeply. But suddenly, Sun Yin covered herself with the blanket, internally screaming in shock, her hands and feet flailing as she thought of his burning skin and the way his dark eyes seemed to devour her. It was all the fault of the dark night and the allure of a handsome man. She thought shamelessly that she had merely made a mistake that every woman in the world could make. It was not wrong. He was legal. Moreover, she was just a young girl. What was wrong with that? It was all Gu Yan's fault for tempting her. After finishing her internal argument, Sun Yin quickly changed her expression back to her usual self. Now that it was bright outside, she had to maintain her dignity. Sun Yin cleared her throat and sat up, just about to turn to wash up when she saw Gu Yin looking at her with surprise at the bathroom door. Sun Yin was taken aback, and her face turned red. How long had he been watching? Why didn't he say anything? What was she doing? The two stared at each other, and after a long silence, Sun Yin awkwardly curled her toes inward. She squeezed her eyes shut, then pretended to be nonchalant and sweetly greeted him. "Good morning. Why are you home today?" Sun Yin silently prayed in her heart that he hadn't seen her just now. No, she couldn't comfort herself. Didn't he always disappear in the mornings? Why was he still here? Sun Yin silently shouted in her heart while maintaining her composure on the surface. After saying that, she quickly walked into the bathroom, seemingly slow but actually moving fast, and slammed the door shut behind her. Gu Yin raised his hand to continue drying his wet hair, feeling in a great mood, his face full of joy. It was another day to cultivate their relationship. When Sun Yin came downstairs, Gu Yan was making breakfast in the kitchen. She curiously looked at the time. It was exactly 7 o'clock Interstellar time, so it wasn't her time that was wrong, but Gu Yan's. He usually wasn't home at this time. How strange. By the time Sun Yin reached the kitchen table, breakfast was already laid out. When Gu Yan saw Sun Yin appear before him, he returned to his usual cool demeanor. His skin was already pale, and now he seemed to have forgotten the awkwardness from the previous night. As his gaze swept over, a hint of aloofness emerged. Looking at his indifferent expression, Sun Yin recalled the way he had held her hand and explored it. She quickly stopped her mind from wandering and sat at the table with a serious demeanor, looking quite obedient. She glanced at Gu Yan, who was peeling the eggs of the Gugu beast, and curiously asked, "Why aren't you working at the military today?" Chapter 37. Asking a silly question, Gu Yan's expression showed no sign of embarrassment. A powerful ability user not only had strong abilities, but also a thick skin. "There's nothing major today. I'll go in a bit. If you need anything, I'll bring it back for you." Thank goodness Zhou Xiang didn't hear that. Or he would definitely say, "You're so self-righteous, you're so great, don't exploit me." Thinking of the communication he received that morning, he regretted it. It wasn't worth the effort just to get a meal from Gu Yan. Zhou Xiang thought bitterly that he would get back at him next time. Sun Yin pondered for a moment, bit into the chewy egg white, and shook her head. "I don't need anything for now. If you don't leave in a bit, could you help me turn over the planting field? I need to plant some seeds, and I need your help with that." Gu Yan readily agreed without hesitation. After they finished their meal, the housekeeping robot came to clear the table. She curiously asked Gu Yan, "What is this little robot called? It looks so hardworking." Gu Yan was momentarily taken aback when he heard this, glancing at the more industrious robot before replying to Sun Yin, "It doesn't have a name, only a number. It was swapped from logistics. If you like, you can give it a name." Sun Yin frowned and thought for a while before saying dryly, "Then let's call it Diligence. The robot for tilling the soil will be called Wealthy." Gu Yan fell silent for a moment after hearing this, then chuckled softly. When he saw Sun Yin staring at him intently, he raised his hand to cover his smirking mouth and cleared his throat. Seriously, he said, "Good name. Diligence brings wealth. It will definitely succeed." Sun Yin nodded in agreement. She worked hard every day, using her talent to refine products from dawn to dusk. Although the quality wasn't high, she still had finished products. Efforts and missions would yield rewards. Diligence brings wealth perfectly matched her simple values. While they were busy in the planting field, perhaps due to the body contact from yesterday, even casual brushes felt a bit ambiguous. Sun Yin accidentally stepped on something, stumbled, and collided with a hard wall. Then, as she tried to pull away from accidentally bumping into Gu Yan's arms, she found it unsuccessful. Feeling his arms wrapping around her, she struggled a bit, only to feel him reluctantly loosen his grip on her waist. Sun Yin touched her slightly flushed cheeks and said to Gu Yan, "You keep tilling. I'll go prepare some plant nutrient solution. I won't disturb your work." Without waiting for his reply, she hurried out of the planting field and into the workshop. Distracted, she poured herbs into the crucible, occasionally activating their effects with her talent. Sun Yin felt that physical contact could indeed quickly draw two people closer together. Previously, she felt they weren't very familiar, but after just one night, there was already an ambiguous atmosphere. She unconsciously took a few medicinal herbs from the energy herb box, not noticing that there were also two small energy herbs attached. Habitually using her talent to activate the medicinal properties of the herbs, she later realized something was off. Did the plant nutrient solution really need this long? She was startled and didn't want to think about those messy things anymore. Nothing was useful for enhancing her abilities. At the level of a talent master like Gu Lingran, after extending her lifespan, she could have any kind of man she wanted. Sun Yan's mental power began to operate vigorously again, and midway through, she experienced a state that inexplicably had a hint of pink. Feeling like she was on the verge of collapse, she didn't dare be careless, focusing entirely on solidifying the beads with her mental power. However, whenever there was a sign of forming beads, it became unstable and threatened to explode. Sun Yin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to pursue the bead form, restoring them to their original state, a mix of green and pink, and took out a sealing bottle to fill 10 bottles. This was 3 more bottles than before when she had formed them into liquid beads. Fantastical, Sun Yin played with the bottles for a bit, thinking about Gu Yan waiting for her, without delving too deep into it, since she had already produced them. She took 5 sealing bottles and walked to the planting field, looking at the neatly cultivated planting areas, nodding in satisfaction. She gave a supportive smile to the hard-working Gu Yan and began considering what seeds to plant. Gu Yan, seeing Sun Yin take out the seeds, considered and told her that the military would soon organize a large-scale expansion of the area and camp, suggesting it would be best to find some fast-maturing plants. Sun Yin was taken aback and asked Gu Yin if they were also expanding. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it, realizing she sounded silly. After all, Gu Yin and the others were the very ones who had come to develop this planet. They were the regular troops. Sun Yin hurriedly asked when they were expected to go on the mission. She was determined to participate in this mission, and she needed to choose the plants carefully, as she didn't want to leave the planted crops unattended and let them die. Gu Yin pondered for a moment, thinking about the team that had come to develop the star and other people from different planets who would come in a while. He furrowed his brow and said it should be within the next week. Considering the military's discovery of the gathering of alien beasts, he nodded affirmatively at Sun Yin. Sun Yin realized that the mission and her enrollment in the academy would overlap, and thinking about how her brother hadn't returned yet, possibly without any news, she felt a sigh coming on. How long will this mission take? Gu Yin replied seriously that if they didn't encounter any powerful star beasts, they would likely be in the wilderness for at least 15 days. After saying this, Gu Yin noticed Sun Yin's slightly anxious expression as she kept glancing toward the wilderness. And he reassured her, "You don't need to worry about your brother. They are all powerful ability users and know when to rest. Even if they go on consecutive missions, they prioritize their abilities and can recover with the spirit medicine." Sun Yin felt a bit relieved. It was pointless to worry too much when her brother wasn't back. Gu Yin was right. Ability users understood each other best. She nodded, looked at the seeds on the ground, and decided to plant some that would mature within a week. If they didn't mature, she could always use more plant nutrient solution to hasten them. Although it would consume more energy and be less cost-effective, she couldn't back down now that she had come this far. So she decided to plant some chrysanthemum greens, bok choy, and cilantro seeds, saving the fruit tree seeds for later. Gu Yin non-committally replied with an as he didn't really understand the specific situations of talent masters. He let Sun Yin make the decisions and didn't interfere with her choices. "All right, go ahead and plant the seeds. I'll get you a glass of water," he said before leaving the planting field for the kitchen. Sun Yin looked at the large planting field and the seeds in her hands, taking a deep breath. It seemed that her seeds wouldn't be enough to fill such a big planting field, and some of the nutrient solution she had poured earlier would go to waste. She could only space them out a bit more, hoping to allow the seeds to absorb more energy and see if that would yield better results. Chapter 38. Farming is hard work waiting to plant the small bag of chrysanthemum greens, rapeseed, bok choy, and various simple energy vegetables. She sprinkled 3 to 5 seeds at intervals in the furrows. There was no other way. She didn't know why, but in the interstellar era, technology was developed to assist life, and there weren't enough seeds. The medicines and weapons needed for missions had to be produced by the talent masters themselves. Even searching for minerals and resources required talent masters to use their abilities to blindly search the fields with their eyes closed. But no matter how difficult it was to evaluate, there was one thing that outweighed everything: a long lifespan. Relatively speaking, Sun Yin was still quite satisfied. Not to mention that the energy-rich vegetables, fruits, and seafood were all delicious, which was a treat. While thinking, she held the seeds in her hand, applying the experience from her past life to sprinkle a few seeds at intervals in the furrows, with the soft soil adhering to the seeds. After finishing a furrow, she lightly kicked the surrounding soil with her foot, allowing the fine soil on both sides to naturally cover the seeds. Following this sequence, she planted all the various seeds in the ground. Seeing Gu Yin sitting in the small living room on the second floor not far away, processing military affairs with his light brain, speaking in a cold tone, she didn't disturb him. Instead, she took out a small spray bottle, poured in the freshly made plant nutrient solution, and mixed it with water. Looking at the liquid glistening with a pink hue, she felt something was off. She pressed down on the seed positions and sprayed the plant nutrient solution, giving the seeds another wave of energy. After applying so much plant nutrient solution, even a pig would be fattened if the germination rate turned out to be too low. No, she couldn't think that way. The moment she thought it, Sun Yin felt her vision darken. This was the highest standard of farming. She certainly didn't just casually scatter seeds over a small piece of land. After completing this series of actions, she had used up more than half of the 200 square meter planting field. She rubbed her waist, feeling quite exhausted. Mainly because she hadn't done much, just buried some seeds and sprayed some water. It was still tiring enough. After catching her breath and recovering her talent, she took out a small energy purple peach to reward herself. Taking a crisp and sweet bite, she saw Gu Yin putting away his light brain. Sun Yin glanced at the purple peach she was munching on, then directly asked him, "It's already noon. Shall we eat together?" Gu Yin looked at the well-organized planting field, and then at Sun Yan's flushed cheeks from working hard, noticing her slight fatigue. He frowned and, seeing that she knew to eat something to nourish her talent, he relaxed his expression and advised her, "Why don't you stop planting? Farming is physical work. It would be better to focus entirely on upgrading to a pharmacist or miner, which would be faster." Hearing this, Sun Yin also frowned, rubbing her waist, and looked at the neatly arranged planting field reluctantly, saying, "I'll try to see which department upgrades the fastest, and then I'll upgrade that first, slowly improving the other talents. My talent isn't low. I still want to use this talent without wasting it. If the heavens grant it, I must not waste it. I still want to give it a try." Guyan was initially surprised by Sun Yan's thoughts. As far as he knew, there were talent masters from other planets who had awakened multiple talents, but none were as strong as Sun Yin with an A rank. Most of them prioritized upgrading whichever department progressed faster, unwilling to waste time on other talents. He didn't expect Sun Yan's perspective to be different, and he wasn't sure whether to call her a bit greedy or just stubborn. Well, if you get tired, you must rest. You can't harm your health. In the end, Guyan, like Sun Yan's family, supported her decision. As he had said, he could afford it, and since Sun Yin had a long lifespan, why not give it a try? After all, with such a long lifespan, one had to find a goal for themselves. Thinking of how young Sun Yin is, and yet has experienced the dedication of practice, she reminded her carefully, "You must remember to take breaks regularly. You're so young. There will always be opportunities to achieve your goals." Sun Yin responded with a face full of understanding. "Of course, I still have a long life ahead, so I can't overwork myself. If I'm tired, I'll just rest." Gu Yin recalled several times when he returned home. She was always working, hesitating for a moment, feeling skeptical about her words. Forget it. His wife is still young. Perhaps she is just excited after awakening, and she will take more breaks after some time. He decided not to say more so as not to annoy Sun Yin. "All right, I believe you." Gu Yin looked at Sun Yin with a doting gaze, not sincerely affirming her words. After their conversation, they headed straight to the camp restaurant. Sun Yin sat in a private room, feeling that being wealthy is good. Eating out every day. Although the ingredients here are not as plentiful as those Gu Yin has in the fridge, at least she is spending money to eat ready-made meals. And after finishing, she wiped her mouth and left. After Gu Yin took Sun Yin back home, he received a communication and walked away in a hurry. Sun Yin understood in her heart. After all, being an official means being busy no matter where they are, and they can't be together every day. Standing alone in the courtyard, she admired the purple peach trees, washed her eyes, looked at the vibrant plants, and breathed in the fresh air, feeling her mood lift. Just as she was about to go inside, a voice called her. "Sun Yin." Confused, Sun Yin turned to see who was calling her. After all, there were not many women she knew here. Seeing a girl in a pink dress waving vigorously at her, Sun Yin glanced at her without showing any expression, thinking, "Who is this? I don't know her, and Mom doesn't let me talk to strangers." Just as she was about to turn around, "Who you?" Seeing that Sun Yin was still standing there without moving, eagerly said, "It's me. It's me." Seeing that Sun Yin was still looking at her without any reaction, Who You fanned her face, creating a slight breeze, took a deep breath, and then pulled aside the hair sticking to her face, saying, "It's me. The one who exchanged ruby seeds with you. I'm Who You." Upon hearing this, Sun Yin suddenly realized it was the Who You from yesterday. She didn't expect her to change into a dress and a different hairstyle, making her look quite different. Sun Yin admired her outfit for a few glances and decided to go to the market in the afternoon to buy a couple of new clothes. Noticing Who You was still using her hands to fan her face, Sun Yin curiously asked, "Do you need something from me?" They weren't familiar. So what was she doing here? Who You saw that Sun Yin finally acknowledged her and quickly said, "Can I come in? I have something to discuss with you." Sun Yin glanced at the closed door she had shut after the incident with the talent master from the military last time. Her cautious nature took over, and she didn't open the door, telling her to speak. "If you have something, just say it. I'm not afraid to meet people." Who You hesitated for a moment, glancing around, and said, "I really have something to say. It's about Gu Yin." Sun Yin considered for a while, and, for the sake of the commander, reluctantly felt a bit of trust. With a blank expression, she controlled the smart door to open it, saying, "Come in." She wanted to see what Who You had to say. Chapter 39, Bad News or Good News. As soon as Who You stepped through the door, she walked straight into the yard, her face full of envy, standing under the lush purple peach tree. She reached out to touch the tree, looking around, and Sun Yin noticed her gaze was almost glued to the fruit tree. "Wow, your fruit tree is really well grown, Sun Yin. If it bears fruit, when harvest season comes, you'll be able to collect a batch of purple peaches." Sun Yin looked at her with confusion, her mind flashing with something she couldn't quite grasp. Slowly, she said to Who You, "Harvest season? But I picked these fruits a while ago. I'm saving them for next year." Who You was taken aback by Sun Yan's words, then realized, Oh, you're on the two-element star. You might not be very clear about the growth patterns of energy plants here. Sun Yin wondered what was different about the growth patterns. Yu touched the thick leaves of the purple peach tree and seriously explained, on the two-element star, you know it has 6 seasons and no winter, right? Sun Yin nodded. Yin had mentioned this when they first arrived. What does that have to do with it? She asked, puzzled. That makes a big difference. Yu thought for a moment and explained the differences to Sun Yin. In the central star, fruit trees are perennial. They can grow long-term and bear fruit continuously. Not to mention energy, the older the tree, the more pure energy fruit it will bear, until the tree reaches its final old age. It will bear fewer fruits and then wither away. After Yu shared this common knowledge, she noticed Sun Yin was listening intently and nodding in agreement. With a proud smile, she continued, but the two-element star is different. From what I've observed in the few years I've been here, the fruit trees on the two-element star will automatically enter the aging period after 1 year of growth, once the combat season is over. Sun Yin was shocked. She truly didn't know this. After hearing this, she instinctively looked at the dozen or so purple peach trees in the yard. So these fruit trees will die after bearing fruit for just 1 year? What a pity. Realizing something, she thought, Yin has seen these trees too. Why didn't he react? Seeing Sun Yan's surprised expression, Yu felt amused and slowly provided the answer. Do you know why my brother exchanged those fruit trees? Sun Yan had an idea in her mind. Is it for the harvest season? Yu looked surprised at Sun Yan's insight, but didn't keep her in suspense. Not exactly. The harvest season is when there will be an irregular energy tide during that month, and this is a rare calm period for the beasts. So they won't venture out actively if the fruit trees that have already been picked bloom or bear fruit before the energy tide. This energy tide will help these trees gain a large amount of energy irrigation, allowing them to unleash their final potential and bear fruit, ultimately leading to their death. Sun Yin was extremely shocked, her eyes wide open. What? She turned to look at the purple peach trees beside her, flourishing so vibrantly. And they were just 1-year-old trees? That's such a shame. So, will there be seeds on this planet? How do new trees sprout in the warm spring season? Yu was taken aback by the question, scratching her head awkwardly. Just a moment ago, she was explaining confidently, but now she was at a loss for words. Well, our military's talent masters haven't figured out how to obtain seeds yet. The ability users have explored during these 2 seasons and haven't found any either. That's why I heard you brought back those fruit trees from the wild. My brother came to exchange with you, wanting to continue researching. Sun Yin pondered, thinking if the military is looking to exchange for these energy fruit trees, then the wild ones must not be abundant. If she could figure out how to cultivate seeds for these energy fruit trees, wouldn't she be able to become wealthy? But what about the peach pits? Can't they be used as seeds? Remembering the pits she had saved, she hurriedly took them out. Yu glanced at the few pits, feeling a bit helpless and regretful. Those pits are empty. You haven't opened them, right? Sun Yin was speechless, reluctantly withdrawing her thoughts. After all, the military had been here for such a long time. They must have tried all sorts of methods. With a sigh of regret, her gaze shifted to see Yu also sighing. This planet is good, the weather is nice, and the resources are abundant. But the lifespan is short. The resources harvested this year won't be available next year, and we have to find new resource areas. You mineral masters and talent masters have it good. You can find precious level resources and treasure spots in the wild better than others, not to mention finding mineral veins. Listening to Yu talk about all these benefits, Sun Yin also nodded in agreement, which is why interstellar mineral masters are so popular. They are like human treasure hunting mice. Not to mention they can extract energy liquid more efficiently than other gifted masters. After Sun Yin was satisfied with her own talent, she finally realized what Yu had come to discuss. Yu was momentarily stunned, looking at Sun Yin with a confused expression. Sun Yin was speechless, wondering how she could have such a poor memory. She completely forgot that they had just been chatting excitedly. Oh, I remember now. At this point, Yu smiled somewhat shyly. I only found out after I got home yesterday that you are Guyan's wife, mainly because... She hesitated again. Looking at Sun Yin couldn't stand her stammering anymore and asked, what exactly do you want to say? She was a bit impatient with people who hesitated. But since Yu had just shared information about the planet's planning situation, she couldn't just show her displeasure. Especially since she had a relatively good reputation in front of outsiders. Seeing that Sun Yin was somewhat unhappy, Yu no longer hesitated and directly said, a couple of days ago, a gifted master went to Guyan's office. They talked for over 3 hours, and later that woman came out looking very satisfied. Noticing Sun Yan's expression darkening, she added, I thought you seemed really nice when I saw you yesterday, so I told you. At this point, she felt like a gossip monger and felt uncomfortable all over. Oh, I've said enough. You can just wait for Guyan to come back and ask him yourself. I'll be going now. After Yu finished speaking, Sun Yin finally reacted and forced a smile to see her off. Gu Yu bit her tongue, feeling as if she had been subjected to Gu Yan's cold gaze again, shivering all over, and hurriedly waved her hand at Sun Yin, saying, "Oh, just talk to Gu Yan properly. Maybe he has something important to attend to. I'll be going now, no need to see me off." With that, she dropped a bombshell and quickly ran out of the door, disappearing without a trace. Sun Yan's good mood from just learning about the planet's planting situation vanished instantly. Thinking about the intimacy between the two the day before, her expression darkened, her brows furrowed tightly, and she clenched her fists at her sides, veins bulging. Luckily, the two of them had just started developing feelings. If the other party had a serious matter to explain, that would be fine. If not, Sun Yin suppressed the nauseating feeling and thought, then I'll just kick him out and find another candidate from what Grandpa's chosen for me. Soon, Sun Yan's expression brightened again, and she even hummed a cheerful tune. After all, she had previously known little about the mineral master talent in her family, only that it was popular. With the information Gu Yu brought, she was confident that with her talent on the development star, she would definitely achieve what she wanted. For some reason, Sun Yin even began to feel a bit excited, humming a song as she went directly into the house. Chapter 40, So That's How It Is. Sigh. In the afternoon, while extracting energy liquid, she received a video call from her brother. Sun Yin casually tossed aside the defective white jade she had extracted. After pressing to connect, she was immediately greeted by her brother Sun Zhan's full image. She carefully observed her brother's condition. His clothes were fitted and undamaged, with no red bloodstains, and the green camouflage looked like it was newly changed. Newly changed? Sun Yin furrowed her brows, looking at Sun Zhan's smiling face with some concern. "Brother, are you hurt?" Sun Zhan's smile froze for a moment, his lips stiffening before he forced a smile again. Of course, Sun Yin noticed the change in his expression and said sternly, "You even changed into clean clothes. Why would you need to change clothes while fighting in the wild? Tell me, are you hurt?" Hearing his sister's fierce words, Sun Zhan sighed inwardly, realizing he couldn't escape her keen observation. But he didn't want her to worry and casually explained the situation of this mission. "These past few days, we went out to explore and gather with the clan, but we didn't find anything significant. On the way back, we ran into some ferocious beasts blocking our path. We're currently near the place where we set out on our mission, so we temporarily took shelter in a cave. We should be able to return tonight or tomorrow." Sun Yin watched as Sun Zhan casually brushed over the danger he encountered. What kind of ferocious beasts could block their way so close to the camp? And why couldn't they return? Why did they have to wait until tonight or tomorrow? This definitely meant they had encountered danger and couldn't outrun the beasts. The more Sun Yin thought about it, the more worried she became. Seeing that there was no one around Sun Zhan, only the occasional distant groans and cries of pain, she felt an uneasy premonition in her heart, blaming herself for not understanding who had come from the clan earlier. She now didn't know if they had the strength to fight the ferocious beasts, leaving her anxious. Thinking of this, she directly asked, "Are you really okay?" Sun Zhan looked at his sister's disbelieving eyes and felt helpless. He teased her as usual, hoping to gloss over the issue. "It's fine. What could happen to your big brother? Those few bottles of mid-grade blood replenishing pills you gave me have been really useful. Just wait for me to bring you supplies when I get back." While speaking, he waved his hand at Sun Yin. But suddenly he felt a sharp pain from the scratch on his back from the ferocious beasts. He inhaled sharply, enduring the pain, and quickly lowered his hand. Seeing his sister's skeptical gaze, and thinking of the medicine he just used, he relaxed a bit, figuring that by tomorrow, these injuries would probably be healed. Since he came to the development star, he had never left his sister's side. He was worried that she might not have familiar people around her and would feel scared. So he couldn't help but call Sun Yin via video to reassure her. Watching her still worriedly looking around, he knew she was thinking about their cousin. So he continued, "Our cousin is fine too, and the brothers in the clan are all okay." After hearing Sun Zhan's reassurance, Sun Yin felt relieved and hung up the video call. It seemed that although her brother had been chased by ferocious beasts into the valley, he could still call her, indicating it wasn't too dangerous. She felt somewhat at ease, especially since her brother looked lively and energetic, and he wouldn't tell such a short-lived lie if something were wrong. However, Sun Yin wasn't in the mood to extract energy liquid anymore. For some reason, she hadn't been able to get the hang of it. She crossed her arms and squeezed her hands tightly to ease her stiff fingers. After leaving the studio, she walked directly to the planting field, gazing out through the floor-to-ceiling window in the direction of where they had previously been on a mission. When Gu Yan returned home, the sky was slightly dark. Noticing that the lights in the house were off and that Sun Yin had an indescribable aura about her as she stood on the second floor looking into the distance, he felt a sudden skip in his heart when he saw her back. It seemed that something had happened that he didn't know about, and it wasn't good for him. He walked up behind Sun Yin and placed the food box he was holding on the rattan table behind him, tilting his head to observe Sun Yan's expression. He carefully spoke, "What's wrong? You don't look too good." At this point, he looked at Sun Yan's pale face and said, "If something's wrong, you can tell me." As he spoke, he draped the military jacket he was carrying over Sun Yan's shoulders. Sun Yan felt a weight on her shoulder and rolled her eyes internally. It wasn't even winter on Aries Star. There was no need for an extra layer of clothing. Right now, she was thinking about the events of the afternoon. And seeing that Gu Yan was concerned about her, she felt that directly asking him would be the quickest way to resolve the issue. After thinking for a moment, Sun Yan slightly raised her head to look into Gu Yan's eyes and said, "Today, who you came to find me?" Gu Yan looked a bit confused. "Who you? What did she come for?" Sun Yan observed Gu Yan's expression and explained, "I met her on the street yesterday. And today she came to talk to me about some information regarding the planting system on this planet." Gu Yan nodded, surprised that Hu Yu, who was sometimes reckless and not very articulate, would approach Sun Yan. However, everyone let it slide for the sake of the commander. He hadn't expected her to get along with Sun Yan. From his observations, Sun Yan still had a youthful and somewhat immature demeanor, occasionally experiencing rapid mood swings. But she was extremely dedicated to honing her talents and had excellent resilience. Sun Yan continued, "Later, Hu Yu mentioned that a talent master has been looking for you to discuss something for several hours. Is something big going to happen in the talent community?" Gu Yan felt a pang of unease in his heart, sensing that his discomfort was somehow connected to the talent master Sun Yan mentioned. He didn't realize the subtle sarcasm in her words. He breathed a sigh of relief and thought carefully about who it could be. Powerful individuals sometimes understood the implications behind women's words. Then, he remembered something and looked at Sun Yan gently, speaking slowly. "That's the daughter of my uncle. She came early to adapt to the expansion process, so I arranged for her to join a separate small team to go on missions. I didn't want her to get mixed up with other younger members' teams and cause confusion." As he said this, Gu Yan smiled and added, "You know that the members of our family will explore alien planets on their own, but before that, they shouldn't go without any preparation. They still need to spend a year training with stable brother teams." Sun Yan was taken aback by Gu Yan's words and felt her face flush. Sun Yan sighed and supported her forehead. Chapter 41. Returning from a mission. Well, she had been misled by Hu Yu's words. Looking at Gu Yan's currently cold expression, Sun Yan wondered if he had noticed anything and decided not to say more. She didn't want him to think she didn't trust him, but it was true. They had only known each other for less than a week, so what kind of trust could there be? Coughing awkwardly, Sun Yan glanced around and noticed the food he had brought back, quickly shifting the topic. "Did you bring food again? If you're going to be late, you can eat first." Gu Yan leaned against the wall, watching Sun Yan focus on the meal box. His tall figure exuded an air of nobility, as if it were etched into his bones. A casual glance carried the unique elegance and aloofness of a scion. He quietly observed Sun Yan for a long time before speaking in a clear and calm voice. "Since I became an adult, I've been training on the expansion star. I didn't plan to start a family before, and aside from my sisters and mother, I haven't had close relationships with other women. This is the first time I feel like I have a home on the expansion star since we got married." Sun Yan, sitting in her chair, listened to Gu Yan's clear words, which were quite straightforward. She sensed the strong presence of his gaze behind her and forced herself to respond. "What a coincidence." "So do I." Sun Yan regretted her slip of the tongue. What was she saying? Hearing Sun Yan's reply, Gu Yan's previously serious gaze softened uncontrollably. He raised a hand to cover his smile. Seeing Sun Yan look a bit shy, Gu Yan felt it was necessary to clarify his intentions. He wanted to build a good home with her and hoped their relationship could deepen, so he was very pleased with Sun Yan's response. He expressed his feelings for her, and she reciprocated equally. Thinking of Sun Yan's earlier question, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of coldness flashing through them. Hu Yu was really speaking nonsense. Sun Yan was experiencing what it meant to be cared for meticulously, watching as a spoonful of thick soup was brought to her lips. She saw Gu Yan looking at her tenderly and unyieldingly, and she steeled herself to drink it down. Was this how one cared for a child? Who at this age still needed to be fed? What had Gu Yan imagined today? After finishing the meal, Gu Yan sat in the living room and began to peel a golden fruit. His well-defined hands transformed the fruit into a flower shape, which he handed to her. After she carefully accepted it, she saw him starting to brew flower tea again. As it seemed he was about to hand it to her, Sun Yan felt overwhelmed by his enthusiasm and hurriedly said, "It's already very late. I need to go wash up." Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's noble eyes showed a hint of regret, and he paused his actions, glancing outside at the darkening sky. "Do you need my help?" Sun Yan wondered why he had been acting so strangely since dinner. What had he imagined? "No, I can manage myself." Seeing Sun Yin look at him with a strange expression, Gu Yin hesitated before standing up. He pressed a hand to his heart, feeling that ever since he returned, Sun Yin had given him the impression of wanting to float away, which made him feel somewhat insecure. However, he didn't mind doing these things. It felt natural. That night, as Sun Yin lay in bed, she recalled the matter regarding Sun Jian. Seeing that her communicator hadn't rung and no one had come to the house, she realized the team organized by the clan had not yet returned. Eventually, it got too late, and Sun Yin fell asleep amidst her worries. As Sun Yin buried her head in the pillow, her eyelashes gently brushed against her cheeks, and her brow occasionally furrowed. It was unclear what dangerous things she might be dreaming about. Gu Yin reached out to smooth the crease on her forehead, watching her expression relax. He pulled her into his embrace, and soon the room was enveloped in darkness, with only a soft sigh remaining. The next day, while Sun Yin was having breakfast at home, she received a communication from Sun Jian. "Really? You're back?" While speaking, she hurriedly stuffed her mouth with food. During the day, Gu Yin had left early, and they only had time alone in the evenings. Hearing that her brother had returned to the camp, she felt a bit worried about his condition. She had noticed he seemed injured yesterday. She had to go check on him. After all, she was the person closest to him on the expansion star. Once she finished eating and tidied herself up, she went to the location where Sun Jian was assigned by the clan. As soon as she entered, she heard lively chatter coming from inside the house. Just as she stepped in, she bumped into a man who was about to leave. "Who are you?" The man looked at Sun Yin several times, his expression puzzled. Sun Yin noticed he was a stranger and wasn't surprised. He might be a friend of one of her cousins. She smiled politely and said, "I'm here to find my brother." The man glanced at her a few more times, recalling that he knew Sun Lang. But he had no idea that he had such a beautiful sister. After staring at her for a while longer and still feeling like he had never seen her before, he called out towards the door, "Hey, Sun Lang, your sister is here to find you." He then turned to Sun Yin and asked, "Are you really Sun Lang's sister?" Sun Lang was the younger brother of the new generation leader of the Sun family from Central Star. His brother had gone to another expansion star and couldn't return for the time being, so Sun Lang was sent over. Although he didn't have the same high prestige in the clan as his brother, he was still a rare S-class ability user. It could only be said that with Sun Yan's family background, she would encounter more S-class ability users in the future. Inside, the sound of laughter continued. Shortly after, two people came out. Seeing her brother, Sun Yin felt a sigh of relief and ignored the strange man asking questions. She bypassed him and jogged towards her brothers. Smiling brightly, "Brother Zhan, Brother Lang, are you both okay?" Sun Jian, hearing his sister's concern, smiled and replied, "Of course, I'm fine. You don't believe me?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to pat his sister's head, but Sun Yin dodged just in time. Sun Lang, witnessing this, said to Sun Jian, "You really need to stop messing up Yin's hairstyle. She has grown up now." Sun Jian, upon hearing this, feigned a look of sorrow and glanced at his sister Sun Yin, saying that now that she has grown up, they cannot be as close as before. Seeing that her brothers seemed to be fine and even able to joke, Sun Yan's heart relaxed a bit. She rolled her eyes at him and asked Sun Lang, "Cousin Sun Lang, did you encounter any danger on this mission?" Sun Lang smiled warmly, appreciating his cousin's concern, and replied, "It was fine. Our mission location wasn't too far. Other than a slight delay on the way back, everything went smoothly. Getting injured on missions is common, as long as there's no loss of life. It's considered a successful mission." Therefore, Sun Lang was quite satisfied with the clan members who came to explore the star this time, mostly B-level abilities, with A-level and S-level abilities who also knew how to follow orders. This would prevent major casualties. Chapter 42. Sprouting after Sun Yin entered the house and greeted everyone inside. She went back out. Although they were all siblings from the same clan, their relationships varied in closeness. She wasn't too familiar with the people who came this time. Sun Lang understood this as well. Seeing Sun Yin sit for a while and then leave the room, he followed her out. "Sun Yin, after our mission, we will gather at the camp's restaurant tonight. You should come too." Sun Yin hesitated upon hearing this, considering for a moment whether to refuse. "But cousin Sun Lang, I didn't even go on the mission this time. Not to mention the unfamiliar clan members. She only recognized a few who she had seen once or twice." Sun Lang thought Sun Yin was just feeling shy and reassured her, "This is our first group dinner, and it wouldn't be right to leave you out. Come on. Your brother is going too. If you feel uncomfortable, you can leave early, and no one will say anything." Sun Jian had gone to the warehouse to collect supplies from this mission and wasn't nearby. Since Sun Lang had already said so much, Sun Yin could only nod in agreement. "All right, since it's everyone's first gathering, I'll go tonight." Sun Lang nodded. His combat uniform from the mission making him appear handsome and capable, exuding a distinct charm different from Gu Yan's. After waiting a little longer, Sun Yin finally saw Sun Jian come out, greeted everyone, said goodbye to Sun Lang, and the two returned to Sun Yan's home. Sun Jian sat on the sofa and didn't mention the hardships of the mission, simply telling Sun Yan, "I brought back some white jade ore for you." He then took out 10 pieces of white jade ore and handed them to Sun Yan. Cousin Sun Lang also brought back some energy herbs for medicine. "I saw there weren't many, just 3 portions." Sun Yan nodded. Sun Jian continued to explain the team's general gains. There weren't many energy herbs found, as most were taken by the team's pharmacist. "But since your pharmacy skills aren't great, I distributed some medicine to the team and brought back energy herbs for you to practice with." Sun Yin listened carefully and didn't stand on ceremony with Sun Jian. They were siblings, after all, and she even provided him with medicine. She sifted through the herbs, knowing that the herbs collected during missions relied on luck. There were several types of energy herbs, but she still needed to buy some other herbs to complete the formulas, as some ingredients were missing. Seeing that Sun Jian had stopped talking about the mission's situation, Sun Yin incredulously asked, "Is that all? No more?" Sun Jian chuckled and said to his sister, "What do you think this was, our last mission? The mission on Hanjian Star doesn't count. Last time, you provided the medicine, and those people were mainly focused on you. So all the resources were yours. You're still a mineral master, able to find treasure spots. We were just riding on your coattails. This time on the mission, we didn't find any treasure spots, mostly just fought some exotic beasts. There isn't much edible meat from them, and with 10 people on this mission, the remaining exotic beast meat will all be taken to the market to exchange for star coins. That's how ordinary missions go. Anything we don't need will be exchanged for star coins." Sun Yin felt a bit uneasy. If they had encountered powerful exotic beasts during the mission, she wondered if the resources they invested could be recovered. Yet they still managed to distribute some special resources to other clans on different planets every year. Sun Jian saw the expression on his sister's face and knew what she was thinking. Don't overthink it. The resources distributed by the clan are mostly star coins for support. Only those with high talent or abilities will have resources allocated by the central star. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin realized, no wonder we can obtain resources. So our family's members must have good talents. Sun Jian nodded proudly. Of course. The siblings chatted for a bit more, and Sun Yin told Sun Jian about the military's upcoming exploratory expedition. Sun Jian understood immediately what it meant. People from various families had come, and soon others from different planets would arrive. Once there were more people, the military's high-level resources might become less available. It seemed they already had targets for resource areas for this large-scale exploration mission. Thinking back to her casual conversation with Gu Yin, where he had mentioned the gathering of exotic beasts with a subtle expression, Sun Yin wondered if the exotic beasts were fighting for territory and resources. Would Gu Yin and his group get involved? "Brother, you should take a good rest these days. You've been on 2 consecutive missions. You can't let your abilities go out of control, right?" Sun Jian sensed the conflicting abilities within him and frowned slightly, not wanting his sister to worry. "It's a bit, but it's not a big deal. Don't worry." Sun Yin felt relieved and put away the white jade and energy herbs. She then took out the hemostatic pills and energy replenishing pills she had made over the past few days and handed them to Sun Jian in several bottles. Sun Jian reached out to take them and stored them away. That evening, Sun Yin accompanied Sun Jian to the large private room of the camp's restaurant. The entire process was lively, and nothing major happened. When she returned home, she found Gu Yin sitting alone on the sofa. Sun Yin slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten something important. She had a family dinner that evening and completely forgot about Gu Yin. Standing at the door, she suddenly felt a bit guilty. Just yesterday, they had cleared up a misunderstanding, and now she had forgotten him. Sun Yan's mind raced as she looked at Gu Yin and said, "I had a family gathering today, so I didn't eat at home. Did you eat?" After thinking it over, she decided to be honest. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong. Gu Yin, while handling official business, had hoped to finish early to return home and accompany Sun Yin. However, he hadn't expected Zhou Xiang to return to the studio after lunch and gossip about how the Sun family had booked a large private room at the camp's restaurant and that he had seen Sun Yin. He had been waiting in the studio until now without receiving any communication from her. But he didn't say much, simply telling Sun Yin, "Okay, next time you go out for a gathering or come back late, just give me a call. This is the exploration star, and it's not safe at night. I'll worry about you." Sun Yin felt a bit embarrassed. "I understand. Next time I'll definitely tell you. I swear." As she spoke, Sun Yin made the classic swearing gesture. Gu Yin couldn't help but smile at her actions, letting go of his earlier feelings of being forgotten. After all, she could still make herself happy. Seeing that she had passed this hurdle, Sun Yin felt relieved and went to wash up. The next day, as soon as Sun Yin stepped out of her bedroom and entered the planting field, she opened the window, stood straight, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Scanning the planting field, she vaguely noticed green shoots breaking through the soil. Sun Yan's heart filled with joy as she hurriedly squatted down to check the condition of the plants in the field. Looking around, she saw scattered patches of green. It seemed the plant nutrient solution she had prepared was indeed effective. It had only been a day and a night, and there were already sprouts. It appeared her ability to prepare plant nutrient solutions was quite good. Sun Yan felt a bit proud. Chapter 43. A task has come down? That day, Sun Yan was in a good mood as she held her homemade spray bottle, spraying the little sprouts that had just emerged with plant nutrient solution. Currently, the newly sprouted plants were thriving, and she wondered if any high-quality plants containing nourishing energy would appear when they matured. After finishing spraying the nutrient solution and feeling the consumption of her talent energy, she went to the kitchen to cut out a precious energy purple peach. The purple peach has its own special effects, similar to the round fruit that Huyu has, which can slightly enhance mental strength. Both are meant to nourish mental strength, and long-term consumption can slowly increase the strands of mental strength. However, I obtained mine through a mission, while Huyu painstakingly grew hers. As I sat in the living room, enjoying the sliced round fruit and purple peach, Gu Yin hurriedly walked in. Sun Yan looked at Gu Yin curiously several times. He had been busy with tasks from the military department for several days, leaving early and returning late every day. Sun Yan glanced at the sky outside and asked Gu Yin, "Why are you back? It's still not lunchtime, and something must have happened for you to come back specially." Sun Yan looked at him with confusion. Gu Yin, seeing the expression on Sun Yan's face, didn't keep her in suspense and said directly, "The military department has confirmed it. Tomorrow they will organize a team to go out on a mission." Hearing tomorrow, Sun Yan was indeed surprised. Weren't they supposed to wait a week? She thought it would take at least 5 or 6 days, but unexpectedly, results came in just 2 days. Gu Yin noticed Sun Yan's surprised expression and, seeing her confusion, didn't he explain further. He simply said, "You'll follow my team. If your brother Sun Jian doesn't go out on a mission with your clan, let him come along to protect you." Thinking about the mission, Gu Yin pondered for a moment and added, "I'll also have that team led by Xiang Hua accompany you. You've been on a mission together before, so you're somewhat familiar." Upon hearing her brother's name, Sun Yan nodded. "Okay, I understand. I'll tell my brother later." When she heard the name Xiang Hua, she realized he was an A-level ability user and someone who knew how to handle things. She didn't refuse. At this point, Gu Yin seemed to remember something, looked at the clothes Sun Yan was wearing, and said, "I don't know when we'll be back from this mission. I'll transfer you 1 million star coins. If you have time, go to the market and see what you need to buy. If we go on a mission to the wild, it's inconvenient to be short on supplies, especially since the places we go are far and can be dangerous." Saying this, Gu Yin operated his light brain and directly transferred the star coins to Sun Yan's card. "If it's not enough, just tell me, and I'll transfer you more." Sun Yan nodded in understanding. Last time, during her mission, she only went to a place not far from the camp and only harvested 2 types of resources. She didn't prepare thoroughly for her first mission. This time, she planned to check what was sold in the market and buy more supplies. Collecting tools could never be too much. "Okay, I understand." At this point, Sun Yan looked at the information that popped up on her light brain. "Dear citizen, your account has received 1,000,000 star coins at 9:33 Interstellar time." Sun Yan smiled and quickly composed herself. Seeing Gu Yin looking worried and wanting to accompany her to the market, she said understandingly, "It's safe in the camp now. I can go to the market by myself." "You're busy, right? You don't need to accompany me." Gu Yin sighed inwardly at Sun Yan's straightforwardness, feeling as if she was less affectionate towards him than a few days ago. But looking at Sun Yan's determined eyes, it didn't seem that way. Since she truly didn't need him, he could only glance at her and leave, as he indeed had many matters to attend to. Sun Yan watched Gu Yin leave the courtyard, and after he exited the gate, she felt delighted upon seeing the incoming funds on her light brain. She turned around and went upstairs to change her clothes, not bothering with refining or practicing her abilities. Instead, she put on a beautiful pink fitted dress. Looking at herself in the mirror, her lively eyes sparkled with joy. With 1,000,000 star coins in her account, she could buy whatever she wanted. She still had 600,000 star coins left from the last time Gu Yin gave her money. This joy lasted only until she stepped out of her room and saw the green plants sprouting in the planting field. She slapped her forehead, realizing that without the talent to nourish these vegetables, she didn't know if they would grow properly. But she couldn't skip out on missions just for these vegetables. She had already invested a lot in her plant nutrient solution. Then, her troubled expression brightened when she saw Ji Fu standing by the wall, charging. Ji Fu was currently standing in the corner, facing the wall to charge. In the end, Sun Yin decided to go to the market to buy some energy herbs to prepare the plant nutrient solution. When she went out, she would have Ji Fu spray the vegetables 3 times a day with a small sprayer. After all, Ji Fu wouldn't protest and wouldn't need to worry about eating, drinking, or other necessities. He just needed to stand there and charge every day. Poor Ji Fu didn't know about the laborious life that awaited him. When Sun Yin got downstairs, her footsteps paused as she thought of Gu Xiang. She wondered if Gu Xiang would go on this mission. If she did, she could reference the tools Gu Xiang prepared for the mission, which would be more useful. With this thought, she hesitated for a moment, but still called Gu Xiang. The communication rang for a while without anyone answering. And just as Sun Yin thought something was wrong, Gu Xiang's voice came through, sounding gentle and a bit surprised. "Sister-in-law, why are you calling me?" Sun Yin directly explained her situation to Gu Xiang. Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, Gu Xiang smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I'll come find you. It just so happens that I also have a mission this time." Sun Yin didn't expect such a coincidence and readily agreed. After waiting for a short while, she saw a flying car stop at the door. The ginger-colored flying car had smooth lines, combining beauty and mechanical aesthetics. Sun Yin admired it for a while, feeling envious, as she had never driven a flying car before. When the car window automatically opened, revealing Gu Xiang's face, she noticed a refreshing demeanor that was rare for Gu Xiang. "Sister-in-law, get in the car quickly, we'll take my flying car." Sun Yin was amazed by both the car and Gu Xiang, excitedly getting into the vehicle. "Gu Xiang, you can drive a flying car? You're amazing." As she spoke, she looked around the car's interior, which was elegantly decorated. Gu Xiang blushed slightly at Sun Yin's simple compliment, pursing her lips and replying, "It's nothing. We need to know how to drive flying cars on the Frontier Star. It's an essential skill." Curious, she then asked Sun Yin, "You don't know how to drive?" Sun Yin felt frustrated, saying, "On my previous planet, since it was a residential star, driving a flying car required passing a manual driving test, and citizens had to be at least 18 years old to obtain a driver's license. If it weren't for the fact that I awakened my abilities and came here directly, I would have definitely learned." She watched Gu Xiang's driving method, confirming that it was indeed manual driving. Gu Xiang nodded in understanding, agreeing, "Yeah, I had the same rule on Central Star. I only learned to drive when I came to Frontier Star, but I've also experienced automatic driving. Sometimes, in the wild, when the energy field is unstable, you still have to drive manually." After hearing this, Sun Yin realized that she used to think there was no problem with always using automatic driving on residential stars. But it turned out that driving a flying car on Frontier Star required manual control. Gu Xiang said cheerfully, "No worries. I'll teach you how to drive a flying car." Sun Yin was thrilled and turned her head to look at Gu Xiang. "Really?" Gu Xiang hit the brakes, and the flying car came to a steady stop at the market entrance, turning her head to smile at Sun Yin. "Of course. I'll teach you once we come back from this mission." We've arrived at the market. Let us get out. Chapter 44. Mission preparation. Once the two got out of the car, the atmosphere between them clearly warmed up. As soon as they entered the market, Gu Xiang pulled Sun Yin towards a shop labeled General Store. The store didn't look different from the surrounding decorations. It was just an ordinary storefront with a sign. If there was anything different, it was that the exterior walls displayed some small baskets and hose used in planting. Sun Yin followed Gu Xiang inside, still puzzled, as Gu Xiang began to order several items. "Shopkeeper, give me 10 of your baskets and backpacks, and 100 sacks." As she spoke, she glanced around the store. Let's get 2 more ladders. We might come across tall fruit trees and be able to pick fruit while standing on the ladder." Sun Yin looked at the shopkeeper, who was swiftly packing the items Gu Xiang needed, and she vaguely guessed something. With so many items, her storage ring couldn't hold them all. The last time she went to buy storage boxes, the store had sent them home for her, and the fruit trees from her last mission were also delivered home by her brother. Realizing this, she became aware that her storage ring was too small. One was a small space ring given by her family, and the other was a 100 square meter storage gear with resources given to her by Gu Yin after they registered their marriage. It seemed she needed a larger storage device. Seeing that Gu Xiang was still asking the shopkeeper for items, she hurriedly approached Gu Xiang and whispered, "Isn't this a bit too much? You might not find resource sites when you go out on missions." However, Gu Xiang replied, "It's always better to be prepared. I can't gather this much myself. Since it's your first time on the development star, you might not understand. I bought these supplies for 2 people, and I'm giving you a share." Hearing this, Sun Yin was a bit surprised by Gu Xiang's thoughtfulness. Indeed, the introverted girl had a particularly detailed heart and seemed very sensitive to the likes and dislikes of outsiders. Gu Xiang, however, said nothing, thinking that her brother had worked hard to find a young, capable, and well-mannered wife, and since he didn't spend much time with her, she could only help her little sister more. With this thought, Gu Xiang was touched by herself. She decided to have a good talk with her brother when she got back. While thinking about this, she didn't forget to respond to the shopkeeper. That's all. How much is it? Send the communication number over, and I'll transfer the money. Seeing that Gu Xiang was about to pay, Sun Yin hurried to refuse. These are my items. I'll pay. But Gu Xiang insisted. Anyway, I need them too. It's not much money. Consider it a gift from me. I don't have many friends here on the development star. If I want to find you later, I hope you won't mind. Sun Yin waved her hand, no longer insisting on paying, and smiled. That's fine. If you have time later, you can come find me directly. Once they stepped out of the store and exchanged glances, they headed straight to a nearby shop across the street, which had an elegant and beautiful decor. Welcome to the beautiful clothing pavilion. Yes, the two had come to buy clothes. As soon as they entered, she was surprised. At the fitting mirror, she saw who? Gong Xiaoxiao and her cousin. She couldn't understand why they were together at the beautiful clothing pavilion, and they seemed to be getting along quite well. Sun Yin pulled Gu Xiang, who was admiring the pretty clothes, and tugged at her. When Gu Xiang looked over, she hurriedly shushed her. Seeing her puzzled expression, she didn't explain but gestured for her to follow her to a corner where the two were out of sight. Gu Xiang looked around and, seeing no one, asked with a puzzled face, "What's going on? Why are we hiding?" Just as she finished speaking, Gu Xiang turned around and spotted the two of them. Gu Xiang's eyes widened in surprise, pointing at them. Sun Yin felt that she might be overreacting. The two were openly shopping at the beautiful clothing pavilion and weren't hiding from anyone. She soon calmed down and explained to Gu Xiang, who had a curious look. It seems they didn't intend to hide. They might have just run into each other. Remembering that she used to remind her cousin that Gong Xiaoxiao was coming here, she thought it was good that she didn't need to remind him this time. Gu Xiang cautiously peeked at the two people opposite, nodding. They don't seem to be talking now. Should we leave first? Sun Yin looked at Gu Xiang, puzzled. They aren't awkward at all. Why should we leave first? The beautiful clothing pavilion is open for business. It's not like we're interrupting anything. Gu Xiang thought about it and agreed. Okay. Sun Yin noticed that Gu Xiang had already started picking out clothes, so she looked around and chose a clothing rack next to them that could block one person's view. Pretending to browse through the clothes she liked, and quickly walked over. While touching the nearest clothes, she eavesdropped on their conversation. So you've been hanging out with Jiang Minxing for a few years to come to this development star? Hearing her cousin's sarcastic remark, Sun Yin was surprised. It seemed that Gong Xiaoxiao still had some standing in her brother's heart. Otherwise, someone with such strong abilities wouldn't be so blunt. Where would one find someone so lacking in decorum to directly ridicule someone? So what? The path I chose, I've never regretted it. From the tone of your voice, it sounds like you're still reluctant to part with me? Listening to Gong Xiaoxiao's sweet and rapid speech, Sun Yin felt that this person's inner strength was quite impressive. She had made her cousin wear a green hat, and yet she still talked about how he couldn't bear to abandon her. What would I miss? Miss you? A person who has become someone else's lover? Sun Jie scoffed directly, almost pointing at Gong Xiaoxiao's nose and calling her self-indulgent. Gong Xiaoxiao wasn't angry. She chuckled. Isn't that how it is in the starry world now? As long as there are resources that can extend my life, I can do anything. Let alone just be a lover. Sun Jie replied coldly. Is that so? The Jiang family's A-grade ability users, apart from hoarding their resources, how much can they give you? Is it more than what I initially gave you? Gong Xiaoxiao's face stiffened upon hearing this. Sun Jie knew he had hit a nerve, mocking her for being short-sighted. Sun Yin watched as Gong Xiaoxiao's face turned pale, her gaze fixed on her brother, who was walking out the door, not knowing what she was thinking. Sun Yin, however, felt a bit stimulated and quickly covered her mouth, moving to another changing area. When Gu Xiang saw Sun Yin return with a flushed face, holding a pink dress with a slightly ancient style, she gestured and asked, "Look, does this dress suit me?" Sun Yin, still excited from the gossip, looked carefully at the dress Gu Xiang was holding and commented, "It's nice. It makes your skin look whiter and gives you a more gentle and graceful vibe. But it's a bit pricey for a historical ancient-style outfit. Of course, you're a pharmacist who can earn money, and your family provides star coins. So I won't say much." Hearing Sun Yan's words, Gu Xiang was obviously very happy. This was the first time she had found someone to go out with and shop for clothes she liked on the development star. After that, Gu Xiang happily picked out 2 pieces of long-sleeved clothing suitable for missions, as well as a special outdoor protective suit. Sun Yan also bought 2 sets of protective clothing for changing, along with some fitted underclothes and long pants. After leaving the store, she went to the pharmacy to buy some energy herbs for preparing plant nutrient solutions. After having lunch at the camp restaurant with Gu Xiang, they returned home. After a busy afternoon, she prepared the plant nutrient solutions for the Prosperity machine, setting it up to spray the nutrient solutions 3 times a day. The Prosperity machine obediently replied, "Okay, master. Prosperity will strictly follow your instructions to dispense the plant nutrient solutions." Sun Yin nodded in satisfaction, tidying up her mission equipment and looking forward to tomorrow's mission. She couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Chapter 45. Jungle Exploration. Since she had gone to bed early the night before, Sun Yin woke up early the next day, styled her hair in a neat fashion, and chose a fitted combat suit designed to protect against snakes, insects, mice, and ants. Satisfied with her appearance in front of the mirror, she stepped out of her bedroom and saw a fresh expanse of green in the planting field, feeling a bit regretful. If something happened to the planting field while she was on a mission, it would be such a shame. But she absolutely didn't want outsiders to come to her home to check on the planting field. She didn't know why, but it made her feel uneasy. Gu Yin might have thought the same, as she had never heard him say he wanted anyone to come home to inspect the planting field's condition. When she stepped outside, there were already people in the yard. "Sister-in-law, over here." As soon as Sun Yin stood still, she heard someone calling her name. Following the voice, she saw Xianghua, who had collaborated with her once, waving at her with a cheerful expression, showing no signs of dissatisfaction about being assigned under a talent master. Seeing Xianghua like this, Sun Yin felt very good. She stepped forward to Xianghua and asked, "Why did you all come so early?" Xianghua replied without a moment's hesitation. "The captain told us yesterday that we have a mission today to protect the sister-in-law. So we discussed it yesterday and came straight here." Sun Yin smiled slightly. Just then, the airship arrived, and they all boarded it. As soon as they entered the airship, they were surprised by the stark difference from the one they had come in. It seemed that the ship they took to get there was a spacecraft for interstellar travel. The small airship from the last mission was due to the fewer personnel, while this large airship was activated because of the military's large-scale deployment. She was not surprised to see the soldiers busily moving various storage boxes. Sitting by the window of the airship, she was quite surprised by the attire of the several gifted teachers who had just boarded. Sun Yin curiously asked Xianghua, "Why are those gifted teachers still wearing skirts? Don't they go outside to explore in the wild?" Xianghua looked over and, without commenting on their attire, thought to himself that if they didn't care about their own safety, others wouldn't treat them like parents. Then he smiled and said, "Those gifted teachers might not necessarily go on missions after they reach the camp. They are usually pharmacists or refining masters. There are fewer planting masters. That one with the proud look on her face is a newly recruited mineral master from the military. She receives a high subsidy from the military, I heard." At this point, Xianghua seemed to realize something and said to Sun Yin, "Sister-in-law, you're also a mineral master. Why haven't you joined the military? The treatment for mineral masters is quite good right now with the development of new planets." Sun Yin first curiously looked at the woman in a black combat suit, who seemed to be serious about the mission. After all, mineral masters also needed to go out and explore the wild with the military personnel. The chances of encountering danger were much higher than those for gifted teachers stationed at the camp. Sun Yin had no intention of joining the military, so she did not respond to Xianghua's words. "I just awakened my abilities and am still in the exploration stage. I will see later. Perhaps I will join the Gifted Teacher Academy on the Central Star for a period." Sun Yin smiled and stopped looking at those chatting gifted teachers. It seemed that if she went out to find resources, she needed to keep her distance from those gifted teachers. Otherwise, if she found a resource site with difficulty, or if both of them found a resource site at the same time, the other party could just come out and say they sensed it too. Neither of them would back down. After all, in the interstellar world, lifespan is everything. Resources are absolutely the most critical step, and no one would back down in this regard. She certainly wouldn't. She didn't quite understand how Gu Yin and the others were considering this matter. After all, there were 2 mineral masters in the team, so the task force could be considered high-end. However, there would still be some impact. After all, mineral masters were competitors when searching for resources on the same planet. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Gu Yin walking in from the cabin door. After surveying the surroundings, he walked straight towards her. When Sun Yin saw Gu Yin coming in her direction and sitting down beside her, she said with some concern about what Xianghua had just said, "There's a gifted teacher over there who is also a mineral master. Will we run into each other when we go on a mission? After all, we're on the same airship and will be in the same place for the mission." Gu Yin, hearing Sun Yan's concern, gently stroked her hair and said, "Don't worry, I'll arrange it well. If there are too many people at the temporary station, I'll arrange for you to go in 2 different directions." Xianghua looked at the intimate atmosphere between the two and then at his captain's affectionate demeanor, feeling surprised. He thought he shouldn't be on the airship. He should be under the vehicle at this time. Then, he felt a bit envious. How wonderful it would be to marry a gifted teacher with a good personality and looks who wasn't difficult. Xianghua sighed inwardly, wondering why he couldn't find someone like that. Sun Yin didn't feel the bumps on the airship, and it wasn't until they arrived at the location that she realized they were there. "We're here?" Gu Yin nodded and said, "The location for this task is relatively far from the camp. It's in a dense forest. I will be going to the front line to fight later. For now, you shouldn't follow me. Wait until I contact you before you come." Sun Yin nodded in understanding. She knew her own combat capabilities and wouldn't go even if asked. She valued her life too much. Seeing Sun Yin nodding in agreement, Gu Yan liked her obedient appearance, but glanced at Xiang Hua and adjusted Sun Yan's combat suit where it was unkempt. Xiang Hua sighed, thinking that maybe he should also find a wife, but then thought about the coldness of gifted teachers, wondering if anyone would be interested in him. Sigh. When Sun Yin got off the airship, she saw towering trees that seemed to reach the clouds, and the whole area exuded a breath of life. Generally speaking, dense forests should be the richest in resources. However, whether or not they could find them depended on personal capability. Sun Yin didn't dare to use her abilities lightly. The forest was dense, and it looked like it was rich in resources. She needed to choose a suitable place before using her abilities. Otherwise, after using them, she would need to rest for 35 days to recover her abilities. If she didn't find a good place, it would be a waste of time. During the last mission, the Mineral Master's abilities were severely depleted, and afterward, they couldn't extract energy or. Moreover, according to Gu Yan, this camp would be occupied for at least 15 days. She still had to be careful and not cause trouble right away. Otherwise, the next few days would be wasted. Recovering her ability wasn't easy either. She would wait until she found what she considered a treasure place before proceeding. So she looked at the people already stationed around and cautiously said to Xiang Hua, "Let's follow behind those soldiers entering the dense forest." Xiang Hua said nothing and turned around to call his people, following a small exploration team that was leaving. Chapter 46. The importance of resource stars. Following the exploration team at a distance, they entered the dense forest, watching as the personnel dispersed and began searching for something. Soon, it seemed they found their target and got busy. Sun Yin did not approach to disturb them, but carefully observed the situation in the dense forest. Stepping on the dry branches scattered on the ground, with the buzzing of cicadas echoing in her ears and light spots filtering through the treetops overhead. The surrounding vines tightly entwined the large trees, drawing nutrients and climbing into the unseen. Xiang Hua was also new to this place, remaining alert as he followed behind Sun Yin. "Sister-in-law, it seems this dense forest is relatively safe," Xiang Hua said, looking around. Sun Yin glanced at a little squirrel running quickly on a tree upon seeing strangers and nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, we're still at the edge of the dense forest, and there are ordinary small animals around, so it shouldn't be too dangerous." The two were observing for any collectible resources while talking. Just as they took a few steps, they heard a roar from a strange beast. They exchanged glances, realizing their earlier words had been proven wrong. Since Sun Yin had no combat power, neither of them was inclined to go deeper to see what was happening. They likely just encountered a strange beast fighting. However, to her surprise, the roaring continued. And when she circled back to the constructed camp, she saw the people who had gone out to scout dragging back several strange beasts that weren't very powerful but had plenty of meat. Watching everyone skillfully skinning and cutting the meat, and even bringing out a large barbecue grill, she suddenly realized that they were not only exploring but also hunting some prey to eat. As she walked deeper into the camp, she encountered several girls in beautiful long skirts, who were surrounding the girl that Xiang Hua said was also a mineral master, walking towards her. After Li Yao graduated from the Talent Master Academy under the military, she was directly assigned to explore mineral veins and resource areas on the Lianji star. She had been there for a few years and was well aware of the few talent masters on this planet. However, she recently heard about a new mineral master talent who had just arrived and caused quite a stir with a purple peach tree incident, even calling the commander for support, leaving a deep impression on everyone in the Talent Master studio. It was said that she was young and had an A-class mineral master talent, and she had just woken up to marry Major General Gu Yan. There were many rumors about her on Lianji Star, so Li Yao felt a bit apprehensive as she looked at her counterpart, Sun Yin. After all, colleagues are often rivals, and the other party was backed by Gu Yan. If she took the opportunity to suppress Li Yao and elevate her own reputation, it would significantly impact Li Yao's development. Therefore, she did not approach Sun Yin to speak, merely glancing at her before leaving. After all, she was also capable, being a talent master trained by the military and one of the only 2 mineral masters on Lianji Star. Sun Yin noticed the wariness in Li Yao's eyes and could guess a bit of the reason behind it. After all, colleagues are indeed rivals, and both were present in this exploration activity, making comparison inevitable. "Sister-in-law, this is the mineral master talent trained by the military, a B-class talent who has found 2 large resource areas for the military." However, Xiang Hua shook her head with a sigh, saying that theoretically, mineral masters are the most likely to find energy veins, but they had been on Lianji Star for so long without finding anything. and she didn't know if it was because the people were not capable or the planet was lacking. Sun Yin found Xianghua's disappointment a bit strange and asked, "Isn't that good?" Xianghua explained that while these resource areas were great, the main goal of exploring planets was to find energy mines and see if they could claim the planet as another habitable star. Sun Yin didn't quite understand. "We already have so many stars in the galaxy. Do we need to find more habitable ones?" Xianghua nodded, lamenting that while they had many planets, most were residential stars with limited resources, and other uninhabitable planets had already been mined for resources that were running low. Thus, for the galaxy, resource stars and habitable planets were the most precious, not to mention that this planet was particularly special, as resources would continue to regenerate after collection, making it a coveted destination for many, indicating a chance for precious resources to appear every year. Resources that could extend life, enhance talents, and improve mental strength. Was this planet not important? Sun Yin was shocked as she listened to Xianghua enumerate the advantages of this planet, and suddenly felt that her grandfather had indeed found her an excellent path. Today was a day to thank her grandfather. It seemed that the elderly could always find a great path from some subtle clues. It was all wisdom. She knew that when she decided on the marriage alliance, the resource generation situation of this area had not been disclosed outside, only that there were precious level resources. It seemed that this planet would attract abilities and talents for decades to come. This planet was truly one of the most marvelous creations of the universe. Xianghua nodded in agreement with Sun Yan's words, adding that not to mention this planet also had an unknown sea area. Overall, this planet was a treasure. After Gu Yin finished his temporary tasks and went out to find Sun Yin, he saw the two of them sighing and chatting. As soon as he entered, Sun Yin spotted him. "Are you done?" Xianghua also greeted him, saying, "Hello, Captain." Gu Yin nodded at Xianghua and then turned to Sun Yin, saying, "The camp is preparing lunch now. We will head into the forest for the official exploration after we finish eating. You have your protective shield with you, right?" Sun Yin quickly shook her wrist, showing her defensive bracelet and shield. She brought two, as her life was only one, and she had to be careful on missions. After all, if danger occurred, she couldn't rely on others. Gu Yin raised an eyebrow at Sun Yan's protective gear and gave her careful reminders, saying, "Then make sure to wear them properly. Don't lose them during the mission, and be extra cautious. If something goes wrong, use them without fear of damage. I will get you new ones." Sun Yin listened to Gu Yan's reminders, which sounded like he was talking to an inconsiderate child, but she also understood the concern. After all, if it were a stranger, would they care about her safety? Seeing Gu Yin looking over, she nodded, indicating she understood. Seeing that Sun Yin had absorbed his words, Gu Yin took her hand and led her into the newly set up camp tent. Once inside, Sun Yin walked around a few times. After all, she had never awakened her talent when she was on Hanjian Star, and even when she went on missions. She would return the same day, never spending the night. Even the last mission had her rushing back home that same night. She had seen such camp tents through the Star Network before, but this was her first time seeing one in reality. The entire tent was large, with 3 rooms. Upon entering, there was a reception area. Further inside was a separated bedroom of about 30 square meters, with a closed bathroom on the right. The whole place felt like a small home, different from her previous impressions of missions. In her rigid impression, missions were just a few people crammed into a small tent. Waking up at the slightest sound, it seemed she had overimagined it, and Sun Yan's expression became a bit awkward. Not to mention, there was another aspect of the mission that she didn't have at home. During times when Gu Yin wasn't busy, they could be together. After observing the surroundings, she returned to the reception area and saw the coffee table filled with colorful snack bags, various drinks, and fruits. Sun Yin was dazzled. "Is this for me?" To avoid appearing overly sentimental, she casually asked Gu Yin, "What is all this? Why are there so many? Did you bring them all out?" Gu Yin noticed her gaze fixated on the coffee table and found her even cuter at that moment. He coughed lightly, and, when Sun Yin looked at him, said with a light-hearted tone, "Missions are different from home. Mealtimes are often irregular. I gathered these supplies for you. You can keep them." He then saw Sun Yan's eyes light up instantly. "Really?" Upon hearing that Gu Yin had prepared food for her, Sun Yin was surprised. After marriage, this was a delightful surprise. She didn't expect Gu Yin, who appeared serious and proper, would buy those colorful snacks, and they were for her. As she moved closer to take a look, she realized they were all made from nutritional energy ingredients. She lifted her hand to check what was inside. There were various special technology-made energy-preserving mushroom chips, as well as nutritional potato snacks like chips and fries, energy melon seeds, and a box of 6 bottles of nutritious orange-flavored drinks and berry-flavored beverages. After carefully inspecting, she realized everything was energy-rich. How much star currency did it take to prepare all this? Are these expensive? Gu Yin, maintaining his expression, replied, "This is nothing. I'll buy you more once you finish." Sun Yin smiled brightly at Gu Yin, feeling pleasantly surprised. Based on her experience with the prices of such nutritional snacks on Hanjian Star, she could only buy a few kinds to try each month. And even those were at least 5 times more expensive than fresh energy ingredients. The cheapest ones still cost hundreds of star coins. If they were to buy, her family unanimously agreed on purchasing fresh ones, as this kind of processed food was typically sold to those who didn't know better. Thinking of this, she quietly looked up at Gu Yin, quickly tidying up her things, as this big spender now belonged to her family. She didn't mention that she was married to Gu Yin, but she did feel a sense of possessiveness over his star coins. However, she wouldn't say anything if he bought her things. If he wanted to buy, then let him buy. Gu Yin wouldn't be short on star coins either. After organizing everything, her mood improved greatly. Fresh ingredients are fresh, but processed food has a slightly different flavor that is even more appealing. Don't worry. Once I go on a mission and find the resource site, I'll make sure you get more. Gu Yin helplessly replied that he gave her these out of concern that she might go hungry. If she managed to gather resources later, she could take the big share. Sun Yin felt like she was getting a good deal and playing coy. Is that so? Gu Yin looked at Sun Yan's shy expression and felt a stir in his heart. What's the big deal? You're with me, just take some from the military share. What's yours is yours, don't think about anything else. After hearing Gu Yin say this, Sun Yin didn't say more. Watching Gu Yin handle his tasks while glancing at her, she pulled out a box of purple peaches and generously said, "These are the purple peaches I gathered. I'll share some with you." Sun Yin didn't think of herself as someone who guarded her food. She believed that what she gathered should be shared with others, otherwise, it would ruin her relationships. After all, who wants to invest their feelings and resources without receiving true affection in return? Anyone would feel the same. Quick, take it, Sun Yin said as she handed over the small storage box. Gu Yin looked at the storage box she placed in front of him but didn't open it. She had already given him several boxes of purple peaches last time, and he knew what was inside. He wasn't being nice to Sun Yin just for those things. But seeing her give him something still made him secretly happy. When Gu Yin went out, Sun Yin opened her light brain and discovered that her account had an additional 1 million star coins. Sun Yin was puzzled and wondered what had happened. Gu Yin had sent her star coins again. Wasn't it supposed to be 1 million a month? On one side, Sun Yin was happy with the resources and star coins she received, while on the other side, Gu Yin entered the public office tent that had been set up. Zhou Xiang was busy arranging things upon arrival and glanced at Gu Yin, who seemed to be in a good mood. "What did you go do?" "Just got here." Gu Yin looked at Zhou Xiang's expression, his face showing no emotion, and simply said he had some matters to attend to. Zhou Xiang was curious and directly asked what big matter could be so urgent. He also wondered if Xie Jingkai could handle gathering that small group of alien beasts in another direction. As he spoke, he saw Gu Yin pull out a bright, juicy purple peach that was high in energy. Zhou Xiang's eyes lit up, and he quickly set down what he was holding, leaning closer to Gu Yin, puzzled. "Where did you get this peach? I haven't seen you receive any. Is there more?" Gu Yin glanced at him and took a bite. The fragrance of the peach quickly spreading in a small area. Zhou Xiang sniffed for a moment and exaggeratedly said, "It's so fragrant. Give me one." Gu Yin scoffed at him, "Dream on. If you want one, go find a wife to give you one." Zhou Xiang, after hearing this, dramatically held his face and lamented, "Let her give me something. It's already a good thing if she doesn't ask me for stuff. I'll keep it for myself. For now." He wasn't looking for a wife. Realizing this, he suddenly recalled, "Is this the purple peach from your family's purple peach tree that caused such a stir in the camp last time? It couldn't be from anywhere else. After all, no one else had reported gathering this." Gu Yin raised an eyebrow and commented on those thick-skinned talent masters as unbelievable. Zhou Xiang chuckled. "If those talent masters knew what you thought, they would be furious." Gu Yin laughed lightly. "Are you going to tell them?" Zhou Xiang, hearing Gu Yin's tone, wasn't afraid and continued, "It's not their fault for being thick-skinned. If I could get energy fruit trees from others with just a few words, I'd do the same. Being called thick-skinned doesn't matter. What's in hand is what counts." He didn't expect Gu Yin's wife to be so young, yet capable of handling things. Those talent masters could be quite troublesome. Gu Yin shot Zhou Xiang an unhappy glance. "Don't get any ideas about my Sun Yin." Zhou Xiang quickly raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I won't. I'll help her when I see her later, alright? I didn't expect you to be protective of your wife." Zhou Xiang added a bit sourly. "You're lucky to have talent masters giving you good stuff. That's quite a stroke of luck." After hearing this, Gu Yin no longer kept a cold face towards Zhou Xiang. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he joyfully finished the peach in his hand. "You can't envy me. I'm the best." Zhou Xiang felt a pang of jealousy and quickly distanced himself. "I didn't expect you to be so narcissistic. Xie Jingkai is no less gentle and popular than you." and he didn't say such things. Saying this, Zhou Xiang imitated Gu Yan's tone, feigning pride, but I'm the best. Ugh. Gu Yan laughed at Zhou Xiang's strange demeanor. What do you know? After all, it was because he had defeated 99 people that Sun Yin became his wife. Could Xie Jinkai do that? Chapter 48. Strength equals confidence. After Zhou Xiang quietly handled his work for a while, he finally realized he had just been shown up by Gu Yan. He sighed. At this moment, Sun Yin was opening snacks and munching away, making a crunching sound, while opening the communication link for the Talent Master Academy that Gu Yan had mentioned before. Indeed, the energy of the locals on Central Star was quite significant. If she hadn't relied on her family's support, it would have taken her a lot more effort, and she would have needed exceptional talent to navigate through smoothly. While eating, she opened the Academy's official website linked in the communication, which led her to a verification page. Sun Yin studied it carefully and found that this was a talent verification interface. She thought to herself that this should be the second round of checks for the Academy. The first was obtaining admission qualifications, and the second was likely for class placement. After some thought, she uploaded the inspection report she received from the Awakening Agency when she first awakened her talent to the verification page. Once the upload was complete, the screen displayed, "Please be patient, student. The system is currently allocating classes." Sun Yin anxiously watched the system interface, stopping her snacking. She waited for 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and then 10 minutes. Sun Yin was left with a head full of questions. What was going on? In the age of interstellar technology, class placement should be quick. Even if it wasn't instantaneous, results should be out in 3 to 5 minutes. Little did she know that at this moment, the Talent Master Academy far away on Central Star was in an uproar over her information. While Sun Yin waited for the results, the Academy staff received current student information indicating a request for class placement for a student with full A-level talents. This directly triggered a notification at the Talent Master Academy, with the information automatically distributed to all class teachers' light brains. All the teachers were extremely curious. Occasionally, there were dual-system talent holders or single-system A-level talent holders, but none had reached the light brain notification level. They never expected a student to suddenly appear with A-level full talents. If they taught her well, and she upgraded to S-level, wouldn't they be making history? An all-around teacher would command respect in the education sector. Who wouldn't want to have a few talented students? Seeing this news, all the teachers immediately rushed to the principal's office. This is strange. Sun Yin took another bite of her snack. After waiting for half an hour without hearing the light brain respond to her, she decided to stop waiting. After closing her light brain and putting away her snacks, she walked to the door and bumped right into Gu Yan. Xiang Hua said you haven't been out. The camp's food is ready by now. Let us go eat together. Sun Yin nodded and looked up at Gu Yan. I heard voices outside. I'm just about to go out. She opened the tent, and the faint sounds she had heard inside became noisy as they reached her ears. Gu Yan led Sun Yin directly to a table where 4 people were seated. Sun Yin looked around and saw Gu Xiang and Hu Yu, along with 2 unfamiliar men. Gu Yan pushed a chair out and gestured for Sun Yin to sit down. Sun Yin glanced at the few people staring at her, but said nothing and obediently sat down. As soon as she sat down, one of the men smiled and nodded at her. Gu Yan quietly said to Sun Yin, "This is Zhou Xiang, the commander of the 3rd Legion. The other one, with a serious face, is the deputy financial officer." After hearing this, Sun Yin politely greeted both of them. After all, she had no requests from them and didn't need to be overly flattering. Moreover, if there was something, she could just trouble Gu Yan to handle it. Zhou Xiang looked at the calm Sun Yin with great interest, feeling both curious about her and envious of Gu Yan. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but ask Sun Yin, "Sister-in-law, how much have you harvested from that purple peach tree?" Sun Yin immediately perked up. This was a good conversation starter. When she saw Gu Yan's calm expression beside her, she relaxed. Before Sun Yin could respond, Hu Yu, who had been paying attention to the two, said discontentedly to Zhou Xiang, "Why are you asking her about that for no reason?" Zhou Xiang glanced at Hu Yu and suddenly had an idea. He leaned toward her and said, "Sister Hu, isn't brother Zhou good to you? Do you still have that round fruit you grew last time?" Although Hu Yu usually seemed impulsive and straightforward, she was quite savvy when it came to her precious resources. Upon hearing Zhou Xiang's words, she immediately became alert, saying, "No, I'm not selling it, and I'm not discussing it." Zhou Xiang's mouth twitched upon hearing Hu Yu's response, looking speechless. "Is it really necessary to be that guarded?" Hu Yu immediately replied, "Of course, I need to be cautious. You want to charm away my things with just a few words, so of course, I have to be careful." Speaking of herself, she turned to Sun Yin and said, "Sun Yin, you have your own energy fruit trees, so you need to be careful too. Otherwise, you might get tricked." Sun Yin smiled but didn't respond. though she noted Hu Yu's reaction. It seemed that someone who was usually so straightforward had been tricked before. Sun Yan smiled at Hu Yu and said, "Of course, no one can charm away my things. Otherwise, they won't be able to ask me for help later." Sun Yan's words were very firm. After all, she had the capability. As a full-system talent master, she had that confidence. Once she said this, the expressions of those around her varied. Gu Xiang didn't envy Sun Yan's talent. She envied how Sun Yan could calmly say such impactful words in front of others. She herself couldn't do that, mainly because her personality didn't allow it. Hu Yu didn't think much of it. She was usually like a fearless calf, saying whatever came to her mind without much thought. She had not been tricked yet. Probably because she was a planter and had a commander brother as a backup. Even if the commander didn't usually take care of her, who would dare to test how deep their sibling bond was? The deputy financial officer looked at Sun Yan with admiration, supporting her statement. Yes, it should be like this. If you can't even protect your own things, you won't have any confidence, and anyone can take advantage of you. After the deputy financial officer finished speaking, he quietly glanced at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang smiled bitterly. He thought, great, this is what happened when I went to ask for equipment last time. And the financial officer remembered it. Gu Yan had no objections to Sun Yan's personality. He let her do whatever she wanted. If she made a profit, it was hers. If she lost, he would have to go negotiate with the other party. He also cast a glance at Zhou Xiang. Zhou Xiang twitched his mouth again, thinking, great. This one comment has made me the enemy of everyone. Does it have to be like this? When have I ever gained an advantage? I feel so wronged. He decided to keep quiet. By the time the dishes were served, everyone was quietly eating. Sun Yan looked around and saw that the food was all freshly hunted exotic beast meat, prepared in various ways, stewed, fried, roasted, and even skewered. There were also several plates of steamed and stir-fried vegetables, along with a bowl of fruit soup. It seemed they had just returned from a mission and still had the energy to cook such a variety of meat dishes. She wondered if they would still have these options when things got busy. Although Sun Yan was inwardly complaining, she still reached out to eat. After taking a bite, she was surprised, her pupils widening. Chapter 49, This is so familiar. This meat. Sun Yan chewed again, and that flavor melted on her tongue. Although there was energy, the taste was just so familiar. This was the taste of the dish she remembered most deeply. She froze for a moment. Her chopsticks suspended in midair. The method of cooking, the ingredients, and the timing were not much different from what she remembered. But this was the starry sky. It was Aries star. It was a world 3,000 years later. She looked around, unsure of who the cook was. Was it just a coincidence? She didn't think too much about it, and focused on finishing her meal. After resting well in the afternoon to regain her strength, the main group began to explore seriously. From afar, several directions echoed with sounds of fighting exotic beasts, the commands of various team leaders, the roars of the beasts, and cries for various medicines. We're short on energy liquids here, hurry up, and spirit medicines, bring them all over. Sun Yan was quite cautious about her own life, especially since her brother and Gu Yan were not around. Before leaving, her brother Sun Zhan unexpectedly contacted her to say he would come over the next day. Her cousin Sun Jie was out on a mission, but he was with the clan's team. However, thinking of the ability users from the clan made her a bit anxious. After all, she had just learned about the planet's peculiarities, and it was best to contact home. Remembering her brother Sun Lang, she decided to wait until she saw him to mention it. While lost in thought and walking, Sun Yan suddenly stepped into empty space, startling her. "Sister-in-law, are you okay?" Hearing Xiang Hua's concerned voice, she instinctively pushed away his hand that was reaching out to help her. Shaking her head, she said, "I'm fine, let's keep going." Then she focused on wandering through the dense forest. After walking a couple of steps, she curiously asked Xiang Hua, "Why does the air feel so humid? Did it rain?" Xiang Hua scratched his head, carefully sensing the surroundings, frowning with confusion. "No, our team leader decided to use this as a starting point, and we've explored here before. There are no signs of rain. It's a normal sunny day." Sun Yan glanced at the ground covered with ordinary mushrooms, which had no energy. She crouched down to touch the mushroom caps, her doubts growing. It shouldn't be. There are so many ordinary mushrooms in the forest without rain, and it still feels damp. She also touched the tree trunk, which felt slightly moist. However, since the ability users had said it hadn't rained and had checked the situation, she kept this doubt to herself and focused on looking for energy-containing items in the forest. As she walked, she gradually reached an open area. Gone were the dense trees, and what came into view was a patch of green flowers with a unique shape, a small field of tubular flowers. Sun Yan looked at the unusually shaped flower field. Astonished, Xiang Hua observed Sun Yan's surprised expression but remained unfazed, saying, "There are plenty of strange flowers in the starry sky. This one looks pretty harmless. In the past, We encountered some red, gradient narrow banded spherical flowers that looked beautiful, but they had a hallucinogenic property. A small team almost got lost in circles because of those flowers and were bitten by exotic beasts. Sun Yin pondered Xiang Hua's words thoughtfully. After taking a couple of steps forward, she slowly began to pick those flowers. Xiang Hua, seeing this, quickly understood something. Sister-in-law, do these flowers have any energy? While talking, she asked the team members behind to help pick the flowers. You guys spread out a bit and pick all these flowers for sister-in-law. All right, Captain. We'll go pick them now. Sister-in-law, you can just walk around. We'll help you pick. After all, mineralists have a natural affinity and can better sense the energy fields around them. Otherwise, why would their talents be directly related to energy? So a few people let Sun Yin walk around and take a look. Xiang Hua even specifically stayed close to Sun Yin, protecting her closely. Sun Yin didn't say much, instead recalling what this flower was. After a lifetime, some things naturally faded in her mind. This flower prefers warm, humid climates and is quite adaptable, mainly growing in temperate and subtropical regions in bushes and sparse forests on mountains, hills, and plains. It has the effects of clearing heat and detoxifying, dispersing wind heat, and can be used to treat boils, sore throat, erysipelas, heat toxicity, blood dysentery, wind heat colds, and febrile diseases. Sun Yin stared at the yellow and white flowers, paused for 2 seconds, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She remembered. It was honeysuckle, a type of Lonicera plant. She suppressed her excitement and kept a calm expression. Xiang Hua looked around at the flower field, which was quite large, and saw the beautiful yellow and white flowers, small and delicate. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, making the flowers sway lightly, sending a refreshing fragrance to his nose. Xiang Hua looked suspiciously at the flower field being picked by the team members, wondering what use it had. Was it just pretty? Even if it could be made into flower tea, he had never seen this flower before. Sun Yin heard Xiang Hua and replied that it should be a plant that can be used as medicine. She wasn't too sure, in case the Interstellar version didn't work. But it looked similar. Xiang Hua chuckled awkwardly, surprised that he had spoken his mind. After understanding Sun Yan's words, he showed a trusting expression, saying, Sister-in-law, I believe in you the most. If you say it's useful, we'll work tirelessly to clear this flower field. With a wave of his hand, he urged, let us move quickly and collect all these flowers. After saying that, he curiously asked Sun Yan, are we only taking the flowers? What about the roots? I heard some flowers' roots are also useful. Sun Yan looked at him speechlessly. That's a medicinal material. Then she continued, this is also a kind of medicinal material. If convenient, after picking the flowers, cut off the stems and leaves too. After all, discovering energy medicinal materials isn't easy, as long as they have medicinal effects. All parts, including roots and stems, should be taken. Sun Yan raised her hand and took out a storage box to put all the collected herbs inside. She then pulled out 2 medium-sized storage boxes and placed them on the ground. We'll put the flowers and roots in one box, and the rest will be divided among you. Everyone should contribute. We can't take everything. After all, the flower field itself wasn't too large, and the flowers were sparse. Fresh flowers still took up space. From her observation, it could fit at most less than 2 boxes, maybe 1.5, and there were more roots. The roots were several times more than the flowers, but the medicinal effect might be slightly worse. Seeing the others busy, Xiang Hua also helped cut the stems and leaves. After all, the interstellar realm is vast, and everyone discovering plants, making their own products, and creating their unique medicinal formulas means endless star coins or other usable resources. Asking further would invade the privacy of the gifted, so he wisely kept quiet. After a while of busying, the sounds of fighting with exotic beasts in the distance didn't seem as intense as before. Xiang Hua looked at the storage box he had brought out, where the stems, leaves, and flowers were all crammed together, and then at the other 2 neatly arranged boxes. He quietly glanced at the team members working hard. The few teammates exchanged glances, all refusing to meet his eyes. Xiang Hua, feeling annoyed, glared at a few of them. Finally, he turned to Sun Yan and said, Sister-in-law, since you recognize this medicinal material, the recipe you develop later will be your secret. You should hide these materials well. Don't let other gifted individuals know, or it'll create a lot of trouble. We won't take any. They're all for you. Sun Yan hadn't expected there would be a medicinal recipe involving these interstellar mutated honeysuckles. Listening to Xiang Hua's reminder and seeing that the others had no objections, she realized she needed to be cautious about this matter since she was new to this field. She expressed her gratitude, saying, okay, I know everyone is looking out for me, so I'll accept it. I have a few kinds of hemostatic pills and energy replenishing pills. I'll give you 2 bottles each. After the exchange, she thought that if she developed a new recipe later, she would give them 2 new pills. Though she was just thinking this internally, as she hadn't researched anything before and needed to try it out. The team members saw Sun Yan, a mineralist, had the talent to research pharmaceuticals, and they all shared a knowing look, silently acknowledging the treasure their captain had found. It was another day of envy. Chapter 50. Deceiving people. Sun Yan wasn't blind. She noticed the subtle glances exchanged among the few people, but didn't say much. After all, when her talent awakened, it was mainly for her own future development, and the opportunity discovered on this duality star led her family to quickly decide to form alliances. Moreover, she would eventually need to join an academy for study, and her talent would sooner or later be discovered. Instead of being coerced into becoming a resource fought over by various families, it was better to actively choose a strong alliance. So she could only say that those in the know understood, and close ones would always find out, while outsiders remained oblivious. Therefore, Sun Yan didn't deliberately hide anything and acted as if she hadn't seen it. That afternoon, perhaps her luck had run out. As she walked around, but didn't find anything good. No, today's luck isn't enough, I can't use my talent. Meanwhile, Xiang Hua and a few teammates were happily enjoying the fact that they didn't have to fight and could get free medicine from the gifted. Feeling they had hit the jackpot, as they wandered around looking for good things, they suddenly heard a series of chirping sounds from the bushes in the distance. Sun Yan turned her head to listen closely to the source of the sound. The team members also clearly heard it. One of them took out their energy gun, serious-faced, and picked up a long stick nearby to poke at the bushes. Suddenly, a ball came running out. No, it wasn't just a ball. It was a ball completely surrounded by dense, sharp spikes, with no visible head or face. But Sun Yan noticed it was running towards the distance, which should be its head. The teammates, being cautious about this unfamiliar little creature, immediately shot at it. The little creature emitted a whooshing sound and sped away twice as fast as before, disappearing in a flash, looking dark and gray, seemingly unharmed. Sun Yan watched as everyone carefully searched the area, and seeing no other exotic beasts, they began to disperse again. Sun Yan looked at the people spreading out around her, and then at the exploration team in the distance. She tentatively walked slowly towards them. As she walked, she saw a tree covered in bright red fruits with a slightly rough skin. Sun Yan's expression brightened, and she hurriedly ran a few steps to stand under the tree. Noticing there were no ripe fruits on it, she took out the stepladder given to her by Guxiang last time and set it beside her. Indeed, the outdoor exploration experience paid off. She then took out a basket and hung it on her arm. Seeing no one around, she didn't rush to pick. Instead, she plucked a particularly ripe red fruit from the tree, wiped it on her sleeve, and was just about to take a bite when she suddenly realized. What if it's poisonous? She hurriedly pulled out the manual she bought last time and compared it with the fruit. The light brain displayed the result. Tangdi, a 1-year-old plant, a specialty fruit of the 2-instrument star, edible, no special effects. It contains nutritional energy and is not recommended for large amounts of consumption at once. Sun Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This little thing was about 3 fingers long, half the size of her palm, and looked non-toxic, so she felt reassured. Still, it was not recommended for large amounts at once. Curious, Sun Yan took a bite, and the next second, she immediately put on a painful mask. Her entire face scrunched up. Sour, so sour, way too sour. Oh my gosh, what is this? She hurriedly took out a bottle of fruit drink and gulped down half a bottle. My heavens. Sun Yan, with a face full of toothache, looked at the tangdi in her hand, which had a tear in it. Just looking at it made her mouth water quickly. No need to eat it. In a serious case, she might just drool. Just then, Xiang Hua walked over, noticing that Sun Yan had discovered another energy fruit tree. His expression was extremely joyful, surprised and delighted as he looked at the tree full of tangdi. He had seen this fruit sold in the market before, but had never bought any. He heard that this fruit seemed a bit sour, but it also contained nutritional energy. Curious, he asked Sun Yan, who was standing next to him. This is a good thing. Aren't you going to eat one? He glanced at the tree full of tangdi, casually plucked a handful, picked one up without wiping it, and directly threw it into his mouth. Sun Yan, holding the fruit she had just bitten into, watched him put the whole thing in his mouth. Too stunned to stop him, she observed Xiang Hua's expression. She saw his face twist for a moment as he instinctively wanted to spit it out. Then he remembered this was a good thing, and Sun Yan watched as his eyes squinted from the sourness. His entire nose, mouth, and face scrunched up, and he swallowed it with difficulty. Sun Yan admired him in her heart and gave him a thumbs up. Truly a warrior. Xiang Hua pulled out a bottle of water and started gulping it down. Sun Yan laughed at his predicament. Xiang Hua looked at his sister-in-law with a resentful expression. You didn't remind me. It's so sour. Sun Yan cleared her throat, still unable to control herself. Ha! I didn't expect you to eat it so fast. I was just about to tell you, and you already put it in your mouth. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. The two exchanged glances and began to pick Tangdi. After all, good things that contain energy should not be missed. Xianghua also called over his teammates to help pick fruit. However, the teammates didn't immediately put it in their mouths. They cautiously asked the two, "Captain, sister-in-law, is this good to eat?" The other two also looked over curiously. Sun Yan silently observed Xianghua's serious expression. Xianghua said, "I ate one, it's okay. You can eat it." Hearing Xianghua tricking his teammates, Sun Yan quickly turned her head, stifling a laugh. The few people could not have imagined their captain would trick them, so they put the picked Tangdi into their mouths. However, the next second, three of them wore the same painful expression. Xianghua laughed heartily. Watching his teammates' expressions made Sun Yan unable to hold back either. Pain doesn't disappear. It only shifts, and so does happiness. A few teammates glared angrily at their captain, and Xianghua quickly stopped laughing. Hey, don't look at me like that. I said it could go down. It can be eaten. Didn't you eat it?" Weekend looked at the trickster captain with a toothache. "But you didn't say it was sour. It's so sour it's killing us." Exactly. Captain, you're just messing with us. Captain, you're too mean." Xianghua watched the three of them attacking him and was about to get a beating. Glanced at Sun Yan and hurriedly dodged. All right, stop it. We still have to protect sister-in-law." The few rolled their eyes at him, although they were tricked. This was a serious energy fruit tree, and it looked like it bore a lot of fruit. The three took out baskets and began picking under the tree. Sun Yan also found a good spot and climbed a ladder to pick the ripest and most numerous red fruits at the top. After picking two, Sun Yan reached out. But for some reason, her body suddenly felt a chill. She focused her gaze and saw something less than a palm's distance from her hand. Suddenly, she let out a scream. Chapter 51. Provocation. Xianghua and the others quickly surrounded the person who jumped down from the ladder with serious expressions. Seeing it was an ordinary venomous snake, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They quickly killed it. Sun Yan looked at the dead black patterned snake in Xianghua's hands, her body trembling. Oh my god, it really scared her to death. She didn't expect that after living a lifetime, she could still be startled by a soft, slithering snake. Just now, it felt like her body gave a warning before her eyes even caught sight of the snake, and only then did she notice it. At that moment, the snake's head had already lifted, its eyes fixed on her. Then she screamed, and her body instinctively jumped down from the ladder, landing without harm, but feeling mentally distressed. Xianghua, seeing Sun Yan's pale face, came over to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. This little thing just bites a couple of times. Just eat an ordinary detox pill, and you'll be fine. Just bites a couple of times." Sun Yan looked at him as he brought the dead snake closer, hurriedly backing away. She hadn't forgotten that she didn't have any detox pills. When she got back at night, she would contact Gu Xiang to see if she had any to trade for a few, feeling sorry for not having that formula. Then, seeing Xianghua looking at her again, she hurriedly said, "Get that dead snake away from me." Xianghua noticed that Sun Yan was truly frightened of the thing in his hand, so he didn't get close to her anymore, and said, "When we cook tonight, I'll let the kitchen make you a fresh snake soup. I guarantee it'll be delicious." Sun Yan felt a wave of panic in her heart. But on the surface, she resisted, directly rejecting, "No need, you eat it yourself." A few teammates, seeing the snake and noticing Sun Yan didn't want it, said, "Sister-in-law, what are you afraid of? Just eat it, and next time you won't be afraid." "Yeah, sister-in-law, that's the most effective method." Sun Yan shivered, retreating a few steps in silence. She waved her hands repeatedly. No. Seeing that Sun Yan was resisting so much, the few could only regretfully put the snake away, no longer letting it dangle in front of her. Sun Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't understand how eating it could make one unafraid of it, and she didn't want to try. Oh no. She was disturbed by this snake and didn't want to pick things anymore. Although she had a defensive shield and wouldn't get hurt, she didn't want to work, feeling drained by the scare. She picked up a stick and poked around in the grass, waving it here and there. It was as if she was startled, fearing that a snake's head would suddenly pop up from the grass and bite her. Xianghua and the others said nothing, just happily continued picking fruits. After finishing, they looked at the 5 bags of Tangdi on the ground, each bag weighing 100 pounds. They didn't expect this tree to yield quite a lot. This time she was out exploring with the main group and couldn't keep most of the supplies to herself. She only kept 2 bags, while the other 3 shared 2 bags, and 1 bag was kept by Xianghua to take back to the camp for logistics registration, not belonging to her. She didn't want to store it in her space. In the end, it was still Xianghua who drove the mechanical vehicle and uprooted the Tangdi fruit tree, which Sun Yan stored away. After all, there were still unripe fruits on it. When they returned to the camp, Sun Yan found the logistics department and bought a large wooden basin, 2 meters by 2 meters. Then returned to the front of her tent and had her teammates place the basin on the ground. She took the fruit tree out and put it inside, then used plant nutrient solution to mix some nutrient soil and filled it into the wooden basin. She trimmed the wild and messy parts of the fruit tree that only had leaves and no fruits. After a round of tidying up, the tangy fruit tree changed dramatically. Originally, the messy and lush fruit tree transformed into a well-ventilated and well-lit structure, looking like a happy shape overall. Perfect. Xianghua and a few others looked at the fruit tree with a mix of pity and curiosity. They never expected the fruit tree could be shaped so beautifully. Yes, it now looks completely different from the fruit trees outside. Cutting the branches and leaves won't affect the fruit growth later, right? Several teammates circled around the fruit tree, remembering that the purple peach tree they harvested last time wasn't shaped like this. They initially wanted to stop Sun Yin from cutting, but thinking that they didn't know how to plant either, they swallowed their words. Moreover, this tree wasn't theirs. If a stranger with talent cut it so drastically, they would have directly criticized it. Sister-in-law, where should we place this fruit tree? Xianghua looked at the 3-meter-tall fruit tree and then at the ceiling. The height just enough. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin entered the house, looked around, gestured towards a corner of the guest hall, and said to Xianghua, "Let's put it in this corner. It gets direct sunlight here." Xianghua nodded, and two teammates lifted it and tilted it into the house, placing it in the corner. The room that originally looked like a model home suddenly gained a bit of vitality. Since it was a temporary camp, neither she nor Gu Yin had thought about adding anything, but now it was great to have the fruit tree moved in. Sun Yin walked around, nodded, and said, "Not bad. Let us leave it here for now." Xianghua also thought it was good and said to Sun Yin, "Sister-in-law, the exploration team and the combat team haven't returned yet." As he spoke, he glanced at the time on his light brain and continued, "Shall we go to the kitchen to see if there's anything to eat? There's no one in the camp right now. They might come back soon, and it will get crowded." Sun Yin checked the time. It was almost 8 in the evening. They would need people on guard at night, and they had to get up early to work the next day, estimating that the main team would be back soon. Thinking about how the main team might set out around 4 tomorrow, she wondered what time she would be able to get up. After looking around and finding nothing else to do, their small team headed to the relatively quiet dining room. Upon entering, they saw a few talent users sitting in the corner looking tired and talking. Sun Yin squinted and recognized a familiar face. The one who had come to her house to shamelessly ask for things, named CSCC. She couldn't understand why someone who always wanted to appear uncontentious would still seek a few followers. And sure enough, she found some. Seeing that the other party was a distance away, after noticing her entry, they immediately showed a difficult expression, their eyes fixed on her. Though she couldn't hear what they were saying, based on Sun Yan's instinct, they were definitely not saying anything nice about her. Sun Yan shot her a glance and ignored her. Was this a performance aimed at her? Watching CSCC say something to the people next to her, someone immediately slammed the table. With a loud clap, Xianghua, who had been looking at what good food was being prepared in the dining room, also turned to look in surprise. Sun Yan raised her eyebrows, watching calmly. Come on, people like this who generally don't openly confront her in front of her. She usually doesn't take seriously. After all, who were they, and did they need to expend her energy? Now that she had nothing to do, she glanced at the time. It should be close to when the combat team returned, and then she gave CSCC a seemingly friendly smile. CSCC's face immediately showed a hint of displeasure, her hand loosely gripping the person who had just slammed the table and was about to charge over. Sure enough, with a slight effort, the other party broke free from CSCC's grasp. Chapter 52. A vicious character isn't bad, either. Sun Yan, you're too petty. Cece only said a few words to you, and you let her join this mission. You make her go out on missions every month. That's so malicious. What is the difference between that and sending her to her death? Sun Yan looked at the other party's face filled with indignation for CSCC and their angry words. Her gaze shot towards CSCC, who was avoiding eye contact with her. Was this another person they found to charge ahead for her? Was this because she lost face before the mission? Or was this a way to pick a fight? At this moment, CSCC was gently stopping the other party, telling them not to get angry. The tone and actions made it obvious she didn't really intend to stop them, and her words sounded ambiguous. Lin, I might have done something wrong. It's just that Sun Yin is the wife of Major General Gu. With words that trailed off, her expression quickly changed to a suitable one. She kept talking about how she used her connections to suppress CSCC. Sun Yin looked at her pure face, but felt disgusted inside. Where did she find her pawn? What happened to the two people who surrounded her last time? She scanned the faces of the people across from her, but didn't find them. Could it be that someone discovered her dark thoughts and left her behind? Then she saw Xianghua walk over and block the overly agitated actions of the one named Lin, who looked like she was about to spit out her anger. Sun Yin quietly took a few steps back. She wasn't angry. This was the kind of person who let others take the lead in trouble. Someone who didn't dare to confront things directly showed she felt her qualifications weren't enough to be unconditionally protected by others. Ultimately, it meant she wasn't capable enough. There were plenty of matters, but her confidence was lacking. What are you going crazy about? Didn't you all come to Tiao Star because you were conscripted by the military? What does it have to do with others? Besides, you were punished and sent on this mission. Xiang Hua found the other party's words unbelievable. Talent users were supposed to go on missions to Tiao Star, but they had the autonomy to decide whether they needed to participate in the current mission. If they did, they could claim military resources for compensation, which would be more dangerous and carry the risk of death. If they didn't go on missions, they still had to exceed the tasks assigned to them in the temporary camp. If they couldn't complete them, they would still have to go on missions next time. Not to mention, there would be mandatory team missions, which carried the highest risk of death. Moreover, didn't the commander say last time that you were slandering the officers in the military and trying to verbally seize others' resources? Who gave you the face to come here and turn black and white around? Xiang Hua scolded the two people in front of him, regardless of their relationship. He came to the dining room with his sister-in-law and had suggested coming himself. If he was bullied, how could he hold his head up in front of friends? The surrounding talent users exchanged glances, hearing Xiang Hua's stern tone, and recalling the rumors that had circulated in the camp earlier. They instinctively took a few steps back, creating distance from CSCC. We're not with her. CSCC looked at those who had just spoken ill of Sun Yin, now pretending not to know her. The color on her face turned pale from Xiang Hua's scolding. Then she looked at the talent user who had just stood up for her, their gaze directly meeting hers. Cici, didn't you say you had a misunderstanding with her? You were severely punished by the commander and forced to go on missions every month. And tomorrow you also have to go on a mandatory team mission. You still have to complete the basic tasks assigned by the military. How come this doesn't match what you said? Upon hearing the other party's words, CSCC's face darkened again. She felt resentful inside, wondering why all the people she found were like this, always coming to her when things went wrong. Did they not have any judgment? Shouldn't she have thought of the outcome beforehand for someone to stand up for her? If she hadn't done anything wrong, wouldn't she have rushed up by now without needing anyone to back her up? Sun Yin observed CSCC's expression of indignation and vaguely guessed her thoughts. Generally, those who could be swayed to be used as a pawn didn't have that kind of brain. Someone with the ability to discern right from wrong couldn't be a spearhead for you. Sun Yin was impatient listening to them waste her time on such trivial matters. With that time, she could be doing something else instead of chewing over the same things with them. She waved her hand and calmly explained what CSCC had said at the time, as well as the situation of her friends to the talent master who had just spoken. The talent master listened to Sun Yin recount that CSCC had barged into someone else's yard to steal things and had shifted the blame onto those around her. She was momentarily taken aback, then realized something, her eyes widening as she recalled the two who had also been punished before coming to the camp and the talent master's previous advice to stay away from CSCC. Initially, she had thought little of it, but now she noticed everyone looking at her with strange eyes. A sense of anxiety flashed in her eyes. Was it really her fault? CSCC, with a feigned grievance, said to her, Lin, maybe you didn't hear what I said clearly. I wanted to stop you, but I didn't expect you to rush up so eagerly. As she spoke, tears glimmered in CSCC's eyes, her pear blossom-like appearance triggering others' protective instincts. Unfortunately, the ability users out on missions had not returned yet, and those standing here were all aware of the situation and were on Sun Yan's side. They wouldn't feel pity for an outsider. As for the other talent masters, upon seeing CSCC cry, they all rolled their eyes in unison. Here we go again. Every time CSCC did something wrong, she would pull this act, and Miss Lin had only just arrived a few days ago, easily deceived by her. But when Lin heard CSCC's words, her face was filled with disbelief as she turned to stare at her intently. CSCC was startled by Lin's fierce gaze and reached out to tug at her sleeve, but as soon as she touched Lin's hand, she was disgustedly shaken off. I thought you were being sincere. You cried so sadly. I didn't believe anyone else, just believed you. And this is how you treat me. I stood up for you, and you turn around and push the blame onto me. Now it's my fault, and you're happy about it. Xiang Hua and the other team members, hearing Lin's words, could only evaluate her as foolish and easily deceived, looking like someone with a short lifespan. What kind of mission taker doesn't learn to be cautious? They were fooled by a couple of words? Xiang Hua shook his head inwardly. Sun Yin vaguely heard the sound of a flying car outside and didn't want to waste time with them anymore. There was no one here responsible to solve the problem. So what was the point of going back and forth, just talking? She only explained the situation to the one called Lin, and then that Lin was directly sold out by CSCC. Watching the two, who had seemed so close, turn on each other was somewhat amusing, but meaningless quarrels with no outcome were pointless. Since they called her vicious, she would show her vicious side. Thinking about how Gu Yin and the others would be back soon, she no longer felt anxious. Chapter 53. Death. As she watched the two of them calm down, it seemed like the situation was about to settle. Sun Yin sighed at Lin Lin. What is the result of arguing with CSCC? After today's commotion, if there is any good opportunity for talent masters in the future, and they find out about what happened today, tisk tisk. As Sun Yin spoke, she shook her head unconsciously. After all, if the team were to privately recruit talent masters, who wouldn't want to find a clever person and gather more resources? Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, Lin Lin felt that she wasn't truly kind-hearted. But seeing that several ability users clearly looked down on her, she understood that if she wanted to find a high-level ability user to marry in the future, it was probably hopeless. The team wouldn't recruit foolish people, let alone find a wife. If it got out that she was easily fooled, her chances of surviving dangerous missions would be lower than others. In the future, who would want to associate with a strong ability user if they thought she was gullible? Thinking of this, Lin Lin felt a wave of darkness before her eyes. And when she looked at CSCC's still neat and clean appearance, she raised her hand and slapped her. She was ruining her own future. CSCC felt a sharp pain on her face, and then Sun Yin saw an obvious red handprint on her face. CSCC raised her hand to touch her face, incredulously looking at Lin Lin and asking, "You dare to hit me?" Lin Lin laughed heartily. After all, no one here would cover for her about today's incident. So what did she have to worry about? She directly mocked, "You've already hit me. Why are you asking? Are you stupid?" Such a situation of turning on each other and resorting to violence was rare in the talent world. After all, talent masters cared about their reputation. How could they not maintain their dignity and directly harm the impression of ability users? CSCC certainly didn't want to fight. Mainly, she felt she couldn't beat Lin Lin. A few days ago, she had relied on her words to elicit sympathy from Lin Lin. She didn't expect Lin Lin to be so shameless. Not to mention there were so many people around. Lin Lin didn't care about any face. She thought about how she had lost face today because of CSCC. The long-lost blood rushed to her head, and she started to scratch and hit CSCC. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just then, there was a commotion at the door. Sun Yin looked up and saw Gu Yin, the deputy financial officer, and Zhou Xiang walking in. She scanned the room and returned her gaze to Gu Yin. Gu Yin stood tall, wearing the military's specially made tight combat uniform for missions. Having just returned from the field, he still carried an air of killing intent that hadn't dissipated, and his entire demeanor radiated coldness. Upon entering the dining hall and seeing Sun Yin, his expression softened noticeably, but when he turned his gaze, he discovered the two of them grappling with each other. The recently returned mission takers also noticed that two talent masters had started fighting, and the talent masters who had previously seemed indifferent rushed forward to break it up. Goodness! These talent masters were clever. Seeing the ability users returning from their missions, they immediately put on a show to intervene. Zhou Xiang, who usually had a smiling face, now wore a frown, clearly showing signs of fatigue, as if his abilities had been drained. "What are you doing? Let go." Seeing that the two of them were startled and separated at the sound of his voice, their faces flushed as they hurriedly fixed their disheveled hair. Zhou Xiang's tired expression lifted slightly, and he looked around at everyone, puzzled as he asked Sun Yin, "What happened? How did they start fighting?" Sun Yin naturally took the initiative to explain everything that had happened in detail to the three responsible individuals. After hearing her, the three of them frowned in unison. The deputy financial officer clearly looked displeased. While they were out risking their lives on missions, these two talent masters were not in the camp refining materials, but were out looking for trouble. Sun Yin noticed their obvious dissatisfaction and slowly spoke again. Maybe your military's tasks are a bit too few, and they have the mood to handle other matters." Sun Yin said this sarcastically. Seeing that the three of them seemed to believe her and their expressions relaxed slightly, she added, "I see these two talent masters have more energy and capability than the others. They finish their tasks so quickly. I've heard that some of the other talent masters haven't completed their tasks today. Why not let them go out on missions every day? It's just right that those with weaker abilities are in the camp to refine materials safely." Sun Yin noticed a few people with thoughtful expressions. She coughed lightly in her heart. How could she know what their abilities were? She just spoke up. They all had the energy to fight, so of course. The mission was completed. What? You say it wasn't completed? How could that be? If it wasn't completed, how could they dare to fight without regard for the military's mission? They really didn't take the military seriously. They might as well not expect any resources for the mission. As for the others, they didn't need to suffer and toil on missions. They could comfortably focus on refining in the camp instead of going out. There was no need to talk more. Sun Yin was only able to talk nonsense because she was sure of this point, and what she said wasn't wrong. Sure enough, this proposal was adopted the next day. And that night, Gu Yin even brought Sun Yin the compensation that the military had forcibly given to Shi Cici. This time, the two of them had to be out on the mission the whole time, not only suffering and toiling, but also needing to refine and extract materials during busy times. They had to handle logistics too. If they encountered danger, they might not even be able to run away. But that was a matter for tomorrow. Sun Yin was just guessing based on the expressions of the ability users. If it really came to it, she would have to exercise her rights to use pillow talk. Wasn't she said to be malicious? Then she would show her malicious side. In the interstellar world, where was there any real goodness and beauty? Everyone just pretended well. Who wasn't selfish? It's important to know that this fire was ignited by Sun Yin herself. She merely mentioned a few things that happened and made a suggestion, and it led those who didn't want to live a good life into a fulfilling one. When she sat down to eat with Gu Yin that night, she learned that they had encountered a venomous beast python. The entire body was over 12 meters long and weighed more than 600 pounds. This was an energy-containing beast. Moreover, this venomous python could spray venom and had some Earth-type abilities. Several people from Zhou Xiang's team had died. The gifted practitioners who went along had the misfortune of not being able to evacuate in time and lost one. This was the first time Sun Yin felt that death was so close to her. In missions, there were always fatalities. It just depended on who was luckier. Gu Yin looked at Sun Yan's silent expression and comforted her, saying not to be afraid, to remember to wear her protective shield strictly, to check it when leaving the room, and to activate it immediately if they encountered danger. Then she should contact him right away. Sun Yin obediently nodded. After all, she valued her own life. Now Gu Yin valued it too. After she subconsciously picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth, she felt something was off. This meat tasted a bit different from what she usually ate. Chapter 54. Relationships always require reciprocity. This texture was obviously different from the beast meat she had harvested before. The previous one was chewier, while this one was more tender. Without the obvious sinewy feel, Sun Yin picked up another piece and carefully tasted it. It was indeed different, with a tender and non-stringy texture similar to eel meat. Seeing Sun Yin pick up another piece, Gu Yin thought she liked this meat and added a few more pieces to her plate. This action was seen by Zhou Xiang, who looked at the two and joked, "I didn't expect you, Gu Yin, to be such a caring husband." At this point, he looked at the meat on the table and sighed. This venomous python really lives up to its reputation for being energy-packed meat. Not only is the meat quality delicate, but the taste is also exceptionally good, nourishing the body. The deputy finance officer nodded in agreement. Yeah, energy beasts indeed have good meat quality. However, everyone used quite a lot of medicine on this beast, and there are a few soldiers. Sun Yin listened and was momentarily stunned to realize it was the meat of the venomous python, mechanically chewing the meat in her mouth. She had just said she wouldn't eat snakes during the day. She didn't pay attention to what they were saying anymore. She thought she wouldn't be able to eat it after all, since she was so afraid of snakes. And this venomous python seemed to be hundreds of times larger than normal. But unexpectedly, she still had an appetite and could continue eating. Could it be because she hadn't seen what it looked like? Sun Yin was puzzled, but now she just knew that this meat was a bit fragrant. Gu Yin looked at Sun Yan's expression and asked her, "What's wrong? Can't get used to this meat?" Sun Yin shook her head and, thinking of something, shifted the topic. "Did you use a lot of detoxification medicine when you hunted this venomous python?" Gu Yin showed no particular emotion and calmly replied, "This beast is quite cunning." At first, it didn't show any signs of being venomous. When the battle became intense, it directly bit several soldiers. Before they could withdraw from the fight, the beast relentlessly pursued them. And in the end, at this point, he realized and quickly stopped talking, not wanting to describe the bloody scene to Sun Yin, fearing it would scare her. He then added, "The beast's venom glands, fangs, skin, blood, scales, and shed skin can all be used for medicine and refining. Every part of it is valuable. The crystal cores from energy beasts are also good stuff." Sun Yin nodded. She hadn't learned how to use things from these animals for medicine yet. She hadn't had the time to learn refining either. When she returned, she needed to check on how the academy's matters were progressing. As they finished eating, the few people at the table began discussing the hunting and future arrangements again. "Gu Xiang, and who you also got up to leave." She set down her chopsticks, quietly told Gu Yin something, and went to find Gu Xiang. "Gu Yin, I have something to discuss with Gu Xiang. I'll go back to the tent by myself later." Gu Yin stopped speaking, turned to look at Sun Yin, and reminded her, "Be careful. Don't let the protective shield leave your side." Sun Yin nodded. "Okay, I know." Then she went to catch up with Gu Xiang. Just as she exchanged a couple of sentences, Gu Xiang was already at the door. Sun Yin hurriedly called out to her, "Gu Xiang, wait for me." Hearing someone call her, Guxiang stopped and turned back. Seeing it was Sun Yin, she curiously asked, "What's the matter? Do you need something from me?" Sun Yin didn't delay and directly asked Guxiang, "I heard you encountered a venomous beast on this mission?" Guxiang nodded wearily. This time, encountering a venomous beast was indeed unexpected. We knew this area was dangerous before the mission, but we didn't expect to encounter a venomous beast on the first try. Not to mention, from what the soldiers said, its combat awareness is obviously more cunning than ordinary beasts. The group of pharmacists had been with the team all day, fully focused on making detoxification potions or pills. The mental and gifted energy consumption was truly excessive. Guxiang sighed, with a hint of sadness. "Yeah? I didn't expect that 2 people from the 3rd Corps died this time, unable to evacuate in time. There was also a gifted practitioner." Upon hearing this, Sun Yin was somewhat stunned, realizing that those 2 were from Zhou Xiang's team. No wonder Zhou Xiang looked a bit different when they returned. Sun Yin looked at Guxiang's tired demeanor and decided to speak directly, not wanting to delay her from resting. "Guxiang, do you still have detoxification potions on hand?" Guxiang, being sensitive, realized from Sun Yan's question that she might have encountered a venomous beast on her mission. After thinking about the potions she had, she nodded. "Because we were all focused on making detoxification potions this afternoon, I still have 2 vials left when we finished work. I won't go out on the mission tomorrow. I need to recover my abilities, so if you need them, I can give them to you." Sun Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Generally speaking, gifted practitioners in the ability realm wouldn't let their own finished products flow to other practitioners. So Sun Yin promised Guxiang, "I know the rules. I won't use your potions to harm others." It was said that in the past, there were intrigues in the ability realm where a practitioner added something else to another's potion, causing the user's abilities to directly downgrade. Although the misunderstanding was resolved later, it still frightened all the gifted practitioners. The one who harmed others was directly imprisoned for 20 years for potion refining. Guxiang nodded, raised her hand, took out 2 vials of azure blue potions, and handed them to Sun Yin. Sun Yin curiously picked one up and looked at it before putting it away. Noticing that Guxiang's face was pale, she took out some of the white jade mushrooms she had collected earlier, thought for a moment, and added a handful more, then handed them to Guxiang as an exchange. She then said, "I can see you're not looking well. Take these white jade mushrooms back to properly nurture your talent. If you don't nurture your talent well, it can have a big impact, so take them back and use them." Guxiang looked at the white jade mushrooms in Sun Yan's hand and waved her hand, saying, "Sister-in-law, you don't need to. There are poisonous exotic beasts found in the wild now, and antidotes are in demand. You keep them. You don't have to give me anything." Sun Yin disagreed, saying that since there were poisonous exotic beasts outside, the antidotes were already scarce resources. How could she take the other person's things for free? Moreover, she had only known Guxiang for a few days, and it was only because of Gu Yin that they had come together. How could she take advantage of Guxiang? Besides, mutual exchange is the way to build long-term relationships. Sun Yin then firmly placed the white jade mushrooms into Guxiang's arms and said, "Now that you call me sister-in-law, I can't take your things for free. I have white jade mushrooms, so I'm giving them to you. Take them. They are yours now. Nurture your talent well." Guxiang awkwardly accepted the white jade mushrooms and, looking at Sun Yin, pursed her lips, feeling a little happy all of a sudden. She then said, "Okay, then I'll accept them." At this point, she rummaged through her storage device, took out a few bottles of other colored potions, and handed them to Sun Yin, saying, "These are purification potions I made before. They can neutralize the toxins in plants and exotic beasts, making them edible. Here, this is for you." After hearing this, Sun Yin realized that the poisonous exotic beasts could be made edible thanks to the purification potions. But she knew this potion was a rare resource. So how could she accept it? Sun Yin shook her head repeatedly, refusing to take it. Guxiang, mimicking Sun Yan's earlier gesture, firmly placed the potions into Sun Yan's arms. "You gave me white jade mushrooms, so it's reasonable for me to give you a few bottles of purification potions. You take them, and if you need any potions next time that you don't have, you can come to me. I am quite capable." Holding the potions Guxiang had handed over, Sun Yin couldn't help but smile, and then she accepted them without further refusal. She thought to herself that next time she went out into the wild, she would look for something suitable for Guxiang to bring back. After the 2 of them returned to their respective tents in a harmonious atmosphere, Sun Yin entered her tent and saw the tangy fruit tree in the guest area. She picked up her plant nutrient solution and sprayed it on the fruit tree again, deciding to give Guxiang some extra fruits when they were ripe. After tidying herself up and lying on her bed, and seeing that Gu Yin had not returned yet, she opened her light brain and was pleasantly surprised to see that the Academy's class assignment results had been released. Chapter 55, Class Assignment Results. Oh, the class assignment results are out? Sun Yin curiously clicked in and saw a message that read, "Hello, student Sun Yin. You have been officially admitted to our academy. Please contact the class instructor using the communication number below." After reading this, Sun Yin was overjoyed. She had thought there might be a problem since there had been no news for so long. During her missions, she had checked several times and didn't see any updates. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the class instructor at the Central Star Talent Master Academy, Zhou Fengjun was worried as her light brain had been silent for a while. It had been over 2 hours since she sent her application, and why hadn't the other party contacted her yet? She had fought hard against other instructors to secure the title of a legitimate instructor for the All-System Talent Master. Just then, a communication came through, and Zhou Fengjun was delighted. But when she saw the name on the communication, her expression changed, and she hung up immediately. Just after hanging up, another communication came in, and she answered it with a helpless expression. "Zhou Fengjun, you don't often come to the academy, yet you compete with us for talented students. Can you even teach them properly?" Zhou Fengjun scoffed and sarcastically replied, "Well, what can I do? I am an S-level mineral master. How can your planting instructors teach my students?" Hearing her boast, the other party seemed to choke a little and said, "That student has full points in all systems. So why can't they come to my class as my student?" Zhou Fengjun remained unfazed and said, "Didn't I agree to let my student attend your class as an auditor?" The other party responded, "That's not the same. Auditing means not taking on the title of an instructor and still being able to attend the classes you teach. You're taking all the benefits." They accused her of free riding on their knowledge and then continued, "No way, your student should have a slightly formal title to attend my class." The voice on the other end began to sound more tempting. "Don't you want your student to not only access the resources of your mineral master class, but also our other department's resources?" Zhou Fengjun was clearly a bit tempted but still refused, saying, "Our mineral masters only need to find energy mines. We can get whatever we want." The person on the other end, looking at the potion department instructor beside them, had a helpless expression. They then discussed and clearly upped the stakes. "As long as you agree to let us take the title of associate instructor, all the resources available to our formal students will be open to your students. And I heard she is currently on the frontier, right? As long as she takes on our academy's development tasks, the rewards from our department will also be available to her." Zhou Fengjun frowned, considering the benefits of this arrangement. After thinking it over, she realized it wouldn't harm her student, and there were several other classes with outstanding talented students. Having her student join them could also encourage her to grow faster. After some thought, she reluctantly agreed. Once the communication ended, she couldn't help but smile. Those instructors were offering free guidance to her students in other departments, making her feel relieved. Not to mention the benefits, Sun Yin had hit the jackpot, with several powerful instructors taking turns to teach her. She just hoped that Sun Yin could grow quickly. Thinking about the urgent situation in the star domain before she returned, she felt a bit anxious. Her task this time was to cultivate several top students. Before she could finish her thoughts, her communication rang again, and when she checked, her expression relaxed. Finally, someone had contacted her. On Sun Yan's side, seeing the communication request for a 1-second call, she was astonished. Was the instructor always watching for communications? She looked at the instructor's name, Zhou Fengjun, Class 1 of the Mineral Master Department. Seeing that the instructor's talent was rated S level, she was shocked and stood up from her bed. "My goodness. I remember one of the reasons I got engaged to Gu Yin was that his sister has an S-level mineral master talent and possesses a particularly powerful ability. I had hoped to have a chance to consult her, so this is even better." She didn't expect the Talent Master Academy to be so generous. They directly had an S-level talent master as an instructor. Coming back to her senses, she hurriedly opened the instructor's communication. Since the other party had agreed so quickly, they must have been watching the light brain. She directly sent a message. "Instructor Sun Yin here, hello." Zhou Fengjun replied, "I know. Please send me your talent ability assessment report again. I need to verify it once more." Sun Yin felt that this instructor was a bit aloof and serious. She had already sent her talent assessment report, but the other party wanted to verify it again. Although she grumbled in her heart, she obediently sent it over again. After a while, the other party sent several communication numbers. "Sun Yin, what is this for?" she asked in confusion through the communication. "Instructor, what is this for?" Sun Yin looked at the several communication numbers with the instructor's name on them, feeling puzzled. Before she could ask further, a call came in directly. Sun Yin was startled, seeing it was from the newly added instructor. After answering, she cautiously asked, "Instructor, this is Sun Yin." Zhou Fengjun listened to the cautious tone from the other side and said lightly, "I am your official class advisor in the academy from now on. I will handle your situation in the academy." Sun Yin nodded, indicating her understanding, but then realized the other side couldn't see her and quickly replied, "Okay, class advisor. I understand." Seeing Sun Yan's serious attitude, Zhou Fengzhen was satisfied and smirked. All right, I have seen your talent report. You have an A-level talent in all systems. But don't be arrogant. Remember, there are always people better than you out there. You should major in minorless talent, but don't waste your other talents. If you have time and interest, you can also go to classes in other departments. Sun Yan looked at the holographic screen in shock. She had already joined a class, and she could still attend classes from other departments? She was used to the class advisor's advice not to be arrogant. After all, in her previous life, every teacher would say that, and she had grown accustomed to it. It was less common in the interstellar world, and at least it was a nice thing to say. No one had said that her cohort was the worst. She was just shocked that she could attend classes from other class advisors while studying here. Zhou Fengzhen continued. Of course, you can't. Only if you have this talent and your talent level meets the standards will they agree to let you attend classes from other departments. Sun Yan was puzzled. But I haven't applied yet, right? Zhou Fengzhen paused for a moment and then said, it's fine. The other class advisors have agreed. Changing the subject to give the other class advisors some face, she added, here is the list of class advisors I sent you. Once you add them, you can go and listen to their classes when you have time. I remember your information said you're on Kai-Tua Star, right? Sun Yan replied, yes. I have already been on missions on Kai-Tua Star. Zhou Fengzhen pondered for a moment and said, in that case, after you hang up the communication, go to the task hall in the academy and take the mission to Kai-Tua Star. Then, after you return to the camp, find me, and I will send you the recorded class materials. After Sun Yan acknowledged, the other side directly hung up the communication. She thought this class advisor was very cool. With no unnecessary words, once she finished speaking, she hung up. Following the class advisor's guidance, she found the task hall. She carefully searched under the large category of Kai-Tua Star and found the mission name for Lu E Star at the end. Chapter 56. Academy Tasks. The Lu E Star mission is assigned by the military and protected by the Academy's military forces. Accepting this mission allows you to receive resource rewards from both the military and the Academy. Talent Masters can select their own escort teams to Lu E Star. Once selected, click this link to submit. Rewards for completing military-assigned tasks include military rewards, and students from various departments can click this link to check the rewards for Talent Masters finished products. The Academy provides resource subsidies to students who accept this mission. Click this link for inquiries. Special note: Academy students have the right to refuse unreasonable military assignments. If problems arise, they can immediately contact their class advisor for assistance. You can refuse mandatory frontline dangerous tasks. Sun Yan looked around and internally exclaimed. It seems the rumors that students from the Central Star Talent Master Academy can refuse dangerous military assignments are true here. Thinking about CSCC and her companion from this afternoon, they were military Talent Master students, and if they were assigned to the front line for missions, they wouldn't be able to refuse at all. With this in mind, she directly accepted the Lu E Star mission according to the interface prompts. The task panel immediately issued the reward list for this mission. Before accepting, she carefully considered that her only successful ability was in medicine. She hadn't started refining or planting yet, and since she left, no one had provided talent nurturing for those seeds, which seemed to indicate they were doomed. She only accepted the main task of minor list, but after thinking it over, she decided to accept the medicine task as well. After all, she was quite proficient in making blood replenishing pills and energy replenishing pills, and she could succeed with the medium quality ones most of the time. If she lacked resources or star coins later, making these two types of medicines wouldn't be a bad idea. Common medicinal pills never lack a market, and the military collects them every year. She looked at the rewards that appeared immediately. 1 detoxification formula provided by the pharmacy department. 1 purification agent formula. 1 energy replenishing agent formula. Basic medicinal materials provided according to the formula, 20 of each type. There was nothing else. This type of exploration task was part of the basic responsibilities that talented students should fulfill as citizens of the stars, while another part was to gain extra resources by accepting assignments from the military and the Talent Master Academy. Wow, rewards like these formulas might not be valuable to others, but for Sun Yan, who was going on her first mission, they were quite precious. After all, she had discovered 2 types of poisonous alien beasts this time, and these 2 formulas were truly timely help. She could ask Gu Yan for them, but he also needed a large quantity of similar potions and medicines, so she felt more confident doing it herself. Before she could check what other rewards the military was offering, someone entered through the door. Sun Yan looked up and saw Gu Yan coming back. Gu Yan walked in wearing a bathrobe and drying his hair, and Sun Yan secretly glanced at his abs a few times. As soon as Gu Yan entered the room, he noticed Sun Yan staring at him, and he quietly approached her, asking, "What are you doing? Aren't you resting? You'll have to wake up early tomorrow for the mission." Sun Yan's cheeks flushed slightly. And then she said seriously, I received the class assignment notification from the academy today. Gu Yin raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, thought for a moment, and nodded. There should be news today. He then asked, which class advisor is it? Sun Yin directly told him the name of the class advisor she contacted today. It's Zhou Fengzhen. According to the introduction in my holographic device, she is an S-level talent master. Gu Yin frowned slightly upon hearing this. Zhou Fengzhen. I heard she went to the outer regions. Why is she back? Sun Yin, seeing Gu Yin deep in thought, curiously asked, what's wrong? Is there an issue with this class advisor? Gu Yin, regaining his composure, replied, she is a very powerful S-level talent master. Her abilities are very impressive. Even stronger than my sister S. Sun Yin looked at Gu Yin in surprise. Really? Then I must have a really powerful class advisor. Gu Yin felt happy for her as he watched the delighted Sun Yin. Afterward, Sun Yin thought for a moment, resting her chin in her hand, and curiously asked Gu Yin, why are there so few S-level talent masters in the interstellar world? Gu Yin recalled bits of information he had learned in his family and saw Sun Yin's puzzled expression. After hesitating, he decided to share what he knew. As far as I know, those with high talent tend to apply to the Central Star or the military's Talent Master Academy. If someone reaches S-level talent before the age of 300, they can go to a mysterious outer region. Mysterious outer region? Sun Yin looked at Gu Yin in shock. She had thought that exploring Kai-Tua Star was the daily routine for interstellar talent holders and ability users after coming of age. But she didn't expect there to be even higher level explorations. It seemed that her qualifications weren't enough before. If Zhou Fengzhen hadn't become her class advisor, she would never have known. Gu Yin noticed Sun Yin's shocked tone and her face full of disbelief, and he chuckled. I can only say there is such a place, but whether you have the qualifications to go there depends on your talent. If you miss the age or your talent is insufficient, you can't go to that place. We are still far from that time. Just focus on exploring here and nurturing your talents gradually, and take it step by step. Sun Yin thought of 300 years and S-level talent, feeling a bit relieved. That's true. These things are too far from me. I should focus on tomorrow's mission. However, Gu Yin added, if you learn well from class advisor Zhou Fengzhen, you will eventually have the opportunity to learn about your class advisor's situation. Sun Yin nodded in agreement with Gu Yin's words, deciding to think about future matters later and focus on studying tomorrow's tasks first. By the way, how are you all discussing the mission for tomorrow? Gu Yin, hearing about the mission situation, said with a serious expression, when we explored here before, we only understood that there were several powerful exotic beasts lurking, but none of them were poison-type beasts. We still need to explore carefully tomorrow before we can start gathering. Sun Yin nodded and then talked about CSCC's situation. How did my suggestion from this afternoon go? Gu Yin looked at Sun Yan's earnest face and didn't want to say anything disheartening. He replied, that Linlin is a pharmacist, and she will be called to the front line to make medicine tomorrow. And that's Xia, she's a planter and has her own tasks to do. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin pursed her lips, suppressing her laughter. CSCC always finds things to complain about, calling her petty and malicious, always wanting to maintain her impression of herself. She can't just take what doesn't belong to her. After being punished, she twists the facts and yells at others. If they encounter danger during this mission, it will depend on her abilities. After all, today there was a combat team protecting them, and one gifted person even died, along with several other ability users. Sun Yin then told Gu Yin about her acceptance of the Academy's task regarding the 2E star. Gu Yin nodded and said to Sun Yin, if you don't want to expose your multi-type talent, you can just give the medicine you made to me, and I'll go to the military department to collect the reward for you. Sun Yin looked at Gu Yin in surprise. Can it really be done this way? Gu Yin, understanding her expression, smiled indulgently and said, of course, this isn't against the rules. You have the medicine, and the military department providing rewards is completely legitimate. Besides, you are my wife, so it's no trouble at all. Sun Yin was excited and hugged Gu Yin. She thought she would have to deal with more trouble once her multi-type talent was exposed, but unexpectedly, Gu Yin was going to shield her from it. In the future, whatever she produces, let them guess. Haha, she can already imagine their bewildered faces. Even if there are suspicions, they won't agree. Because which gifted person wants others to have more talent and be stronger? They would just say it was given by Gu Yin, or bought, or received from someone else. Gu Yin was amused by Sun Yan's secretly smiling expression and gladly accepted her affectionate embrace. The next day, Sun Yin was awakened by loud cries from outside. She looked at her light brain and saw it was only 4:30. This time should be when personnel are being assigned for missions, right? Chapter 57, Battle. Sun Yin yawned, scratched her head, sat up, and thought that now that the mission was on, she couldn't sleep in like she did in the camp. After she got ready and stepped out of her bedroom, She saw a familiar face sitting in the guest room. Sun Yan focused and ran over with a surprised expression. "Brother, you came." Sun Jian looked at his sister's delighted face and laughed. "You missed me that much?" Sun Yan, however, didn't argue with her brother and added a bit of a spoiled tone. "Yesterday during the mission, I encountered a poison-type animal, and it scared me." Sun Jian's expression tightened, suddenly becoming serious. He glanced at the protective gear Sun Yan was wearing and felt a bit relieved, then earnestly reminded her, "I want leave during this mission. Cousin will go with the clan, and I'm here to protect you." Sun Yan nodded. Sun Jian saw that his sister was behaving obediently and looked somewhat frightened. He frowned and said, "Keep your protective shield on as long as you're outside this door." Sun Yan replied, "I know, I'm not a child." Gu Yan said the same thing. "And so do you." "I'm aware." Hearing Gu Yan's name, Sun Jian secretly nodded in approval, thinking that this person was quite good for now. He provides resources and cares for his sister. Sun Yan was about to say a few more words to her brother when a sharp female voice came from outside. "I'm not going. It was agreed upon when I came that I wouldn't have to go to the front line for this mission. This time the mission has changed, and all gifted people must follow the team. Besides, who said it was agreed? You gifted people have the duty to go on missions with the team." Sun Yan listened to Zhou Xiang's stern voice coming from outside. After listening carefully to the female voice, she recognized it was CSCC and Linlin. Sun Jian clearly heard it too. "So spoiled. How can you get more resources without going on missions?" Sun Yan looked at Sun Jian curiously and asked, "What do you think?" Sun Jian, hearing the tearful voice outside, replied coldly, "Ability users go on missions outside, and gifted people also need to contribute. How can they think they can just stay comfortably in the camp to make medicine and not meet the required quantity?" Sun Yan was surprised. "Not meeting the required quantity?" Sun Jian nodded and continued, "I heard the commotion outside when I came. The one talking, Linlin, said that the quantity of medicine produced didn't meet the task requirements. So they have to go on this mission together. Another gifted person also needs to join this exploration mission. I see there are other gifted people nearby. Although they are reluctant, they aren't making a fuss like these two." Sun Yan secretly laughed, wondering what her brother would think if he knew she was involved in this matter. She recalled the compensation Gu Yan had given her last night. After that, the two didn't talk about this matter anymore. "Sister, are you exploring with the main team today, or leading a team in their safe range?" Sun Yan thought about the gains from yesterday and what Gu Yan had said. She hesitated and said, "Maybe it's better to go with the main team." Gu Yan said the exotic beasts discovered this time are different from those they found before during their land reclamation, and there are poison types. Sun Jian was slightly surprised by his sister's words, as he had just arrived there today and was hearing about this for the first time. "Is that so?" Sun Jian looked at his sister's expression and continued, "That's fine. To be safe, let us wait until the main team finishes exploring before we act separately." Sun Yan smiled when her brother agreed with her. "Okay, then let us have breakfast and go with the main team." By the time Sun Yan met up with Sun Jian and Xiang Hua, it was almost 5:30. Xiang Hua wasn't surprised to see Sun Jian appear. As he had said, he was coming to protect Sun Yan when he followed them on the mission. He was just a bit surprised that he only showed up today. He looked around and noticed another ability user hadn't shown up, but he didn't say anything. He walked over to Sun Yan and greeted Sun Jian. Then, turning to Sun Yan, he curiously asked, "Sister-in-law, how are we going to proceed this time? Are we still looking for resources ourselves?" Sun Yan shook her head and told Xiang Hua their plan. "We're going with the main team today. It's safer that way." Xiang Hua nodded, agreeing that the main team had more ability users and gifted people could provide medicine at any time, making it a higher safety index. Seeing that the main team had already set off for a while, Gu Yan walked over to Sun Yan. Sun Yan looked at Gu Yan in shock. "Aren't you leading the mission?" Sun Jian and Xiang Hua also showed expressions of surprise. Gu Yan smiled and explained to Sun Yan, "Yesterday, I led the team. Today, it's Zhou Xiang leading." Sun Jian subtly observed Gu Yan again. Sun Yan didn't think much of it, and looked at Gu Yan standing beside her, along with a few team members behind him greeting her. She nodded in acknowledgement. Then she asked Gu Yan, "Where is the exploration team going for the mission today?" Gu Yan looked to the right and said, "Yesterday, we discovered an exotic beast python in that area. Today, we will explore from that direction again. As the powerful exotic beasts have their own deterrent effect, and the surrounding area has weaker exotic beasts, making it easier to break through." Sun Yan pondered. Since there are powerful exotic beasts lurking, there should be good resources, right? As the exploration team ahead used their abilities to fight the exotic beasts, Sun Yan finally saw what the gifted people were doing on the mission. In front, the ability users were engaged in battle, while a protective shield was activated behind them. Inside, the pharmacist was focused on making pills with a serious expression, and the weaponsmith was repairing the damaged weapons of the ability users, both working tirelessly. It was crucial to replace the backup weapons of the ability users before they broke. And the medicines were to be handed over to the ability users as soon as they were made. The intensity of the battle was fierce. The consumption of medicines was rapid, and the supply of weapons was barely sufficient, creating a self-sustaining cycle. Sun Yin was captivated by the scene. If a talent user with poor abilities or low success rates was here, the pressure would be immense, especially with the occasional attacks from exotic beasts on the protective shield. She took a closer look and saw Lin Lin, the pharmacist, sweating profusely and looking flushed, glancing nervously at the alchemy furnace that occasionally emitted white smoke, indicating potential failure. Sure enough, after a while, the furnace exploded with a bang, startling the focused talent users nearby. However, being veterans on a mission, they quickly regained composure and cast displeased looks at Lin Lin. Lin Lin felt on the verge of tears from the oppressive atmosphere. Never expecting her first mission to be in such a serious environment, failing felt like being a sinner. Guyan commented lightly that new pharmacists on missions often couldn't handle the pressure. Luckily, the exploration team had reserves to train talent users. Otherwise, relying on them alone would surely lead to death at the hands of exotic beasts. Hearing Guyan's indifferent words, Sun Yin felt stifled in that atmosphere as well. Observing the ambience inside, she surprisingly refrained from making sarcastic comments. But those disturbed talent users inside weren't so polite. The atmosphere was already tense due to the exotic beast attacks, and if they weren't extra careful in their alchemy, it was no wonder everyone was upset about the explosion. No one cared whether you were a newcomer. Harsh words were thrown around. Listening to their comments, Sun Yin actually found their remarks about the two quite agreeable. Can you handle it? A pharmacist with low talent is indeed useless. Exactly. All newcomers should experience the atmosphere of a mission. We're out here working hard, while some are enjoying themselves back at the camp. Right. The military even says they need to give newcomers time to adapt. How can they adapt without coming to the front lines? Lin Lin wiped her tears, hearing the cold mockery from other talent users. Her impatient nature made her want to retort, but looking at her exploded furnace and seeing the other talent users diligently working, she bit her lip in frustration. Feeling no confidence to respond, her eyes red as she glared fiercely at CSCC. Since arriving, CSCC had been as quiet as a quail. She was a planter and was more exhausted than the other two types of talent users. She had to wait for ability users to kill exotic beasts before digging for beast crystals and useful parts from the beasts. If she discovered energy fruit trees or energy medicinal materials that needed to be planted, she had to use her talent and mental energy to lock onto the plant's vitality. She didn't want to deal with Lin Lin right now. She had to conserve her strength. The team leader talent users sternly shouted at Lin Lin. The furnace exploded. Hurry up and clean it. Can't you see everyone is busy? Sun Yin felt the overwhelming atmosphere even from outside, let alone there was no care for newcomers. Chapter 58. Exotic Beast Nest. Sun Jian, with a calm expression, said to his startled sister, "This is the daily routine of talent users on missions. If you want to earn lifespan and upgrade your talent, you have to make sacrifices. Otherwise, how can you expect to gain anything?" Sun Yin realized why talent users often met untimely deaths. If the exotic beasts broke through the protective shield, and the ability users were injured without timely rescue. And if the talent user had no shield to protect themselves, it would be a miracle if they survived against the beast's attacks. Sun Yin made up her mind. She wouldn't refine anything outdoors unless absolutely necessary, and would wait until it was safe in the camp to fully refine the resources needed for her mission. No wonder Gu Xiang and Hu Yu looked so exhausted yesterday. Without a break, who could withstand such pressure? At this moment, the ability users wielded a variety of powers. A wood-type ability user sent vines to entangle the foot of an exotic beast bird that was screeching in midair. The beast flapped its wings desperately, trying to escape the vine's control. The water-type ability user immediately launched a water sword attack, splashing blood with the first strike, and the remaining water drenched the beast's wings. Other water-type users, seeing the beast in pain, simultaneously launched their water swords, unleashing hundreds of them, causing the exotic beast bird to screech even louder. Once its wings were soaked, it flapped weakly, emitting a particularly mournful cry. Xianghua, hearing the beast's cries, changed his expression and said, "Quick, find a cave to hide. That exotic beast bird is probably calling for reinforcements." The exploration team in front clearly understood the situation and decided to add another protective shield for the talent users while retreating. "Hurry, get another shield out." All three teams attacked the exotic beast bird with all their might. The pharmacist quickly refined hemostatic pills and energy recovery pills as backups. Sun Yin focused on listening to the commands ahead, and she heard Gu Yan's voice beside her. "You two, get into the protective shield. I'll lead the team to support." He nodded at Sun Jian and went to the front line of the battle. Sun Yin gazed into the distance, noticing a few exotic beast birds approaching their direction. Sun Jian also noticed and grabbed Sun Yan's hand, rushing toward the newly rising protective shield. Just as Sun Yin steadied herself, she saw a blue protective shield descend in front of her. When she came to her senses, a composed-looking woman nodded at her before returning to her work. Sun Yin nodded back amicably, realizing she was the team leader who had just reprimanded Lin Lin. Sun Jian observed the 3 approaching exotic beast birds and relaxed his expression. It seemed these 3 exotic beast birds were not as powerful as the previous one, and the protective shield could hold up. Sun Yin also sighed in relief. Watching the exploration team fight at the front line was a stark contrast to her resource gathering yesterday. Luckily, there weren't many exotic beast birds coming. She assessed the few and noticed they didn't seem to have good connections with other birds, as no others had been summoned. Even with just these few, their attacks made her anxious, as there were occasional breaches by exotic beasts. After more than an hour, indeed, the 3 exotic beast birds were directly killed by the ability user's powers. Sun Yin saw one of the birds getting drenched in water and then electrocuted to death by Gu Yan's lightning powers. She could almost smell the charred scent. The team leader, seeing Sun Yan's relieved expression, softened her stern face and said to her, "This is what a mission is like. Since you came with Gu Yan, you must be his wife, right? I heard Gu Yan got married after going home for a bit." Sun Yan, hearing this, looked at the team leader and saw her expression soften. Nodding, she replied, "Yes, I'm Sun Yan." The team leader smiled and said, Good. You look like a well-behaved child." Sun Yan felt taken aback. Who was this person speaking so kindly? She politely smiled, but didn't say much. Sun Jian, hearing the team leader's words, unexpectedly glanced at her and politely asked, "We're all first-time explorers. Who are you?" The team leader suddenly realized, "Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm Gu Yan's aunt, and Gu Xiang is my daughter." Remembering that Gu Xiang had mentioned giving Sun Yan nurturing mushrooms for her talent, she became friendlier towards her. Sun Yan finally understood why this woman was so kind to her. It turned out she was family to Gu Xiang and Gu Yan. At this point, the ability users had already dealt with the dead exotic beast birds, and Gu Yan had also come over. The team leader looked at Gu Yan and said, "It seems you have married a good wife. Make sure to treat her well." Gu Yan replied gently, "Of course, I know what to do." Sun Yan felt a bit shy for some reason, hurriedly changing the subject to Gu Yan. "So what are we doing now?" Gu Yan surveyed the surroundings and noted that the beast birds were temporarily gone, making it a good time to search for resources. The exploration team had gone ahead to secure the territory. Sun Yan sighed in relief, wanting to escape the sudden meeting the parents' atmosphere, and directly suggested, "Let's go out and look for supplies, so we don't disturb the ants." No one objected, and after politely saying goodbye to Gu Yan's ants, they left the protective shield and walked towards the distance. Sun Jian observed the surrounding terrain and simply told Sun Yan, "It seems these beast birds are a family, look." Sun Yan followed Sun Jian's finger and saw a particularly tall and lush tree not far away, which looked like several trees connected together. There were several gaps at the base that were several people's heights, with green ribbons of leaves hanging down. It looked very prosperous. At the top was a huge, irregular nest made of an unknown material, intricately woven. Sun Yan raised her hand to shield her forehead, looking up in amazement. "That nest is so high and big. The beast bird's wingspan looks like it's 10 meters. That nest looks big enough to hold 6 or 7 of those beast birds." Gu Yan estimated, "It can hold 8. Sun Jian nodded, "Not bad. Well, it seems that the ability users are indeed more skilled at assessing size and capacity than I am." Her expression showed a hint of eagerness as she looked around. "I wonder what's inside the beast bird's nest." Hearing his sister's words, Sun Jian understood what she was thinking. He tapped her on the head and warned, "At that height, it looks like it's several hundred meters up. If you go up there and there's a more powerful beast, wouldn't you just be delivering yourself to it?" Sun Yan realized she'd been presumptuous, but that nest looked so big, it seemed to block out the entire sky. But indeed, as her brother said, at such a height. Sun Yan bit her lip. In aerial combat, ability users do not have the advantage. Seeing Sun Yan's disappointed expression, Gu Yan said to her, "What's the matter? The beast birds are already gone, and we will eventually secure the area. It's better to take a look now. If there are troublesome beasts, we can prepare in advance." As he spoke, he noticed Sun Jian's subtle disapproval and addressed Xianghua. "This mission is equipped with a small airship, which has stronger defenses than a flying car. You go pilot it, we'll go take a look." Xianghua responded to the team leader and turned to pilot the airship. In a while, a small airship capable of carrying about 15 people stopped in front of Sun Yan. Sun Jian secretly glared at Gu Yan as he watched his sister's excited expression. Sun Yan eagerly stepped into the airship and looked at the nest through the window, genuinely curious. It is said that beast nests often contain valuable items collected by the beasts, and she wondered what might be there. Chapter 59. Joy turns to sorrow as they waited for the airship to slowly ascend. Sun Yin gazed out at the scenery below. It was indeed a half-planet formed of greenery, filled with lush green everywhere. Nearby, tall trees formed a canopy around the central large tree. Further away was a plain where various beasts hid in the woods or ran across the open fields, with a few small animals darting about. On the other side was a sea view blending with the sky, with small islands drifting by and waterbirds following the islands, creating a lively scene before the water surface returned to calm. Gu Yin followed Sun Yan's gaze, his eyes lowered, making it hard to read his emotions. Don't be fooled by the calm sea. There are actually more dangerous beings below. Sun Yin was drawn in by Gu Yan's voice and looked up at him, asking, "The sea surface isn't far from us. When can we explore the sea?" Gu Yin shook his head. This ocean layer seems to have a barrier from the land layer for some reason. We don't know when the opportunity to connect will arise. When the time comes, what should come will come. Sun Yin blinked in confusion at Gu Yan's cryptic words. Then she looked at the beast bird's nest they were approaching, leaning against the window to gaze into the distance, filled with curiosity. As the airship hovered above the nest, Sun Yin unexpectedly locked eyes with another beast bird that had sharp eyes, staring intently at her. Sun Yin was startled, realizing she was still in the airship, and breathed a sigh of relief. The previous beast bird had called for reinforcements. Why hadn't it gone over and was hiding here? She observed closely and found that this beast bird looked different from the ones they had encountered earlier. However, they didn't dare to easily open the cabin door. Sun Jian looked at the distance between them and speculated. Could that beast bird be here to claim territory since the family of four hasn't returned? Upon hearing this from Sun Jian, Sun Yin suddenly envisioned that scenario. She quickly dismissed the thought and said to Sun Jian, "Every beast has its own territory. Doesn't it have one? Look at its size." Indeed, it did look like it was trying to claim territory. The beast bird spread its wings and let out a cry, appearing to be twice the size of the native birds. The people inside the airship didn't dare to make a move, while the beast bird circled in the sky above the nest, not flying away or landing. After waiting for a while, neither side showed signs of retreat. Sun Jian excitedly looked at the beast bird, eager to suggest, "Do you think we can drop down to that huge nest and take that beast bird down?" He even gestured to indicate the distance. Sun Yin focused intently on the beast bird. "You said there are beasts up there. This big bird has been circling for quite a while, hasn't it? I don't know what it's doing. If you want to fight, you go ahead. It'll just grab you if you land." Sun Jian rolled his eyes at his sister. "Am I stupid? I'm a wind user. Maybe the beast bird can't catch me." Sun Yin didn't want to argue with her confident brother. She turned to Gu Yin and asked, "Can we take it down?" Gu Yin pondered for a moment, calmly looking into the distance. "I am confident." Although Sun Jian was playful with his sister, his abilities were indeed strong. As he said, the wind abilities might not allow him to outrun the beast bird, but they could ensure he wouldn't be caught in a short time. Since Gu Yin said it was possible, Sun Jian, Xianghua, and the other team members all became serious, realizing that this beast bird was a significant obstacle if a gifted user was exploring nearby. The several ability users were not timid, since they had agreed to fight. After some discussion, they decided to leave one ability user to control the airship while the others prepared to strike as soon as the airship landed on the nest. Sun Yin suddenly felt tense, worried about injuries and the inconvenience of aerial combat. She hurriedly took out several bottles of healing and energy replenishing pills from her bag and distributed them to Sun Jian and Gu Yin. Gu Yin raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was the first time he had seen the medicine made by Sun Yin in all these days. He took the bottles and handed out a few to his subordinates. Since they weren't outsiders, each of them received 2 pills to store away. Xianghua, seeing the reward pills in hand, grinned from ear to ear. Not only had they gained a lot from accompanying his sister-in-law on this mission, but they also hadn't had to use the pills yet, as they hadn't encountered any danger while with her. Just as the airship landed on the nest, the beast bird let out another cry, appearing ready to charge up. The group immediately readied themselves for battle. Sun Yin watched the few people who immediately started fighting, feeling extremely anxious. The ability user left behind to protect Sun Yin comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid. Our captain's abilities are formidable. Even the exotic beasts fear his lightning powers. With the captain's combat team, you don't need to worry." Sun Yin listened to the words of Gu Yan's team member, feeling somewhat skeptical. After all, apart from the attack on the ground, she had never seen his combat situation. She looked at the chaotic battlefield where Xianghua's team was using wood abilities against the exotic bird, occasionally whipping it, and sometimes managing to entangle its wings. Gu Yin seized the opportunity to strike the bird's vulnerable abdomen with several bolts of lightning. Then, taking advantage of the bird's slow flight, he unleashed a fire ability that quickly engulfed it, while Sun Jian also used wind abilities to fan the flames. In no time, half of the exotic bird was burning. Gu Yan's team members were not idle either, assisting their captain with their powers and adding damage. As they fought fiercely, the ability users occasionally shifted positions. And when the exotic bird got anxious, it would break free from the vines and charge at them, using its sharp beak to peck at them. Sun Yin saw several team members being pecked and left with multiple wounds. However, the exotic bird didn't use any abilities, looking like just an ordinary beast. Her brother Sun Jian was also pecked a few times because he was slower than the exotic bird. Sun Yin watched intently from the airship, her heart burning with anger as she glared at the exotic bird. The bird, increasingly agitated by the assault, flapped its wings desperately, and she heard the voice of the ability user piloting the airship beside her. It seemed that the exotic bird was about to flee. Sun Yin focused her gaze and indeed saw that the direction of its wings suggested it was trying to escape. Just then, several vines from Xiang Hua's team stretched out and, with some luck, directly wrapped around the exotic bird's neck, causing it to halt momentarily. The fighter's eyes lit up. If the exotic bird escaped, it would definitely attract more exotic birds to attack. With it bound, everyone rushed forward, unleashing various abilities. In a short while, the exotic bird let out a mournful cry and fell, unwilling, onto its nest. Sun Yin watched the exotic bird take its last breath, her eyes brightening. She glanced around and saw no other exotic beasts, then hurriedly ran to Sun Jian. She pulled out the medicine she had and stuffed it into his mouth. Sun Jian helplessly felt his sister's rough actions as he struggled to swallow, and said, Okay, I finished it. Sun Yin watched her brother roll his eyes from choking and quickly stopped. Seeing the wounds on her brother slowly beginning to heal, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Jian looked at his sister's concerned expression, feeling pleased, but he glanced at Gu Yin not far away. Coughing, he said to his sister, Go check on your man. He seems to have been pecked too. This silly sister should have gone to Gu Yin right after finishing up. It would have improved their relationship. Why did she come to him instead? He looked at Gu Yan's slightly disheveled appearance and chuckled inwardly. Cough, cough. Too much joy can lead to sorrow. It pulled at his wound. It seemed that in his sister's heart, her brother was still the closest. Haha. Chapter 60. Lifelong single son. Yin listened to her brother's words and shot him an annoyed glance before walking up to Gu Yin, asking with concern, Are you okay? She reached out to check the blood hole pecked in his arm, seeing that he only had one blood hole on his arm while the rest of him was unharmed. She felt relieved. Gu Yin shook his head, shifted his injured arm, and, seeing Sun Yin's worried gaze, chuckled lightly. I'm fine. I've taken the medicine. Don't you want to see what's in the exotic bird's nest? Let's go take a look. You're injured. You need to be bandaged up, she insisted. As she spoke, she lifted Gu Yan's injured arm in front of her. Gu Yin looked at the careful actions of Sun Yin, smiling, and after glancing at Sun Jian, he said to Sun Yin, It's just a minor injury, no need for bandaging. Sun Yin replied firmly, But it'll heal faster if it's bandaged. There's no danger right now. Come on, extend your arm a bit. Gu Yin chuckled again lightly. Seeing Sun Jian look over at the sound, he asked, Do you need bandaging over there? Sun Jian replied, No need. It's not a big deal. After Sun Yin finished bandaging, she looked around and saw that everyone was only lightly injured. Nobody had died, which was the best outcome. Gu Yin noticed that the person who had been so worried just a moment ago now had a relaxed expression, and he couldn't help but chuckle internally, not expecting that fighting a beast would cause her such concern. Once Sun Yin confirmed that everyone was fine, she cautiously looked up at the sky, checking for any other exotic beasts. Seeing none, she dashed towards the dead exotic bird. The whole bird looked pitiful, its feathers charred black from the fire, and one wing was broken. Sun Yin looked at the exotic bird and curiously asked those around her, Can this, exotic bird still be eaten? It's burned like this? Sun Jian, noticing his sister's involuntary expression of disgust, rubbed his chin and looked at the fallen exotic bird, saying, Ordinary exotic beasts can't withstand fire. After being burned, they end up like this. Those with abilities can endure longer. We'll take it back to the camp, clean it up, and take it to the market. There will still be people who want it. He added, The meat inside isn't burnt. And there are ordinary people who want to go on missions in the market, so it can be sold cheaply. Sun Yin glanced at the exotic bird again, seeing that it indeed looked charred on the surface. Hearing her brother say this, she had no choice but to drop the subject. She then turned her attention to the massive nest that had caught her eye. The entire nest was constructed from clean, slender branches, appearing both neat and beautiful, and she wondered how long it had taken to build such a large structure. No wonder other exotic birds came to steal the nest. She kicked aside the surrounding twigs and leaves and ran for a while until she reached a nest made of soft, similarly colored grass. She pinched the grass, finding that the soft yellow grass was both tender and airy, with a hint of sunlight. Just as she was about to reach in, she remembered the spicy strips she almost had an intimate encounter with yesterday and quickly searched for a long stick nearby. She easily poked it into the pile of grass, stirring it around. The once orderly nest became a mess. Finally, 2 basketball-sized eggs were revealed. Sun Yin stared at the 2 eggs in shock, glancing at her brother and then at Gu Yin. There are 2 eggs. Gu Yin was not surprised. It was the breeding season for exotic beasts. These few exotic birds were just a step behind, and the eggs hadn't hatched yet. Sun Yin hurriedly stepped closer, touching the smooth yet slightly rough surface of the eggs. Unsure, she asked, "Will the exotic beasts inside these eggs have already formed?" Hearing his sister's question, Sun Jian also stepped closer, picked up 1 egg, and held it up towards the sun, searching for the right angle. He observed it carefully for a while. Sun Yin curiously watched her brother's actions, asking, "Can you see anything?" Gu Yin, watching Sun Jian change angles to catch the sunlight, explained, "Some eggshells can reveal the movements inside when exposed to bright light. Your brother is trying to see if there's any shadow moving inside." Sun Yin nodded in understanding after hearing Gu Yan's explanation. She leaned closer to him and asked Sun Jian, "Is there a shadow moving?" Sun Jian sighed for a moment and replied, "I can't see anything. I'm still looking. Just wait a bit." Saying that, he turned the egg to a different side and aimed it at the sun again. Sun Yin frowned when she saw her brother hadn't seen anything. She felt that the eggs were likely formed since it was the breeding season. If they were formed, what would they do with the eggs? Sun Yin returned to the grass pile, lifted one of the eggs, and noted that, while the egg looked large, it was also quite heavy. She guessed it weighed around 15 or 16 pounds. After holding it for a while without getting a good look, her arm started to ache, and she hurriedly put it down. Gu Yin looked at Sun Yin, pinched her arm, thought for a moment, walked up to her, picked up the beast egg that Sun Yin had placed on the ground, and raised it in front of her. He asked her, "Do you want to see what's inside?" Sun Yin looked at the strange beast egg above her head, then glanced at the team members busy tidying up the strange beasts, hurriedly stood next to Gu Yin, clinging to his arm, her eyes carefully observing. Gu Yin felt Sun Yan's closeness and smiled slightly, then said, "Don't be anxious. We still need to find a position to face the sun. I'll turn it around once for you to see. Can you see it?" Sun Yin stared at the outline that was faintly visible in the sunlight. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, "I think I just saw something." Gu Yin said with a smile in his tone, "If you lean a little closer to me, you should be able to see it more clearly." Okay. Sun Jian, standing alone over there, saw his sister almost nestling into Gu Yan's arms, feeling both heartbroken and complicated. He turned away in disgust, not wanting to look at the beast egg anymore. After all, it was a maternal egg. He cradled the egg in his arms. He was happy for his sister, but also felt sad for himself. However, he absolutely could not allow himself to marry a talented master. He glanced at Xiang Hua and a few others huddled together, occasionally looking over at Gu Yan. Sun Jian felt he understood everything. So he walked over and joked with Xiang Hua and the others. "What's going on? Are you jealous?" Xiang Hua looked surprised and said, "Why would you say that? We're just guessing if there's a strange beast forming inside that egg." Sun Jian had a knowing expression, as if to say, "Are you also thinking about marrying a talented master?" Xiang Hua looked at him as if to say, "Don't drag me into this. Forget it, I don't want that. If you want it, go find it yourself." Meanwhile, Sun Yin was discussing what to do with the 2 eggs with Gu Yin. After watching for a long time, she also realized that the egg seemed to be half-formed. She couldn't bear to eat it, but felt it would be a waste not to. Gu Yin put down the egg he was holding, patted the top of Sun Yan's head to comfort her, saying, "Then we'll take it back and exchange it for a few smaller eggs and logistics." Sun Yin felt that sounded good after hearing Gu Yan's words. Since he could say it, he could do it. After that, she no longer felt conflicted. When the 2 finished discussing, she realized she had almost nestled into Gu Yan's arms. Her face turned red, and she tugged at his arm, but couldn't pull away. Gu Yin looked down at Sun Yin, whose eyes were filled with confusion, and pressed his lips together before kissing the corner of her mouth without caring about anyone else. He watched as Sun Yan's face turned completely red. Gu Yin touched Sun Yan's cheek and released her. Sun Yin touched her lips and looked at Gu Yin with a shy expression. She glanced around to see that none of the team members were looking their way before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Then she shot Gu Yin a reproachful look. "How could you kiss me in front of everyone?" Gu Yin raised an eyebrow at Sun Yan's reproachful gaze. Sun Yin ignored him, her face still red as she turned around and started pacing again. Just then, a series of exclamations came from Sun Jian's direction. "What is this?" "Yeah, Why is there this in the bird's nest? Hearing the various questioning voices coming from the other side, Sun Yin hurried over. Of course, it was not to avoid Gu Yan. She was purely curious. Gu Yan looked at Sun Yan's back with a smile in his eyes, feeling good as he stepped forward to take a look. When Sun Yan got closer, she saw Xiang Hua poking a small black and spotted strange beast with a stick. It was unclear what kind it was, but it was definitely something that ran on the ground. Sun Yan squatted down to take a closer look. The bottoms of its 4 hooves were white, and a pair of black triangular ears were pressed tightly back against its head, revealing a fierce look in its eyes, baring its teeth and making threatening noises from its throat. Look at this little thing, it's quite fierce. Xiang Hua, seeing these 2 palm-sized little creatures looking fierce, couldn't help but laugh. The team's reactions varied. This little thing doesn't pose any danger. If its parents were here, I might run away, but right now, it's just this little cub. He shook his head repeatedly, saying, since this little cub is still small, let's just take it out. Anyway, there are plenty of strange beasts on this Aries star. If we lose this one, there will be others. This teammate sounded like someone who was very eager to eliminate strange beasts. Sun Jian, however, looked at the small strange beast lying on the ground with an unfriendly gaze. After thinking for a moment, he said, how do you think this little strange beast ended up in the nest of the strange beast birds? Sun Yin thought for a moment, glancing at the strange beast eggs not far away, and speculated. Could it have been brought up by those strange beast birds under the tree? Gu Yan nodded. In a calm tone, he said, it's possible. It looks like a 4-legged beast that runs on the ground, and being so small, it probably can't climb trees. Sun Yin continued with Gu Yan's line of thought, guessing. What would the strange beast birds want with it? Sun Jian said, I looked around, and besides this little strange beast, there are some hazelnuts and other shelled nuts, as well as some special plant flowers. I don't know what they are for. Xiang Hua wasn't very interested in the little strange beast. He excitedly said to Gu Yan, Captain, look over there. Almost half of the bird's nest is filled with nuts, and there's more over there. He pointed in another direction and continued. I don't know what they're for, but those strange beast birds brought them back, and there's a small pile. And in the corner, it looks like they're reserved food. There are several types of strange beast meat that look quite good, all in that low pit at the bottom. This place is really good. Not only are humans stocking up on supplies, but it seems the strange beasts are also intentionally or unintentionally stockpiling resources. She looked at the area Xiang Hua pointed to, which indeed had abundant resources, but since she hadn't contributed, these things shouldn't have much to do with her. Even if she didn't speak up, someone would eventually come up to check on the situation here, and it was clear that the share wouldn't be much. Sun Yin was aware of this and wasn't greedy. She looked around at the others, all of whom were excitedly discussing how to handle the supplies stocked by the strange beast birds. She noticed that the little strange beast realized that the people around weren't paying attention to it, and its eyes darted around before slowly moving towards a pile of grass behind it, seemingly trying to hide in the grass and look for an opportunity to escape. Sun Yin immediately grabbed the little strange beast by the back of its neck and lifted it up, feeling its body stiffen and its fur bristle. She chuckled and said proudly, You wanted to run, huh? You look small, but you're quite clever. Did you think I wasn't watching you all along? Gu Yan listened to her words, looking at Sun Yan's actions with a slightly proud expression, his demeanor gentle. This little strange beast was most likely newly born. But looking at its clever appearance, it probably had some intelligence, though newly born strange beasts typically didn't have the ability and posed no danger. He looked around the little beast and came to a conclusion. Sun Jian also stopped talking, and upon hearing Gu Yan's voice, agreed, that's right. Newly born strange beasts usually don't have awakened abilities. I still believe it was brought up by the strange beast birds while hunting. After all, how could such a small newly born strange beast possibly be sent up to such a high tree? It could only be said that the strange beast birds took it back while its parents weren't around. Otherwise, did it come up to steal eggs? The few of them speculated randomly for a while, and then stopped paying attention to the little creature, as everyone was busy collecting the supplies in the nest. Sun Yin watched as everyone methodically collected various supplies. Holding the little creature, she walked around the supplies, satisfying her curiosity. The strange beast bird's nest was indeed large and contained resources, but apart from these, there didn't seem to be anything particularly special. She had just walked up to Gu Yan, ready to say a word before heading back to the airship, when she was startled by the little exotic beast that suddenly struggled in her hands. In a moment of distraction, it broke free. As soon as the little creature hit the ground, Sun Yin felt as if it gave her a disdainful glance, and then dashed away toward the center where the exotic beast egg was found. Sun Yin thought she must have seen it wrong. She blinked and stared blankly at Gu Yan. Gu Yan couldn't help but laugh at Sun Yan's expression. He cleared his throat and said seriously, I'll go catch it back. With that, he quickly stepped forward and soon grasped the creature by the scruff of its neck, only for it to struggle again. Sun Yin looked at the little tiger beast's fluffy face, which seemed to carry a sense of defeat. Her mood gradually improved. Then she moved closer to pull aside the pile of tender yellow grass to see what was so attractive to the exotic beasts. Not only did the exotic bird lay its egg here, but even this little exotic beast wanted to escape in this direction. She picked up a stick and began to rummage through the grass, moving the pile to a nearby empty space. She was astonished to see a slowly revealed hole and immediately turned to look at Gu Yan. Gu Yan glanced at Sun Yin, frowned, and, sensing danger, pulled Sun Yin back a few steps. What is this? How could there be such a hole in such a tall tree? Where does this hole lead? Is this tree still alive? Faced with Sun Yan's series of questions, Gu Yan didn't answer. After all, it was his first time encountering such a situation. The commotion attracted Sun Jian, who had been nearby. Although there was no danger, he subconsciously didn't stray too far from his sister. Hearing Sun Yan's exclamations and her excited string of questions, he knew something was wrong and hurried over to her side, asking, "What's wrong? What happened?" Sun Yan grabbed her brother's sleeve and pointed to the dark, large hole at their feet, shaking his sleeve vigorously. "Do you think there are treasures in there?" Following his sister's pointing direction, Sun Jian was also taken aback. With the grass pile removed, the hole was about a meter wide. A smaller woman could potentially enter upright, but a tall man definitely couldn't fit in. The three of them exchanged glances and then looked at the little exotic beast that was still struggling. Regardless of what was in there, they could find out by breaking it open. Chapter 62. New discovery. This tree was already one of the giant trees close to the inner area, and such a dark, deep hole was indeed too risky to send someone down. It's known that not only large exotic beasts are powerful, but also that smaller exotic beasts can come in swarms. Gu Yan looked at the supplies that had already been gathered halfway, and thought for a moment before opening his communicator to call Zhou Xiang. After a while, Zhou Xiang answered, teasingly asking what was wrong. "Aren't you going to the exotic bird's nest? Why are you calling me? Is there something you can't handle?" Listening to Zhou Xiang's teasing, Gu Yan chuckled lightly. "Isn't this your logistical concern? Don't you have a small detection device over there? Send one over." Zhou Xiang frowned and thought for a moment, and said over the communicator, "Detection device? Did you find something?" Gu Yan briefly explained the situation. Zhou Xiang immediately took it seriously. He instructed the people around him, made a special trip to the supplies management area, grabbed the detection device, thought for a moment, and took a few other items. He brought several personal guards and directly took another airship to personally deliver it to Gu Yan. Sun Yan, hearing Gu Yan's communication, stood patiently next to her brother, still guessing randomly. Could there really be treasures here? Sun Jian looked at his sister's brightening eyes and was uncertain. They needed to check the situation below. He cautiously glanced into the dark hole, but didn't dismiss Sun Yan's curiosity, only giving an uncertain answer. Gu Yan reached out and put his arm around Sun Yan's shoulders. "Step back. If something dangerous suddenly comes out from below, it could catch us off guard." Sun Jian also realized this, and, seeing his sister's eager expression, said, "Stay away from there. Once the detection device is brought up, we'll have real-time monitoring, and we can just watch from the monitor." Sun Yan responded obediently and took a step back. After a while, a low humming sound from the airship was heard. Everyone at the nest turned to look in the direction of the airship. As Zhou Xiang and his team exited the cabin, they saw everyone saluting him. He raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, saying, "No need for politeness. Everyone get back to work, don't mind me." Those with lower ranks than him, like Xiang Hua and others, didn't say much. Sun Jian and Zhou Xiang weren't from the same department and didn't know each other, so they also didn't speak. Gu Yan was already familiar with Zhou Xiang's unreliable nature and didn't engage in his banter. He simply pointed to the spot and asked, "Why did you come personally?" "Right here, take out the machine and fly in to take a look." Zhou Xiang didn't make any more jokes and quickly walked over, examined the size of the hole, and looked inside. Indeed, there was no light at all, frowning slightly. Then he lowered his head and took out a small B-shaped machine, just a few centimeters in size, from his storage device, pressed a few buttons, and soon it emitted a sound resembling a real bee's buzzing. Sun Yan watched it several times. This was her first time seeing such a thing. She waited as the mechanical bee flew up. Zhou Xiang also set up a projection on the ground. The screen displayed Xiang Hua and several others busy collecting supplies. After operating for a while, the mechanical bee flew directly into the hole. Slowly, the scene inside the hole appeared on the screen. At first, there was just a green outline with holes, densely packed enough to trigger feelings of claustrophobia. As it went deeper, there were thick vines as thick as arms, creating an illusion as if they were alive. Further down were clusters of something resembling white, nail-sized insect eggs densely covering the tree walls. Sun Yan felt goosebumps. If someone went down out of curiosity and happened to encounter these things while they were feeding, humans couldn't fly, and whether they could survive was debatable. Further down, they reached the middle. The little bee buzzed around the surroundings until a group of small, flying objects glowing green appeared on the screen. Ignoring the danger, in that tight, dark hole, the sight of those shimmering green orbs was quite dreamy. However, everyone watching had serious expressions. Seeing that no one was speaking, Sun Yin carefully observed the mechanical bee drilling into the green orbs and then moving downward. Finally, there were purple, six-petaled delicate leaves growing, with flower centers revealing red within the gold. The overall flower resembled Lycoris radiata, densely covering the very bottom. Not far above the flowers, a green, irregular crystal was floating, slowly rotating. Everyone who saw this crystal widened their eyes in unison. Plant energy crystal. Sun Yin exclaimed in surprise. The energy within such energy crystals is extremely gentle, just enough to balance the energy used by gifted individuals and ability users who complete tasks, ensuring that the resources earned from using their abilities maintain equilibrium. Those who are less fortunate may even suffer talent loss. In the later stages, they need a large amount of resources for nurturing, which also requires resources. This step-by-step process can lead some to end up losing more and more. At this time, the plant energy crystal becomes useful. This energy crystal can directly alleviate the state of loss and can maintain the stability of abilities and talents for a month. It can be said to be a healing treasure. However, it is extremely difficult to find. The people around widened their eyes in surprise. Zhou Xiang exclaimed, "What a great item. With this, we will have a guaranteed object. The plant energy crystal can be used as soon as we get it, and its effects are several times more potent than energy liquid." Sun Jian glanced at the eager expressions of the military personnel around him and felt regretful. It seemed this treasure was not meant for him. Zhou Xiang and Gu Yan exchanged glances, and Zhou Xiang spoke first. "Let's seal off the entrance here and start dealing with it from the surface." Gu Yan nodded. Okay. Everyone had different thoughts, but they knew they had to retrieve this item first. As they spoke, they noticed that everything that could be moved from the nest had already been taken away. Zhou Xiang said, "Then let's go down and make an opening from below to start acting on what we discovered earlier." Zhou Xiang nodded and shifted his gaze to the strange beast in Gu Yan's hand. He looked at the droopy-headed creature in surprise and asked, "Where did you catch such a small cub? Didn't its parents chase you?" Gu Yan looked down at the faux-dead beast in his hand and replied calmly, "I picked it up." Zhou Xiang was taken aback and realized that Gu Yan did not seem to have the heart to harm the beast cub. Gu Yan seemed not to notice Zhou Xiang's probing gaze and looked again at the little cub in his hand. If it weren't for this little strange beast, they might not have discovered the treasure hidden under the pile of grass. Considering this, he thought for a moment and said to Zhou Xiang, "When we break the tree roots under the tree later, make sure to secure the perimeter tightly. There might be strange beasts sensing the plant energy crystal, and a lot of them could come rushing in." Zhou Xiang had also thought of this and solemnly instructed his subordinates. He watched as the others boarded the airship to go down. He turned to Gu Yan and asked, "Are you planning to keep this little cub?" Seeing the little cub still alive in Gu Yan's hands, it was clear he had no intention of killing it for now. Gu Yan felt that this little cub could sense the presence of energy, which might be useful. Otherwise, why would it run towards the entrance instead of other places? Gu Yan believed that this little strange beast might not have been brought by the previous family of 4's strange beast bird. After all, there was an overflow of energy from the plant energy crystal here, which was highly beneficial for stabilizing the strange beast's abilities. Why would it let other strange beasts come to share its treasure? He quietly observed the strange beast he was holding, curiously shaking it. Looking at the previously fierce creature, now behaving so well, deep in thought. Waiting for everyone to return to the tree, the atmosphere around them had become somewhat tense. The talent master had also moved to a cave far away. Sun Yin stood beside her brother, waiting to see what kind of combat method would be used. Chapter 63, Danger. Sun Yin looked at the combat team members standing at the ready and suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. She tightly clasped her hands together. She watched as a member of the combat team took out a machine of unknown origin. They approached the base of the tree, where there was just enough space for a person to walk through. Holding the machine, they began to cut into the middle of the tree trunk. As they cut, they monitored the situation on the screen projected in the open space. Sun Yan's gaze was fixed on the screen, watching as a 2-meter-long, slender saw with fine serrations slowly descended. In the view of the mechanical bee on the screen, the saw tip barely protruded. Several ability users were not surprised by this situation at all. The tree appeared massive, but its interior was hollow, occupied by some unknown substance, while the tree itself remained thick. As the saw tip slowly and silently reached the bottom, there was no sign of any abnormal movement on the screen. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. but then the saw tip that had landed at the bottom began to cut sideways. Sun Yin saw that the machine had just cut halfway when suddenly, green lights began to descend slowly from above. Sun Yin held her breath in tension. She saw a green flying insect hover nearby, buzzing around. The operator immediately halted their actions. The mechanical saw brushed past the little green insect. However, Sun Yin keenly noticed that as the insect flew past the saw tip that had cut into the tree, the machine visibly melted away. Everyone's eyes widened in unison, and they collectively gasped. The operator of the machine immediately let go in response to this situation. In just a moment, the entire slender machine disappeared right before their eyes. However, the giant tree resisted the corrosion from the green insects. The machines were gone. Everyone immediately stopped their actions, and their expressions grew even more serious. Zhou Xiang took Gu Yan to discuss how to deal with the rapidly corroding green insects. Sun Yin looked at her brother in disbelief. What is that thing? It's too powerful. The machine had been completely corroded in just a few breaths. How could they, with their flesh and blood bodies, not be dissolved by this machine even faster? It was like interstellar corrosive water. Sun Jian's expression was clearly tense. Coming back to his senses, he grabbed Sun Yin and said, "No, you can't stay here. You need to leave. If you get touched by that little flying insect, what will we do?" Imagining his sister disappearing like foam from a single touch by the insect made him shudder. He had been entrusted by his family to take care of his sister and protect her safety. He couldn't let that protection fail. Sun Yin interrupted her brother's anxious thoughts. "Brother, you forgot I have a protective shield." Upon hearing protective shield, Sun Jian slapped his forehead, realizing he had been overly worried and had forgotten about it. However, he firmly insisted, "No, you can't stay here. I can't be at ease. Either you stay far away with those talent masters, or we find another place to hide." Sun Yin looked at her brother's determined expression. He was clearly afraid of unexpected events. However, she also glanced at the beautifully enchanting green insect on the screen. Feeling a chill in her heart, this beauty is toxic. She understood her brother's concerns. The plant energy crystal might not even reach her hands. Once the crystal was extracted, the energy overflow might attract even more powerful strange beasts or star beasts. She hesitated for a moment, looking at Gu Yan, who seemed calm in the distance. After thinking it over, she said to Sun Jian, "Okay, let's move further away from here." To avoid distracting Gu Yan, she hadn't expected that this mission would encounter such danger in just 2 days. While the siblings were talking, Gu Yan and the others had also come to an agreement, and their eyes followed Sun Yin as she approached. Sun Yin had a premonition. Sure enough, Gu Yan said, "Yin Yan, I'll have Xiang Hua take you back to the camp shortly." Sun Yin was taken aback. Wasn't she supposed to be sent to join the talent masters? Gu Yan continued, "This green insect is too dangerous. From the screen, it looks like there are countless green dots. Since we are on a mission here, we can't constantly monitor whether something might fly out, so we decided that this danger must be eliminated. Soon, the main base will send over some equipment and weapons. The talent masters will also come along with the airship delivering the supplies. You should go back with them." Sun Yin looked worriedly at Gu Yan and asked, "Aren't you in danger?" Gu Yan felt warmth in his heart at her concern. Seeking out the talent masters was precisely to find someone who would care for him when he was in danger. He looked gently at Sun Yin and said, "Don't worry. I need to hold the fort here. I'll come back to find you." Sun Yin thought this sounded wrong, like a buff was being cast. She quickly stopped herself from spiraling further into her thoughts. Facing Gu Yan, Sun Yin continued to worry, "But I'm worried about you." Although the two had only been married for a short time, they had spent several days together, and the basic feelings were still there. The unexpected danger they encountered was certainly beyond Sun Yan's expectations, and her eyes were filled with concern, along with a bit of impatience for not being able to help. Gu Yan looked at Sun Yin with even gentler eyes. "Don't be afraid. Ability users emerge from danger. I've experienced even more dangerous situations than this." As he spoke, he raised his hand to gently stroke Sun Yan's temples, tidying up her hair that had been blown by the wind. "I'll come back to the camp to find you." Sun Jian, seeing the two of them being so affectionate, rolled his eyes against the tree, thinking it was as if they were parting for life and death. Although the danger wasn't that severe, and what was with Gu Yan's need to say such nauseating words? Sun Yin naturally had no idea what her single brother was thinking. She pursed her lips, rummaged through her storage device, took out some of the pills she had made before going on a mission, and handed them to Gu Yan. Gu Yan looked at what was in his hand, thought for a moment, then raised his hand to accept it and put it away. He then patted Sun Yan's shoulder and said softly, "Wait for me to bring you that energy crystal." Just as he finished speaking, Gu Yan nodded at Sun Jian and walked towards Zhou Xiang. Seeing Gu Yan talking to Sun Yin for quite a while, Zhou Xiang joked with Gu Yan, "What? Have you calmed down your wife? Ability users are so timid." They get scared when danger arises, and I have to take care of their little emotions. I'm really impatient. I'd rather find someone to take care of my emotions. Guyan immediately said goodbye. I don't want to hear this. If you want to find someone, go ahead, just don't tell me. Guyan looked at Zhou Xiang's nonchalant expression and immediately spoke up to defend himself. Zhou Xiang, seeing Guyan's serious demeanor and noticing that they still had to wait for a while at the camp, asked Guyan, "Are you serious?" Zhou Xiang's tone was full of disbelief. Previously, he thought Guyan was just being rude while talking to him in the camp office. He hadn't seen two people being so sticky with each other, and now it seemed Guyan was genuinely serious. Guyan let out a light snort at Zhou Xiang. What? Am I supposed to sell myself for an ability user? Of course, I can only marry someone I like. Zhou Xiang slowly closed his gaping mouth. Although he had an inkling before, hearing Guyan say it made him a bit incredulous. Especially seeing Guyan's gentle expression that made him seem like a different person. He covered his mouth, making a gesture that indicated he truly understood this time. Chapter 64 Preparation and Arrangement. Sun Yin looked around at the combat team members busy setting up the defensive line. Initially, she thought they would only attract alien beasts. But now they also had to add protection against the corrosion of green flying insects. Sun Yin noticed a group of people approaching not far away. Dressed differently from the combat team members. They set down stacks of standardized boxes. Sun Yin glanced at them for a moment. Sun Jian looked at Sun Yin pointing at the boxes that had just been placed on the ground and said, "Did you see that? Families with big backgrounds always have various equipment when pioneering. First, they use technology. If that doesn't work, they have family-supported artisans." Saying this, he raised his eyes and carefully looked at the dozens of meters tall trees. With a thoughtful expression, he said to Sun Yin, "Sister, you see, this tree looks like a good thing." Sun Yin was taken aback. After processing Sun Jian's words, her mind turned, and she realized. She turned to face the sturdy giant tree, looking at the countless vines hanging from its thick trunk, lush and green. It seemed this tree could block corrosion. But she didn't know if it could only defend against this type or if it could block others, nor whether it belonged to a special material. She wondered if it could be used in alchemy or crafting. During this time, Sun Yin was extremely excited about entering the ability world. Her first thought upon encountering a special plant was whether she could use it. Sun Yin really wanted to do some research. The honeysuckle medicinal materials from last time were still lying in her storage device, and she hadn't started researching them yet. She planned to begin refining as soon as she returned to the camp, which was currently building a defense city, and she already had some preliminary ideas in mind. She looked back at Guyan, who was standing with Zhou Xiang, his face calm. She hoped to see if she could talk to Guyan later about providing pills in exchange for some branches from this tree. What if she accidentally created something useful? Even if it didn't work out, she had just entered a college, and there were teachers available to consult. Sun Yin thought it was wonderful. Before, she had no teachers and had to search for videos on the Star Network and muddle through herself. Now that she had a class guide, she could surely get organized. Besides, ability users might not have star coins, but they had to be rich in materials, herbs, and ores. Otherwise, what was the point of awakening? Without these, it would be better not to awaken and just be an ordinary person. Sister-in-law, the camp's airship is coming. Sun Yin heard Xianghua's voice and looked towards the rapidly approaching green airship. The entire planet was covered in green land, and this green airship matched the planet quite well. Indeed, as expected of the military department where children of prominent families served. She had seen several valuable airships in the past 2 days. When would she have her private airship? And when would the defense city be fully built? When she came to Laiyi Star, she had promised her mother, Ms. Zhao Yao, that she would buy a big house for them to live in. But that was still a distant dream. With this airship, she could take her parents to explore the safer areas of Laiyi Star. Besides the alien beasts, there were also many resources here. The whole family could even go on missions together to gather materials. Thinking of this, she sighed. Sun Jian noticed his sister suddenly becoming off. He glanced at her and asked, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Sun Yin looked at the airship that had come to a stop and replied to her brother, "I miss Dad and Mom a bit. Besides that night when we came to Laiyi Star, I only had a video call with Mom. After that, it was 2 or 3 days before I could make a phone call, but I still want to see them in person." Sun Jian looked at his sister's homesick expression and rubbed her hair, saying, "This is your first time being away from home for an extended period. It's normal to miss home. Once this battle season that Guyan mentioned is over, there should be a period of calm, and we can go back to Hanji Star to see Mom and Dad." Sun Yin looked at her brother in surprise. "Really?" Sun Jian nodded slightly, smiling as he said, "Now you're happy." Sun Yan's mood suddenly brightened, and then she expressed her anticipation. "I still don't know when the defense city will be established. Once it's built, I'll save up star coins to bring Mom and Dad over, and our family will be together again." Sun Jian looked at Sun Yan's hopeful expression and didn't he want to dampen her spirits. He echoed, "You forgot about your brother. Mom and Dad can stay in my house." Sun Yan scoffed, "You think I don't know? That house of yours is a military house. And you need to go on missions when the military summons you. It doesn't belong to you." Sun Jian shrugged it off, saying, "What is wrong with that? High-level ability users come here for resources, right? Going on missions and having access to military resources is a win-win situation." Sun Yan wrinkled her nose and looked at Sun Jian, accusing him, "You said you were here to protect me. What'll I do if you leave?" Sun Jian laughed at Sun Yan's playful expression, saying, "What is the big deal? If there is a summons, Gu Yan will definitely go on a mission too. He is responsible for exploring the planet. If he arranges me and his team, you can come with us, and we'll go on missions together. If you don't want to go on missions, just stay at the camp and do whatever you want." Sun Yan thought about it and decided not to bother her brother anymore. Xianghua silently watched the two siblings bickering. He didn't expect that the seemingly composed sister-in-law outside had such a lively side in front of her family. As the two talked, Sun Yan slowly relaxed from the tense atmosphere she encountered for the first time. Sun Jian noticed that his sister's mood had eased and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yan was still discussing the situation of the new team that had just arrived for the operation. Not far away, talented masters were coming out one after another. While talking, they walked towards the airship. "Sigh, it's only been 2 days on the mission and we have to go back. I haven't gathered enough resources yet. If everyone uses my potions, maybe they can fight more exotic beasts. What? Do you want to stay here and be wiped out by the bugs?" The tall, talented master glanced sideways at the woman who pretended to be regretful and curled his lip, unable to stand her showing off. Then, with a shift of his eyes, he suggested, "Then you can stay. Just right, since you are a pharmacist, you can provide potions for the combat team. Maybe by the time you return to the camp alive, you can gain more resources." Seeing the woman's expression stiffen, she huffed internally. "How pretentious," the woman stubbornly replied. "The combat team came here to collect the refined spirit medicines, and I've brought them all out. Maybe the combat team will remember my contributions." As soon as this was said, several talented masters around secretly curled their lips. Some even rolled their eyes when avoiding others, clearly disdainful of what the woman said. Of course, there were some who were tempted to agree. "Yeah, I also submitted all the refined spirit medicines from my phone." Sun Yan, passing by the group of talented masters, heard these words and inadvertently caught sight of the expressions of two talented masters. She didn't expect that the talented masters from the two instruments star military department were not very good at managing their expressions. Where's the dignity in that? However, she still wanted to say, "Isn't this what a talented master supported by the military should do?" Glancing again at Lin Lin and CSCC who were walking behind, looking dirty and disheveled, she lost interest and turned her head away. Sun Jian raised an eyebrow as he watched his sister's expression. He had heard that sentence too. He said to Sun Yan, "This is still a pretty good relationship. Some talented masters can't even reach this level in front of others, and when faced with problems, they don't leave any face for others. It's just a few words of quarrel." He waved his hand, his expression complicated. It was clear he had seen various ways talented masters interacted. Of course, there were those with poor relationships and those with good ones, maintaining each other. Sun Yan hadn't seen much of the world. She was still young. Chapter 65. When a person stands, you know it's the best. It can't be said that everyone is at odds. Interactions between people also depend on feelings and affinity. The character person may have few strokes, but there are many complexities within it. Sun Yan looked at Sun Jian, who seemed to have seen through something, and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, disdainfully saying, "What? Are you going to become a monk after seeing through the red dust?" Sun Jian was taken aback by his sister's words. "Monk? What is that?" Sun Yan thought that this term no longer existed in this star system. Seeing Sun Jian asking her, she turned her mind and said, It's like you, always talking about things like humanity, fate, and so on." Sun Jian clapped his hands and laughed. "Looks like this monk's thoughts are quite in sync with mine." Sun Yan swallowed the words that monks don't have wives. She was really afraid that saying it out loud would make it come true. After all, she still remembered that when she first started refining, she relied on a bit of mysticism and luck to make 2 high-quality hemostatic pills. Not to mention that she also had memories from her previous life. What a sin. She hoped her random thoughts wouldn't really make this happen. Sun Jian looked curiously at Sun Yan, who was mumbling to herself. "What are you talking about? Why does she act like this when it comes to this topic?" Sun Yan thought that anyway, monks are outsiders and have nothing to do with her. After all, some monks even marry wives. She was really afraid of her thoughts coming true. She saw Sun Jian asking again who the monk was. She waved her hand at Gu Yan, indicating that she was leaving. "Let us go. They've all boarded the airship. We should go too." She directly changed the subject. saying that there's no one in this star system to do anything. Really, what if it comes true? Then she urged Sun Jian, let us go? The combat team is about to start. As she spoke, she tugged at Sun Jian's sleeve and hurried towards the airship. Sun Jian saw his sister didn't want to talk, so he didn't pursue the matter further. He didn't know where she learned these words. When they got on the airship, Sun Yin waved to Gu Yin again, and then noticed that a somewhat familiar person was standing next to him. Is that Xie Jingkai? After a few glances at the person over there, she saw him nodding towards her direction as if to greet her. Sun Yin ignored it, thinking it was one of life's 3 major illusions. He greeting me? What if he isn't? That would be so awkward. Besides, she didn't even know him. Then she watched Gu Yin talking to Xie Jingkai. Sun Yin thought they were probably discussing the energy plant crystals. Indeed, her mother was right. Gu Yin had a completely different temperament. He looked elegant and polite, easily gaining people's favor, standing there with a relaxed expression. Even wearing a serious military uniform couldn't hide his inherent warmth and composure. However, when she looked at Gu Yin standing there, Sun Yin still preferred this type of man. There was no way to avoid being overshadowed by the person she had chosen first when she saw him again. Who wouldn't love such a high and unattainable flower? It's not easy to get close to him. When she initially chose, she did so according to her preferences and the reality of the situation. Not to mention, as the airship flew, Sun Yin looked at Gu Yan's smoothly contoured profile and felt proud, thinking that the man's beauty was her glory as his wife. Perhaps because Gu Yan had been less aloof with her over the past few days and more gentle, they had talked more. And after getting to know each other up close, she had almost forgotten the impression Gu Yan left on her when they first met. She only remembered his gentle demeanor towards her. Being compared to Xie Jingkai made her remember again. Hey, why are you smiling like an idiot? Sun Yin's expression stiffened, and she raised her hand to remove the arm that was waving in front of her face. Seriously pointing at herself, she said, me? When did I smile like an idiot? Sun Jian exclaimed, oh, as if he had seen through Sun Yan's heart. He whispered, why are you having second thoughts? Sun Jian leaned closer to Sun Yan and said with a smile, that Xie is also not bad in my eyes. Sun Yan hurriedly looked around, relieved to see that no one was paying attention to her. Fortunately, because of the operation, Xiang Hua and a few other combatants were participating and didn't come with her on the airship. At this moment, the small teams in the airship were distinctly separated. Also, fortunately, the airship was not small, and there was a considerable distance between the talented masters and the ability users accompanying the airship. She sighed in relief, patted Sun Jian's arm, and glared at him hard. You're talking nonsense. I only want Gu Yin. That's enough. Seeing his sister upset, Sun Jian curiously asked, then why were you smiling like an idiot? Sun Yin felt a bit embarrassed and didn't want her brother to misunderstand. She cupped her face with both hands and said, how can my smile have anything to do with someone else? I just feel that after spending more time with Gu Yin, he doesn't seem as distant and cold as when we first met. I quite like that kind of temperament. Sun Jian listened to his sister and said in confusion, isn't that good? It shows he cares about you. Sun Yin whispered, the person chosen at home is indeed good. Sun Jian patted his sister's shoulder seriously, as long as you like him, just get along well. What is wrong with that? Sun Jian was quite happy that the two of them were getting along well. As long as they slowly developed feelings, their little family life would become warm, just like their parents. Sun Jian felt his stomach empty and said to Sun Yin, all right, I won't listen to you flaunt your love anymore. I'll cook for you when we get back. What do you want to eat? Sun Yin was immediately distracted by Sun Jian. She glanced at the time, 11:30. It had been quite a while since they set off in the morning. She then said to Sun Jian, wasn't there some white jade mushrooms last time? Let's make a mushroom dish. You can decide on the rest. Sun Jian nodded, thinking that the exotic beast meat they had hunted last time was quite good. He could roast some beast meat, stew a few vegetables, and prepare some fruit slices. When they got off the airship, the two of them ignored the noisy others and took Sun Jian back to their accommodation in the camp. The house was just as it had been when they left in the morning. The hawthorn fruit tree was still quietly stretching its branches in the corner by the window. Sun Jian looked at the strange shape of the fruit tree and curiously asked Sun Yin, why does this energy fruit tree look like this? Sun Yin looked at the hawthorn tree and replied, this shape is because I trimmed off the useless branches and buds. The remaining branches can bear fruit. Sun Jian frowned and looked around at the aesthetically pleasing fruit tree, skeptically asking, really? I see that other planters are reluctant to even remove a single leaf. Sun Yin explained, the parts one trimmed off weren't going to bear fruit anyway. I did it so that this tree can bloom and bear larger fruit. The energy from those trimmed branches can help produce even more fruit. Sun Jian looked at her as if she was talking nonsense. Sun Yin sighed, feeling that even when she spoke the truth, she wasn't believed. When she had trimmed the tree before, Xianghua and others also saw that she hadn't cut any fruitful branches and had held back from speaking. Now her own brother didn't believe her. Chapter 66. Brother Trap. Did I have to say that this was done based on a vaguely remembered scientific planting method? Would her brother think she was crazy? Finally, Sun Yan helplessly said, I asked the class instructor from the Central Star Academy, and they said the same thing. Sun Yan cleverly shifted the responsibility to the class instructor who had just enrolled yesterday. Sun Jian was quite surprised to hear this. He didn't expect that Central Star had come up with a new planning method. Sun Yan looked at Sun Jian, who had a trusting expression towards Central Star. What? Is everything that the Central Star Talent Academy does correct? Sun Jian replied seriously, that academy has been around for thousands of years. Their experience is certainly greater than yours, which is just newly awakened. Sun Yan, seeing that Sun Jian didn't trust her, wasn't angry. After all, if someone else did this, she might be even more emotional than her brother. She glanced at the energy fruit tree and suddenly said, I thought we were being sent to the defensive cities camp. I didn't expect to return to the temporary camp. Sun Jian shook his head. How can we think about retreating when there are problems and dangers? Those talented individuals outside. When we were heading back, I heard some of them had thoughts similar to yours. They sounded like newly emerged talented individuals. But how is that possible? They still need to continue refining to provide spiritual medicine and equipment for the combat team. After thinking for a moment, Sun Jian swallowed his words. Even if they ran away, once the members of the combat team were dead during the wilderness exploration, how could the talented individuals have the strength to fight against the exotic beasts? Even if there was a protective shield, what would happen when the energy above was exhausted? They would still need to follow closely beside the combat team. Sun Yan realized she had made assumptions. Then do I still need to provide anything? Sun Jian pondered for a moment and slowly said, You just awakened. You don't need to do anything. Besides, didn't you leave medicine for Gu Yan? Sun Yan nodded. She had given Gu Yan everything she had on hand, and now she only had 2 types of pills, with about 3 bottles of each. At this point, Sun Jian hesitated and added, If you want to gather more materials from that tree, it would be best to provide something for the combat team. Sun Yan was holding onto a leaf that she accidentally pulled off. Her eyes lit up as she had an idea. I got it. I know what to prepare. Sun Jian curiously asked her, What are you preparing? Are you going to use those purple peaches? With so many members in the combat team, it won't be enough to share, and it wouldn't be worth sacrificing for the materials from that giant tree. We don't even know what we can get. Sun Yan scoffed, looking at him as if he was foolish. She then smiled mysteriously at Sun Jian and said, Isn't this simple? Come with me to the logistics area. Last time I saw a lot of jars there. We can go exchange some. Sun Jian, confused, followed his sister out the door, not even sitting in the guest hall for a while before heading out again. When the two returned, Sun Jian looked at the sugar in his storage device, completely puzzled. What are we going to do with this? Sugar in jars? I was reluctant to part with this sugar when I left the logistics area. Sun Yan didn't hide it from Sun Jian anymore, and said, looking at the sugar, I want to make fruit canned goods. Fruit canned goods? Sun Yan nodded. You mentioned there are so many people in the combat team, and I don't have much. I only found the fruits when I came. She pointed to the corner where the fruit tree was. I plan to take some out to make fruit canned goods. There aren't many, and it won't fill anyone's stomach. But I'll be contributing something. Making a few dozen cans isn't too much to ask, right? Also, it can help relieve some of the pressure on Gu Yan regarding the spiritual medicine. In such a large-scale battle, without spiritual medicine for nourishment, if their abilities became imbalanced, they would all have to return to the camp and rest. Sun Jian looked at Sun Yan, thought for a moment, and felt it was feasible. Sure, if you provide something, Gu Yan won't let you suffer a loss. But what do you need so much sugar for? Aren't the fruits themselves sweet? He looked at the sugar he had brought back and placed it on the coffee table in the guest hall. How long will you need to use these 2 big jars of sugar? Sun Yan silently took out the storage box from her storage device. She opened the lid, took out a bag, and handed Sun Jian a fruit that looked red and tempting. Sun Jian curiously took it, turning it in his hand and observing it closely. He frowned. It looked sweet and was big and red. This fruit is so red. If I put more sugar on it, it might taste even better. As he said this, Sun Yan watched Sun Jian lift the fruit, turn it around twice, wipe it off, and then threw the hawthorn fruit into his mouth. Hey! Sun Yan felt that she didn't need to drink water and was already full in her mouth. She bit her tongue, and her expression uncontrollably scrunched up. This time she spoke first, watching her brother close his eyes, his face filled with despair from the sourness. She hurriedly said, Why did you eat it so quickly? This thing is very sour, very sour, very sour. Even ability users can't handle this sourness. As she spoke, she seemed to recall the feeling from the last time she took a bite. Now another ability user had fallen for it. She could only say that this fruit, despite its high appearance and sufficient energy, was truly hard to swallow. the sourness was overwhelming. After Sun Jian swallowed it with difficulty, he quickly grabbed a water bottle from the coffee table and poured himself a cup of water, then another cup, and drank them down. He finally managed to suppress the feeling of sourness that made his teeth feel like they were going to fall out. He took a deep breath, smiled helplessly, and looked at his sister's face, which was holding back laughter. "Is it fun to trap your brother?" Sun Yan honestly replied, "It's fun." Hearing his sister's words, Sun Jian almost laughed in anger, watching her dart away from him. He waved at her. "All right, I'm not going to hit you. Why are you running? Come over and put the fruit away first. I'll make you dinner, and after we eat, we'll clean up this fruit together." Sun Yan, feeling guilty, stepped forward and eagerly said, "Brother, I have mushrooms, exotic beast meat, and vegetables. I brought all the ingredients from the fridge at home. After all, it would be a waste to leave them at home without anyone eating them." After the two finished their meal, they found a big basin, poured a basin of water into it, and Sun Jian held the bag, watching the fruits tumble into the basin. Facing Sun Yan, he said, "These fruits are quite large. They're so sour that once we clean them up and cut them, we can fit 10 in a jar easily." Sun Yan looked at her hand, which was half the size of an ability useress, and the fruit was already half the size of her palm. She nodded in agreement. "All right, if we put these fruits in and add some more water, the jar will definitely be full." As the two of them were busy, Sun Yan started to feel a bit impatient. Cleaning each one and removing the pits was a bit troublesome. To distract herself, she chatted with her brother. "Do you think our cousins are also on this mission with the military?" Sun Jian was more informed than his sister. She usually didn't keep in touch with the clan, and it was he who informed her. "Your brother Sun Jia went to support the clan this time, so he is not with us. If they were on a mission with the main force, Sun Jia would have come here. But I guess they won't be too far away. You should pay more attention to the clan usually. If something happens, you should reach out more. If the relatives in the clan don't contact you, you won't even think of reaching out to them. Our clan may have a good reputation, but that is also built up over time. Relationships become stronger the more you engage. It's much better to have a family of brothers and sisters supporting you than to fight alone. And if you need something later, you can't just wait until the last minute to ask for help. If you need someone, you go find them. If you don't need them, you ignore them. You can't just do things like that." Sun Yan replied, "I haven't asked anyone for help. Besides, if someone sends me a message, I haven't said I wouldn't respond." Hearing his sister's discontent, Sun Jian hurriedly said, "I'm just saying, now that you've entered the gifted realm, you should also start building relationships. It's better to establish connections yourself." Chapter 67. Canning. After listening to her brother, Sun Yan thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "All right, I got it. Once we return to the camp, I'll reach out to the brothers and sisters I used to know." Sun Jian nodded. "That's right." Sun Yan continued chatting with her brother while washing the fruits. After they finished cleaning half a large sack of fruits, Sun Jian noticed the knife in his sister's hand and cautiously said, "Don't touch the knife." "I'll do it." Sun Yan was about to cut the fruit when her brother's words startled her. She looked at the knife in her hand and asked, "What's wrong? Wouldn't it be faster if we both cut it together?" Sun Jian watched his sister's movements and said, "Don't cut. I'll do it. You go wash the jar." Sun Yan glanced at her brother, who wouldn't let her use the knife, and shrugged. "All right, I'll go wash the jar." Saying that, she put down the knife and took out the jar. Just as she was about to start cleaning, she was startled by a loud noise from outside. Sun Yan jumped up. "Is a fight happening outside?" She lost the mood to wash the jar and quickly ran to the door. Sun Jian watched his sister jump out of the house and also put down his work, thinking about her safety as he followed her outside. He looked up in the direction of the sound, and the prominent giant tree was suddenly nowhere to be seen. Sun Yan raised her hand to her forehead and looked into the distance, curiously asking, "Didn't we see them cutting it down when we came back? How did they manage to topple the whole tree?" Sun Jian frowned, looking at the direction obscured by dense forest. He hadn't participated in this military action, so he had no idea. He could only speculate that perhaps they discovered something and had to take it down. Sun Yan looked at the fallen tree, and the various beast roars that erupted around her made her confused about how such a big commotion happened. How could there be such a big commotion? The surrounding beasts are making such noise. Can our defenses hold? Can they stop so many beasts? Gu Yan looked at Zhou Xiang, whose palms were slightly sweaty, with a cold expression as he gazed at the giant tree. The test is complete. The corrosive ability of those green flying insects is limited. But high-tech protective clothing is still ineffective. It specifically targets technological materials. So let the beasts and green flying insects fight it out. Which one can handle that? If there are too many beasts, it'll be a big problem for us. Xie Jingkai explained gently, "I brought the newly developed protective shield this time." According to the researchers, the new protective shield has a barrier function that only allows living beings to enter. Once inside, they can't exit the barrier. And we can only wait for the green flying insects and beasts to mutually destroy each other before we can minimize losses and obtain the plant crystal. Xie Jinkai's usual gentleness faded a bit, and his eyes darkened slightly, though the smile still lingered at the corners of his mouth, making him seem just as unassuming as usual. Guyan glanced at the released barrier and then at Xie Jinkai. He didn't expect that this one-time entry-exit switch experiment, designed to protect people, would be used to trap beasts. Then Guyan calmly said to the two, I need the plant energy crystal. When the beasts charge, I'll take the lead to fend them off. Zhou Xiang looked at the two around him, the usual playful atmosphere gone, and hesitated as he took a step back from Guyan. All right, I don't want the plant energy crystal. Guyan nodded at Zhou Xiang. Don't you want the multifunctional flying car I just bought? You can drive it back to the camp this time. Hearing this, Zhou Xiang's lips curled up in satisfaction. I heard that flying car is a new model developed by your family's research institute, capable of short-distance travel between planets and has a cool color. It's not even on the market yet. Xie Jinkai looked at Guyan, his eyes flashing. The plant energy crystal is the most useful thing for ability users. It seems Guyan is quite fond of the gifted ability user he is about to marry. Unfortunately, he missed the news about the A-level gifted ability user. He didn't see them at the market that day. Although this marriage wasn't publicly announced, those who were capable still knew about it. An A-level all around. He sighed inwardly, wondering why he didn't have such good luck. Guyan noticed Xie Jinkai staring at him intently and narrowed his eyes slightly, saying, You can give me a smaller share of this mission's quota. Xie Jinkai pursed his lips, subconsciously smiling. All right. As the few of them discussed the distribution of the plant energy crystal, a faint vibration came from the ground in the distance, and a breeze rushed towards the giant tree with a roar. The expressions of the three became serious at the same time. Wait for the right moment to open the barrier. Everyone retreat behind the barrier now. Everyone immediately acted in an orderly manner. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat relaxed just a moment ago, suddenly became tense as the beasts charged in. However, ability users who had experienced numerous large-scale beast tides remained calm. Seizing the opportunity, Guyan immediately unleashed his abilities and charged forward first. It was unclear whether Guyan was injured. Sun Jian watched his sister anxiously, his shoulders tense and his hands tightly clasped together. It seemed that over the past few days, the two of them had indeed gotten along well, as his sister said. Sun Jian glanced at the distant chaos of flying birds and beasts, forming a small tide of beasts rushing towards the combat team. The roars of the beasts echoed in his ears. He frowned and said to his sister, The camp should be working urgently on refining things now. Soon. We'll make the fruit cans you mentioned. Energy fruits combined with energy sugar have effects not much different from ordinary spiritual medicines. Not to mention, we're providing more. Sun Yan, hearing her brother's words, relaxed her tense hands and said to Sun Jian, All right, then let us continue processing. Saying this, she stood up first and went inside to get busy. After finishing cleaning the fruits and washing the jars, Sun Yan looked at the ratio of sugar and was a bit unsure. She raised the spoon and hesitated for a moment before adding 2 spoonfuls. Still unsure of how much to add, but seeing the bright red color of the fruits, she raised her hand and added another spoonful of sugar. Then, according to the specifications, more than 30 jars were added in. By the time everything was finished, there was only half a jar of sugar left in the 2 large jars. After that, it should have been steamed in a big pot. Once the acidity of the sugar and the fruit was neutralized and the steaming was done, it could be eaten after resting for a few hours. Sun Jian listened to his sister and shook his head. With those things, it felt like one person would only get a couple of bites, which was already good. Although it couldn't compare to the potency of spiritual medicine, it was milder in effect. There should be plenty of materials to share. Chapter 68. The plant energy crystal is acquired. The siblings were busy here, while the combat team was engaged in fierce battles with the alien beasts. By the time Sun Yan finished all the tasks, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon, close to mealtime. During this time, the combat team had not returned. And amidst the busyness, they could vaguely hear the sounds of intense fighting in the distance. After everything was done, Sun Yan breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the transparent jars just taken from the pot, filled with ruby-colored fruits soaked in syrup, looking plump and round. The syrup was slightly red, crystal clear, and transparent. It looked enticing, but for some reason, Sun Yan felt an endless flow of saliva in her mouth. She swallowed and looked at Sun Jian, saying, Brother, do you think we should open one and try the taste? Sun Jian looked at the jars of fruit preserves quietly placed there. He swallowed and said, Maybe we should skip it. Anyway, there are so many. We can wait until we want to eat them. It won't be much trouble. Sun Yan shook her sore arms and said without hesitation, You're right. I'll put them away now. While speaking, She decisively stored all the fruit preserves into the storage room. Once the fruit preserves were out of sight, Sun Yin felt she returned to normal. The siblings exchanged glances and walked outside together, looking into the distance again. They sensed that the commotion in the distance had calmed down quite a bit, speculating that the combat team should be finishing up soon. Since they had explored with the combat team in the morning and walked some distance, they returned by airship. And now it seemed there was quite a distance from the combat team. Sun Yin noticed that people were gathering at the camp entrance, and she saw some individuals boarding the airship one by one. Thinking of something, she pulled Sun Jian and quickly ran over. Sun Jian was taken aback by his sister's tug. "Why are you running so fast? Are you hungry?" He then realized that there was an airship that seemed to be about to take off. "Are you going to find Gu Yin?" Sun Yin nodded, not answering her brother, and ran to the airship, asking the logistics member standing by, "Are you going to the combat team?" The logistics member, seeing it was Sun Yin, nodded. "We are going to deliver medicine and equipment on site." Sun Yin asked, "Can we both go together?" The logistics personnel readily agreed. Of course. It was originally planned for a talented master to go on site to continue the mission. It sounds like the fighting over there is about to end. They have secured the territory, but haven't properly explored for resources yet. Seeing that the other party agreed, Sun Yin didn't hesitate and directly entered the airship through the hatch. Sun Jian wanted to protect his sister, so he followed her in. After waiting for a moment, they arrived at the combat team's site. The ground was pitted and uneven, which Sun Yin guessed was caused by green flying insects. The alien beasts on the ground looked strange, with many of them also having pits and holes in their bodies. The fur of the alien beasts appeared tattered due to corrosion. Various birds and beasts were mostly downed in one area, while the remaining alien beasts were scattered, indicating they had been separated during the fight. As soon as Sun Yin got off the airship, she saw Gu Yin covered in blood. Sun Yin was startled and quickly ran to Gu Yan's side, looking anxious. "What happened? Are you hurt? Why are you covered in blood?" Gu Yan sensed Sun Yan's anxious emotions, reached out to stroke her hair, and calmly said, "It's nothing serious, it's all alien beast blood." Sun Yin didn't believe it. Among the three leading individuals, only Gu Yan was covered in blood, while the other two looked comparatively presentable. Sun Yin shot a fierce glare at those two. She then asked Gu Yan, "Where are you hurt?" Not asking if he was injured. Her question implied he must have been hurt. Gu Yan helplessly led Sun Yin to a corner, away from the other people's sight. Zhou Xiang shot Gu Yan a glance. "Someone cares, huh?" Xie Jingkai showed no change in emotion, his face still bearing some frost from the intense battle. He glanced at Gu Yan and then turned his gaze elsewhere. Sun Jian noticed that the two people opposite him had noticed him, so he nodded at them as a greeting. Seeing that his sister seemed to not need him, he walked towards Xianghua. Sun Yin followed Gu Yan to a large tree nearby, and as soon as she stood still, her gaze was drawn to the familiar green crystal held out before her. Sun Yin looked at the plant energy crystal, and Gu Yan extended it towards her again. Sun Yin looked up at Gu Yan. "Is this for me?" The plant energy crystal was so coveted. How did Gu Yan get it? And he still wanted to give it to her? Gu Yan nodded, lifted another hand to grasp Sun Yan's hand, palm up, and placed the plant energy crystal in her hand. Then he held her fingers and said, "Okay, I brought it back for you. Just take it." Sun Yin bit her lip, feeling both flattered and touched. Such a precious item, and looking at Gu Yan's disheveled appearance. Then at the other two who showed no unusual expression, it was clear Gu Yan must have promised something. Gu Yan needed this more than she did right now. Sun Yin gazed steadily at Gu Yan. "What you use it for is also useful." Gu Yan ruffled Sun Yan's hair again. "Don't think too much, just take it." Sun Yin looked at Gu Yan's determined expression and replied with a soft "Then, I'll accept it." Gu Yan smiled at Sun Yin and said, "Take it. I promise to bring it back for you." Sun Yin looked at Gu Yan's eyes and smiled back. She then said, "I know you just finished fighting. My brother and I brought you some energy fruit preserves. Although they aren't as potent as the spiritual medicine, their nourishing ability is still very good." Gu Yan watched as Sun Yin was about to take something out. She had already produced a jar of plump fruit preserves and studied it carefully, as it was unfamiliar to him. Did you make this back at the camp?" He knew that Sun Yan's team had collected a hawthorn tree in the past few days. She had let him taste the fruit, which was quite sour, and he didn't expect it to look so enticing now. Sun Yin nodded, flashing a smile at Gu Yan. "Yeah, I thought you guys would need spiritual medicine after your battle, so I made these energy fruits into this. The sour ones were hard to eat before, so I added sugar, and the taste should be much better." Gu Yan felt very pleased listening to Sun Yan's caring words, feeling that bringing back the plant energy crystal was indeed the right choice. Then he looked at the 30 jars of fruit preserves that had been set down. They looked sizable, and he thought for a moment before saying to Sun Yin, "After the mission is over, I'll bring you more materials when we return to the camp." Sun Yin nodded, watching Gu Yan collect the hawthorn preserves. Gu Yin saw Sun Yin store the plant energy crystal and pondered for a moment, having come up with an idea in his mind. Chapter 69. Post-battle rest while the combat team cleaned up the fallen alien beasts. Gu Yin led Sun Yin to the area where the alien beasts were being sorted. Sun Yin looked at the oddly shaped alien beasts lying dead on the ground, some of them with corrosive wounds, with more damage likely caused by abilities. It seemed that this battle had been quite intense. Looking again, the combat team was separately collecting materials that could be used for medicine, refining, or crafting, like scales, claws, skin, and feathers. There was another team sifting through the pile of exotic beasts they had collected. The Gu Yin combat team had been busy all afternoon without eating, and they needed to replenish their energy. After cooking and finishing their meal, they could organize the planters and ability users to gather supplies. After listening carefully to Gu Yan's detailed arrangements, Sun Yin paid close attention. Soon, the grills were set up, and large chunks of edible exotic beast meat were placed over the fire to roast. There were hardly any tender exotic beasts left to pick from. After all, the corrosive green flying insects were most harmful to the tender exotic beasts. While waiting for the meal, everyone was roasting meat. Sun Yin was eating a piece of roasted meat handed to her by Gu Yin, along with 2 plates of vegetables on the table. Gu Yin told her that this was a special kind of exotic beast chicken meat unique to this planet, and there were only 2 whole ones. The meat was tender, and both women and ability users loved it. She wasn't picky about food. As long as it had energy, she could eat it, even the unpleasant-smelling chrysanthemum leaves. How could she say no to this delicious roasted meat? Sun Yin enjoyed the gentle breeze while eating the food in front of her, and in the distance, she could vaguely hear the voices of the ability users growing noisy. Isn't there any vegetables? Just eating roasted meat? I have no appetite. Yeah, I can't eat without vegetables or fruits. Sun Yin, biting into the meat, watched the ability users complaining nearby while they were having their meal. When they first arrived, there were various vegetables and fruits to eat. Indeed, after working in the wild, they ended up with just this roasted meat. Hearing the complaints from the ability users, Zhou Xiang thought for a moment that the ability users had also contributed this time, and he reluctantly agreed to prepare 2 plates of freshly gathered mushrooms and vegetables for them. Zhou Xiang grumbled as he came over to Gu Yin. Sigh. Gathering is never easy. After processing these exotic beasts, half of the resources are already consumed. Gu Yin shot him a glance. Isn't the whole point of the mission to eat these? Whether we eat now or later, it's all the same. More people means greater rewards. Zhou Xiang sighed that if the food was too good, the resources collected would be less. Gu Yin looked at Sun Yin quietly eating and said to Zhou Xiang, with such a big commotion this time, there are at least hundreds of exotic beasts. Are we still worried about not collecting enough? Zhou Xiang thought about it and didn't say more. He sat at the table, watching the freshly stir-fried mushrooms and bok choy that were served, feeling a bit of pain in his heart. Just after defeating the exotic beasts, more than half of what they gathered was gone in an instant. Hearing the cheers from the ability users, Zhou Xiang could only pray that they would be more diligent when refining, not wasting the resources and materials provided by the military. Gu Yin ignored Zhou Xiang and, seeing the dishes on the table, added more mushrooms and vegetables to Sun Yan's bowl. Sun Yin looked at the extra mushrooms and vegetables in her bowl and quietly picked them up with her chopsticks and brought them to her mouth. After finishing her meal, Gu Yin was no longer in a hurry. Most of the formidable exotic beasts in the vicinity had been eliminated, so while they had the chance, they should gather more resources to avoid being discovered by more distant exotic beasts that might come to seize the territory. Sun Yin walked ahead, picking various edible mushrooms appearing in the forest, and casually told the leisurely Gu Yin behind her, I didn't expect there to be so many mushrooms on this planet. As she spoke, she looked at the mushrooms in her hand and said to Gu Yin, the mushrooms in the forest don't have as much energy as those from the treasure spots. Gu Yin chuckled lightly. That's because you have high talent and good luck to find the white jade mushrooms when you came. Those who are less fortunate can't find resources and can only come to this forest to search for various mushrooms. Xiang Hua, listening to his team's leader, shot him a strange glance. The leader seemed to have forgotten that he was also one of those who had been eating mushrooms for years. After enjoying a few good days, he seemed to have forgotten his previous life. He still knew what resources the combat team could gather on missions. Most of it was exotic beasts and common mushrooms from the forest. Even if they found resource spots, they would mostly be ravaged by exotic beasts. If they encountered a fierce battle, those resources would certainly be deliberately destroyed by the exotic beasts. Even if they could find some resource spots, how much could be left depended on luck. After silently listening to Gu Yan's words, Xiang Hua shot him a contemptuous glance. You were once one of them too. Gu Yin caught Xiang Hua's gaze and, seeing that Sun Yin didn't notice this side, rolled his eyes at him. It's not the same. This time is different from the past. Xianghua felt envious. Sun Yin accidentally turned around and saw the two of them quarreling for some reason. She looked left at Gu Yin and right at Xianghua. What's wrong? Gu Yin stepped forward, saying to Sun Yin, it's nothing. I'm just accompanying you. We don't know if there are any hidden exotic beasts nearby now that the formidable ones are gone. Sun Yin became a bit cautious upon hearing this. After all sorts of things could happen in the wild. Sun Yin walked around and found that the wild vegetables and mushrooms were all trampled. She thought it should be the exotic beasts attracted by the energy crystals of the plants that caused the destruction during their battles. It seemed that to find supplies, they would need to venture further away. After the two of them wandered around for a while and saw nothing of value, they returned to the combat team's position, where the team members had gone out with the ability users to collect resources. Sun Yin saw the deputy financial officer talking. The resources around here are all in shambles. Can't you all find the good ones? What time is it? Why aren't you moving faster? Don't you know when the distant exotic beasts might react and come here to test their attack and seize the territory? Hurry up. Seeing the anxious demeanor of the financial officer, Xie Jingkai spoke softly. We just finished battling, and now we're busy cleaning up and eating. We also need to pay attention to rest and eat more energy-replenishing elixirs. Don't be anxious. Everyone knows the importance. The ability users nearby, hearing this, looked enviously at the members in Xie Jingkai's team. The team members being looked at with envy immediately stood a bit taller, feeling proud. The financial officer looked at the sky, rubbed his forehead, and he also understood the situation. But it was getting late, and if they waited until nightfall, they wouldn't see the surrounding situation. They had only a few hours left. If other exotic beasts discovered that there was no threat here after a night, they might move in, and all their efforts would be in vain. Zhou Xiang frowned tightly after hearing the financial officer's words. He was thinking the same thing. Sun Yin looked up at Gu Yin, worried that the exotic beasts would discover them. What if we light a fire? Gu Yin looked over after hearing her words and said to Sun Yin, you've been here for so many days on Liangyi Star. You know that it gets extremely dark at night. Although there's a moon in the sky, the visibility at night is still poor. If we light a fire, it might be fine up close, but further away, we can see the surroundings, and the exotic beasts will also be attracted to the light and discover it. Sun Yan's face suddenly showed difficulty. Indeed, in 2 or 3 hours, it would be dark. Chapter 70, Dog Leash. There was still some time before nightfall, and Sun Yin didn't listen to their discussion. She had already wandered around and found that there were really no good things. Either the wild vegetables were destroyed or the mushrooms were trampled. It was no wonder the financial officer had a headache. A lot of manpower and resources had been wasted to see these things, and the supplies collected previously had also been consumed in waves. Any accountant would have a headache if there were no supplies or resources coming in daily, not to mention that it was about to get dark, and they had to deal with some unknown situations. After eating and drinking enough, Sun Yin decided to go further away to take a look. Since Gu Yin wasn't busy, she pulled him along. Gu Yin happily followed Sun Yan's lead, leaving the place without looking back. Zhou Xiang watched Gu Yin walk further away, dumbfounded, staring at Xie Jingkai and the financial officer around him. Is he just leaving? Leaving us behind? The CFO said irritably. There's no battle now, just collecting supplies. People have gone to gather supplies with the talent masters. If you have the ability, find a talent master and go with them to collect more. Zhou Xiang forced a smile and didn't say much. Meanwhile, Sun Yin and Gu Yin walked towards the distance and came across a bush, where they discovered a small beast with black fur and white paws. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. And then she suddenly turned to Gu Yin. Isn't this the little abnormal beast we found in the tree? Gu Yin nodded, surprised to see the small creature curled up in the bushes, sleeping like a little tiger cub. After such an intense battle, he hadn't paid attention to it, and he didn't expect it to still be here, sleeping soundly. At the same time, the little cub seemed to sense something and suddenly jolted awake. Gu Yin reached out and grabbed the back of its neck, lifting it up. The little beast struggled for a moment, baring its teeth and waving its claws at the two in front of it. When it saw that they were unfazed, it immediately stiffened and its body went limp. Sun Yin looked curiously at the little beast that had calmed down in Gu Yan's hand. She pointed at it and said to Gu Yin, look, it can still pretend to be pitiful. The little tiger beast crossed its front paws and looked back and forth between Gu Yin and Sun Yin, then blinked its wet eyes at Sun Yin, trying to act cute and pitiful. Gu Yan's expression turned cold. This could be the offspring of an intelligent star beast, which are known to have a certain level of intelligence from a young age, although he had suspected it before. Seeing the little tiger beast now made the situation a bit tricky. Sun Yin noticed how well-behaved the little tiger beast was in Gu Yan's hand and reached out to stroke its black fur, gently rubbing its white paw pads. It's true that animal cubs are adorable. It seems like there are no unattractive cubs. Seeing Sun Yan's delighted expression, Gu Yan said to her, "These star beast cubs have a certain level of intelligence, equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child." Sun Yan was taken aback and quickly withdrew her hand. "Star beast cubs? Are star beasts appearing now? Isn't that too dangerous?" Gu Yan shook his head and looked at the little tiger beast. "No. But from the looks of this little tiger beast, it doesn't seem like a creature with just simple intelligence." Sun Yan's expression grew serious. "Then if it's alive now, could it contact its parents and bring powerful star beasts over?" Gu Yan thought for a moment and replied, 3 years ago, a person from a planet found a star beast cub. In the end, somehow, that cub ended up dead on the resident star. Not long after, that planet experienced a massive star beast tide. Sun Yan's face turned pale. Just because of that star beast cub? A resident star has hundreds of billions of people living on it. Gu Yan frowned. When the support team received the message, they immediately set out. But by the time they arrived, the star beast tide had mostly receded. According to the surviving residents of the original planet, the leading star beast looked just like the mature version of that cub. He didn't mention that when the support team entered the planet for rescue, everything that could be destroyed had been destroyed, leaving nothing intact. The overwhelming star beast tide had terrified the survivors. Sun Yan was shocked by Gu Yan's words. She only knew that a new notice had been issued in the galaxy stating that intelligent star beast cubs were strictly prohibited from being brought to resident stars. If found, the entire family would have their resident permits revoked. She didn't expect there was such backstory. Sun Yan looked at the little tiger beast, which seemed unconcerned, and her feelings became complicated. No wonder it dared to sleep here so soundly. Sun Yan looked at the little tiger beast again, then at Gu Yan, feeling troubled. What should we do with this little tiger beast? We can't just deal with it here on the 2-instrument star, right? It looks so confident that its parent might be a powerful star beast. The little beast, which had been hanging its head, perked up its little ears upon hearing their conversation. Both Sun Yan and Gu Yan noticed its movement. Gu Yan said, "We can't let it go. The cub must have some connection to the star beast. Otherwise, how could it react immediately when the cub died and trigger a star beast tide? If it dies here, we wouldn't be able to get immediate support from 2-instrument star." Sun Yan was immediately troubled. "Then what about this little tiger beast?" Gu Yan's expression became grave. "We can only keep it locked up." Sun Yan thought for a moment and agreed with Gu Yan's words. They couldn't let it out. If it died outside, it would truly be a disaster. Moreover, she had recently learned some differences between star beasts and abnormal beasts. Abnormal beasts generally have low intelligence, driven by survival instincts, only thinking about reproduction during breeding and growth seasons. Star beasts are generally smarter than abnormal beasts, and some even have leadership qualities. However, star beasts have difficulty giving birth, and it's unclear where they live in the cosmos. From what she had gathered about the situation on 2-instrument star in recent years, the battle seasons were mostly dominated by abnormal beast tides, with only a few star beasts seen sporadically. If there were star beast leaders, the battles would be even more intense. And those 2 battle seasons had extended into the warm season and spring season. Sun Yan snapped back to reality and looked at the little tiger beast again. Killing it wasn't an option, and letting it go wasn't either. The two exchanged glances. Gu Yan then took out a silver rope. "This is a special rope made by a talent master that has binding effects." As he spoke, he raised his hand and wrapped the rope around the little beast's neck. Sun Yan watched as the little creature, which had still retained some of the star beast's majestic appearance, suddenly turned into a silly demeanor and squatted down. Sun Yan dared not open her eyes, fearing it was an illusion. "This looks a bit like a dog leash." Chapter 71. What is that? If it shakes its tail a couple more times, it could cosplay as a pastoral dog. Sun Yan hurriedly stopped her wandering thoughts. She looked around to see that there were no other people nearby, and said to Gu Yan, "So, are we just going to keep it like this? Isn't this taking on a trouble?" Gu Yan paused for a moment and replied, "Let us keep it for a couple of days first. This little thing isn't in any danger for now. After a while, I'll have logistics prepare a special cage to keep it in." Sun Yan felt relieved that there was no danger and had no objections. She saw that the little tiger beast seemed to understand their arrangement and immediately stood up, confidently turning around and walking ahead, no longer showing the submissive demeanor from before. It had a look that said, "You don't know my identity. I'll pretend to be cute and weak. Now that you know my identity, I'll show my true colors." Sun Yan thought to herself, wow, it really is the cub of a star beast. Its attitude changed so drastically. The two followed the path the little tiger beast led, slowly walking when suddenly a large gray rabbit with gray fur popped out from the ground. Its ears stood straight up, scanning the surroundings. The little tiger beast, which had been running around, suddenly spotted it and immediately quickened its pace, seemingly wanting to run over. Sun Yan's eyes lit up, looking at Gu Yan. "What is that?" "A rabbit," Gu Yan replied, quickening his pace to catch up, eager to catch the rabbit. Sun Yin was a bit anxious. The ordinary small animals on two instruments star had some special effects and were greatly beneficial to the body, perhaps due to the unique environment of two instrument star. The small animals and plants it nurtured had extraordinary effects. When she got closer, the rabbit clearly sensed something was wrong, shrank its head, and burrowed back into its hole. Then, a noticeable fire-type attack landed near the hole. Sun Yin looked at Gu Yan beside her, feeling frustrated. It looks like we can't catch that rabbit. Gu Yan comforted her, saying, don't worry, some team members will come to help gather in the area later. While speaking, he kept feeling the rope in his hand, which brought a strong sense of drag, causing his ability attack to miss its target. This little creature was quite strong. Looking up at the little tiger beast, he saw it run off towards the distant gray rabbit, the rope taut and stretched. At this moment, Xianghua and the others ran over from the surroundings and noticed that the rabbit had disappeared. With a frustrated expression, one of them said, if we had come earlier, it would have been better. Sun Yin, however, was full of enthusiasm, unafraid, saying that since there was one rabbit, there must be others nearby. Xianghua pondered and said, what you said makes sense, but where are those rabbits? Sun Yin lowered her head in thought and said, I don't know what those rabbits like the most. Can we lure them out? Sun Zhan, passing by, replied to his sister, those little animals are quite clever, trained by the surrounding exotic beasts. At the slightest disturbance, they immediately retreat into their burrows. If you want to catch them, you might as well wait. Do you know what they like? After being shot down by her brother, Sun Yan's expression fell, feeling a bit discouraged. Gu Yan noticed and subtly created space between the two siblings. He reassured Sun Yan, don't worry. This is normal in the wild. At this point, he looked at the little tiger beast and said to Sun Yan, what do you think? Should we give that little guy a name? Sun Yan glanced at the unusually excited little tiger beast and casually replied, let's call it Wang Ke. Gu Yan and the two who knew how Sun Yan named her family robot were momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. Sun Yan rolled her eyes at the two of them. What's wrong with that? Wang Ke is a great name. It not only implies a prosperous fortune, but also used to be a name only given to the most loyal dogs. Sun Yan glared at the two of them, took control of Wang Ke from Gu Yan's hands, and without caring about her brother's stifled laughter, said to Wang Ke, let's go catch some mountain game. Humph. Whether it was because of the name's effect or not, it truly attracted wealth, as soon after, a wild chicken bounced out from another place. Sun Yan's eyes lit up, pointing at the wild chicken and saying to Wang Ke, let's catch that wild chicken. Immediately, both the person and the beast rushed towards the suddenly appeared wild chicken. Sun Zhan was taken aback, his eyes widening. He looked at Gu Yan, surprised that she really had stumbled upon something. Is this a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat? Seeing Sun Yan pounce towards the wild chicken, Gu Yan also quickly ran in her direction. The person and the dog chased the wild chicken, which flapped its wings desperately, feathers flying everywhere, making all sorts of noises and darting around, attracting everyone nearby. Everyone's eyes lit up. They immediately joined in to surround the wild chicken. Sun Yan watched as the wild chicken tilted its head and directly dove into a bush, instinctively stopping in her tracks. The wild chicken, covered in feathers, was darting around and showed no signs of injury. Sun Yan then realized she was wearing protective gear and wanted to rush into the bush to take a look. But Gu Yan, who was coming up behind her, grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Sun Yan stumbled and almost collided with him. She quickly straightened up, looking at Gu Yan in confusion. Gu Yan glanced at the thorny bush in front of them and said seriously to Sun Yan, don't go in. Those ability users are tough and not afraid of scratches. If you haven't activated your protective shield, it wouldn't be worth it if something inside bites you. Hearing that there might be something inside that could bite her, Sun Yan immediately thought of the snakes in this area and stopped in her tracks. Since someone was concerned, she decided not to go in. She then nodded and said, okay, I won't go in. Just then, Wang Ke made a strong effort and, taking advantage of Sun Yan's moment of inattention, broke free from her hand. Sun Yan was startled and looked up to see Wang Ke, still attached to the rope, darting into the bush along with the ability users. Sun Yan hurriedly looked at Gu Yan. Wang Ke ran away, but Gu Yan remained calm. It's fine. There are all ability users there, with so many bushes. The rope might get caught somewhere. Someone will bring it out. It won't escape. Hearing Gu Yan say this, Sun Yan felt relieved. She then noticed that from the sparse bushes, there was another flapping sound, and two different wild chickens started fluttering about. Sun Yan's eyes turned green with envy. Sigh. If only the talent masters could find energy plants that don't run away, it would be the biggest advantage. After a while of commotion inside, Sun Zhan and Xianghua came out holding chicken wings, looking quite pleased. They were covered in chicken feathers. Sun Yin wanted to laugh, but seeing the wild chickens in their hands made her a bit envious. At this moment, she could only comfort herself, thinking that at least she was among Gu Yan's people nearby and hadn't been discovered and captured by other combat teams. In the end, Wang Ke was indeed brought out by the combat team members, looking dejected. Sun Yin let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She stepped forward to remove all the leaves and thorns stuck to it. She was the first to see the wild game and had been busy for so long. While her brother was proudly showing off his catch, she rolled her eyes at him and then glanced at the darkening sky, curiously asking Gu Yan, "So what's the plan for tonight?" Chapter 72. Brother is a bit defensive. Gu Yan saw the commotion and the surrounding people were all smiling and chatting. He turned to Sun Yan and shared the military's decision. After finally securing the territory, we've decided to work through the night to collect resources. We can't miss this opportunity. And we'll handle things on the perimeter tomorrow. Sun Yan nodded in understanding after hearing this. She then looked at the two wild chickens on the scene. Realizing that the wild chicken that had initially escaped had caused such a ruckus and then disappeared into the bushes without a sound. Sun Jian, holding a wild chicken, was clearly in a good mood. He teased his sister, "Wait until tomorrow noon, and I'll give you a chicken leg." Hearing her brother's obviously boastful tone, Sun Yin retorted, "Okay, then I want 2 chicken legs." Sun Jian raised his eyebrows. "All right, then you can help pluck this chicken tomorrow." Sun Yin glanced at her brother and readily agreed. As the surrounding people had not walked far, the sky gradually darkened and visibility decreased significantly. Gu Yan took out a special energy lamp. Its light dim and not very bright, but remarkably, it illuminated everything around them clearly, making the dark surroundings seem even darker. She stared at the lamp several times. Gu Yan noticed Sun Yan's curiosity and said to her, "You haven't awakened before and Haven Tea spent a night in the wild. This is a special energy lamp for the outdoors. It has an extensive range, but in the dark, you can't see beyond a meter." Sun Yin suddenly realized that since she had just entered the gifted world, she indeed knew very little about the outdoors. These were things that one would naturally learn after going on a couple of missions, let alone when accompanying Gu Yan and Sun Jian on missions. Some basic things. No matter how much you talk about them, you still have to go on a mission to understand the specifics. Like the previous refining recipe. The Hanjian Star Apothecary sent her the recipe, and she was curious to see how it compared to the one given by her clan. She pooled some money to obtain it. After returning home, she compared it and found that indeed 1 or 2 herbs were different. Now, after going through an exploration mission with the combat team, she had a better understanding of the situation here. The sky was already dark, and the energy lamp was lit. Yet everyone was still excitedly discussing the wild chickens and hares they encountered. Since we found wild chickens and hares nearby, let us search carefully. Maybe we can see more. It's not as easy as you say. With those small animals, if you use an ability, they'll be burnt to ashes instantly. You have to run. And catching them by hand isn't that easy. Hey, don't say that. As long as there are these things nearby, we'll catch them sooner or later. It looks like we chose the right direction. Yes, this task is a bit dangerous, but the rewards are plentiful. The combat team is still as passionate as ever, making noises in the nearby bushes, which Sun Yin also noticed. There are small animals around, and the wild chicken eggs are not far from here. It's no wonder that this area is rich in resources, attracting various small animals to settle here. Thinking of this, she looked around and recalled a small stream not far from here during the day. Her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly pulled Sun Jian. "Brother, I know a place. Come with me." Sun Jian looked at his sister in confusion. "What place? It's so late now, and you don't seem to be using your talent." Sun Yin, however, did not explain, simply saying, "Just come with me." As she spoke, she tugged at her brother and walked towards the small stream she remembered. Sun Jian, being dragged along, glanced at Gu Yan, who was busy, and helplessly followed his sister's lead. "What is it? Why walk so far?" While speaking, Sun Jian looked at the situation around the light shield, which was dark and seemed to hide countless ferocious beasts that looked like they were about to pounce. This scared someone who was afraid of the dark. Sun Yin looked at the bushes a distance away from the stream, and then at the reeds not far off. She cautiously walked into the waist-high reeds. Realizing what his sister was doing, Sun Jian called out, "Are you looking for wild chicken eggs? In such a large reed patch, you won't find anything even tomorrow." Just then, Sun Yin bent down and picked something up, turning to Sun Jian with a smile. "Brother, look what I found. Green-skinned wild duck eggs." Sun Jian immediately shut his mouth, astonished, and quickly stepped forward to take a closer look at what his sister was holding. It was indeed green-skinned wild duck eggs. Is it really this easy? Sun Jian questioned his life, remembering that during previous missions, he had only picked up a few eggs from half of the riverbank's reeds. It was never this easy. Later, Because the value was not enough compared to the exotic beasts, he only picked enough for his mother and sister to eat and didn't waste time. Now, looking at what his sister had, he wondered if he hadn't searched seriously before. Seeing his sister take a few steps and squat down again. Smiling as she held up the wild duck egg and then placed it into the basket she had just taken out, Sun Jian's eyes brightened. It seemed that there were quite a few of these eggs in this place. He quickly squatted down as well, using his keen eyesight to scan the nearby area. Left. Nothing. Right. Still nothing. Sun Jian, not willing to give up, moved around nearby and exclaimed, "Hey, there really is a nest of eggs." However, there were only 2. And one was broken. Sun Jian picked them up without hesitation and placed them in his basket. This place really is good. When he straightened up, he looked at the 8 wild duck eggs in the basket with satisfaction. He had found 3 wild duck nests, which was quite a harvest. Sun Yin strolled over and saw the situation in her brother's basket. Frowning, she said, "Brother, are you slacking off? I've already filled a basket. And you only have so few." Sun Jian was frozen by his sister's words, looking incredulously at her full basket. He felt as if he had received a critical hit. "You really found that many in such a short time?" Sun Yin looked at her brother's shocked expression, proudly stating, "Of course. These are easy to find. One nest after another. When I return to the defense city, I'll find a way to make them hatch. Then we can have ducks from eggs and eggs from ducks, endlessly." Sun Jian interrupted her, saying, "Where are you going to find energy fruits to feed those wild ducks? There's not enough for people, let alone for them." Sun Yin replied, "Then I'll feed them wild vegetables." Sun Jian retorted, "Can you guarantee that those wild ducks will have any special nourishing effects? Every planet has animals that lay such eggs, but how many people have successfully raised them? The naturally nurtured ones are the most nourishing." After hearing her brother's opinion, Sun Yin still insisted, "Anyway, I have so many eggs. I'll see if I can raise a few first. If I can't raise them, I can still eat the eggs. If I do raise them, even if they don't have nourishing effects, I can still eat the meat. You don't want to do this because you don't have that many." Sun Jian looked at his sister's full basket, which had at least dozens of eggs, and pressed his hand to his chest, listening to her heartfelt words. He finally agreed with her idea. "All right then, it's your decision. Just don't cry if you can't raise them." He decided to let Gu Yin deal with his sister's matters since she was his wife, allowing him to be the bad guy. Sun Yin confidently replied, "If it doesn't work out, then it doesn't. But I have this resource now, so what is the harm in trying? You can't just follow what others say. If they can't do it, what if I can?" Sun Jian didn't want to discourage his sister's thoughts anymore. He helplessly lowered his body and sighed. "What can I do? I have to spoil my sister. I can only see if I can find more and try a few more times. If it doesn't work out, we'll just eat the eggs. It's not a loss. I just wonder what Gu Yin will think of this." Chapter 73. Waiting for the rabbit, Gu Yin finished the government work that Zhou Xiang had sent him. Looking up, he noticed that Sun Yin had disappeared. He looked around and realized that in such a short time, he was the only one left nearby. With a helpless expression, Gu Yin walked in one direction. Recalling that he had seen Sun Yin pulling her brother in this direction when he stole a moment to look. After a while, he heard Sun Yan's small exclamation. Gu Yin furrowed his brow, worried that she might be hurt, and hurried to run over. However, he stopped in his tracks upon hearing her next words. Brother, really. It really works." Sun Yin excitedly grabbed her brother's sleeve, shaking it vigorously, unable to contain her excitement. Sun Jian also looked incredulous. This was truly an unexpected joy. Earlier, the two of them had been discussing the natural breeding of animals in this area. Who would have thought that Sun Yin would have a sudden idea and remember the mouth-watering hawthorn, regardless of whether they could eat much of it? It still belonged to the energy fruits of this planet. The two found a cave nearby and placed 2 hawthorn fruits there. Sun Yin broke open the fruit, letting its aroma drift with the wind. Then they hid behind the bushes, watching the situation at the cave. To their surprise, in less than 10 minutes, a little rabbit poked its head out. One long ear was raised, while the other was pressed back, as if keeping watch. Its 2 red eyes cautiously scanned the surroundings. The two switched from a relaxed state to one of excitement and tension, fearing that the little rabbit wouldn't come closer and that they had misjudged the situation. As they held their breath in nervous anticipation, the little rabbit seemed to sense no danger, its pink nose twitching as it sniffed the air, apparently detecting the enticing scent of the fruit. Sun Yin watched as it cautiously approached the hawthorn, still keeping an eye on its surroundings. Then, seeing the tempting hawthorn, it seemed to realize it was safe. It cautiously opened its mouth and quickly took a small bite, freezing in place. The other ear that was on guard perked up straight. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yin acted quickly, grabbing both of the little gray rabbit's long ears and lifting it up. Brother, it really works. We can really catch it." Sun Jian looked at the rabbit in his sister's hand, his expression extremely excited. In the past, when catching such cunning rabbits on other planets, he had to block the holes, use smoke, and dared not use powerful abilities. It was really difficult. Who would have thought that this fruit would attract them out? However, he quickly understood. If he had energy fruits in his hands, how could he use them as bait to lure wild animals that only benefited women and children? It didn't seem worth it. Even if there were occasional successful attempts, those people would definitely keep it to themselves and not reveal it everywhere. Then, looking at his sister, he felt that she was indeed lucky. Even a blind cat could stumble upon a dead mouse with her. However, she had given up energy fruits, so it wasn't just grabbing a rabbit for free. Guyan happened to see Sun Yin holding the rabbit's ears from a distance. He walked over with a surprised expression and asked Sun Yin if she was tired, as it was getting late and they had to get up early tomorrow. Did she want to take a nap? Sun Yin, excited, had no intention of sleeping. She happily showed Gu Yin the little rabbit in her hand. Gu Yin, look, I caught a rabbit. Gu Yin looked at the rabbit that was suddenly struggling fiercely, tightly held by Sun Yin. He nodded and praised her. You're amazing. Let me take it. That wild rabbit has sharp claws. Don't let it scratch you. Sun Yin smiled brightly at the struggling rabbit, which Gu Yin lifted by the ears. She felt a rush of joy. This didn't require talent. She could find another way to wait for rabbits. Haha, I really am a talent. Sun Jian watched his sister's tail almost wagging with excitement and continued. Shall we continue? Gu Yin was someone close to Sun Yin, and it wouldn't take much for him to figure out the process if he saw such things. After all, the Tang Di fruit was still shining brightly on the ground, with clear bite marks from the rabbit. Gu Yin didn't say much. With one success, there would be another. The more rabbits caught, the more living creatures there were, and as long as they kept catching, someone would eventually notice. Not to mention, there were 2 other combat teams nearby, and even further away, there were family-led hunting teams. They didn't need so many rabbits. They would have to sell them sooner or later. Sun Jian clearly knew this problem as well. The 3 of them decided to stay up all night in this vicinity, hiding it from the other 2 combat teams while they all went to catch rabbits. After a while, the people assigned to the task, besides hiding their presence from the other 2 teams, occasionally showed themselves for others to see. The rest returned quietly to the reeds by the small stream. Thanks to the 3 combat teams splitting up in different directions to explore, they really didn't let the other 2 teams discover them. The night seemed to pass quickly in the combat team, occasionally punctuated by soft gasps of surprise. Looking at the tired, yawning people, it was obvious that some couldn't hold on much longer. Sun Jian called out several times, telling them to sleep early, but they didn't listen. Go to sleep. It will be bright soon. I still want to catch rabbits. Hearing this, Gu Yin looked at Sun Yin and raised his hand to take out a long coat. Not wanting to hear Sun Yan's refusal, he draped the coat over her shoulders, picked her up, and walked toward the makeshift tent. Sun Yin wrapped her arms around Gu Yan's neck, blinked, and looked at her brother, who was stunned behind Gu Yin. She waved at him, pulled aside the curtain, and entered the tent, turning to look at the empty space inside with confusion. Where are we supposed to sleep? Aren't we going back to the temporary camp? Gu Yin shook his head. Time is a resource. When we were on a mission on the 2-instrument star, as the exploration distance increased, there would be dedicated logistics personnel returning to dismantle the temporary camp. Tomorrow afternoon, we will move here, and the combat team personnel will rotate to rest then. Sun Yin exclaimed. This really showed her the intensity of the work schedule. This was harsher than cattle and horses. They were staying up all night. They would even have to endure the morning without sleep. Gu Yin explained helplessly that there was no other way. In order to compete for time against the alien beasts and not to be disturbed, they had to do this. Fortunately, they had a talented master here who could concoct spiritual medicine to replenish their state. Staying up all night for 1 or 2 nights was understandable. The gains made would be real. Sun Yin listened to the explanation and glanced at the time. It was 2:30 a.m. Wow, she had gotten up early today. How many hours had she been awake? Gu Yin looked at the empty tent and frowned. He thought about the person he arranged to go back and tidy up their belongings. It was too late for them to risk going back and forth overnight. They wouldn't be able to come until tomorrow. After considering, he took out a thick coat, placed it on the floor, and held Sun Yin in his arms. He gently coaxed, "Sleep, I'll stay here with you." As Sun Yin drowsily closed her eyes, Gu Yin thought that next time he should keep some mattresses or similar things in the space. After all, he wasn't alone anymore. There was someone to take care of. Sun Jian, why don't you speak up? Do you see if I brought anything? Chapter 74. Envy. When Sun Yin woke up the next day, she found herself still leaning against Gu Yan's arms. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Gu Yan with his eyes closed, his handsome features relaxed in sleep. He looked so good even in dreams. As soon as Sun Yin moved, Gu Yan immediately opened his eyes and asked, "Awake? Still sleepy? It's still early." Sun Yin looked at his clear eyes and suspected that Gu Yin hadn't slept all night. She checked the time. It was 5 a.m. She hurried to get up, unsure if it was because her mind was full of things that her biological clock woke her up after only 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Sun Yin shook her head at Gu Yin's words. Her voice was still hoarse from just waking up. I don't need it. I'm not sleepy right now. Just a little tired in my head. Gu Yin knew that there was no bed in the tent, so he had to give up. In the past, when such situations arose, the ability users would just switch shifts and sleep in the tent without needing a bed. After all, the 2 instruments star had pleasant scenery and suitable temperatures, and lying down wouldn't make one sick. However, Sun Yin was a girl, so he couldn't help but worry and had held her all night. Sun Yin looked at Gu Yan's arm and asked, "Is your arm okay? Is it numb or stiff? Let me massage it for you." Saying that, Sun Yin started to give Gu Yin a couple of presses. The muscles under her hands instantly tightened. She paused for a moment, feeling a bit shy. But then she still went ahead and massaged both of his arms according to the acupressure points. Gu Yin didn't avoid her. He just watched Sun Yin seriously massaging his arms, his expression extremely gentle. Sun Yin found it hard to withstand his unwavering gaze. Gu Yin noticed a blush creeping onto Sun Yin's cheeks and chuckled, saying, "Let us go out. Breakfast is ready." Sun Yin hurriedly put her hands down, pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering, and softly replied, "Okay." Once the 2 of them exited the tent, they saw a spectacular sight in the distance. A whole wall made of vines woven into chicken cages, filled with rabbits. Sun Yin, won't the rabbits eat the vines and run away? She wondered. And in just one night, did they really catch over 100 wild rabbits, gray, white, large, and small? Did they clear out the entire rabbit den? And what did they use as bait? Gu Yin explained. Xiang Hua and the others exchanged the collected Tang D for other supplies. We used Tang D. Sun Yin nodded. Since he didn't mention getting the Tang D from logistics, it meant they wanted to protect key information by not letting outsiders connect rabbit catching with this item. She understood. When breakfast was served, Sun Yin took a glance. It was truly made from local materials. They were eating the duck eggs they found yesterday and had simple rabbit soup. The soup was clear, and she didn't know how long it had been cooked. There was also the standard grilled beast meat and mushroom soup. To be honest, it was quite a feast. It's really a task to find something to eat wherever you go. It's no wonder the financial officer says the resources coming in are few. But there's no way to not eat something. If you just hoard it, who will give you tasks? After Sun Yin sat down, she took a few bites of the delicious mushroom soup and tore off a piece of roasted meat to eat. Looking around, she locked eyes with a pair of round, black eyes. Sun Yin smiled. She didn't expect that this Wang Kai would also be living in a cage beside the wall with the rabbits. She watched Wang Kai, who was staring at her, finish all of its breakfast before directly moving closer to Wang Kai. Smiling at it, she asked, "What did you do? How did you end up in a cage?" Hearing the 2-legged creature talking, Wang Kai stretched its front paws forward and lay down on them. Sun Yin looked at Wang Kai, who glanced at her before lying down. "Oh, Wang Kai, why are you lying down?" While talking, she was about to find a small stick to bother it. Looking around, she picked up a long, fluffy piece of grass from the ground and swept it towards Wang Kai's little nose. Wang Kai raised a front paw to swat the grass away. Sun Yin continued to scratch and poke. Wang Kai got annoyed, stood up on its little legs, and made a baring teeth expression to scare the 2-legged creature in front of it. Sun Yin laughed heartily at the puffed-up Wang Kai, who was flailing around inside. Sun Jian came over and saw his sister playing with the little creature. He was speechless. "Oh wait, I shouldn't say playing with a dog. This is a type of star beast cub." Sun Jian looked at his sister squatting down and interacting with the little cub, saying to her, "You really are something. You can even play with a star beast cub." Sun Yin ignored her brother and curiously asked him why Wang Kai was locked up. Sun Jian pressed his forehead and replied helplessly, "This little cub is very energetic. Wanting to bite rabbits one moment and needing someone to take it out for a walk the next, it can't sit still for a moment. But the combat team members are quietly crouching around these rabbits. They don't have the time to pay attention to it. When it saw no one was paying attention to it and spotted a rabbit, it went to bite them, directly disrupting their crouching plans. Besides the ones that got bitten, many were scared away, so the person who was putting it in a cage locked it up." Sun Yin suddenly understood. No wonder it was so listless early this morning. No one was playing with it. Then she looked at Wang Kai's fluffy ears and asked if it wanted to go out for a walk with her. Upon hearing her words, Wang Kai immediately perked up one of its little ears. Early in the morning, several team leaders had been busy all night. Zhou Xiang, looking weary, came to Gu Yan's territory. "Wow, you really had a great haul last night. So many rabbits. You're going to hit the jackpot." Zhou Xiang looked at the entire wall of cages, his eyes almost turning red. Did Gu Yan have such good luck last night? These wild rabbits, besides the military share, He must have quite a bit for himself too. If he sold them, wouldn't the women and children love it? Wouldn't the star currency flow in? Zhou Xiang glanced at Gu Yan's expressionless face and nudged his shoulder. Share some with your brother. I also want to get rich. Gu Yan shot him a glance. No comment. Zhou Xiang's face fell, and he leaned in closer. Gu Yan, we've been together for so long. Just help your brother out. Gu Yan looked at him in disgust and moved far away. Speak properly. What are you acting like? If you want something, go catch it yourself. What can't you find on such a big planet? Zhou Xiang looked at him with a hint of resentment. There's everything. But I can't find it or get it into my hands. Seeing Gu Yan walking away in another direction, Zhou Xiang got anxious. Hey, don't go. I have something important to discuss. But in just one morning, the rabbits caught last night were envied by everyone as soon as they entered the military storage. Hey, brother. You guys caught a lot last night. How did you get so many rabbits? Listening to various inquiries and subtly probing questions, Gu Yan's team was not lacking either. They directly turned to Gu Yuyu. Ah, you want to catch some too? Then go catch them. Just reach out and grab them. What? You say I'm lying? With such long rabbit ears, if you don't grab the ears, what else will you grab? Look at my sincere face. I'm definitely not lying. A recipe? I can tell you the catching technique, but a recipe is out of the question. In just one morning, Sun Yin walked in the camp holding Wang Kai's leash. Hearing envy and jealousy from everyone around her, Sun Yin silently listened to their words. She decided to go catch rabbits again today, with Wang Kai as her assistant. She should be able to find out where the rabbits are more numerous. After all, Wang Kai could be considered a natural enemy of the rabbits. Chapter 75. Playing with people. Wang Kai had no idea about Sun Yan's thoughts. Seeing someone taking it for a walk, it ran towards a place it found fun. Watching Wang Kai's excited demeanor, Sun Yan followed it into another dense forest. Looking at the ground covered with various fallen leaves, green, yellow, and holes made by different animals, she thought, wow, did Wang Kai find the rabbit's lair? There were hardly any combat team members around, so they should not have arrived here yet. It was said that many members had been catching rabbits all night, and there were still several walls of cages seen this morning. Although rabbits breed quickly, would they really not be caught to extinction? This was not something for Sun Yin to worry about. Seeing a mottled patch of shade under a tree with a squirrel occasionally passing by, she thought this was a good spot. She watched as Wang Kai ran towards a burrow, raised its paws, and began to dig. She hurriedly picked it up. Wait. We need to find a good place first before we wait for rabbits. Then she looked around and found a nearby burrow, hiding her figure behind the trees. She took out some hawthorn fruit, cut it in half, and placed it in front of the tree, ensuring the rabbits couldn't see her while the smell wafted over, allowing her to reach out and grab the rabbit's ears. Then she patted Wang Kai's head and said, I know you understand. Sit still and don't move. If we catch one, I'll make you some soup for lunch. Wang Kai looked at Sun Yin, wagged its tail, and lay down. Sun Yin breathed a sigh of relief, afraid it wouldn't listen. She then quietly watched the burrow with Wang Kai, focusing intently on the entrance. Based on how Wang Kai had been sniffing at the entrance, there must be rabbits home. Soon, she crouched down nervously and stared at the burrow entrance. Unlike yesterday, this time after about 20 minutes, a big white rabbit's head suddenly popped out of the burrow. Sun Yan's eyes lit up, and Wang Kai stood up upon seeing it. This big white rabbit was much more cautious than the little gray rabbit from yesterday. It sniffed around and glanced towards Sun Yan's direction. Just as Sun Yan thought it was coming over, it pulled its head back in. Sun Yan's excitement immediately dimmed. Sigh, it seems hopeless. Just as she was about to change her position and stood up to pull Wang Kai's leash, she saw another big gray rabbit pop out of the burrow. Sun Yan's eyes brightened again, and she didn't rush. She immediately crouched down again, eagerly watching. She prayed that the rabbit would appear quickly. Just as she crouched down, the gray rabbit retreated again. Sun Yan cursed, what is this? Is it playing with me? She suddenly stood up, grabbed the big basket she had set aside, and was about to leave. Just as she took a step, she saw another white rabbit's head pop out from a different burrow next to her. Sun Yin was startled and quickly hid beside a tree to avoid its line of sight. They say crafty rabbits have 3 burrows. Was this another rabbit or the previous white rabbit's other home? This time, Sun Yin wasn't disappointed. The white rabbit not only came out, but also brought along a gray little rabbit that poked its head out. Sun Yin was happy again. Was it because she felt safe bringing her little one to forage? Under Sun Yan's hopeful gaze, 2 rabbits hopped over to the place where she had placed the fruit. Each rabbit took a half of the fruit, sniffed it, and then cautiously took a bite. Just that one bite made them grimace from the sourness, and their bodies went stiff. What a good opportunity. Sun Yin grabbed 1 rabbit in each hand and quickly lifted them into the large basket beside her before covering it. Hey, watching the basket shake wildly, she sat directly on top of it. Wang Kai kept a close watch on the lid, not allowing the rabbits to escape. Otherwise, there would be no stewed rabbit for lunch. Hearing this, Wang Kai immediately sat on the lid, looking formidable as he faced Sun Yan, as if to say, "I've got this small matter covered." At that moment, the gray rabbit that had popped out of the burrow earlier peeked its head out again. Sun Yan's eyes brightened. Was it coming over? Sure enough, the gray rabbit hopped over, looked at the nibbled fruit, sniffed it, and cautiously took a bite. Seizing the opportunity again, Sun Yan grabbed the rabbit by its ears and tossed it into the basket. Hee hee, I truly am impressive. The family of 3 was reunited. Not a single one left behind. A big rabbit is estimated to weigh about 8 pounds, while the small one is around 2 to 3 pounds. Plus, with the few rabbits she caught last night, if she raised them, she could eat one every day. What a luxurious feast. Sun Yan felt quite pleased with herself, spending the whole morning catching rabbits in the area. After just having caught another rabbit, she was about to change locations when she pushed aside the branches and broad leaves in front of her. What came into view was a rather disorganized vegetable patch. How did she know it was a vegetable patch? Because there was a wild boar, looking rather fierce, rooting through the green leaves, taking big bites of water radishes. Sun Yan felt a pang of heartache. Was it really necessary to eat like that, wasting half of each bite? But she didn't dare act rashly. Although this animal looked much more refined than the exotic beasts, it was likely just an ordinary animal. The nearby exotic beasts had been killed yesterday, but she couldn't withstand being charged by this 300-pound wild boar. She carefully lifted the basket and exchanged a series of knowing glances with Wang Kai. Run. Then she cautiously backed away, and once she felt she was far enough, she immediately ran towards the camp. Wang Kai, seeing Sun Yan flee, quickly followed her. Guyan was just about to go find Sun Yan for lunch when he saw her panting and running towards him with a heavy basket. Seeing her anxious demeanor, he hurried forward to take the noticeably heavy basket from her. Why are you running so fast? While speaking, he wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. Sun Yan excitedly tugged at Guyan's arm. Aye. Guyan patiently said, calm down, catch your breath before you talk. Sun Yan took a deep breath and looked at Guyan with sparkling eyes. I found a resource area filled with energy vegetables. Guyan was taken aback, carefully observing Sun Yan's expression. Seeing that she didn't look fatigued from using her talent, he felt relieved. Then, maintaining a neutral expression, he told Sun Yan, drink some water, you look flushed. While speaking, he handed her a bottle of energy fruit drink. Sun Yan took a couple of sips from the bottle he offered. She then exclaimed, that resource area really has so many vegetables. She speculated whether it was due to the abundance of resources nearby that attracted a variety of small animals to settle there. From her observations, the area was sparsely populated, with 4 or 5 large vegetable fields. Although they weren't densely packed, there were indeed a lot. Sun Yan then called her brother over to have him move the rabbits she had collected in the morning. Then, skipping lunch, she directly called for Gu Yin and the others to head to that resource area. Chapter 76. When there's no danger. Her brother is a hater. When Gu Yin and Sun Zhan arrived at the location following the excited Sun Yan, their expressions froze. Indeed, it was as Sun Yan had described, a large resource area. Although it wasn't densely packed and didn't look very big, it added up to about 4 acres. Gu Yin glanced at the area before him, ignoring the rough-skinned, thick-fleshed wild boars that obstructed his view. He chuckled. If he had waited to find this place, would it have been ravaged by these wild animals? He turned to Sun Yan with a smile and said, once we gather everything, I'll pick the big ones for you. Sun Zhan looked at Gu Yin in surprise. If the financial officer saw that everything was small, wouldn't he be annoyed with Gu Yin? Gu Yin wasn't worried. As long as the financial officer didn't see it, he would probably be quite happy for a few days. Sun Yan didn't oppose Gu Yin's words. Since he had said it, he could surely do it. And all she had to do was collect. Sun Yan felt that her luck today was indeed quite good. In the next couple of days, she would find a pleasing spot and use her talent to carefully search for a place with even better energy. Perhaps she would reap even more. The members of the combat team followed Gu Yin with anticipation, not expecting such a large harvest without sufficient mental preparation. Their faces were a mix of surprise and joy, and they all complimented Sun Yan. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Yeah, sister-in-law, you managed to find a resource area right after coming back from a mission. You truly are an impressive talent master. Some even envied Gu Yin. Who would have thought the captain would have such good luck and marry a sister-in-law with such impressive talents? Looking at the resources in this area, they realized it hadn't been completely ravaged by the wild boars yet. When we found supplies before, there was never such a complete and expansive area. The team members complimented her and praised her. Honestly, after awakening, she hadn't received so many compliments at once. Hearing their words made her cheeks flush. Feeling a bit shy, Gu Yin noticed Sun Yan's blush and waved his hand to the team members talking nearby. Didn't you see everyone going to fight the wild boars? Hurry up and help collect everything from this resource area. We need to avoid attracting more exotic beasts or animals to steal the vegetables. The surrounding combat team members cheered and rushed towards the fields, some exchanging knowing glances and teasingly looking at Gu Yan. Then, just like the people in front of them, they didn't disturb their captain any longer and left together heading towards the carrot field. Gu Yan received the teasing glances without changing his expression or missing a beat. He then turned to Sun Yan and said, "You've worked hard all morning. Are you hungry? Lunch is ready in the camp." Sun Yan was also unable to hide her excitement. She waved her hand at him, saying, "I'm not hungry, not hungry. I want to go pull carrots." Gu Yan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right, just remember to eat the food I bought for you to keep your energy up." Sun Yan was no longer a child. She was quite aware of whether she was hungry or not, since she was feeling excited and didn't want to eat. He let her enjoy herself a bit longer. As for Sun Jian, upon seeing the wild boars in the field, he looked pained and charged forward with his energy gun. Sun Yan found a spot a little farther away from the combat team's fight. She thought this area might have larger carrots since the nearby leaves were particularly big. After pulling out several carrots with all her might, the threats in the distance were resolved. Those wild boars finally fell under the wrath of the combat team members. Seeing his sister huffing and puffing while pulling carrots, Sun Jian also came over. With so many carrots in this field, they had their work cut out for them. Sun Yan noticed that her brother's combat uniform was neither disheveled nor stained with blood, so she ignored him, since he wasn't injured. She didn't want to interfere with her carrot pulling. Watching her younger sister's face turn red as she tightly grasped a leaf and stubbornly pulled it out while sticking her butt out, Sun Jian couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Sister, look at yourself. What do you look like?" He laughed so hard that he coughed a couple of times. Sun Yan felt deflated by his gaze. Her face flushed with anger as she said to Sun Jian, "I hold grudges. You dare to laugh at me." Sun Jian laughed even harder. Sun Yan glared at him several times with a dark face. Furious, she turned away to find another spot, put away the radishes she had collected, shot her brother another glare, and walked off. Sun Jian continued to laugh, slapping his thigh, and only managed to stop when he saw his sister running away, mimicking her. He pulled out a radish himself. Wow, that was easy. He scraped off the dirt, washed it with water, and took a bite. So sweet, haha. He didn't expect his sister to be so entertaining. Sun Yan found a place far from her brother and looked up to see him munching on a radish and still grinning foolishly. She shot him several glares with a look that could kill. Just by seeing his silly expression, it was clear he was laughing at her. Showing a lack of sibling love, she decided to cut ties with him for 4 hours. After all, she was busy. And when he finished cooking his wild chicken in the evening, she planned to snatch it all away from him. Sun Yan thought angrily. She was definitely holding a grudge. Then she looked at the big radishes in the field, hesitated for a moment, and took out a digging shovel. She started to dig radishes in a haphazard manner. Gu Yan watched the interaction between the two siblings, his eyes clearly showing amusement. Unlike Sun Jian, who lacked tact, he walked over to Sun Yan and said, "Why don't you eat something first? You can have your share of the land you've found. No need to tire yourself out digging." After hearing this, Sun Yan hesitated for a moment, then stopped digging. After all, digging radishes didn't seem as fun with her brother laughing at her. All right. Gu Yan and his team worked in the radish field all afternoon, and even when the logistics team called them for dinner, no one went. After all, the formidable beasts had been eliminated during the day. It seemed these wild boars had come running from afar. They aimed to collect all the resources from this field as soon as possible to avoid having to fight again if other beasts or wild animals showed up. They felt pained at the thought of losing resources and wouldn't do anything that wasn't worth the cost. By evening, about half of the resources had been collected. After discussing, a few people went to the creek with the wild boars they had caught at noon to clean the game. Sun Yan looked at the collected resources and said to Gu Yan, "We've gathered so many radishes today. Let us add a dish." Gu Yan had no objections to Sun Yan's suggestion. After all, the purpose of gathering was to eat, and fresh ingredients were the best. The logistics team members, seeing Sun Yan speak up, didn't bother with Gu Yan's reply. Based on their observations over the past few days, whatever Sun Yan proposed, their captain would likely agree. After Sun Yan and the others returned to the camp, good news came from other teams. It was said that another team, Team Zhou had discovered a patch of medicinal herbs. Hearing the cheers from afar, Sun Yan thought that it seemed everyone had been lucky these past few days. Chapter 77. Did he think he was too full? The territory they had taken over was quite large, and 3 combat teams were gathering around this area. Each combat team explored in a different direction. As soon as Sun Yan returned to the camp, she heard various noisy and amazed voices from the other teams. Energy herbs. That is a whole patch. Yes, The talent master Liao really has strong abilities. Conservatively estimated, that patch of herbs could be about an acre. I wonder if the talent master Liao has a partner. Who would even think of that? The mineral masters out working have plenty of talented people keeping an eye on them. As they spoke, the voices gradually faded. I heard someone has been pursuing the talent master Liao lately. Really? Who? Does that mean I have no hope? Listening to the distant murmurs of lament, Sun Yan fell into thought. Recently, only she and Liao from the military had mineral master talents. Logically, this was a newly developed planet. Other families should also have talented offspring coming to explore the mineral veins, but why hadn't she heard any news? If one wanted to enhance their family's capabilities and status, they would surely let slip some hints. Guyan walked over to Sun Yan and said to her, "Don't worry about her affecting you. Just do what you want." Hearing his words, Sun Yan knew he misunderstood. And she also understood the unspoken meaning behind Guyan's words. No matter what news others revealed or what gains they collected to enhance their status, it wouldn't undermine her. Sun Yan certainly understood the implications. She nodded at Guyan and replied with a hum, deciding not to dwell on these matters anymore. After all, as long as Guyan had this mindset, there wouldn't be any nonsense to affect her. That evening, she enjoyed a lively dinner filled with fresh radishes with Guyan and everyone else. It seemed that with energy vegetables available, the logistics team also had the time to make some complex dishes. They made a special meatball soup in the kitchen, adding mushrooms and other energy ingredients, which was very nourishing. "You should try this," Guyan said. Sun Yan eagerly lifted the bowl to receive it. Watching as the meatballs rolled into the bowl from the spoon, she scooped a spoonful and bit into it. Her expression froze. Although she had eaten similar food in the interstellar realm many times, this was quite similar to her memories. Sun Yan was still amazed. Not only was it fragrant, but the energy was abundant, and the various textures and flavors were richer than she remembered. Sun Jian came over with a freshly made chicken soup and waved it in front of his sister. He took a bowl and served her a portion. Sun Yan huffed and turned her head away, ignoring him. Sun Jian chuckled at his sister's proud demeanor, seeing that she was about to get angry. He quickly stopped laughing and said seriously, "Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have laughed at you this afternoon. Here, this is the chicken soup I made myself. You must drink it." Sun Yan huffed again, disdainfully saying, "I have plenty of rabbits to eat." Realizing that his sister was genuinely upset, Sun Jian begged for forgiveness. Only then did Sun Yan reluctantly say, "All right, but you can't laugh at me again next time." Sun Jian quickly agreed. Seeing that his sister was finally willing to let it go, by the time Sun Yan finished eating, her belly was round. That night, she returned to the relocated camp and sat on the sofa under the hawthorn tree, digesting. After a while, she took out a purple peach and started munching on it. It felt like girls always had two stomachs, no matter how much they ate. After finishing her meal, they could still drink some drinks and eat fruits. Heh. Guyan watched Sun Yan's actions, but didn't say much. He quietly placed a box of hawthorn digestive candies in front of her. Sun Yan curiously glanced at it and asked, "What is this?" Guyan replied, "You can eat two after you finish." Sun Yan set down the half-eaten peach, picked up the two big red candies, and curiously popped one into her mouth. As soon as she tasted it, she was surprised and chewed. Delicious. The texture was soft and bouncy, and somehow, it wasn't sour but had a sweet and tangy taste. After eating one, she wanted to eat another. Later that night, after Sun Yan finished eating and washed up, she lay down in bed. Just before sleeping, a thought flashed through her mind. Did Guyan think she was too full? The next day, Sun Yan felt that her luck had been quite good these past few days. She decided to adjust her talent status today and check if there were any valuable locations nearby. Saying and doing, she got to work. The last time she used her talent was the first time she used it, without a manual, and immediately felt a sense of mental weakness afterward. This time, she took out the materials sent by the class instructor after joining the academy to check. The first page of the open book was the usage instructions for the mineralist talent. When a mineralist uses their abilities, their mental power emits a kind of affinity, allowing them to blend into the surrounding mountains and terrain, making it easier to explore the areas with the most abundant energy nearby. When close, they can see the energy nodes in their location, making it much easier to find resource sites and treasure spots. Sun Yan realized this and understood why she had seen various unusual lights in her field of vision after using her talent last time. She had found a small treasure spot at the location of that light point and harvested many peaches. The purple peach had a decent ability to nourish talent, but its ability to enhance mental power was indeed weak. Even after eating it, she hadn't noticed any significant changes in her mental power. The round fruit that Huyu gave her felt similar after she finished eating it. Resources were relatively easy for her to find, but for others, it relied purely on luck to find good things. It seemed that the mineralist from the military was indeed quite capable, finding a resource site so quickly. Waiting confidently, Sun Yin went to the territory she found yesterday, looking at the big radishes in the field, which should be harvested by this morning. The storage boxes placed nearby were neatly arranged. She immediately chose a good position and walked over to it. Just as she stood at her chosen spot, Sun Jian saw his sister had arrived early and was standing in a relatively high position. Curiously, he asked her what she was doing. Sun Yin continued her actions without turning around to look at her brother and casually replied, "I've been lucky these days, and I'm preparing to see if I can find a better treasure spot." She then activated her talent to check her surroundings, and immediately various special markings and colors, as well as the conditions of the energy nodes, appeared in her mental sea. This time, with the textbook as a guide, it was not as half understood as last time. She quickly found two markings similar to those described in the textbook, and in the further direction, there was a silver light point flickering faintly. Sun Yin hesitated, wondering if this was also a treasure spot. After searching for a while, her eyes suddenly widened with surprise as she looked to the right side and picked out a purple peach to replenish her energy. This peach was truly versatile. If only she could find another similar resource site. Seeing her brother standing in front of her to protect her, she immediately told him about her discovery. "Bro, I found two good places this time." Sun Jian observed the surrounding situation, and hearing this, he was both surprised and delighted. Chapter 78. No need to undermine each other as they talked. They were about to head to the location Sun Yin discovered. Sun Yin felt that the destination was still some distance away and directly pulled her brother's hand. "Bro, wait a minute. That place seems a bit far from here. What if we encounter danger? Let's call Xiang Hua and the others." Seeing her brother looking more anxious than herself, Sun Jian paused, realizing his sister was right. Then he communicated with Xiang Hua, who quickly came running with his team members. After all, it was Gu Yin who arranged for them to protect Sun Yin, and a communication was always at hand. When Xiang Hua heard they had discovered a treasure spot, he ran over, panting. His eyes filled with excitement as he said to Sun Yin, "Shouldn't we inform the captain? Is the captain nearby?" Sun Yin hesitated for a moment, then waved her hand and said, "Not for now. He is busy with a mission. Let us first find a place to see what it is." The others had no objections. Indeed, they should first investigate. Throughout the journey, Xiang Hua was still extremely excited, chattering away. "We haven't had a moment of rest since we arrived for this mission. It's good not to be idle, as long as no one is idle. We can keep obtaining resources. During the battle season, with sufficient nutritional energy ingredients, we can maintain stable abilities and resist more waves of exotic beasts." He and two team members cleared the path while talking, cutting down the branches and vines that hung down around them. They opened a path heading toward the location mentioned by Sun Yin, as this dense forest had only been cleared of exotic beasts before. This time, exploring required clearing a path for others to delve deeper more quickly. Sun Jian also helped with the simple clearing, protecting Sun Yin as they walked in the middle. Watching her breathe lightly, he looked a bit worried and asked his sister, "You just used your talent. Are you feeling unwell now? Huh? Do you have enough healing medicine?" While speaking, he took out a bottle of healing medicine from his storage device and handed it to Sun Yin. Sun Yin waved her hand at the healing medicine in front of her, shaking the peach in her hand. "I have healing medicine. I'll eat it when I feel unwell." Seeing his sister's face was slightly pale, but her eyes bright, and not like someone trying to show off, Sun Jian had to compromise for now. "If you feel unwell, you must tell me," he emphasized. Sun Yin obediently nodded. After all, her body was her own, and if she truly felt unwell, she would definitely speak up. Xiang Hua, listening to their conversation from behind, while clearing the path, turned around and said to Sun Yin, "Yes, sister-in-law. You must tell us. If you're tired, we'll stop to rest." The last time our military's talent master explored a treasure spot, he had to rest for 10 days to half a month. During that time, the combat team could only go out to explore on their own. Sun Yin turned to Xiang Hua in surprise, her tone incredulous. Rest for 10 days to half a month? To know that the last time she returned from a mission, she only rested for about 3 days. This time, after using her mental power to activate her talent, although she felt a bit weak, she conservatively estimated that with more healing medicine over the next few days, she could recover. Xiang Hua didn't notice Sun Yan's confusion. He looked at the road ahead, recalled, and nodded affirmatively as he said to Sun Yan, "That's right. When we used to take Li Yao, the talent master, outside for missions, she wouldn't take any energy liquid extraction tasks for half a month after returning." Sun Yin remained silent, wondering if this was due to individual differences among talent masters or something else. This difference was quite significant. "By the way, sister-in-law, how many days did you rest after returning from the last mission?" Sun Yan's brain was rapidly working, listening to Xiang Hua's implication. It seemed that military talent masters had to rest for such a long time after a mission, Hearing the tone of Xiang Hua's words, she did not express any dissent about this matter. It seemed the military was also aware of the situation of minorless talent individuals after using their abilities. Sun Yan wondered whether this was due to individual differences among talent masters or if it was something the military accepted, allowing them to rest for such a long time. After thinking for a moment, she replied to Xiang Hua ambiguously, I probably rested for about 5 or 6 days after returning last time. I can't quite remember. She followed the crowd to avoid accidentally letting it slip out later, causing other talent masters to reject her and making her stand out. Xiang Hua had no doubts at all. He nodded confidently. That must be because your talent is higher than Li Yao's, and you recover faster. Sun Yan was also not sure what was going on. But hearing Xiang Hua's affirmation, she just smiled modestly. Not at all. It must be because I took more healing medicine. Besides, didn't we gather so many peaches last time? It could also be because I eat peaches every day. Although she only ate 1 bottle of healing medicine, she couldn't appear to be out of the loop. Then she said to Xiang Hua, with some disagreement, just mention it in front of me. Don't say that her talent is inferior to mine in front of others. The teammate beside them listened for a long time and, upon hearing Sun Yan's words, turned to look at the captain, who seemed to share the same sentiment. Indeed, Captain, isn't this just asking for trouble for sister-in-law? Xiang Hua, listening to what Sun Yan and the team members said, immediately reacted. He hurriedly said, I misspoke. I shouldn't compare you to other talent masters. Although he was saying good things about Sun Yan, if he inadvertently let something slip outside and it got spread, it would definitely create a bad impression. It might seem like he looked down on other talent masters or tried to undermine others to elevate his own abilities and status. Realizing this, Xiang Hua slapped his own face. It must be that he had spent too much time around his sister-in-law and accidentally let his true thoughts slip out. Seeing that Xiang Hua had realized the situation, Sun Yan didn't say much, after all. He had been here longer than she had, and was more aware of the relationships between talent masters. After walking for a long time, the team finally arrived at the location that Sun Yan sensed. This location appeared in her mind as a large green light spot. According to the books, this color of light generally indicated a plant resource with special effects. Sun Yan stood still for a moment, sensing her surroundings, and saw that they were still surrounded by dense woods and numerous vines. She then said to everyone, It's right here, let's split up and search. Since this was a plant resource, they needed to search more carefully. Hearing that it was a plant resource, the team members became even more serious, as plant resources had milder effects and could better nurture their talent abilities. Sun Yan also spread out, creating a protective shield around herself. Remembering the snake from the last mission that had scared her to death when it unexpectedly appeared, with various branches entangled around her and vines hanging down. If a snake fell, she wouldn't have time to react. Fearful, she thought, as there were indeed many such creatures in the woods. Sure enough, after taking a few steps, she felt something sway above her head. Sun Yan's heart skipped a beat, and when she looked up, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Something had fallen. However, it was a gourd. Strange, she noticed that the team members nearby were still searching and clearly hadn't found anything. Sun Yan looked again at the pink gourd hanging above her. Was this color normal? Could this special thing be here? Chapter 79, Rare Colors Following the Vine. A palm-sized pink gourd had fallen down. Aside from this pink one, Sun Yan carefully counted and noticed that there were various colors scattered among the vines above. But she only saw this one pink gourd. Unexpectedly, a thought flashed through her mind. This item is destined for me. Sun Yan felt a bit conflicted but then happily thought, indeed, this gourd that looked like a treasure must be meant for her. She turned to look at her brother and the combat team members who had spread out. Her brother was nearby, rummaging through the vines along various walls, clearly still bothered that they hadn't found anything during their last mission. So this time, he headed straight for the cave. The combat team members, on the other hand, were holding long, straight, and smooth branches they had found, knocking around the area. Where did they even find such straight branches, and why did everyone have one? Sun Yan turned back, raised her hands, grabbed the enticing gourd, and pulled it down effortlessly with a piayu sound. She carefully examined the gourd, which was not much different from an ordinary one, just smaller and pinker. She didn't know what its function was. And after feeling around the opening and not finding a way to open it, she decided to take it home for further study. After all, what was in her hands was hers. She then put the ladder away and looked around to see where the other colors were. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Not far from her brother, there was a blue one. She quickly ran a few steps to her brother's side, set down the ladder again, and ignored his questioning gaze. With poor eyesight, she didn't blame him. They should look up. Sister, what do you need the ladder for? Sun Jian asked, but instinctively looked up. He immediately spotted the blue gourd. Sun Jian's eyes widened in surprise as he scanned the surroundings. Most were green gourds, but there were also some red, purple, and blue colors peeking through the vines. Sun Yin happily collected the blue gourd and stood on the ladder, teasing her brother a little. Silly Sun Jian. I found it before you did. Sun Jian retracted his gaze and looked at his sister's proud expression with a helpless look. Let her be a fool. She found it herself and even found a treasure. What can he say? He can only call others to harvest it and let them work for his sister. Sun Jian felt a sense of excitement and couldn't help but praise his sister, saying, Sister, you really are a treasure finder. He then turned to Weekend, who was not far away, and shouted, Weekend, come here. Hearing Sun Jian call him, Weekend stopped what he was doing, holding what he had just found, and walked over to the two, his expression surprised. Look what I found. Wild garlic. Not only is it more energy-rich than what talent masters cultivate, but it's also rare to find in the wild. When we get back to the camp, we can mix it into a dish. It's crunchy and spicy, really enjoyable. Sun Yan, who couldn't handle too much spice, felt a bit tempted by what Weekend said, hesitating as she looked at the handful of garlic sprouts. Deciding to collect some to take home and try, Sun Jian was quite receptive to Weekend's words. Where did you find it? Weekend pointed in the direction he had come from. Not far from a large tree connected to the roots of some vines, there was a freshly dug pit, which seemed to be where he found it. Seeing the two eager to go over and dig a bit more, Sun Yin quickly called out to them. Hey, where are you going? Aren't we supposed to be picking gourds? Sun Jian turned back to glance at his sister. I just want to confirm where it is so we can go dig after we finish collecting the treasures. Sun Yin looked skeptically at her brother's calm expression. She still didn't fully trust him. She was about to speak when she suddenly turned to look at her brother again. Sun Jian's expression almost broke. He then sternly said to Weekend, Go gather everyone. We found the place. Weekend's expression immediately became excited, and he forgot about the garlic he had just dug up. Compared to treasures, what was this? He casually stuffed it into his pocket and turned to run toward his captain. Sun Jian looked at his sister, whose expression was still tense. He rolled his eyes at her and glanced at the various gourds of different sizes hanging above. He said to her, Be careful. I'm going to pick some too. It seems like there are no strange beasts around here, but don't take down your protective shield. After all, unexpected things could happen in the wild at any moment. Hearing this, Sun Yin stopped teasing her brother and said earnestly, Of course, I cherish my own life. Sun Jian nodded. Knowing this well, his sister had always been particularly cautious about her safety. When they were at home, if it weren't for the simple tasks that didn't involve danger, she would probably set up several layers of protection. The reason they came to Liuxing this time was also related to lifespan resources. If it weren't for these two things, she wouldn't want to come at all. After all, to gain something, one must pay a price. He felt very proud that his sister's thoughts were so correct. It was always the case that one had to pay a price for unearned gains. A little while later, Xiang Hua ran over, his eyes shining like light bulbs. When he arrived, he saw the Sun siblings standing on the steps, reaching out to pick something. Upon getting closer, he became even more excited. This must be a special resource formed in a treasure land. It said that some treasure lands can have mutations, and these differently colored gourds must have other effects. Sun Yin stood on the steps and picked a purple one, shouting down, Why not pick all the special colors? If we have time, we can go check out another place. Zhou Wu, having listened to Sun Yan's words, pondered for a while before looking at her in disbelief. There's another resource site? That is too powerful. Finding such resource sites is extremely energy-consuming for a talent master. Is it really that easy? Sun Yin found two at once. After the initial excitement, Xiang Hua began to worry about Sun Yin. Sister-in-law, with you finding two resource sites, one tea you feel too exhausted? I still have 2 bottles of grape juice to replenish your energy. As he spoke, Xiang Hua placed the bottles at the top of the steps. Sun Yin was momentarily stunned looking at the juice in front of her, then told him, No need, you keep it. I have some. After all, Guyan had prepared some for her as well. However, Xiang Hua did not take it back. He smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you keep it. You're helping us find resources. This is nothing. The other team members also smiled at Sun Yin, chiming in. Sister-in-law, I still have some nutritional snacks I bought earlier for you. Yeah, sister-in-law, come down and take a break. We can handle this work ourselves. Once we finish gathering, we'll bring it to you. Sun Yin looked at the pile of snacks and drinks accumulating on the steps in front of her, feeling a bit at a loss. Sun Jian was also clearly surprised. He hadn't expected that while Gu Yin appeared cold, his subordinates were not like him at all. Chapter 80. Is someone there? Sun Yin watched the dispersed team members animatedly chatting, still figuring out how to pick the gourds without damaging them. She felt her heart warm as she accepted their concern. Xiang Hua was excitedly looking up. So many gourds. Besides the special colors, the green gourds are big and small. Conservatively estimating, none are less than 20 pounds, right? Yes. Captain, Those small ones look like special gourds. They might even have special effects. Let us pick them all and check. However, Xianghua cautioned. The vines aren't thick and are carrying such heavy gourds. We must be careful when picking them to avoid dropping them. Captain, just watch. I'm quick at climbing trees. The teammate who said this spat into his hands, took a deep breath, grabbed the vine and a high branch, and with a push of his waist, climbed up the tree, reaching a height of over 4 meters in no time. Sun Yan couldn't help but admire him. Such a nimble form, like a monkey, isn't something just anyone can do. The teammate in the tree, seeing everyone's surprised expressions, chuckled, scratched his head, and explained. The planet I lived on when I was young was full of such trees. I'm used to climbing them. It's my first time climbing here since joining the army. After all, previously it was all about abilities against abilities, humans against beasts. Climbing trees was rare. As he began to pull the vine towards himself and slowly gathered the gourds from it, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Xianghua took out a large storage box and placed it on the ground, shouting up, "Send the vine down along the tree. We'll catch it from below." Sun Yin frowned slightly as she watched the large gourds getting closer to the ground. She said to her brother, "This patch of forest has gourds hanging all over. I don't think our storage devices can hold them all." Sun Jian looked up at the team members who were already working. After pondering for a moment, he said to everyone, "Let us first gather these small special-colored gourds. There are so many gourds here, it might take us several days to gather them all. If someone else discovers them, they might want to take a share." Hearing Sun Jian's words, Sun Yin also realized the situation. After all, the other teams were collecting supplies, and although everyone had tacitly divided their areas, there was no guarantee that someone wouldn't accidentally stumble upon them and shamelessly claim them as their own, leading to complications. Sun Yin quickly responded. "Then let us pick all these special gourds. We'll divide them among ourselves. Once we've gathered enough for our share, we can let the combat team take over. And whatever we gather afterward, we'll just divide our share." Xianghua and the others exchanged glances, then silently sped up. Clearly, they agreed with the two's idea. "All right, let us first gather the special-colored ones." At that moment, a teammate in the tree suddenly called out. Xianghua was startled and quickly shouted up, "Zhou Wu. What's wrong?" Zhou Wu's voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. "Sister-in-law, Captain, I just climbed up another section. And there's another layer of gourds on the vines above. It's just too many." Everyone below was both surprised and delighted. Sun Yin felt that this time's effort hadn't been in vain. Luck truly shines brighter on fortunate days. After everyone calmed down, it had already been 2 or 3 hours. Sun Yin played with 6 or 7 gourds of red, purple, and blue in her hands. The gourds were uniform in shape, differing only in color, and their sizes were not much different. After looking around, Sun Yin couldn't find anything particularly special about these gourds. She could only store them in her storage device like the previous ones. All right, everyone has worked hard. There aren't many of these special gourds. Just enough for everyone to choose one to take away. We're not sure what effects they have, so let us all rely on luck and pick a color we like. Several teammates silently battled in their hearts, choosing the color they liked. Along the way, Sun Yin also discovered 2 small green gourds. She kept 2 of each color, blue, purple, green, and red. The pink one was the very first one she found. The other teammates picked their favorites, and in the end, only the blue and purple gourds had the highest yield, with some remaining. As everyone felt they had gathered enough, Sun Yin looked up at the large gourds hanging from the top of the tree, each weighing no less than 20 pounds. She sent a communication to Gu Yan, asking him to bring his team over to collect the items. After a short wait, Gu Yan's figure appeared in the distance. Seeing him walking briskly toward them, Sun Yin hurriedly jogged a few steps to meet him. "How is it? I heard you discovered resources here. You're not hurt, right?" Feeling Gu Yan check her over, Sun Yin avoided his movements and confidently said, "Of course not. I'm the one most concerned about my safety." Seeing that Sun Yin wasn't injured, Gu Yan felt a bit relieved. Hearing her words now, he nodded. "As long as you can take care of yourself and not get hurt, that is fine. Look, Gu Yan, this is what we found today." Gu Yan had already heard about it through the communication and had to admit that Sun Yin's luck and ability were indeed impressive. In these few missions, she had never returned empty-handed. Seeing Sun Yin seemed eager to leave, Gu Yan curiously asked her, "What's wrong? Where are you going? Aren't we collecting supplies together?" Sun Yin checked the time. It was already past 12 noon. She thought about claiming territory. Otherwise, if someone else snatched it, wouldn't her efforts be wasted? "No. I want to check another place. There might be other good things." Sun Yin waved her hand, and Xianghua and the teammates understood and instinctively followed Sun Yin. Sun Yan's group had almost disappeared, and at this moment, it seemed like she thought of something and turned back. Gu Yin looked at Sun Yin in surprise and smiled indulgently. What's wrong? Did you forget something? Sun Yin glanced at him, saw that he wasn't busy with work and seemed to be collecting things, and wasn't polite. Come with me. Without waiting for him to react, she grabbed his hand and ran back in the previous direction. The members of the combat team who noticed this exchanged glances, some blinking and others raising their eyebrows, unsure of what was silently communicated. Sun Jian was waiting in place when his sister turned back, and now he saw her bringing Gu Yin along. He looked at the two in surprise. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden sound of ability users came from nearby. The few of them had different thoughts, but were startled at the same time. Chapter 81. Really asking for trouble. The group exchanged glances. They had resources behind them, and they still needed to go to a new place. Would they get entangled? Sun Jian frowned. It's hard to say. He instinctively looked at Sun Yin, who also had a difficult expression because she recognized the voice. If Sun Yin were to call me lucky, how else could she marry Gu Yin? CSCC said, angrily tugging at a leaf, feeling frustrated. She relied on men, while I rely on myself. If it weren't for her, how could I be punished to come on this task and suffer? I could leisurely refine things in the camp, exercise my abilities, and not be tired. Humph. Listening to the nagging from inside, Sun Yin glanced at the people around, and it was obvious that everyone recognized who it was. Hearing that there were no other voices inside, Sun Yin was incredulous and wanted to go in and take a look. Was CSCC alone? Did she come out by herself? She was asking for trouble. Hearing the distorted voices inside, still cursing, the group twitched their lips. Where was the previous boldness of confronting her directly? Just silently venting and cursing in this deserted forest? CSCC wanted to drag others to criticize Sun Yin. But the key was that others weren't stupid and ignored her. In a team for a task, no one paid her any attention. The combat team accepted her. But she was a bit disdainful of the men who didn't understand romance and didn't take care of her. She didn't know if the people in the combat team noticed, but they kept telling her to work. Unable to stand it anymore, she just ran out herself. Fortunately, she had a protective shield, and when Zhou Xiang found out, he couldn't be bothered with her and let her go find resources on her own. Seeing her openly cursing at herself, Sun Yin was also annoyed, her expression fiery. Sun Jian's face also darkened upon hearing this. Gu Yin glanced at the inside with a somber look. Then he said to Sun Yin, where are you going? You go ahead. I have something to tell the combat team. I need to go back and say a word. Sun Yin nodded after hearing this and said to him, then you go. I'll send you the address when we get to the location. Gu Yin nodded, smiled at Sun Yin, and said, go ahead. This place has been found by someone. We don't know when others will come, so you guys go occupy some territory first. I'll arrive shortly. Seeing Gu Yin leave due to something, Sun Jian felt dissatisfied, and it showed on his face. Zhou and several teammates gave Gu Yin a look, urging him to react quickly, wondering why he still ran off. Sun Yin felt a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Seeing he hadn't left yet, she said to him, aren't you busy? Go ahead. Watching Gu Yin turn and leave swiftly, Sun Jian's face darkened, and Zhou and several teammates felt a bit awkward due to Gu Yin's reaction. They hurriedly explained to Sun Yin, sister-in-law, the captain might really have something to do. After that, he didn't know what else to explain. Just rolled up his sleeves and said to Sun Yin, I'll go help you beat her up. Tell her not to talk nonsense. Zhou, never hit women. Sun Yin found it amusing and waved her hand at Zhou. There were quite a few people now. It was better to wait until there were fewer people before she went with her brother to deal with it. But listening to her curse, Sun Yin was indeed uncomfortable. Then she thought of something and whispered a couple of sentences in her brother's ear. Sun Jian raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and decided to take care of it when they returned to the camp today. Everything has its limits. This woman must be tired of living, always causing trouble for his sister. He also couldn't let his sister have any blemish in front of so many ability users. After all, everyone got along well when things were good. If things soured, Sun Jian smiled. Then he looked at the time and said to the people around, it's almost noon. When we get to the place, let's eat something before we start working. Zhou saw that the siblings didn't take the initiative to step forward. Regrettably put down his sleeves. After all, they hadn't brought it up, and it wasn't good for him to take the lead. Okay, when we get there, let's eat first. After a busy morning, climbing up and down had consumed a lot of energy. He could clearly feel his stomach growling and readily agreed. The other few people around had no objections. However, they were surprised that Sun Yin didn't ask them to teach CSCC a lesson. Sister-in-law's temper is too good. She didn't react even after being cursed at. Xiang Hua didn't say anything. He bent down and picked up a palm-sized stone. Seeing that several people had walked over, he casually glanced inside and threw it in, only to hear a muffled bang. A cry of pain echoed from the forest. Ouch! Who hit me? Then it returned to silence. Sun Yin was still heading towards the direction she sensed. After a while, uncovering the vines. The group saw a small pond. A pond? Sun Yin, didn't he expect there to be a pond in this dense forest? Looking at the clear water and the pink and red lotus flowers swaying gently on the water's surface, it seemed like a place where exotic beasts came to drink. Sun Yin felt grateful in her heart. Going on a mission with the combat team really had many benefits. No fighting was needed. Just finding resources and sharing a portion with the combat team was enough. She had plenty of things, and Guyan helped with the harvest. Although her mood was affected by CSCC, looking at the beautiful scenery of the pond, Sun Yan's mood lifted a bit. After arriving at the new location, the group didn't immediately set out to find things. They first built a stove and took out various vegetables and seasonings. Zhou even took out a small clove of garlic he had pocketed earlier and made a dish. After working for a while, when it was time to eat, Sun Yan looked at the garlic dish on the table, glancing at it again and again. Zhou looked at Sun Yan and said, "Sister-in-law, do you want to eat this? It's not very spicy." Sun Yan looked at him distrustfully. "Is there garlic that's not spicy? Really?" She wasn't a 3-year-old who could be fooled. Sun Jian silently picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, grimacing from the spiciness. Sun Yan accidentally saw this and distrusted him even more. Zhou awkwardly chuckled. Seeing his reaction, Sun Yan understood that he was just playing with her. She snorted and stopped looking at the dish, quietly eating exotic beast meat. Since they were in the wild, they didn't cook rice, which was time-consuming. The exotic beast meat was grilled, and the vegetables were grilled. They even stir-fried some freshly picked gourds. Sun Yan took a piece and thought, it tastes sweet, it's really good. The items from the resource area had concentrated energy and nourishment, which meant they had a higher energy content than those in the wild. After finishing the meal, she took a peach and started munching on it. Sun Jian left for a while, and the others didn't pay much attention. After all, everyone had their urgent needs during a mission. However, after a while, Sun Jian returned. Sun Yan looked at her brother's contemplative expression and casually asked, "Did you get constipated?" Chapter 82. Temptation. Sun Jian's expression darkened as he shot a glare at his sister. Seeing that his teammates were busy, he walked over to her and whispered, "I just returned. That place had a pool of blood on the ground, but no one was there." Sun Yan immediately understood. CSCC was no longer in the same spot. But the blood? She hesitated as she looked at her brother. Was she injured? Did she return to the camp? Sun Jian gazed in the direction he had just come from, his eyes filled with severity. "I don't know. I observed the area for a while and saw drag marks next to the blood. This person has caused you trouble multiple times. She can't be allowed to be on the same mission as you anymore. She will definitely be a hassle in the future." Sun Yan listened to her brother's words and didn't voice any objections. This person was purely annoying. It would be best if she were removed. But she belonged to the military. How could they transfer her away? At this moment, Sun Jian's demeanor softened, and he even smiled slightly, ruffling his sister's hair. "Don't worry. I'll handle this. You don't need to concern yourself with it." "Ah, you're back. We were just thinking about whether we should go fishing in the pond. Let's go together." Hearing the voices not far away, Sun Jian immediately stopped talking. He turned to face the pond and saw some teammates preparing to enter the water while others took out fishing rods. He looked over in confusion. "Are you guys going into the water?" Xianghua carefully observed Sun Jian's expression. Not noticing anything unusual, he continued, "I was thinking that this area has already been discovered by the gifted ones, and who knows when others might find out. So we should collect everything we can to avoid being discovered and causing a commotion." Sun Jian did not respond. "Can't we drive them away? After all, we found this place first." Xianghua sighed upon hearing Sun Jian's words. If the gifted ones come, and they want something, sometimes the ability users are willing to give up a few things to trade with them. Sun Jian frowned. "But we have a gifted one here. If someone comes, we can just drive them away. After all, everyone has an unspoken understanding when it comes to missions. If one team finds a collection area, the others will usually approach to negotiate about collecting together. If not, they will automatically withdraw. There are those who lack understanding or have malicious intentions that might directly rush in to seize the territory, and that's when a battle ensues. Regardless of life or death." Xianghua understood what Sun Jian meant. While it might not escalate to direct conflict here, the various intentions and actions to insert themselves into the situation would definitely remain unchanged. So let us hurry up and collect everything, then we can go fishing." With that, he instructed everyone to put the fishing rods away for now. The few of them then discussed going to pick lotus roots from the pond. After all, fresh lotus roots hadn't been seen for a long time. Sun Yan listened as they debated about who would go into the water to dig for lotus roots. She walked around the area. It felt as if the trees were kept at bay. There wasn't a single big tree around. Only the pond occupied such a vast area at the center. From her estimation, the pond must be around 300 to 500 square meters in size. As soon as Sun Yin reached the water's edge, Sun Jian immediately pulled her back. Don't go into the water. You don't have the stamina we do. And the water is cold. You might catch a cold. Xiang Hua chimed in nearby. Yeah, sister-in-law, just leave it to us. As they spoke, Xiang Hua and a few teammates swiftly removed their clothes, revealing strong muscles and defined abs. Sun Yin admired their physiques for a moment. Weekend, feeling shy under her gaze, immediately jumped into the water. Sun Yin regretfully withdrew her gaze and looked at the teammates preparing to enter the water as well. Seeing Sun Yan's gaze, the teammates quickly jumped into the water with a splash. Sun Yin, are you really that shy? We can all appreciate a good physique together. Sun Jian didn't notice his sister's expression. He looked at the patches of lotus leaves in the center of the water and the elegant, swaying lotus flowers. After observing carefully, he turned to Xiang Hua and asked, do you think there are any strange beasts in this pond? Xiang Hua's expression became slightly serious. The last time our combat team collected plant energy crystals, it attracted a wave of strange beasts. While cleaning the battlefield, I noticed that they were mostly flying and terrestrial strange beasts. I haven't seen any aquatic ones. Sun Yin listened to their conversation without surprise. After all, the flying beasts could get there, and the terrestrial beasts could walk there. What about the aquatic beasts? Would they swim to shore? Like Shuang Zhou's fish that could traverse land with ease? Don't be ridiculous. Thinking about this, Sun Yin looked at her teammates, who were nearing the lotus leaves, her heart inexplicably racing. Xiang Hua noticed Sun Yin's intense focus on the water and gently reassured her, don't worry, everyone knows what they're doing. This time we are just testing the waters. If we can dig up a sample, that would be great. If not, we can lure out any aquatic strange beasts, making it easier for us to deal with them. Sun Yin nodded silently upon hearing this. Ah, so this also serves as bait. After that, the three of them fell silent, focusing their gazes on their teammates in the water. Weekend swam while observing the water's movement. As he approached the lotus leaves, the water remained calm and still, causing him to feel suspicious. Could there really be no strange beasts? Noticing that those on the shore were not giving any warnings, he dove into the water, holding his breath and sinking to the bottom. The surface of the water looked serene and healing, while the underwater scene resembled a small dynamic painting. Schools of small fish swam back and forth. Some darted away as he descended, while others, unafraid, circled around Weekend. Weekend glanced at the little fish, which were no bigger than his finger and not worth catching, so he ignored them. He reached for the lotus leaves, gripping a stem with one hand while feeling around in the mud with the other. After a while, he pulled out a lotus root the size of his arm. Weekend felt a surge of joy. Just then, a commotion erupted not far from the water's surface, accompanied by a slightly distorted voice. Come back. There are strange beasts in the water. Weekend was mentally prepared and quickly tucked away the lotus root, pushing off the bottom to swim upwards. As soon as he broke the surface, he saw a snake-like strange beast swimming nearby, creating ripples as it chased one of his teammates who was quickly moving towards the shore. The teammate was swimming while unleashing their abilities. And seeing that there was no danger, Weekend relaxed and also swam toward the shore. Halfway there, he sensed something unusual in the water around him. He suddenly accelerated, swimming rapidly, when a wind blade shot from the shore, grazing him as it flew past. Weekend was startled. Chapter 83. What to do about the worries. Just as Weekend noticed the surface of the water suddenly stirring behind him, a massive fish head lunged toward his head. Sun Jian's expression grew grave as he shot out a wind blade aimed straight at the strange beast behind Weekend. Xiang Hua shouted to the surface of the water. Hurry back. A strange beast has come out. The three in the water clearly heard Xiang Hua's voice and quickly swam toward the shore. Sun Yin watched the frantic chase scene, her mood visibly tense. This was clearly using people as bait. What if something happens? This adventure was meant to lure out the aquatic strange beasts and eliminate them before everyone could safely dive in to collect. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Sun Jian glanced at the distance and reassured his sister. Watching as Sun Jian shot wind blades into the water one after another, Xiang Hua assisted with his abilities. And ultimately, the three managed to reach the shore just in time. Xiang Hua reached out to pull them out one by one. Although Weekend and the others were mentally prepared, they gasped for breath. Phew, that strange beast almost bit my head off. Yeah, that was too close. Sun Jian, your abilities are amazing. You pushed that snake beast back in an instant. As he spoke, he gave Sun Jian a thumbs up. However, such an exciting scene still made their hearts race. Captain, this strange beast is too cunning. I swam to the middle, and the beast hadn't appeared yet. Just as I was about to collect the things I found, it swam behind me. My teammate was gasping for breath, chased by this snake beast. This strange beast is too cunning. I'm not sure if there are other strange beasts in the pond. I suggest we clean it up thoroughly before going into the water. Xianghua listened to his teammate's words and nodded with a serious expression. If the strange beast is cunning, and there are other strange beasts hiding in the water, what if one of them comes straight at you while everyone is collecting in the water? Sun Jian looked at a strange beast in the water. One with a snake head and another with a fish head, eager to swim towards the shore, his ability ready to strike. As long as they made a move, his wind blade would immediately fly out. The people on the shore confronted the strange beasts in the water for a while, but for some reason, the strange beasts slowly retreated back into the water. Only the calm water surface rippled slightly. Xianghua frowned in confusion. Sun Jian also furrowed his brow. Sun Yan looked at Zhou Mo, who had finished changing clothes, and quietly asked him what was wrong. Zhou Mo thought for a moment and said to Sun Yan, "This pond isn't too far from the previous battle site. With the energy crystal of plant energy leaking, why didn't these two strange beasts come up?" Sun Yan looked at the surface of the water again. A water snake and a fish. Yes, the water snake can crawl onto the shore, but the fish cannot. Zhou Mo confirmed Sun Yan's words. There must be something wrong with this pond. Hearing this, Sun Yan's eyes lit up. These two strange beasts. Not to mention the fish beast. The snake beast discovered the plant energy crystal but did not come ashore, which means there is something better in this pond. At this point, Sun Yan's emotions clearly became a bit excited. Unexpectedly, luck came, and it couldn't be stopped. Sun Jian directly doused his sister with cold water. You just saw it. These two strange beasts won't come ashore at all. If everyone just stands on the shore and throws abilities. As soon as they are a little far away, these two beasts will hide in the water. What's the use? True, Sun Yan frowned in difficulty. You can't hit them. You can't lure them out. The water is still the main stage for these two strange beasts. It's really hard to deal with. Moreover, we still can't be sure if there are other strange beasts in the water. After discussing for a while, they still felt it was better to plan for the long term. Zhou Mo then took out the lotus root he had collected underwater. As soon as it appeared, it shocked the three who hadn't entered the water. Such a large lotus root, 2 to 3 times bigger than usual, right? Xianghua carefully identified it, and then nodded affirmatively. That's right, generally, besides having a lot of quantity and sufficient energy, it's also about its effects. At this point, Xianghua peeled a bit of lotus root into small pieces, chewed it, and carefully felt it. After a while, he said, "This has a slightly better taste than the lotus root from ordinary resource fields, and the energy is a bit more abundant, but it doesn't have any special effects. By the looks of it, it shouldn't have grown this big." Saying this, he looked intently at the pond. Maybe there are rare materials inside the pond that can promote plant growth. The few of them exchanged glances, clearly moved, wanting to take down this pond. But looking at the shimmering surface of the water, they became troubled again. Throughout the afternoon, the few of them had been exchanging blows with the strange beasts in the water. To those who didn't know, it seemed like two groups were performing acrobatics. They threw abilities into the water, but the strange beasts ignored them and even directly retreated into the water, making it impossible to engage in a fight. Watching that 3 to 4 meter long, agile snake beast that never approached the shore and always retreated made Sun Yan feel it was difficult to handle. Every time a teammate from the combat team thought the snake beast would come close to the shore, it would immediately take a step back, never swimming forward. The fish beast, on the other hand, would occasionally swim towards the shore, but as soon as it was provoked by an ability, it became agitated, turning the large pond into a mess of lotus leaves and flowers, making the other members of the combat team feel heartbroken. What if it harmed the treasure? In the end, the strange beasts in the water no longer confronted the people on the shore and directly submerged. As long as someone went into the water, they would pop their heads up to confront. If no one went into the water, they would submerge. Both sides became very irritated with this back and forth. This won't do. We can't waste time with these two strange beasts. Should we look for support? Looking at his sister's hesitant expression, Sun Jian still didn't want to give up. If the treasures here could be found by him and the others, then they would naturally share it among the 6 of them. If they called for support, the treasures here would definitely be shared among those who came. Let's wait a bit longer. If it still doesn't work tonight, we'll go back to the camp first. Tomorrow we can call for support. If we can't take this place, then others probably can't either. We'll leave a bit later today and come back earlier tomorrow. This place will still belong to us. The 6 of them stood on the shore, feeling at a loss for the entire afternoon. As night fell, Guyan still hadn't returned. Sun Jian felt displeased. His sister didn't stand up for him when he was bullied and had even disappeared without a trace. He brought him to the new resource site, sent him the location, and yet he didn't show up. He used to seem like a pretty good person. How did he change like this? His sister was scolded in the afternoon, and they still couldn't take down the resource site. Sun Jian was now filled with anger. Sun Jian took a deep breath. No, we should leave first. Xianghua and the others were also feeling very uncomfortable. It was frustrating to have treasures in front of them, but not be able to take them. Chapter 84. So much. When the group returned to the camp, it was bustling with noise and excitement. As Xianghua walked, he observed the figures around him, pondering. Why are there so many people who aren't members of our combat team? Sun Yin blinked. Having been here for so long, she could only say that the few people following her looked familiar. She didn't recognize the other combat team members at all. Sun Jian clearly felt the same. He looked at Xianghua. What's going on? Xianghua, seeing his friends from the combat team, hurriedly asked, Bro, why are there so many people in our combat team's camp? Although his friend was delighted to hear Xianghua's question, he replied, Hey, you don't know? Our combat team had a huge harvest on this mission. Xianghua's expression turned to one of surprise. Really? What did you get? His friend glanced at Xianghua and finally noticed the people not far behind him. Suddenly, his expression became serious, and he nodded at Sun Yan. Then turned to Xianghua and said enviously, Sai, you're so lucky. The captain directly assigned you to guard your sister, right? You must have collected a lot. Hearing his friend's suddenly sour tone, Xianghua clearly realized and awkwardly smiled. It's okay, just average. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a punch on his shoulder. You brat, now you can still talk humbly? Xianghua chuckled. All right. You just got back to the camp, go tidy up. There will be airships flying back to the defense city soon. See if you need to take anything back. His friend, looking at Xianghua's expression, filled him in on recent events to prevent him from missing out. Xianghua was indeed surprised by the news. Flying back to the defense city? Yes, on this mission. We got so many wild rabbits, gourds, and various duck eggs. Leaving them here in the camp is a waste. What if another wave of strange beasts attacks? Then it would be for nothing. I heard the finance officer say they want to send the duck eggs back to the defense city to see if they can hatch. After hearing this, Xianghua clearly didn't think it was a good idea. These ducks have grown up in the wild with abundant energy. Can they hatch in the defense city? Wild creatures are inherently unrestrained. Perhaps they won't even hatch, and the eggs might go bad. Hearing Xianghua's unwilling tone, his friend sighed. It was said that if they could hatch later, they might even share some with the combat team members below. If they could hatch, that would be a good thing. Upon hearing this, Xianghua fell silent. It seemed his friend still hoped for a successful hatching. After inquiring about recent news, he bid farewell to his friend and returned to Sun Yan's team. Sister-in-law, have you stocked enough supplies in your storage device recently? I heard there are airships flying back to the defense city. If you have supplies to send back, you can tell the captain and he can help you take them back. Sun Yan thought about the supplies she had collected these past few days and felt it would be good to go back and sort them out tonight. She had gathered quite a lot of supplies, and they were a bit disorganized. She nodded at Xianghua. Okay, I got it. I'll sort them out when I get back. After Xianghua said this, he saw that Sun Yan understood and didn't say more. As soon as they arrived at the center of the combat team camp, Xianghua was approached by someone who put a hand on his shoulder. Xianghua, you're back. How did your collection go this time? Let me tell you, our combat team is going to hit it big. This afternoon, we picked a patch of high-altitude gourds and collected about 10,000 pounds of resources. Hearing this, Sun Yan was truly amazed. She knew gourds were large, but hearing that they had gathered so much was truly incredible. Then she looked at Xianghua and said, Someone is looking for you. You can go ahead and take care of your business. I'll be home soon. Xianghua glanced at Sun Yan, thought about how close they were to the residential area, and readily agreed. All right, sister-in-law, just call me if you need anything. We'll regroup tomorrow. He watched Sun Yan walk further away. Hey, you get to collect good things every time you go on a mission with your sister-in-law, right? Do you think you can take me along? What are you thinking? This is the captain's order. You should talk to the captain. Sun Yan didn't hear the words behind her. When she arrived at the residential area, her teammates saw that she was home and all bid farewell. Sun Yan looked at her brother beside her and sighed. What's wrong? You've had a long face all afternoon, and you still aren't smiling. Sun Jian relaxed his expression, not wanting his sister to worry. He also didn't speak ill of Gu Yin in front of his sister. After all, the two families were connected through their marriage. If Gu Yin truly treated his sister poorly, he would definitely take her home. It's nothing. Just sit next to me for dinner tonight. Sun Yan looked at her brother's awkward expression with a smile, not rejecting his intention. After all, she could somewhat guess what Sun Jian was thinking. It was just that Gu Yin hadn't stood up for her, which made her brother a bit angry. Okay, I understand. Brother, don't worry. My relationship with Gu Yin is fine for now. I can't just avoid him or complain about him because of one talent master. Moreover, there were others around. Even if she wanted to teach someone a lesson, she couldn't do it openly. Sun Jian exhaled deeply, forcing down his thoughts. He said to her, Also, about what you said to me before you went to the pond. Just trap him in a sack and beat him up to vent your anger. I didn't tell you when I got back, but there was only a puddle of blood nearby, right? I don't know what happened to that talent master, nor what happened before I got there. When you go on missions, Even when I'm by your side, don't completely let your guard down. Be more careful. Sun Yin nodded repeatedly, smiling at Sun Jian. Seeing his sister's silly appearance, Sun Jian sighed again in his heart. If I see that woman tonight, I definitely won't let her off the hook. I was thinking about letting her go because of the compensation and the military's punishment. But I didn't expect her to be so ungrateful. Just a little while after Sun Yin got home and started checking the supplies, Gu Yan's tall figure opened the door and walked in. Looking at the room filled with supplies, he raised an eyebrow and said to Sun Yin, "So many things? There will be airships transporting supplies back to the defense city tomorrow. Do you have anything to send back?" Sun Yin paused her hand that was counting supplies. She picked up the blue gourd, examined it from all angles, and exclaimed, "Oh, let's see. I'll tell you after I finish counting." Gu Yan nodded. "Okay. The rabbits you caught, the wild duck eggs, and the gourds, I'll help you transport them back to the defense city. Once the mission is over, you can decide how much to keep and how much to sell." Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's interest was clearly piqued. She had already caught over a dozen rabbits before. "How many rabbits did you guys catch? How many will you share with me?" Sun Yin asked Gu Yan tentatively. Gu Yan was well aware of the supply situation and replied, "Since the method was your contribution, the military won't treat you unfairly. They've given you a card worth 100 million star coins, plus 5 ginseng plants that are 1,000 years old. And the giant wood material that I saw you like. I also brought you a piece that is 1 meter long and 1 meter wide. As for the resources you found, like the wild rabbits, I saved 300 for you, and for the gourds, I allocated 800 pounds. The military will keep the duck eggs for hatching and saved 300 for you. The rest will be converted into star coin rewards for you." Chapter 85, Luck? This is skill. Hearing about so many resources, she quickly calculated in her mind. After all, she didn't have anyone to help her in the combat team. These items were all collected by the people Gu Yan arranged, plus the portion that needed to be allocated to the military. And the star coins and 1,000-year ginseng he mentioned were such good things. Sun Yin nodded. "It's not bad. I think the portion left for me is acceptable." After all, she hadn't shared the special gourds with the military. They were all ordinary high-yield energy resources. She didn't care how much the others could collect, as long as what she received felt worthwhile. "So all those portions have been sent back?" Gu Yan nodded. "Yeah, this camp is small. So I opened a storage facility for you in the defense city. I'll send it there, and when you go back, you'll receive it. That storage facility is yours." Sun Yin was overjoyed to hear that a storage facility had been prepared for her. She had been worried about what to do if she had a stroke of luck and collected more things than her storage device could hold. While it was a bit overly optimistic, it was good to be prepared in advance. Unexpectedly, when she was dozing off, a pillow was sent her way. Gu Yan had opened a storage facility for her as a reserve. This not only ensured safety, but also provided a high degree of privacy. Sun Yin also checked the supplies in her storage device. She had been busy these past few days and had made good progress. She harvested 3 boxes of honeysuckle herbs, and the large bird egg Gu Yan had exchanged for her turned into 2 boxes of other edible eggs. Each box contained 100 eggs, and combined with the eggs she collected this time, she had a total of 6 boxes with 600 eggs. She also had 5 energy ginseng, 150 pounds of hawthorn fruit, 8 special gourds, 800 pounds of ordinary energy gourds, and 300 pounds of rabbits, along with a special energy crystal plant that she hadn't used yet. Not to mention, there was a pond full of lotus that she hadn't harvested. And the beast meat was completely out of her statistics. She could exchange for it whenever needed. And there was the star coin card, worth 100 million. How long would it last? Sun Yin was in a great mood as she followed Gu Yan to the newly built restaurant. Scanning the room, she noticed quite a few people. The captains of 3 combat teams and the deputy treasurer were also there. Gu Xiang and Hu Yu were sitting at a table in the back, watching Gu Yan pull her directly to the main table. Sun Yin glanced several times at the men sitting there. None of them had wives except for Gu Yan. "Hey, the talent master Sun Yin is here. Come, sit down." The talent master Sun Yin has had good luck these past few days. The materials found were all abundant resources. Sun Yin listened to Zhou Xiang's words and looked at his intrigued expression, rolling her eyes secretly. She then said, "Oh, come on, the strength is there. It can't be hidden." The deputy finance officer nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. As long as you have the ability, it will shine bright. And no one can cover it up. Those without strength can talk all they want, but they still lack ability. As long as you have the capability, the military won't mistreat you. Star coins are in abundance." The deputy finance officer only wanted resources, not star coins. As for the lack of star coins, that was the finance officer's problem, not his. He was here to bring things back. Hearing that all these materials were found by Sun Yin alone, the deputy finance officer looked at her with admiration. Sun Yin felt a bit shy when praised for her ability. Her lips pressed together and her face slightly flushed. Just then, A report from the combat team members came from a distance. Everyone paused in their joking. Zhou Xiang suppressed his smile and shouted, "Come in." What happened? Upon hearing the voice inviting them in, a tall, long-legged ability user in military uniform walked in. He looked directly at Zhou Xiang and said, "Captain, we just checked the number of people with the talent master, and one person is missing. We waited for a long time during the meal and didn't see them. They were also absent during the day, and everyone realized something was wrong, so they reported it." Zhou Xiang's expression changed, and he became irritated. Sure enough, the talent master is a hassle. The deputy finance officer frowned and asked, "What happened? What is that talent master's name?" The tall ability user reported a name. "CSCC? It's her again." Zhou Xiang was extremely annoyed. Today, none of the talent masters wanted to team up with her for the mission. Later, he heard her say out of spite that she had a protective shield and wanted to go out alone to collect materials. "I also arranged for combat team members to follow her. Don't let her be in danger." "What is going on? She can still go missing? Such a big person." Xie Jingkai, having understood the situation, spoke with a slightly serious tone. "She is also our military's talent master. If a person goes missing, we can't just ignore it." "What about the combat team members who were protecting her? What did they say?" The soldier who reported answered without hesitation. "According to the combat team members, while they were gathering materials, CSCC was just wandering around and didn't help at all. They didn't pay attention to her at that time, and after they got busy, she just disappeared. They thought she had gone back on her own. They didn't expect that when they returned and inquired, they couldn't find any news about her, which made them realize she was indeed missing. Then the talent master side also realized, and that's why they reported it together." Xie Jingkai scanned the faces of the crowd with a calm expression. Gu Yin looked indifferent. Sun Yin was surprised, and Zhou Xiang appeared gloomy. The deputy finance officer was also puzzled. "In that case, let's send some people from our 3 teams to look for her." Zhou Xiang and Gu Yin didn't object, and they communicated through their devices to arrange for people to search the forest. Sun Yin was absent-minded during dinner that night. With the darkness and the wind, a strange beast could appear at any moment. Although there were contradictions, she hadn't imagined that she would directly lose sight of her. What if something happened? Gu Yin, however, was unaffected. Every time they went on missions, there were always casualties. He picked up a gourd that Sun Yin had found and said, "Try it. It's sweet and soft. Full of energy. You should like it." Sun Yin came back to her senses, looked at the dish in her bowl, and nodded absent-mindedly. After picking it up and tasting it, she said, It's delicious and has plenty of energy. If it's good, eat more. After using your talent, you need to eat more energy vegetables to replenish. If you feel uncomfortable, just absorb the plant energy crystals." But Sun Yin didn't want to use them. "Plant energy crystals are so precious. I'll wait until I need them. Right now, it's just like before, only consuming energy without any sign of talent deficiency or loopholes. Using it now would be a waste." Sun Yin still wanted to keep it for now. Gu Yin nodded in response. "All right, what's given to you is yours. You can use it however you want." Zhou Xiang, listening to the couple whispering to each other, felt a bit sour. "You can use it however you want. Ugh. How cheesy." Chapter 86, Suspected? After half of the dinner, news from the combat team about the search was still not coming through. In the end, Sun Yin didn't care anymore. CSCC had ill intentions towards her, and caring about her life was pointless. But there was nothing she could do. After all, she was kind-hearted. Gu Yin sighed inwardly as he looked at the absent-minded Sun Yin, realizing that the wife he found was still soft-hearted. While on a mission in the wild, anyone who harbored ill intentions could potentially have malicious ideas during the task. His wife had been on too few missions and hadn't experienced the dangers of the stars. But who made Sun Yin his wife? He would always protect her. Once Sun Yin adjusted her mood, she heard the ability users discussing CSCC's disappearance. She wondered what CSCC was thinking. Daring to run out alone after being placed in the combat team, and now she had gone missing. Looking at the events that happened on Liangyi's star, she seemed to be a shrewd person, but she still managed to get herself lost. "Sigh," Zhou Xiang said, "but we can't say that either. It's possible she went far to find resources and hasn't returned yet. I've already arranged for people to ask the talent master and combat team. Let's see who saw her today." Hearing the deputy finance officer say this, Sun Yin felt a jolt. CSCC's disappearance was not her doing. Why was she nervous? After hesitating, she still spoke about when she saw her in the afternoon. "CSCC, I saw her this afternoon." Upon hearing Sun Yan's words, the table fell silent. Gu Xiang, and who you looked over in surprise. After all, it was a gathering of several high-level ability users. Gu Xiang was there thanks to her brother's status, while Hu Yu had just tagged along with Gu Xiang. But since her brother was the commander this time, everyone didn't mind and welcomed her. When she noticed the 3 people across from her looking at her, Sun Yin bit her lip. CSCC had conflicted with her multiple times. saying she had seen her before she went missing. Wouldn't that lead to suspicion that she was involved? Really? What time this afternoon? Where were you? Were there others around? Hearing Zhou Xiang's scrutinizing gaze, Sun Yin froze. Could it be that he really suspected her? A wave of inexplicable feelings surged in her heart. She looked directly at Zhou Xiang. I don't quite remember what time it was this afternoon. I just remember that our team saw her while looking for resources. Oh, you really don't know where she went in the end? Was she alone at that time? You really didn't do anything? Hu Yu and Gu Xiang reflexively rebutted Zhou Xiang's direct suspicion. What does this have to do with Sun Yin? Just because she saw CSCC doesn't mean she's responsible for her disappearance. Gu Xiang, usually shy, spoke up seriously, directly refuting Zhou Xiang's words. Zhou Xiang looked at the two people at the table behind him. What do you know? Sun Yin felt a surge of defiance rise within her upon hearing Zhou Xiang's suspicious tone. But she was interrupted by Gu Yan. All right, Zhou Xiang. What's wrong with you? Her disappearance has nothing to do with Sun Yin, not to mention I was there too. Upon hearing Gu Yan take over the conversation, Zhou Xiang shifted his gaze and smiled meaningfully. You were there too? Although CSCC causes trouble all day, she is still part of the military. Gu Yan frowned. The deputy financial officer noticed that Zhou Xiang's tone was off and directly looked at him, saying, you can't just accuse someone because they saw CSCC this afternoon. Can you? The deputy financial officer had recently gained a large amount of supplies due to Sun Yan's influence and was firmly defending her, directly countering Zhou Xiang's words. Xie Jingkai sat quietly at the table, watching Zhou Xiang being attacked by everyone with great interest. Going out on a mission is a responsibility one takes on themselves. If she got lost, it is benevolent of us to send someone to look for her. What kind of tone is that? Do you suspect it was man-made? The deputy financial officer was trying to mediate. Gu Yan looked coldly at Zhou Xiang. You can't simply pin the blame on her because of the conflict between Sun Yin and CSCC. How leisurely can you be at the two instruments star that you want to go cultivate land? As soon as these words were spoken, both the deputy financial officer and Xie Jingkai's eyelids twitched. Cultivating land is much riskier than scavenging for supplies on the planet. Zhou Xiang's expression froze upon hearing Gu Yan's words. Just then, his communicator rang. Seeing everyone looking at him, Zhou Xiang hesitated for a moment but chose to answer directly. After a while, he grunted with a dark face. He raised his hand to hang up the communicator and carefully observed Gu Yan's expression before suddenly smiling. All right. I was a bit anxious. After all, it's been relatively safe around here these days. If someone suddenly goes missing, I thought some powerful alien beast had come nearby, which made me a bit nervous. Then he looked at the cold-faced Sun Yin, rubbed his forehead, and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. I was a bit tense. Afterward, he looked at the indifferent Sun Yin and added, I've recently collected some energy strawberries. You young ladies should like them. Here, consider it compensation. As Zhou Xiang spoke, he fumbled with his storage device and took out a small box-sized storage container, handing it towards Sun Yin. The deputy financial officer looked at Zhou Xiang in surprise. I didn't expect you to have such good stuff. Zhou Xiang noticed that Sun Yin hadn't taken the item from his hand and felt a bit embarrassed. He looked at Gu Yan and said, since Sun Yin doesn't want it, then Gu Yan, you take it. Gu Yan didn't even lift his gaze at him and approached Sun Yin, speaking coldly, you don't need to consider me. If you want it, just take it. Upon hearing Gu Yan's words, Sun Yin initially didn't want to accept it, but since Gu Yan had openly expressed his thoughts and everyone else had heard it, she thought for a moment and decided to take it. After all, Zhou Xiang was one of the 3 Legion commanders, and he had more power in this conflict. Although Gu Yan could protect her, he couldn't always be by her side. She still had her brother and family. And if Zhou Xiang set her up when Gu Yan wasn't around, it would be hard to deal with too many concerns. She thought about it and took the box from Zhou Xiang's hands, feeling a bit pained inside. After all, these were the few strawberry seedlings he had painstakingly found. If he could get the planters to try growing them, who knows, they might sprout. As she felt the box being moved, he reluctantly released his grip. He didn't forget to remind Sun Yin, I feel these strawberries are different from fruit trees. You can ask the planter to see if they can grow. While saying this, he looked longingly at the storage box that no longer belonged to him. Sun Yin forced a smile. She originally liked strawberries, but since Zhou Xiang used them as compensation, she felt resentment towards the strawberries. She decided she must try to see if she could grow strawberry seedlings, plant 100 or so, and let Zhou Xiang drool over them without getting to eat any. After this commotion, no one could eat anymore, and they waited as Gu Yan and Sun Yin walked out hand in hand. Gu Xiang watched her brothers back, hesitated for a moment, then chased after them. Chapter 87. Is it really like this? Sister-in-law, wait for me. As soon as Sun Yin stepped out the door, she heard Gu Xiang calling her. She paused, turned around, and looked at Gu Xiang, who was hurrying towards her, and recalled how she had defended her earlier, feeling puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Gu Xiang, hearing Sun Yin speak, blushed a little, looking somewhat embarrassed as she said to Sun Yin, sister-in-law, can you exchange some hawthorn fruit with me? I can trade you for some spiritual medicine. Sun Yin was surprised. Hawthorn fruit? That stuff is so sour. Why would you want to trade for it? Gu Xiang, after hearing this, pressed her big toe against the ground. Finally, she looked at Sun Yin and said, sister-in-law, didn't you give the combat team a batch of canned goods last time? Not only are they energy-rich, but they also taste sweet and sour. After drinking them, there were no chaotic situations that day. I also want to try making some myself. I've looked around the camp these days and haven't seen any collected. I've just finished refining a batch of spiritual medicine. Can I trade you some? After hearing Gu Xiang's words, Sun Yin understood. Aren't those hawthorn canned goods sour? Gu Xiang looked at Sun Yin strangely upon hearing her response. Didn't you make them yourself? Don't you know what they taste like? Sister-in-law, you haven't tasted them? Sun Yin found a way to gauge Gu Xiang's feedback on the taste of the hawthorn canned goods. Wanting to know more about the situation since she still had many fruits and would have to make them into canned goods sooner or later. After all, there really wasn't any other way to eat hawthorn fruit, mainly because it was too sour. No, I didn't make many, so I sent them all to the combat team. Sun Yin said this without blushing or gasping, telling a white lie. She was just afraid that the sour taste would backfire on her. Gu Yin glanced at Sun Yin's expression, pondering. Gu Xiang nodded after hearing this, a smile appearing on her lips as she happily said to Sun Yin, I've tasted them. At that time, my spiritual energy was exhausted from refining medicine. The combat team gave me a little. I tasted it. It was sweet and sour. Very delicious. This was why Gu Xiang wanted to trade with Sun Yin for some hawthorn fruit. Sun Yin was indeed surprised by Gu Xiang's evaluation. After all, those hawthorn fruits only needed a little sugar to blend in and became sweet and sour. It showed that this fruit was particularly versatile. Not only could it be made into canned goods, but it could also be used to make other things. She could even try making wine when she got back. Then sister-in-law, can I trade with you? As Gu Xiang cautiously tested the waters, Sun Yin thought about her earlier defense of herself. After pondering for a moment, she looked up at Gu Xiang and said, how much do you want to trade? Gu Xiang thought for a moment, looked at Sun Yin, hesitated, and said, can I have 10 jin? I can give you 5 bottles of different types of spiritual medicine. Seeing Gu Xiang's hopeful gaze, Sun Yin didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. Sure. Watching Gu Xiang's eyes suddenly light up, Sun Yin smiled and added, I'll also give you a box of the purple peaches I collected earlier. Thank you for defending me in the restaurant. Gu Xiang looked at the box being handed to her and repeatedly waved her hands, saying, no need, sister-in-law. It's the least I could do. That Commander Zhou Xiang really doesn't know how to speak. At this point, Gu Xiang's expression turned angry. Seeing Gu Xiang defend her, Sun Yin felt she might have gained a good friend. Finally, her anger dissipated. Her lips curled into a smile as she said to Gu Xiang, I'm giving this to you because I consider you a good sister. If you don't accept it, does that mean you don't want to be friends with me? Hearing this, Gu Xiang's face turned red again as she waved her hands in denial. No, sister-in-law, I want to be friends with you. Sun Yin replied with a smile. Then why aren't you accepting it quickly? Gu Xiang looked at her brother with a troubled expression, but Gu Yin ignored her. Only looking at Sun Yin with a gentle expression, Gu Xiang noticed that her brother was ignoring her. So she bit her lip and happily accepted the purple peaches and hawthorn fruits that Sun Yin handed over. She spoke to Sun Yin, sister-in-law. I have some insights into refining spiritual medicine pills. If you have any questions, you can come to the workshop to find me. Sun Yin nodded in response. Seeing Gu Xiang agree so readily, she said, okay, if I have any problems with refining, I'll come to you, and you can't refuse. Gu Xiang looked at Sun Yin with bright eyes and finally shyly said, then I'll take my leave, sister-in-law. You can contact me if you need anything. She then turned and ran towards her dormitory. Sun Yin watched Gu Xiang's excited figure, realizing that although Gu Yan's sister was somewhat introverted and shy, she was truly adorable. She inadvertently caught Gu Yan looking at her with a smile, and when his smile faded, she asked, what are you looking at me for? Gu Yan cleared his throat and replied, all right, let's go home. Sun Yin responded. As they walked, Gu Yan said to Sun Yin, sometimes you don't have to be so honest. That CSCC has nothing to do with you, so why bother getting yourself into trouble because of her? Sometimes, it's wise to protect yourself. Sun Yin listened to Gu Yan as if he were imparting wisdom. In the end, the words rolled in her throat, but she swallowed them. It's a common tactic among aristocratic families to protect oneself, and whether it concerns her or not, she truly didn't want an innocent life to vanish for no reason. After all, no one knows better than her how precious a life is. But then she thought that those who had grievances with her didn't need to be burdened by her conscience, so she stopped focusing on it. She then vaguely replied to Gu Yin with an mm. The moon was bright, and the stars sparse until the dawn broke, which was just a moment for the two-instrument star. Thinking about going to the big pond she found yesterday to collect lotus roots today, she hurriedly got out of bed. After a while, she lay back down again. Not only did she sleep late yesterday, but she also expended a lot of energy. So she really didn't want to get up. Just 5 more minutes. She buried her head into the pillow and fell asleep again. In the end, Sun Yin was awakened by a communication. She glanced at the name and immediately sat up with a start. It had been half an hour. No wonder her brother was messaging her. Yin Yin, where have you been? I didn't see you. Sun Jian stood at the meeting point, looking at Wang Kai, then turned to his sister and asked, did you oversleep? Sun Yin cleared her throat and hurriedly retorted, no, I already left. As she spoke, she hurriedly got dressed, quickly ran to the bathroom to wash her face, and tied her hair back into a ponytail. When she reached the living room, she noticed a food box on the coffee table. Without hesitation, she quickly put it into her storage device. Then she rushed outside in a flurry. After all, besides her brother, there were others waiting for her. Really, those 5 minutes were troublesome. Chapter 88. The disliked Gu Yin after receiving the location from Sun Jian. Sun Yin leaned on her knees, panting heavily. Sun Jian looked at his breathless sister with a frown, stepped forward, and patted her back, sounding somewhat reproachful. Why did you run so fast? The pond is right there, it won't run away. Xianghua and the others had already been waiting nearby for a while, and when they saw Sun Yin arrive, no one showed any signs of complaint. Of course, they wouldn't. Their sister-in-law not only had extraordinary talent, but could also guide them to resource spots. Who would push someone like that away? They weren't fools. Seeing Sun Yan's apologetic expression, they all stepped forward to reassure her. It's fine, sister-in-law, we just arrived at the agreed time. We came early. Yeah, sister-in-law. You don't need to be in such a hurry, we're not in a rush. Exactly. We don't have to go on missions with the combat team. We can sleep in a bit, hee. Regardless of what the teammates were thinking, they all spoke sweetly to Sun Yan. After all, this outing was late, had high rewards, was not dangerous, and could also boost their captain's favor. Not to mention, getting to know their sister-in-law better would make it easier to obtain items from a talent master in the future, thanks to their relationship with her. Sun Yin wasn't a mind reader, but she understood that as long as she had talent and ability, she could earn plenty of praises. And any mistakes she made would have great scholars to defend her. Seeing that her teammates had no objections, she proudly glanced at her brother. Look, I'm also a talent master worthy of being pampered. Sun Jian looked at his sister's expression and helplessly said, now that everyone is here, let's go. Just as Sun Yin was about to take a step, she saw a round cage rolling over. She quickly pulled back her foot. Inside the cage were 4 little short legs of Wang Kai, scurrying towards her direction and rolling the cage along with them. Wang Kai, how come you're locked up again? Sun Yin squatted down and asked with a smile. Xianghua next to her replied nonchalantly, this Wang Kai just loves to cause trouble. Whenever we're dealing with prey, it goes and bites, and when everyone is walking normally, it's there to trip people. We had to put it in the cage, and it can still push the cage around. Sun Yin laughed watching Wang Kai. What do you want? Wang Kai whimpered twice, looking at Sun Yin with big eyes. Sun Yin guessed, you want to come out with me? Wang Kai perked up immediately, standing on its hind legs, wagging its short tail, and whimpered again at Sun Yin. Xianghua added, it just wants someone to take it out for a walk to burn off some energy. It needs someone to accompany it. Everyone is too busy collecting materials. Xianghua complained as he spoke. Sun Yin laughed heartily and opened the cage to pick up Wang Kai. All right, come with me today. Poor Wang Kai. However, Sun Jian disagreed. What if you carry it and have to run? Xianghua, hearing this, waved his hand dismissively. That's not a problem. Recently, this Wang Kai has been fed so well with everyone's exotic beast meat that it's not afraid of people anymore. If we let it out of the cage, it wouldn't run away and would come back at mealtime. It can eat several pounds of exotic beast meat in one meal. Sun Yin laughed when she heard this. It was like getting free meals and lodging. Knowing that Wang Kai wouldn't run away made her feel more at ease. If it were really a cub of a star beast with leadership abilities, she would worry about it getting into trouble on this planet. Not to mention, she didn't even know where this little cub came from. What if its parents were nearby? If it were just a cub of a strange beast, it could be kept as a pet. All right, I'll let Gu Yin know. Wang Kai, I'm taking you with me. After greeting Gu Yin, he didn't say much else, just reminded her to be safe. Sun Yin stroked Wang Kai's fluffy fur, feeling even better. With a wave of her hand, she declared, let us go. Just as they were halfway, Wang Kai started fussing to get down and run around. Sun Yin bent down and set it on the ground. Wang Kai sniffed around, keeping close to Sun Yin, its 4 little legs scampering quickly. As Sun Yin walked ahead, she accidentally got tripped by it. She gave Wang Kai a helpless glance and moved a little further away. Wang Kai immediately followed her closely again. Xianghua found it curious. I didn't expect Wang Kai to like his sister-in-law so much. Previously, when someone teased Wang Kai, he completely ignored them. If they teased him too much, he would trip them while they were walking or disturb their work. He didn't even show respect to the team leader. Sun Yin looked down at Wang Kai in surprise. He doesn't even respect Gu Yin? So was it an accident when he tripped me just now, or did he not mean any harm? Sun Jian couldn't help but laugh at this. Indeed, he wondered what Gu Yin was thinking. Just yesterday, he wanted to build a relationship with Wang Kai and even petted him, but unexpectedly, Wang Kai turned and ran away. He only came back when it was time to divide the meat. If you ask Sun Jian how he knew, it was because a friend he had just met yesterday specifically gossiped about it when they returned to the camp and told him via communication. He was left speechless. Sun Yin looked at the lively Wang Kai by her feet and sighed. I didn't expect you, such a small ball, to be so disrespectful to Gu Yin, haha. After the group arrived at the pond and took a short break, they started discussing how to lure out the exotic beasts. Sun Yin listened to everyone's discussion, remaining silent, and took out her lunchbox while she had the chance. Sun Jian noticed Sun Yan's actions during the discussion. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. He knew his sister woke up late and couldn't eat. Looking at the lunchbox, he guessed it was prepared by Gu Yin. Sun Yin saw that her brother and the others were still discussing how to lure out the exotic beasts for battle, so she didn't speak up. After all, she had used her talent to help them locate the resource site. How to defeat the exotic beasts was a matter for the ability users. It wouldn't make sense for her, a fragile talent user, to confront the exotic beasts barehanded. After she finished the breakfast prepared by Gu Yin in a few bites and swallowed the last mouthful of duck egg, they finally reached a conclusion. Sun Yin took out a new bottle of fruit drink, gulped down half of it, and curiously watched the ability users surrounding the pond to see what they would do next. Then she took out some baskets she had bought before the mission from her storage device, preparing to pack the items after they collected them. As she saw the ability users by the water getting ready for an attack, her communicator rang again. Sun Yin looked surprised at the name, glanced at the people by the pond, and answered the call. Chapter 89. Found her? Gu Xiang, are you looking for me? As soon as Sun Yin finished speaking, Gu Xiang's voice came from the other end. Yes, sister-in-law. Gu Xiang spoke while listening to the sounds faintly coming from outside, reporting to Sun Yin. It's CSCC who has been found. CSCC is back? Sun Yin was shocked at Gu Xiang's words and stood up abruptly. She appeared after just one night? Although the area had already been cleared, after such a long time, who knows if any exotic beasts might have wandered in. It seems CSCC is quite lucky. The lucky CSCC was currently extremely anxious. For some unknown reason, she had been cursing Sun Yin in the woods yesterday, but soon after, her head started to ache. And just as she shouted in pain, she fainted. When she woke up, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. And hearing the distant roars of exotic beasts made her legs go weak. After waking, she cried for quite a while, too scared to move in the pitch-black surroundings. Only daring to call out softly, "Is anyone there? Is anyone here? This battle team wouldn't have left me here, right? When I get back, I will definitely report this combat team for abandoning a talent user." She cursed and cried for over 10 minutes without a single sound in response, which scared her into crying even more. Even calling out the names of the talent users she disliked didn't help, and since the communicator wouldn't connect, she completely broke down. "Who you? Are you there? Gu Xiang? Gu Xiang, are you there? Sun Yin, aren't you on a mission? Didn't you see me? We've you." When she stopped making noise, the eerie silence around her only intensified her fear. Truly, what you fear will come. Whether it was her shouts or the scent of a human, suddenly a canine exotic beast emerged from the woods, its shadow enormous under the moonlight. Severely frightening CSCC's little heart. Scared out of her wits, she ran away, crying for a long distance. This was also the reason why the battle team couldn't find CSCC when they went to the location Sun Yin mentioned, in the dark wilderness. She couldn't find her way, not knowing where she had run to. Fortunately, she found a tree hollow that could accommodate her, and after crawling in, she hugged herself and trembled. After being startled and scared, she fainted again. When she woke up, she discovered that her protective shield had shattered. Its energy depleted at some point. She didn't have time to feel sorry for herself and hurriedly ran out of the tree hollow, walking for a while before finally seeing the battle team's people quickly running over. Hearing from Gu Xiang that the battle team had gone out on a mission during the day and that CSCC had appeared, Sun Yin couldn't help but sigh. This CSCC really is quite lucky. CSCC is quite fortunate. Gu Xiang pouted at Sun Yan's words and replied, "What is so lucky about it? Who knows where she disappeared to? Now her face and body are covered in red rashes, bright red, all over. I saw her taking detoxifying medicine. And it hasn't gone down even after such a long time. Sun Yin's eyes widened at Gu Xiang's tone. This one tea ruin her looks, will it? Gu Xiang touched her cheek, hissing. It seems, probably might be. As soon as these words fell, both parties on the communicator went silent. Sun Yin gasped. If she ruined her looks, it would be worse than killing CSCC. She had been using her pretty face to deceive others and make a name for herself. Without her looks, would a single-minded talent user easily believe her fragile appearance? However, Sun Yin still added, it doesn't matter if her looks are ruined. Once we return to Central Star, with its medical technology, getting a new face or restoring her looks should be simple. Gu Xiang, rarely showing disdain, retorted. Even the detoxifying medicine we commonly use wasn't disinfected, so it would require even rarer medicines and technological assistance. It's not that I look down on her. With the resources she has, how can she afford treatment? Besides, she's still under punishment. Her injuries aren't life-threatening, and the military might not even let her go. Hearing Gu Xiang's rare emotional outburst, Sun Yin listened seriously to what was being said, but she brought it on herself, repeatedly making things difficult for my sister-in-law. This is her retribution. Sun Yin, not as knowledgeable about military matters as Gu Xiang, felt a wave of schadenfreude at the thought that CSCC couldn't escape her mission in this state. Realizing this, Sun Yin quickly muttered a few apologies to herself, adding a bit of merit. Waiting for Gu Xiang to finish her thoughts, Sun Yin patted her chest with righteousness. It's fine, you focus on practicing your medicine first. Call me when you're not busy. Gu Xiang expressed her regret. Alright, it's lively outside now, but I have to work, otherwise, I want to finish. I'll hang up and chat when I have time. Sun Yin hummed several times, and the two reluctantly ended the call. Then Sun Yin sighed. Talking about other people's gossip really can quickly bond two girls. Hee hee, Sun Yin thought gleefully. This outcome for CSCC was quite satisfying. However, she also reminded herself to never be alone in the wilderness. After she finished enjoying the drama, she then turned her attention to Wang Kai. Wang Kai, what are you doing? When she answered the call, Wang Kai kept biting her pant leg, and since she was engrossed in the conversation, she hadn't paid attention. Wang Kai was now tugging at Sun Yin's shoe, pulling it backward. Sun Yin guessed from Wang Kai's actions. Are you trying to take me somewhere? Upon hearing this, Wang Kai wagged his tail. Sun Yin pointed at Wang Kai's forehead, carefully observing his head, and said to him seriously, you might be a little tiger, but you can't learn to wag your tail like a dog. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai rolled his eyes at Sun Yin and tugged at her to drag her towards the back. Seeing this, Sun Yin glared at Wang Kai. Did you just roll your eyes at me? A little tiger like you rolling your eyes at me. How dare you? Wang Kai, upon hearing this, loosened his mouth, shot a sideways glance at Sun Yin, and stopped dragging her. Then, he took elegant tiger steps and turned to run into the distance. When he saw that Sun Yin was still watching him, he stopped. Sun Yin inexplicably understood his gaze. Come here, why are you dawdling? Sun Yin looked at the superpowers fighting the abnormal snake by the pond, then glanced at Wang Kai, and opened her protective shield before catching up. This incident with CSCC reminded her that she needed to activate her shield whenever she was alone. She hurried to follow Wang Kai's pace. Alright, where are you taking me? Seeing Wang Kai speed up when he noticed she was following, Sun Yin hurried to keep up. Chapter 90. Could you be a treasure-seeking Wang Kai? After following Wang Kai around the pond and walking a bit further, they rounded a patch of shrubs, and Wang Kai suddenly stopped. Sun Yin also halted. She looked around and asked Wang Kai in confusion, what did you bring me here for? There's nothing around here, just trees. There aren't even any shrubs. Hearing Sun Yan's questioning words, Wang Kai squatted down and looked at her. Sun Yin took a moment to realize he was looking up. She felt a bit embarrassed and quickly followed Wang Kai's line of sight upward. There's nothing special up there. Just as she said half of it, her eyes widened. Is that a wild beehive? Sun Yin exclaimed in disbelief, immediately looking at Wang Kai. Wang Kai raised a front paw to touch his face and growled, Hey, human, don't you like it? Sun Yin quickly picked up Wang Kai, excitedly rubbing his fur. Then she hesitated. Although I have a protective shield, it only protects a 1-meter radius around me, which is a small fixed area. If I try to grab the beehive, there are bound to be live larvae inside, and I can't store the beehive in my storage device. The protective shield prevents all living things from entering once activated, unlike the new experimental protective shield that Gu Yin and the others are researching, which can try to set commands for when living things can enter and when they can't. This was mentioned by Gu Yin after that small wave of abnormal beasts. The experimental results were mediocre. The combat team suffered many injuries before they finally took down those abnormal beasts, and the protective shield collapsed afterward. No, Wang Kai. I still cherish my little protective shield. If so many bees sting me once, it will break. Then Sun Yin pondered, and her eyes lit up. Look at all your fur. I'll lift you up to the tree, and you can lead those bees away while I sneak up to take it down. Upon hearing Sun Yan's suggestion, Wang Ke widened his eyes in disbelief. Tiger, I may not be human, but you're a bit dog-like. Sun Yin didn't notice Wang Ke's expression and felt troubled, but I can't reach it either. Even with a ladder, I can only get halfway up the tree. Wang Ke, realizing he wouldn't be needed, perked up. Then, both of them squatted down, gazing at the thick beehive that was about 2 meters high, drooling. As soon as Sun Yin saw the honey, she thought of a bunch of delicious things. Honey cakes, honey cookies, honey water, honey roasted meat. I can't take it anymore. The more I think about it, the more I crave it. When Sun Jian and the others finished fighting the abnormal snake by the pond, they saw his sister and Wang Ke emerge from the woods looking dispirited. What is going on? It's only been a little while, and you look so down. Weren't you happy before? Sun Jian looked suspiciously at both of them, puzzled. They seemed excited when they came out. It's only been a short time. Why do they have this expression now? Sun Yin sighed and told Sun Jian about Wang Ke's discovery. Wow, that big beehive looks huge and golden. I could smell the sweet honey from afar. Upon hearing this, Sun Jian was also intrigued. He glanced at Xiang Hua and the others. After hearing this, Xiang Hua was eager to try. Those two abnormal beasts have the advantage in their territory, and we can't go into the water. Why don't we go get that beehive first? When Zhou's eyes lit up as well, and the team members felt eager. Yeah, Captain, let us go for the beehive. Yes, that beehive is hanging in the tree and is much easier to deal with than what's in the water. Hearing someone say it would be easy, Sun Yin silently glanced at him, and then spoke up. That beehive is huge, and the bees surrounding it look quite numerous. Have you all thought about how to collect it? As soon as this was said, everyone exchanged glances. Collecting resources in the wild isn't that simple. No wonder so many people perish every year during expansions. Sun Yin sighed. Without strength, you can't think of a method. You can only watch good things slip away. We are competing against abnormal beasts and fighting against fate. Since there are resources right in front of us, how can we leave without a fight? If we fear danger, what is the point of coming to Lianji Star to earn resources to extend our lives? Sun Jian looked at his sister imparting wisdom, and then thoughtfully said to Sun Yin, you contact Gu Yin. I remember he has lightning and fire abilities. Sun Yin was taken aback, then thought of fire and immediately perked up. Okay, I'll contact Gu Yin right away. If we set fire to it, if it's ordinary fire, it wouldn't control the range, but if it's the fire of an ability user, we can control the burning of a specific object. Sun Yin excitedly made the call. Gu Yin had just finished a meeting discussing other planets or mercenary applications to enter Lianji Star. When he saw Sun Yin's call, he put down his hand that was rubbing his forehead and answered. What is going on? What happened? Is Wang Ke misbehaving? Sun Yin spoke well of Wang Ke. No. Wang Ke is very obedient. He is actually a treasure-seeking expert. Wang Ke discovered a big beehive, and we want to take it down, but there are too many bees there. I was thinking you have fire abilities, so let us go together to take down the beehive. Hearing Sun Yin's cheerful tone, Gu Yin smiled and replied gently, okay. Send me the location and I'll be there right away. What did he say? Sun Jian asked anxiously when he saw his sister hang up. Sun Yin looked at the eager eyes in front of her, raised her head, and suddenly smiled. He'll be here soon. Sun Jian nodded, feeling that the situation was already half stable. When Gu Yin ignites the fire, he will fan it while Xiang Hua and the others go to collect the beehive. Even if there are some bees left to sting a few times, it wouldn't matter. Just take a few antidote pills. Compared to the harvest, these are trivial matters. Gu Yin also considered the large beehive to be quite significant. A moment later, he flew over in a low-key luxury flying car from above the trees. Sun Yin looked up at the sky as it suddenly darkened. Then she watched the flying car adjust its direction and carefully land in the open space beside the pond. When the sky suddenly darkened, the two abnormal beasts in the pond suddenly leaped out of the water, their cold, piercing gazes fixed on the flying car. Sun Jian, however, didn't pay attention to them. After all, Gu Yin was here, and these abnormal beasts would be dealt with sooner or later. He was still focused on getting that big beehive. Gu Yin. Sun Yin, with bright eyes, ran up to Gu Yin. He looked at Sun Yin, who had her protective shield activated and showed no signs of injury, and then shifted his gaze to see that everyone was looking this way. He looked around and glanced at the pond behind him, noticing a snake beast in the center that was closely watching this way, and he frowned slightly. Then, he didn't pay much attention to it, and calmly said, let's first collect the beehive, and then come back to deal with the snake beast. Everyone had no objections, as that was indeed the plan. Once everyone arrived at the beehive, someone in Gu Yan's team exclaimed in amazement, your team is really lucky. Not only do you have a resource spot, but also such a large beehive to harvest. Yeah, we find treasures every day. The combat team member looked enviously. Hearing the envious remarks from the opposite side, Xianghua felt secretly proud. After all, he had hit the jackpot, and he was firmly holding onto his sister-in-law's leg.